Yesterday, a roar erupted from deep within the Pacific Ocean, suspected to be the breakthrough of a ninth-grade beast king. Coastal cities are advised to reinforce their defenses. A month ago, a security breach in the protective net of Liang City in Sichuan province led to an invasion of beasts, resulting in the tragic death of tens of thousands of citizens. After the investigation by the 8th-grade powerhouse, Gale Swordley Chang, the case has been concluded, and a press conference will begin at 9 p.m. tonight. Lu Yang, an outstanding graduate from the Magic City's Ability Users University, broke through to the 5th grade yesterday and officially decided to join the Ashes Guild. After 4 years, an S-class ability user has emerged in the beautiful country again. The ability awakened is the elemental wind type, and the user has been specially recruited by the Houston Ability Users University. After browsing through the hot news, Su Jingming put down his phone and rubbed his temples, feeling a headache. Based on the additional memories in his mind, combined with the information above, he could confirm that he had indeed crossed over. The world he had crossed into was called Blue Star, with civilization and technology similar to his previous life. But there were two important additions, one was the vicious beasts, and the other was the supernatural abilities. The former was an extremely terrifying bloodthirsty monster that was rampaging across Blue Star. The latter was the source of power humans used to resist the beast invasion. I just drank a bit too much at the graduate school party, and when I woke up, I had crossed over to another world. Where can I complain about this? And on top of that, can't I at least get a better start? Su Jingming was somewhat speechless. According to the memory he had just gained, his previous self was also called Su Jingming, a senior student at Jiangqing Second High School. Except for his slightly outstanding appearance, he was otherwise as ordinary as could be. Even the awakened supernatural ability was only an E-class weak electricity. Supernatural ability. Su Jingming pondered and raised his right hand, snapping his fingers. To his surprise, a small blue-white electric arc jumped at his fingertips. If this was his previous life, such a skill would have caused an uproar. But in Blue Star, this was nothing special. Because in this world, everyone awakens a supernatural ability at the age of 16, becoming an awakened. Supernatural abilities come in all kinds, some can control wind and fire, some can transform into beasts, and others can heal injuries. There are also quality differences between different abilities. According to Blue Star's ranking system, abilities are divided into 9 levels: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The vast majority of people can only awaken D or E-class abilities. Only a small number of people can awaken C or B-class abilities, and those who awaken an A-class ability are considered exceptional talents. As for higher S-class, SS-class, and SSS-class abilities, they are extremely rare, appearing only once in several years or even decades. In the supernatural awakening 2 years ago, there was no surprise his previous self only awakened the E-class weak electricity. Abilities are further categorized into elemental, enhancement, mental, restoration, natural, and special types. His weak electricity belongs to the natural category under the lightning-type abilities. Lightning-type abilities are considered decent among all abilities. But with only an E-class rating, it was destined that weak electricity would not have much destructive power. For example, the electric arc currently dancing at his fingertips has the same damage as an electric shock rod, and might even be a bit weaker. Did I cross over just to be a human electric shock rod? I also want to be a powerful force, to become a true strong person. Putting out the electric arc at his fingertips, Su Jingming rested his chin on his right hand, sighing as he looked ahead. He was in a bright classroom, it was break time, and the other students were chatting with each other. In front of him, there was a blackboard. At the bottom right corner of the blackboard, a countdown was written, 1 day left until the college entrance exam. In the Daxia Kingdom, every year on June 7th, the college entrance exam is held to select students to enter the Ability Users University for further training. Today is June 6th, and the college entrance examination will begin tomorrow. You must understand. Because of the existence of ferocious beasts, those with supernatural powers belong to a special class, respected by the public and granted all kinds of privileges. Simply put, people with powers are above others. But note, those who have just awakened their powers are only awakened ones, and cannot control much strength yet. Only after a period of cultivation can one transform from an awakened into a powered person, capable of fighting ferocious beasts head-on. And powered people are divided into 9 levels, from level 1 to level 9. Each level is split into lower, middle, and upper stages. But even to reach the lowest, level 1 lower stage, an ordinary awakened one needs 4 or 5 years of training. However, if one gets into a university for powered people and is guided by a mentor, the process can be greatly shortened. This is why the college entrance exam is so important. But for him, who had only awakened an E-rank power, getting into a powered university was nearly impossible. Aren't all people who travel to other worlds supposed to get some benefits? Where's the system? Come save me. Su Jingming mumbled to himself, and as soon as he spoke, a digital voice rang in his mind. Deep Blue system activating. System successfully activated, beginner's package is being distributed. Beginner's package successfully distributed, would you like to receive it now? Hearing the voice in his mind, Su Jingming's eyes widened, and his mouth fell open. System, it really exists? After the shock, came overwhelming joy. As a person who had traveled to another world, he naturally knew what a system meant. It meant he now had the chance to change his fate and rise to the top. Who? Su Jingming let out a deep breath to calm down, then asked in his heart without choosing to receive immediately. What's inside the beginner's package? 200 power points, and an S-rank power Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Purple Sky Divine Thunder and S-rank power? Su Jingming's eyes lit up with sharp light, and his breathing quickened. He didn't know what power points were yet, but he knew what an S-rank power was. That was an extremely rare and precious kind of power on the whole blue star. Just like the article shown on the news earlier. Even a powerful country like the United States, equal in strength to Dacia, had only just seen a new S-rank power awakened again after 4 years. And in Dacia, it had also been 2 or 3 years since the last S-rank awakening. And anyone who awakened an S-rank power, as long as they didn't die early, would always grow into a great figure. A ruler of a region. System, if I receive the beginner's package, will I get the S-rank power? Just to be sure, Su Jingming asked again. Yes. Hearing the definite answer, Su Jingming's eyes sparkled. S-rank power. The chance to change fate was here. Jingming, stop daydreaming, Mr. Chen is here. His deskmate whispered. Only then did Su Jingming come back to his senses, realizing that class had already started at some point. On the podium stood a middle-aged man with a flat-top haircut. He was the head teacher of Class 5, Chen Fan. Once class ends and I'm home, I'll receive the beginner's package right away. Though burning with excitement inside, Su Jingming knew it was not a good idea to open the package in the classroom. So he suppressed his emotions and focused on the class. Chapter 2, S-rank power, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. 12 years of bitter study, all for this moment. With the exam coming, you still need to keep your mind steady. Those taking the liberal arts exam, check tonight if your stationery is ready and works well. Those taking the martial arts exam, also prepare your battle clothes and weapons. Class teacher Chen Fan's voice echoed through the classroom, and Su Jingming, seated at his desk, recalled all the information about the entrance exam in his mind. In the Daxia nation, universities are divided into 2 types. One type is liberal arts universities, where people learn cultural knowledge, and the other is universities for powered people, training extraordinary strength for humanity. And the entrance exam, accordingly, is divided into liberal arts exams and martial arts exams. The liberal arts college entrance examination needs no explanation, just sitting in the classroom and answering questions will suffice. But for the martial arts college entrance examination, candidates must wear combat suits, hold weapons, and enter designated locations to engage in life and death battles with ferocious beasts. The final score is based on the number and types of beasts killed. These 2 types of entrance exams are decided by the students themselves. If they lack confidence in their abilities or have awakened weak abilities, they can choose the liberal arts exam and become an ordinary person. Although the previous body only awakened an E-level ability, they still chose the martial arts entrance exam. Su Jingming strongly agreed with this decision. After all, taking the martial arts entrance exam still offers a chance to fight for something. If someone is too afraid to even take the martial arts entrance exam, they might as well accept being an ordinary person. Let me emphasize once again, the martial arts entrance exam carries a risk of death. If your awakened ability is below D level, I do not recommend choosing the martial arts exam. Before 9 o'clock tonight, there is still time to change your choice. If anyone wants to reconsider, feel free to come talk to me. Alright, that's all for today, class dismissed. Before leaving, the class teacher, Chen Fan, made a special reminder and glanced at Su Jingming. This made Su Jingming subconsciously rub his nose. Su Jingming knew exactly what the teacher meant. After all, out of all the awakened students in class 3, 5, who were taking the martial arts entrance exam, he was the only one with an E-level ability. Based on previous year's martial arts entrance exam results, most students who died in the exam were those with abilities below D level. I know the old teacher is worried about me, but in a world like this, without strength by your side, you truly can't survive. To prevent the invasion of ferocious beasts, every city in the Great Xia Kingdom has set up strict protective measures, such as high-voltage electric fences, armed military units, and teams of ability users. But these measures are not foolproof. Periodically, cities are breached by waves of beasts, and countless citizens die in these events. Su Jingming doesn't want to face such a situation one day without the power to fight back. Even if I only have an E-level ability, I will still take the martial arts entrance exam. Not to mention, I am about to obtain a rare S-level ability. Su Jingming's eyes narrowed as he began packing his bag. Jingming, you're really not going to change your mind about your choice? A boy with a bowl cut in front of him turned around and asked. No. Su Jingming shook his head. The boy with the bowl cut was his close friend, Zhang Hao, who also had an E-level ability. They were kindred spirits. However, after awakening his E-level ability 2 years ago, Zhang Hao decided to focus entirely on cultural studies. He was taking the liberal arts exam. You're amazing. Zhang Hao gave him a thumbs up. Out of the 6 or 7 E-level awakened students in our class, you're the only one daring to choose the martial arts entrance exam. What, do you want to join me? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. Hee, my friend is going to take the cultural university entrance exam and enjoy 4 years of leisurely life with the girls. Leave the heroics of defending the country to you, the mighty ability users. Zhang Hao grinned. Get lost. Su Jingming rolled his eyes, then ignored him, grabbed his bag, and left the classroom. Su Jingming's parents had died in a beast wave when he was still a teenager. They left behind a house and over $1 million in compensation, but nothing else. So, when Su Jingming returned home, he was all alone. Fortunately, before he traveled to this world, he was an orphan and had long grown used to this kind of atmosphere. What's more, Su Jingming had even more important things to do now. The beginner's gift package, here I come. Looking at the blue virtual box in his mind, Su Jingming no longer hesitated and slammed the receive button. Beginner's gift package issued, 200 ability points have been credited. S-level ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, has started to be issued. Boom! With a low sound, as if endless power exploded inside Su Jingming. Then, countless blue-purple arcs of thunder flickered and danced on the surface of his body, appearing and vanishing. His whole body seemed to turn into a ball of blue-purple lightning. Crackle crackle. Along with the sharp whistling of arcs, endless thunder arcs spread out from Su Jingming as the center. They swallowed the whole living room. Sofa, TV, coffee table. Everything touched by the thunder arcs exploded instantly. Thunder mixed with flames burst through the windows, turning them into shattered pieces and gushing out. Mom, the house of that big brother across the street is on fire. Quick, call the fire department. This direction, is it the Su family's kids' home? Such a clear explosion naturally drew the attention of the residents in the neighborhood, many of whom called the fire department. However, Su Jingming inside the room knew nothing about all this. He only felt warm inside, as if full of power. 50%, 60%, 70%. The transformation was still happening. It seemed to be because of the awakening of the superpower. Outside, the sky that was sunny at around 3 or 4 in the afternoon became covered with dark clouds, as if it had suddenly turned into night. No raindrops fell, but deep rumbling thunder was heard. One could even see purple lightning dragons weaving through the dark clouds. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Such terrifying thunder. I feel a heavy pressure. Jiang City's 3rd Legion, enter alert mode, prepare for battle. Such strange weather changes threw all of Jiang City's citizens into panic, worried if a beast that could control thunder was about to invade. The Legion stationed in Jiang City also took action, entering combat readiness. 80%, 90%, 95%, 98%, 99%. Inside the room, Su Jingming's superpower awakening was also reaching its final step. Crack! At that moment, a flash appeared in the sky, and a purple thunderbolt struck down from the window like a dragon, pouring into Su Jingming's body. As if completing its mission, once the lightning struck, the dark clouds outside faded, and the sky returned to clear again. And in the room, Su Jingming's superpower awakening also reached 100%. The blue-purple thunder around his body also retreated like a tide, all drawn into his body. A moment later, Su Jingming in the center of the living room suddenly opened his eyes, and a flash of purple lightning passed through his pupils. The superpower awakening succeeded. Right now, Su Jingming felt full of power, and instinctively raised his right hand. With just a thought, countless purple arcs of thunder appeared and wrapped around him. Different from the previous blue-white thunder, this purple thunder held an ancient and powerful energy that made people's hearts tremble. This is the S-class superpower, Zixiao Divine Thunder. Su Jingming's eyes lit up slightly. He had a feeling that if this thunder struck a person, it would not be as simple as an electric baton. It might blow the whole person into pieces. Chapter 3 Deep Blue. Add points for me. But the movement from receiving the Zixiao Divine Thunder was a bit too big. Putting away the thunder, Su Jingming looked at the mess in the living room and scratched his head. The whole living room looked like it had been hit by a missile, with fragments of broken items everywhere. Some fragments even had leftover flames burning on them. On the walls and floor, there were many craters blasted out by the thunder arcs. Luckily, during the transformation I sensed something wrong and tried to control my power. Otherwise, more than just the living room would have suffered. Su Jingming felt a little scared. Zixiao Divine Thunder, coming from Eastern mythology, is one of the top 10 ancient origin thunders, with the power to destroy immortals and gods. Although as a newly awakened person he could not show the full power of the Zixiao Divine Thunder. But if he let his power run wild, he could easily blow through the whole floor. The entire building could collapse from it. With the Zixiao Divine Thunder, even if the building collapsed, he himself would not be harmed. However, the other residents living in the building would suffer. Fortunately, the power of the thunder was tightly controlled by him, and in the end, such a tragedy was avoided. It seems I still underestimated the power of Zixiao Divine Thunder. If I had known the noise would be so loud, I should have gone straight to the outskirts to collect the rookie package. Though he said this, Jingming was still quite satisfied with the result. After all, the stronger the ability, the more beneficial it would be for his future development. Right, the rookie package also gave me 200 ability points. What are these used for? Jingming suddenly remembered another reward from the rookie package when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ability points can be obtained by killing fierce beasts. Consuming ability points allows you to level up and enhance skills. You can see the number of ability points and upgrade options on the system panel. After hearing this explanation, Jingming understood. The so-called ability points were actually just like experience points in online games. The monster killing and leveling up routine, though simple, is practical. A smile appeared on Jingming's face as he opened his system panel. Name, Jingming. Level, Awakened 1. Ability, Zixiao Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 121 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 140 He, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 200. The information on the system panel was very simple, and the plus signs indicated what could be upgraded and what could not. As for physique and spirit, they represented the two basic attributes of an awakened one, and his attribute values were quite good. After all, most awakened ones only had around 100 points in physique and spirit. But I've been practicing marksmanship for 5 or 6 years, and my proficiency is still just beginner level. Isn't that a bit too much? Jingming silently complained. In addition to abilities, humans also used weapons as offensive means. However, unlike most people who chose knives and swords as weapons, he had chosen the spear. He had started practicing it in his teens, but now, it was still only at the beginner level. You should know that skill proficiency is divided into 6 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Beginner is equivalent to just starting. As for the other Lightning Gale Break, it belonged to a marksmanship-type combat technique. It was something he had purchased for 300,000 Great Xia coins when he awakened his weak electric ability at the age of 16. It had been less than 2.5 years of practice, so having only beginner proficiency was quite normal. Looking at the information on the panel, with 200 ability points, I can use them to enhance my attributes or my skills. So, what should I choose to invest in? After complaining, Jingming fell into deep thought. Tomorrow was the annual college entrance exam. He had to spend these 200 ability points wisely to maximize his combat power. Physique and spirit are the two main attributes. When these two attributes are improved, both combat techniques and controlling abilities will see corresponding increases. Since that's the case, I'll first improve the basic attributes. After thinking for a moment, Jingming split the 200 ability points in half and invested them into physique and spirit. Deep Blue, allocate my points. After pressing the plus sign on the panel, Jingming immediately felt his vitality surge dramatically. The rolling vitality seemed to rush through his body like a river. Then, his mind was also sharpened, becoming much clearer. Moreover, not only that, even his control over the Zixiao Divine Thunder had improved. Abilities, in essence, come from the human physique and spirit. Improving these two attributes also enhances the power of the ability. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the Zixiao Divine Thunder, which could be summoned at any moment, and Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Then, he looked at his system panel again. Physical strength, 141 vitality, plus. Mental power, 160 Hz, plus. Both basic attributes have increased by 20 points, which means one ability point corresponds to 0.2 vitality or 0.2 Hz mental power. The exchange rate is a bit low, but it's still okay. After all, it's a direct boost with no side effects. It's a pity that the newbie gift package only has 200 ability points, otherwise, I could have raised them even more. Of course, with my current strength, getting into an ability user university is more than enough. From the moment he obtained the S-level ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder, Jingming's strength was already among the top students in the entire Jiangnan province's college entrance exam candidates. Now that his two basic attributes have been boosted, he can truly say he is one of the top candidates in Jiangnan province. The reason he says one of and not the strongest is because Jiangnan province is vast, with a population of over 80 million, and more than 700,000 students taking the martial arts college entrance exam. Among these 700,000 students, what is most abundant is the freaks. These freaks, although they don't have S-level abilities, have A-level abilities, plus things like combat experience and combat skills, which are also formidable. After all, some students' families can afford to hire famous teachers to guide them and teach rare and powerful combat techniques. Some can even arrange bodyguards to directly enter the wilderness and fight with ferocious beasts, accumulating battle experience. In this regard, Su Jingming, as an orphan, cannot compare. However, his S-level ability is also something other candidates cannot match. Bang bang bang. At this moment, there was a sudden loud knocking at the door, and before Su Jingming could react, with a loud crash, the entire door was kicked open. Then, a group of firefighters dressed in orange clothes and holding water guns appeared in front of him. When they saw there was no big fire in the room, and even found a living person standing there, they were stunned for a moment. Hello? Su Jingming blinked his eyes and cautiously greeted them. Chapter 4 Thunder Martial Arts School, Cousin Tang Chi. Facing the arriving firefighters, Su Jingming explained that he possessed lightning abilities and had already controlled the fire. This group of people hurriedly checked the room and confirmed there were no hidden safety hazards, so they didn't stay longer. Before leaving, not only did they repair the door, but the team leader also handed Su Jingming a business card. The card stated that Su Jingming's lightning ability was very suitable for fire and explosion control in some electronic equipment environments. After graduating from university, he could go directly to the fire department in Jiangcheng and look for him to arrange work. It should be known that the fire department is a government unit, and there are awakeners with water and fire abilities, so there's no need to worry about life-threatening dangers when putting out fires. In the eyes of ordinary people, it's considered a very good job. Of course, to Su Jingming right now, it held no attraction at all. He casually stuffed the business card into the bedside drawer of his bedroom, then picked up the long spear leaning against the wall and left the room. Xiaoming, was the fire just now okay? It's fine, Uncle Yang, I've already controlled it. That's good. You look like you're going to the martial arts school? Yeah, I'm going to practice at the martial arts school. So diligent, the college entrance exam is tomorrow and you're still training, unlike my lazy son. Mingyue community was the place Su Jingming had lived for 18 years, and the neighbors were all familiar faces. Su Jingming, with his gentle personality, was well liked by the older ladies and gentlemen. When they saw him coming down from upstairs, several of the elderly people walking downstairs with their grandchildren stopped to ask him about the fire. Su Jingming politely responded to each one. Then, with the long spear on his back, he left the community, took the bus, and transferred to the subway. Finally, he arrived in front of a modern high-rise building. The building was about 40 meters tall, with a silver-white exterior that looked extremely cool. The building occupied a large area, resembling a giant beast crawling there. On the side of the building, 4 big characters were boldly written, Thunder Martial Hall. These 4 big characters, under the sunlight, shone brightly. For an awakened one to advance to a power user, they must train their body and mind to increase the power of their abilities. However, not every family can have their own private training room. So, martial halls that could provide training grounds and teaching services came into being. In the entire Great Xia Nation, the most famous 2 martial halls are Thunder Martial Hall and Violent Bear Martial Hall. These 2 martial halls have opened branches in every city of Great Xia. Even in Jiangcheng, a relatively remote place in Jiangnan province, they have also been built. Of course. Besides Thunder Martial Hall and Violent Bear Martial Hall, Jiangcheng also has dozens of private martial halls, big and small. But only Thunder Martial Hall is open to high school students for free. Therefore, Su Jingming always trained at Thunder Martial Hall. He came now to test how much his strength had improved after obtaining the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder and raising his basic attributes. At this moment, outside Thunder Martial Hall, besides Su Jingming, there were also some awakened ones carrying weapons, and even power users. Luo Hong, the 9th level power user who created Thunder Martial Hall, is also an owner of an S-level lightning ability. I wonder if one day, I can also create a martial hall of my own. With a sigh, Su Jingming then entered the martial hall. Thunder Martial Hall has 6 floors, and each floor covers tens of thousands of square meters. Among them, the 2nd and 3rd floors are specially provided for high school students to use for free. After entering the martial hall, Su Jingming went straight to the 3rd floor he often visited. Because today is Wednesday, except for 3rd-year students who were released early, the rest of the 1st and 2nd-year students were still at school. Most 3rd-year students were at home, making their final preparations for the college entrance exam. So, the usually lively 3rd floor felt a bit quiet now. In the hall, there were only a little more than 10 people. However, after entering the hall, Su Jingming saw a familiar figure among these people. It was a girl about 1.7 meters tall, with a delicate and cold face. She did not carry any weapon, dressed casually, her long straight legs looking dazzlingly white under blue denim shorts. Around her, there were also several stylishly dressed young men and women. Sister Chi, you came to Thunder Martial Hall too? Su Jingming smiled and greeted the tall girl. Tang Qi, the daughter of his aunt, was also a third-year high school student, but a few months older than him. Since Su Jingming lost his parents when he was young, his aunt in Jiancheng often came to visit him. This cousin sometimes came along too. But his relationship with this cousin was not very good, nor very bad. As for the reason, it was simple. He used to be introverted and didn't like to talk, plus the difference in family background, they rarely had common topics. 2 years ago, his cousin Tang Qi awakened a B-level power, while he only awakened an E-level power, so they had even less in common. Tang Qi didn't expect to meet Su Jingming at Thunder Martial Hall, and after a slight pause, she nodded, came with friends. No wonder. Hearing this, Su Jingming suddenly understood. His aunt's family was well off, and his cousin Tang Qi usually went to the Violent Bear Martial Hall that charges 100,000 a year. As for this Thunder Martial Hall, she rarely came. Alright then, Sister Qi, you all go ahead, I'll go to the training room. Su Jingming didn't say much, gave a greeting, then left straight away. Chi-Chi, who was that? He looks pretty handsome. After Su Jingming left, a tall girl beside Tang Qi. But the cute girl in the dress asked. In her clear, big eyes, there was a faint hint of curiosity. Su Jingming, my cousin. Like us, he's also in his senior year of high school and will take the martial arts college entrance exam tomorrow. Watching Su Jingming's figure gradually disappear into the distance, Tang Qi furrowed her brows slightly. Cousin Su Jingming seemed a bit different from before. She couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. But in the past, even if they ran into each other, he wouldn't take the initiative to talk. But this time, he was unusually the first to greet her. Why are you asking so much, Xiaoya? Are you thinking about finding a boyfriend? A young man next to her, dressed in white casual clothes, smiled. However, facing the teasing, the girl named Xiaoya was unfazed, and she openly admitted. What's wrong? Isn't it fine? With this looks, as long as his abilities aren't too bad, having him as a boyfriend in the future would be quite impressive. Then my cousin will probably disappoint you. He's only awakened E-level abilities. Tang Qi shook her head, already predicting Xiaoya's reaction. Sure enough, when Xiaoya heard that Su Jingming had only awakened E-level abilities, the curiosity in her eyes immediately dimmed, and she lost interest, saying, just E-level abilities? What a pity. Everyone has their own circle, and most people within the same circle share similar family backgrounds and personalities. This group of people not only have wealthy family backgrounds, but their awakened abilities are also B-level and C-level. As for Su Jingming, from his clothing, it was clear that his family conditions might not be that good. And with only E-level abilities awakened, even though Xiaoya was a looks-oriented person, she couldn't stir up any interest. E-level abilities still dare to take the martial arts college entrance exam? At least he has courage. A young man with an earring teased. What's the use of courage? The risk is just too great. I'd rather he not take the martial arts exam. Tang Qi sighed. In the martial arts college entrance exam, the ones who die the most are those with D-level or lower abilities. If Su Jingming had D-level abilities, she wouldn't have any objections. But E-level abilities are just too weak, taking part in the martial arts exam is practically like walking to death. E-level abilities should honestly go for the liberal arts exam. After graduating, work in an office job as a white-collar worker, without fighting fierce beasts, no life-threatening dangers, isn't that pretty good? It wouldn't make her mother worry every day either. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Aren't we here to visit Thunder Martial Arts School? That's true, I spent almost all 3 years of high school at Violent Bear Martial Arts School, and this is my first time at Thunder Martial Arts School. Before the college entrance exam, it's good to relax a bit. It's beneficial for both physical and mental health. Seeing that Tang Qi's mood wasn't great, the group quickly ended this topic and casually began to wander around. Chapter 5, Combat Skill. Lightning Gale Strike. On the other side, Su Jingming still didn't know that his departure had caused so much discussion. At this moment, he was already inside a room of about 20 square meters. This was a single training room provided by Thunder Martial Arts School. In the past, such training rooms needed to be reserved in advance. Now, with fewer people, Su Jingming was able to use it directly. First, let me test my peak strength without any enhancement from abilities. Su Jingming took down the long spear from his back and gripped it in his hand. Due to the tough and thick skin of fierce beasts, ordinary weapons can't break through their defenses. Therefore, weapons used by ability users are made by specialized weapon manufacturing companies. The long spear in his hand was from the Black Yao series of weapons produced by Heng Yuan Group. The shaft of the spear was about 1.9 meters long, and the sharp tip was more than 20 centimeters. The total length reached 2.1 meters. The entire Black Yao spear was made from F-level alloy, with a low-key black color throughout. Holding the long spear, Su Jingming gave it a slight shake, and a deep, resonant sound of metal clashing could be heard. This wasn't a big shake, but once he did, He noticed something was wrong. The gun has become lighter. No, wait, it's because my body has become stronger. Su Jingming quickly reacted, but now, there's no way to change my weapon anymore. Just like with ability levels, alloys are also divided into 9 grades, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, F. The rarer the alloy, the stronger and sharper it is, and the higher its killing power against fierce beasts. Of course, the price also becomes more expensive. The Black Obsidian series weapons purchased from Han Yuan Group allow free choice of alloy material and weight. Because only F-level weapons and battlesuits can be carried to participate in the Martial Science College entrance examination, the alloy quality was naturally chosen to be F-level. As for the weight, the choice was 50 kilograms. In the end, after selecting, the entire Black Obsidian spear cost him almost 200,000. As the saying goes, the poor focus on culture, the rich focus on martial arts. Over the years, to train his body, abilities, and to buy battlesuits, weapons, and combat skills, Su Jingming spent quite a bit of money. Some of this money came from the enthusiastic support of his aunt's family, which was hard to refuse, and some came from the savings and compensation left by his parents. Now, he only had less than 50,000 left, so naturally, he couldn't buy a heavier weapon. But it's okay, it will only have a slight impact on my strength. His gaze sharpened, and Su Jingming began his warm-up. The spear was a weapon he started practicing with when he was 12 years old, and now, after almost 6 years, he was quite skilled. He was already very familiar with the moves: thrust, stab, smash, chop, point, and poke. In the training room, the spear moved in his hands, transforming into a black phantom, exuding an aura of power. In just a moment, Su Jingming felt his muscles stretch and his blood circulation surge. Then, he gripped the spear and thrust it forcefully towards a round target on the front wall of the training room. Zheng. With a sharp, ear-piercing sound, the round target made of memory metal was driven inward by the powerful kinetic energy, forming an exaggerated curve. It slowly returned to its original shape after the spear was withdrawn. At the same time, a number appeared on the nearby smart screen. 321 calories. 321 calories, my pure physical strength has nearly doubled compared to before. Su Jingming's eyes lit up. Calorie is the standard unit used to measure the intensity of an attack. 1 calorie is equivalent to the energy released by a black spider firecracker exploding. Most awakened individuals can only produce a maximum attack of around 100 calories with their physical strength. Before this, Su Jingming could only produce an attack of about 140 calories using only his physical strength. Of course, at that time, even if he used his ability, there wasn't much of an improvement. But now, it's different. With a thought, the purple sky divine thunder was immediately summoned. Crackling. At this moment, Su Jingming seemed to transform into a god of thunder, with countless purple lightning bolts swirling around him, accompanied by the harsh sound of electric arcs jumping. He raised a hand and pointed, releasing a purple lightning bolt that struck the target with a violent force. This time, the target made of memory metal sank in and stayed deformed for a full 7 to 8 seconds before recovering. Meanwhile, the smart screen nearby also displayed an exaggerated number, 3,012 calories. The power has reached 3,000 calories. That's nearly 10 times the physical strength. Su Jingming gasped in amazement. You have to know, the average attack strength of a first-tier ability user is only around 1,000 calories. An attack strength of 3,000 calories is almost something only a mid-tier first-level ability user can achieve. No wonder all countries are pursuing high-level ability awakeners. The gap between different levels of power is just too huge. But, 3,000 calories is still not my limit. Su Jingming took a deep breath, and the electric light of the purple sky divine thunder spread onto the blackshine spear. Lightning storm break. A flash of lightning shot through the training room, and the long spear seemed to turn into a purple-black dragon, charging toward the wall. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Thunder and lightning flashed, and with the powerful impact, a deafening crash echoed, making the entire training room tremble slightly. When the lightning faded, the target made of memory metal on the wall looked like it had been pierced by thunder. The center melted, forming a metal pit that could never be restored. Terrifying cracks spread out from the memory metal like a spiderweb, reaching across the entire wall, revealing cables in the cracks that still sparked with electricity. These cables were connected to the memory metal, used to measure the power of attacks. Now, it was clearly unusable. Su Jingming turned his head to the smart screen on his right-hand side. As expected, no data was displayed on it. This is a beginner training room. The memory metal here can only endure attacks from a first-rank upper-level ability user. Now that the memory metal is destroyed, it's obvious that the attack power hit the maximum it could take. Which means, this strike of mine already matches the level of a first-rank upper-level ability user. As expected of a battle skill. It really is powerful. Lightning Storm Break was the only battle skill Su Jingming had right now. Of course. This battle skill was carefully chosen by him, perfectly combining his lightning-type ability with his spear technique. In fact, most battle skills of ability users are closely related to the powers they possess. Peak attack power matching a first-rank upper-level ability user. Looks like tomorrow's entrance exam will be interesting. A look of anticipation appeared on Su Jingming's face. Then he put the Blackshine spear on his back and walked out of the training room. There were maintenance staff in Thunder Martial Hall's training rooms. Even if the equipment was damaged, it would be repaired quickly. Of course, there was no need to pay for it. After all, those who could damage the equipment were exactly the kind of people Thunder Martial Hall welcomed the most. After walking around, I still feel like our Violent Bear Martial Hall is better. Thunder Martial Hall not only has small training rooms, but also uses old testing equipment. No kidding. You think we pay 100,000 summer coins a year for nothing? To be honest, walking around like this is kind of boring. Boring? Then how about we go to the real combat room for a few rounds? Tang Chi and her 3 friends walked down the corridor of Thunder Martial Hall. They originally came here to relax a bit before the final entrance exam. But after wandering around, they quickly started feeling bored. So when someone mentioned going to the real combat room, everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Boom! Just then, a sharp, even ear-piercing crashing sound rang out, and the floor under their feet even trembled a little. Such strong energy waves. It reached the level of an ability user. The boy with earrings said in surprise. His awakened power was a C-rank mental type ability, making him highly sensitive to energy waves. I remember this floor is specifically for high school students. Those freaks in Jiangcheng who reached ability user level are all training at Violent Bear Martial Hall. Why would one come to Thunder Martial Hall? The cute girl in a dress, Xiaoya, frowned slightly in confusion. Jiangcheng, though in a poor region of Jiangnan province, didn't have a deep educational background. But even among high schoolers, there were 1 or 2 freaks who broke through and awakened, becoming real ability users. Is it one of those freaks who came to train here? Or, is there a new high school ability user? Let's go check it out. The sudden noise instantly sparked Tang Chi and her friend's curiosity. He turned and walked toward the direction of the training room. Chapter 6, Before the college entrance exam, the transformed Su Jingming. Tang Chi and her group walked briskly down the corridor, turning a corner. They ran into Su Jingming, who was walking toward them with a black long spear on his back. Tang Chi didn't expect to run into Su Jingming again. After a slight pause, she quickly reacted and asked, "Are you heading home? The training is over. I want to go back early and prepare some more." "Alright, good luck with the martial arts college entrance exam tomorrow, but also remember to stay safe." Although Tang Chi thought Su Jingming, with his E-level ability, was being overconfident in participating in the martial arts exam. He was still her cousin, so she encouraged him. "Okay, Jia, you too, good luck." Su Jingming grinned, showing a brilliant smile, and then they passed each other. Tang Chi and her group didn't stop, continuing to search for the source of the power they felt earlier. There weren't many training rooms around here, only 8 in total. So, it didn't take much effort for Tang Chi and her group to find the training room Su Jingming had used. When they saw the walls in the training room, shattered like a spiderweb, all 4 of them widened their eyes. Even Tang Chi, who usually had a calm demeanor, couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. Good grief, even the memory metal was shattered. How intense was the attack? The young man in a white casual outfit had an exaggerated expression. From the residual energy, I can still feel that incredibly violent power. The person who made this attack, even if not a second-tier ability user, must at least be at the peak of first tier. The young man who awakened mental abilities spoke seriously. Peak first tier? Or even possibly second tier? Are there such powerful high school students in Jiangcheng? Xiaoya looked in disbelief. It's probably not a high school student. Maybe some ability user, not knowing the rules, accidentally entered the 3rd floor and used the training room for a power test. Tang Chi shook her head. That's also possible. With this kind of attack intensity, it can't be something a high school student can reach. Peak first tier, even geniuses from provincial capitals couldn't do it. Jiangcheng couldn't have such a person. The others sighed in relief when they heard that. Just the few ability user candidates from Jiangcheng were already overwhelming, and if there was a candidate at the 2nd tier, they might as well buy some tofu and crash their heads into it to end it all. Hey, only Su Jingming passed by just now. Do you think this attack could have been caused by him? Su Jingming is actually a super genius, just hiding his strength all along, waiting for tomorrow's exam to make a shocking debut? Xiaoya blinked, suddenly coming up with a wild idea. You've been watching too many internet novels about pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, right? You can come up with such an absurd idea. The young man with the ear studs was speechless. To hide strength, there must be the condition to hide strength. An E-level ability user can barely have an attack power of 300 calories. This place has corridors on both sides leading to the outside, so that strong ability user must have left through the other side, which is why we didn't run into them. Ability rankings are not decided randomly, they are based on development potential. E-level abilities essentially set Su Jingming's limit from the start. That's true. Xiaoya thought for a moment, nodding in agreement. Meanwhile, Tang Qi, who had been silently listening, suddenly felt a sense of doubt about her earlier certainty when thinking about the tall figure who had just left. Was Su Jingming really overestimating himself by participating in the martial arts exam? The liberal arts college entrance exam in Jiangcheng was held in the teaching buildings of various high schools. The martial arts college entrance exam was held at the military district near the outskirts of the city. Students needed to first gather at the city's sports hall, and then they would be sent to the military district in a group. The gathering time was at 8 a.m. So, the next day Su Jingming got up early and put on all his gear. Besides the F-grade weapon black obsidian spear about 2 meters long on his back, he also wore a black F-grade battlesuit and black combat boots. The battlesuit and boots were made from the hide of fierce beasts, very tough. When fighting with fierce beasts, they are not easily damaged and can block some damage. Martial arts exam, here I come. With a firm gaze, Su Jingming stepped out of the door in big strides, his steps steady. Jiang City, Jinqiu Community. This is a famous villa district in Jiang City. In one of the villas, Tang Qi had just finished breakfast and was putting on her gear, getting ready to leave. Suddenly, she was stopped by a noble lady who looked 70 or 80% like her. Xiao Qi, you and Xiao Ming are in the same exam site, right? Mom, didn't I already tell you last time? There's only one martial arts exam site in the whole Jiang City, of course I'm in the same one as him. While answering, Tang Qi was doing a final check of her gear. She awakened a special type B-grade superpower, Shadow Cat. After activating her power, her body, flexibility, and reaction speed would all be greatly improved. So the weapon she chose was also something flexible to use, a dagger. Her battlesuit was also close-fitting and light. If you meet Xiao Ming in the exam site, help him if you can. After all, your cousin only has an E-grade superpower, it's too dangerous in the martial arts exam. The noble lady couldn't help but remind, also you need to be careful yourself. Even if your score is a bit worse, don't force yourself to fight high-grade fierce beasts. Although Tang Qi wanted to say that the martial arts exam map is very big, and the chance of meeting someone inside is almost zero. She still nodded when she saw the worry in her mother's eyes, I know. After speaking, once she confirmed her gear was fine. Tang Qi got into the car parked at the door and set off for the city stadium. There are 3 high schools in Jiang City, with about 3,000 senior students in total. Excluding those taking the liberal arts exam, there were about 1,400 students taking the martial arts exam. To send all these 1,400 students to the exam site, the city dispatched over 40 buses. These 40-plus buses were parked neatly outside the city stadium according to different schools and classes. The arriving students only needed to get into the bus matching their school. Son, I don't ask for great scores in this martial arts exam, the most important is to stay safe. Dad, I know. Daughter, protect yourself in the exam. Some students arrived at the city stadium alone, some were accompanied by parents. For those with parents, the last words before getting on the bus were mostly about staying safe. Su Jingming, who had just arrived at the stadium, saw the scene from afar. It was impossible not to feel envy in his heart. In his past life, as an orphan, he also longed for the love of parents. Sadly, even after crossing over, he was still alone. Taking a deep breath, Su Jingming calmed his emotions. Among the many buses, he found the bus for Jiang City No. 2 High School, Class 5 of Grade 3, and walked straight up. That's Su Jingming? Didn't notice before, but he looks quite handsome in his battlesuit. How come I never noticed he had such a sharp vibe? Ah, so handsome. Because of his introverted personality in the past, Su Jingming was the type most easily ignored in Class 5. Even if he didn't come to class one day, besides his best friend Zhang Hao and the class teacher, probably no one else would notice. Of course, Su Jingming had good conditions himself, being 1.86 meters tall and fairly good-looking. It was just that the past him liked to hunch his back and avoid eye contact, so he didn't stand out. Now that Su Jingming had crossed over, his eyes no longer avoided people, but were clear and full of spirit. The body was standing straight as a rod. Adding to that was a set of black battle clothes, and on his back, a thick, long, and ferocious black glowing spear. The feeling he gave off was completely refreshed, appearing sharp and powerful. It made many girls on the bus look at him with surprised and burning eyes. Seeing Su Jingming coming up, Chen Fan, the head teacher sitting in the front seat and in charge of counting the students, was also stunned. But he quickly reacted and checked off Su Jingming's name on the sign-in list. As time slowly passed, the names on the list in Chen Fan's hand were gradually filled in, and when the last student from Class 5 taking the martial arts college entrance exam arrived, head teacher Chen Fan also announced, "Everyone from Class 5 is here, let's go." Chapter 7, Ruined Town, Exam Rules. The college entrance exam was a grand event in the Great Xiao nation. To make sure students got full rest, 1 month before the exam, all provinces and cities started night noise control. Even high-end residential areas would invite special soundwave-type ability users. At exactly 9 p.m., they would use their powers to block all outside sounds from entering the community. And on the day of the exam, the protection for the students reached an extreme level. Not only were the roads under traffic control, but there were also armed soldiers and squads of ability users patrolling important roads back and forth, preventing emergencies. Because of this, more than 40 buses carrying martial arts exam students traveled smoothly through the city and soon entered the military zone in the outskirts. Then the buses arrived at an open area, and the students got off one after another. Around the open area, every 3 meters stood a soldier holding a gun, standing upright. The seriousness on their faces made it easy to believe if anyone dared to charge the formation, what awaited them would be a rain of bullets. At the front of the open area was a temporary stage. Behind the stage was a region surrounded by barbed wire. Inside was a ruined little town, and this area was very large, one could not see the end of it at a glance. In the ruins, the black shadows of fierce beasts could be seen flashing by, and one could also hear their roars and howls. Phew, that's our exam site. Damn, I think I just saw a horned rhino. Horned rhino? No way, the test this year can't be that insanely hard, right? The ruined town inside the military zone was originally called Weiyuan Town, a small village under Jiang City. Decades ago, it was destroyed by a beast tide and became a ruin. Although the army took it back later, since it was already a ruin and not worth rebuilding, it simply became a training ground for station troops. But every year on June 7th, this place would also be used as an exam site for the martial arts college entrance exam. Of course, the beasts inside would not be arranged randomly like in normal troop training, but were decided by the examiners of Jiangnan province. All exam sites for the martial arts college entrance exam in cities under Jiangnan province used the same beast setup, ensuring absolute fairness. And the type and strength of beasts determined the difficulty of the exam. Usually, on the outskirts of the ruined town, strong beasts would not appear. Only common beasts like shadow cats and iron-haired boars. But in past exams, rare and powerful beasts like horned rhinos and blade-armed tigers had also appeared on the outskirts. This also meant the martial arts college entrance exam that year was harder than usual, with higher risk of death. So when people saw the horned rhino in the ruins through the barbed wire, many faces turned pale and cracked instantly. So what if it's a horned rhino? If you can't even deal with beasts like that, even if you manage to get into an ability university by luck, you'll never become anything great. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the crowd of students. The voices of the students were drowned out. A young man dressed in light cyan battle armor, resembling an ancient swordsman, holding a long sword in his hand. His own temperament also resembled that of a hero, open and sharp, his eyes, like an eagle's, gave off a strong sense of oppression. Many students, with anger in their eyes, turned around, ready to argue. But when they saw who it was, they immediately fell silent, too embarrassed to speak. This scene made Jingming feel strange. He turned to a tall student with a sword and shield on his back, and curiously asked, "Who is this person? Why does he sound so arrogant?" The tall student, named Lu Jia, had awakened a C-grade power, enlargement, which enhanced his body by more than twice its size. When using his power, his physical strength and abilities would significantly increase. In Class 5, apart from his close friend Zhang Hao, Jingming had the best relationship with him. Who else could it be? It's Zhou Yang from First High School's Qingfeng sword, Lu Jia said, pointing with his chin. Oh, it's him. Jingming suddenly understood. First High School in Jiangchang was the most prestigious school in the entire city, renowned for its rich educational heritage. It not only offered real classes for awakened powers but also occasionally arranged for practical battles with ferocious beasts. The students produced by the school were all exceptionally strong, and nearly all of the top 10 candidates in the Jiangchang Wushu College entrance exam came from First High. And Zhou Yang was one of the best students there. He possessed a B-grade elemental wind ability, Light Wind, which allowed him to summon wind blades and reduce air resistance, greatly increasing his speed and attack power. Light Wind was considered one of the top-tier abilities among all the awakened in Jiangcheng. Furthermore, Zhou Yang was one of the few candidates in Jiangcheng who had broken through from being an awakened to an ability user. Before the college entrance exam, he was a hot contender for the top spot at Jiangcheng Wushu College and had earned the title of Qingfeng Sword. Such a powerful ability user was naturally not someone ordinary students would dare provoke. Not bad, practicing the sword requires this kind of relentless momentum. The principal of First High School nodded in satisfaction as he witnessed the scene. Soon, all the students from over 40 buses entered the open space and lined up neatly according to their school and class. Each class was accompanied by its respective homeroom teacher. At this time, a middle-aged man dressed in military uniform walked up to the podium in front of the open space. The man was tall, with a long scar running down his right cheek. He simply swept his gaze across, and all the students, who were quietly talking, immediately fell silent. If Zhou Yang's gaze only gave a sense of pressure, then this officer's gaze was like that of a fierce beast, making people's hearts palpitate. He's definitely at least a second-tier ability user, Su Jingming silently thought. I am Wang Haiyang, the chief commander for this year's Jiangcheng Wushu College entrance exam. Before the exam begins, I will reiterate the key points. The exam will begin at 9 a.m. sharp and end at 9 p.m., lasting 12 hours. The exam will take place in the ruins town behind me, which is divided into the outer, middle, and core areas, just like the previous year's exams. The outer area is home to non-tiered ferocious beasts, the middle area has peak non-tiered and Tier 1 beasts, and the core area is filled with Tier 1 and higher beasts, with the most dangerous center housing Tier 1 high-level and Tier 2 beasts. Wang Haiyang's voice echoed across the open space. He didn't use a microphone, but his voice was clearly heard by every student. The outer, middle, core, and most core areas are like a math exam, where each area corresponds to a different level of difficulty. It's like the last question on a math test, specially intended for the top students to tackle. In the team, Su Jingming's mouth revealed a smile. If it were before, he would only dare to kill ferocious beasts in the outer regions at most. But now, he not only has the confidence to enter the core area, but he can even explore the most central region. Killing different types and levels of ferocious beasts can earn different points. The higher the level of the ferocious beast, the stronger its power, and the higher the points earned after killing it. However, everyone should also act according to their own abilities and choose the suitable area to kill the beasts. Alright, now we will begin distributing resources. Wang Haiyang waved his right hand from the podium, and several teams of soldiers walked out from the side, while a large truck came from afar. The truck's cargo door opened, revealing black tactical backpacks, one after another. As the soldiers distributed them, each examinee received a tactical backpack. Inside the backpack, there were 3 items. One was a smartwatch, used to track the number and type of ferocious beasts killed, accumulating points. At the same time, there was a map of a ruined town inside, confirming the location of the examinee. The other item was a compressed energy bar, with 3 in total, which could quickly restore physical strength when consumed. The last item was a safety ball, a silver-white metal ball. Once activated, it could create a high-voltage electric net around the user that ordinary ferocious beasts could not break through. Of course, once the safety ball was used, it meant the end of the exam in advance. Su Jingming put the smartwatch on his wrist, placed the 3 energy bars in the tactical backpack, carried it on his back, and hung the safety ball at his waist. In this way, when facing danger, he could activate the safety ball at the fastest speed to protect his life. Most other students also chose this way of equipping. However, even with the safety ball, it did not mean absolute safety. After all, during the fierce battle with the ferocious beasts, life and death could happen in an instant, and there might not even be time to use the safety ball. Chapter 8: The official start, the first killing. Each backpack contains a smartwatch, 3 energy bars, and a safety ball. Please examinees check carefully, if anything is missing, come to the podium to complete it quickly. After saying this, Wang Haiyang walked down from the podium. It was now 8:40, just over 20 minutes before the beginning of the martial arts exam. So, when Wang Haiyang left the podium, many students in the open area also relaxed. Are there any teams in need of a meat shield? I have a D-level enhancement ability, I can take hits and deal damage. Ah, this time the exam is too difficult. I can't team up if I wanted to, I have a C-level psychic ability that can somewhat stall the thinking of ferocious beasts. Does anyone want me in their team? Our team is lacking a violent output, anyone with D-level or above output ability can join us. The martial arts exam does not prohibit students from teaming up. Of course, the points earned from killing ferocious beasts in a team would be equally shared among all members, which is much less efficient than individual slaughter. Therefore, most people still choose to enter the exam point alone. But the unicorn rhinoceros they just discovered has already proven that this martial arts exam's difficulty would be quite extraordinary. As a result, candidates who originally did not plan to form teams also began to look for teammates now. Su Jingming, you probably haven't joined a team yet, right? Why not come to our team? Our team is just missing a supporting output, your lightning ability can be just what we need. In Class 5, a girl dressed in a silver-tight combat suit, outlining her graceful figure, walked up to Su Jingming. The girl was beautiful, wearing a faint smile on her face. For an ordinary student, receiving an invitation from such a beautiful girl would probably be a dream come true. However, Su Jingming's brows twitched. The girl, named Lin Qingyuan, was the monitor of Class 5 and also a kind-hearted person with a gentle personality. She was beautiful, with a great figure, and had a high reputation in Class 5. This gentle-hearted class monitor, upon learning that Su Jingming had lost both of his parents, would secretly offer help in daily class activities and study life. Lin Qingyuan believed she had done everything in a very discreet way, but due to her introverted and sensitive personality, she quickly noticed the difference. She even secretly thought that Lin Qingyuan had feelings for her. However, Su Jingming, who had traveled from another world, clearly understood that Lin Qingyuan's series of actions were simply because she had a kind heart. Now, the reason she invited him to join her team was the same. But my dear aunt, you should learn to read the situation. The martial arts college entrance exam, one exam determines life or death. No one wants an extra burden in their team, and when Lin Qingyuan invites me to join, the other members of the team will surely feel uncomfortable. Su Jingming glanced backward. Sure enough, when Lin Qingyuan extended her invitation to him, the faces of her other team members instantly turned a pig liver color. Class monitor, I'm planning to enter the exam room alone. You all can just form your team. Su Jingming shook his head. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Lin Qingyuan's innocence and kindness. Of course, just from this point of view, Lin Qingyuan's family must have protected her very well. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed such a personality. Is that so? Well, take care and stay safe in the exam room. Lin Qingyuan was about to continue persuading him, but seeing the seriousness in Su Jingming's eyes, she knew there was no point in further persuasion. With a sigh, she turned away in disappointment. At least this kid knows his place. In the class team, Lin Qingyuan's other team members also breathed a sigh of relief. In their small team, Lin Qingyuan was the captain, and they couldn't interfere with her decisions. But if they let Su Jingming, who only had E-level abilities, join the team, their entire team score would drop significantly. You rejected the beautiful class monitor's team invitation? Aiming, you're something. So many people would love to join her team. After Lin Qingyuan left, Lu Jie approached with a sly grin on his face. Stop it, you know our class monitor is just like that, always wanting to help the weak. Su Jingming rolled his eyes. So you know? I thought you took this as someone secretly liking you. Lu Jie acted surprised and responded, but speaking of which, are you really planning to enter the exam room alone? This martial arts college entrance exam is tough. With only E-level abilities, it might not be easy for you to go solo. But if you're willing to call me big brother, I can reluctantly help you out. Lu Jie shook his head dramatically. By the way, Lu Jie, just like Su Jingming, was once quiet and introverted. But ever since awakening his C-level abilities, he had become increasingly flamboyant. Although his words were obnoxious, Su Jingming knew Lu Jie was worried about him. What a good brother. Of course, Su Jingming could never show that in words. Ha, ridiculous. Do I still need your help? Su Jingming exaggeratedly sneered, revealing a mysterious smile. I'll tell you the truth, I'm not the same as before. Now, I'm a different person. This time, I'm aiming for the top spot in Jiangnan province. If you're willing to call me dad, then I'll reluctantly help you get into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. After saying this, Su Jingming, mimicking Lu Jie, dramatically shook his head. That's how male friendships are, competing to be the other's father. Top spot in Jiangnan province? You really can brag. How come I never noticed you were such a braggart? If Zhang Hao were here, he'd probably laugh his teeth off. Lu Jie widened his eyes, clicking his tongue in disbelief. TSK, these days, telling the truth doesn't even get believed anymore. The world has really gone downhill. Su Jingming shook his head inside. As Su Jingming and Lu Jie continued their teasing, time passed quickly. Soon, it was 9 o'clock sharp. Wow. Then, the gate to the ruined town was pulled open by soldiers, and Wang Haiyang stood on the podium, announcing. The 2037 Weapon Science College entrance examination of Jiangcheng officially begins. Candidates enter the exam room. As soon as he finished speaking, over 1,400 candidates moved into action. The Weapon Science College entrance examination has started. This time, I want to stand out. My goal is Jiangnan Abilities University. Carrying hopes and expectations for the exam, the candidates dressed in battle gear and holding weapons surged into the ruined town like locusts. Influenced by this atmosphere, Su Jingming also took down his long gun and laughed as he joined the flow into the town. The ruined town swallowed all the students like a gaping mouth of an abyss. The open space outside quickly became empty as well. Activate the ruins cameras and tracking drones, prepare to start the exam live broadcast. In the Great Xia Kingdom, martial virtues are abundant, and the live situation of the Weapon Science College entrance examination is broadcast every year. The battle situation is not only watched by the Education Bureau, school principals, and class teachers, but each school also arranges time for first-year and second-year students to watch. So, when the candidates all entered the exam room, tens of thousands of hidden cameras in the ruined town activated simultaneously. At the same time, more than 50 military drones took to the sky, tracking those star candidates who already had some fame before the college entrance examination. Soon, images were projected across the sky above the open space. Principals, class teachers, and people from the Education Bureau of various high schools were also chatting as they entered the audience seats. The ruined town, though a small village under Jiangcheng, covers an enormous area. Over 1,400 candidates entered, and except for a bit of congestion at the entrance. As they continued to delve deeper, it was like a drop of water falling into the ocean, causing not a ripple. Moreover, the ferocious beasts are also intelligent creatures. So when so many candidates entered the ruins, these beasts not only did not launch an immediate attack, but instead hid away. Thus, each team, as well as lone wanderers, acted on their own, heading deeper into the ruined town. Jingming from first high school, upon entering the exam room, immediately used his abilities. Harnessing the swift wind to reduce air resistance, he then dashed out like a cheetah. Jingming also chose a direction, walking down with his long gun in hand, while activating the smartwatch on his wrist. Immediately, a blue virtual screen was projected from the smartwatch, appearing in front of Jingming with a row of black text. Please have the candidates authenticate their identity on the smartwatch. The technology on Blue Star has developed far more advanced than in the past, and virtual projections like this are already a mature technology. Jingming was not surprised, extending his left thumb to press on the smartwatch screen. Fingerprint verification in progress. Verification successful. The candidate is Jingming from Jiangcheng Second High School, Class 5 of Senior 3, registration number 2037-214-7849. Jingming's identity information appeared on the virtual projection. At the same time, two small boxes popped up in the upper right corner, the first box showing his score information. Name, Jingming. Class, Jiangnan Second High School, Class 5 of Senior 3. Score, 0. The second box showed the score rankings for the Jiangcheng Weapons Science College entrance examination. First, Zhou Yang, 7 points. First High School of Jiangcheng. Second, Li Yuan, 5 points. First High School of Jiangcheng. Third, Zhao Hu, 4 points. First High School of Jiangcheng. 874th, Jingming, 0 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. No wonder it's the first high school, they killed the beasts so quickly. Shaking his head, Jingming clicked on the map option on the virtual screen. Before him, the virtual screen displayed the map of the ruined town. The map was an irregular circle, marked with different colors to indicate different areas. The outer area was marked in green, the middle area in yellow, the core area in red, and the most central area in a deeper shade of dark red. The white light that represented Jingming himself was at the edge of the map. There's still quite a distance from the outskirts to the core, so let's head straight into the core area. Jingming adjusted his direction and set off towards the red area on the map. He hadn't walked far when he was blocked by a fierce beast the size of a leopard. This fierce beast had fur as black as ink, but its vertical pupils were a light orange. If one ignored the fangs in its mouth and the sharp claws stained with dark red blood on its paws, it was a remarkably beautiful creature. Fierce beast, shadow cat. Jingming, who was well versed in the fierce beast guide, immediately recognized the identity of this beast. This was a type of fierce beast very common in the wilderness area. Of course, being common did not mean that the shadow cat was an easy beast to deal with. On the contrary, it meant they had excellent adaptability. Agile speed, sharp claws and teeth, and a biting force of over 1,000 kilograms. Many candidates had fallen prey to the shadow cat. Roar! Upon spotting a human, the shadow cat let out a bloodthirsty low growl, then pounced towards Jingming. The fresh scent of blood and flesh excited its taste buds, further increasing its speed. Generally speaking, awakeners battling fierce beasts for the first time would be flustered and unaware of it. However, Jingming, encountering the shadow cat for the first time in reality, remained calm. Soon, the shadow cat was within 3 meters of Jingming, then it leaped up. Raising its claws, it aimed for Jingming's head and swung down with force. One must know that the claws of a fierce beast are comparable to metal alloys. If hit, Jingming's entire head would explode like a watermelon. It seemed that the shadow cat anticipated this scene, as a trace of human-like excitement appeared on its fierce face. But the next moment, a black shadow flashed by. The entire shadow cat was pierced through the throat by a sharp gun barrel, nailed in midair. Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from the severed artery in the shadow cat's neck. Killed one non-stage fierce beast, shadow cat. Ability points +3. Chapter 9, Advanced Marksmanship. Swift as thunder. Why are fierce beasts dubbed fierce? It's not only because these creatures are inherently brutal, but also because fierce beasts possess a special fierce aura. This fierce aura, when applied to humans, is akin to a professional killer who takes lives without a second thought. Ordinary people, when encountering such a professional killer, can feel chills just from a glance. Fierce beasts have this kind of special aura. Thus, most awakeners who fight fierce beasts for the first time often find it hard to unleash even a third of their strength under the pressure of this aura. Some even become completely stiff, forgetting how to attack, use abilities, or wield weapons. Therefore, before the martial arts college entrance examination, Families with a bit of background will hire professional ability-wielding bodyguards to escort their children into the wilderness area, allowing them to adapt to battles with fierce beasts in advance. Su Jingming naturally did not have such conditions. Thus, before the martial arts college entrance examination, he had considered whether he would have any negative reactions when truly facing a fierce beast. However, after encountering the shadow cat, he had no response to the fierce aura of these beasts whatsoever. He could even, as if it were a normal day, accurately calculate the trajectory of the shadow cat's leap and then shoot it dead. I heard that awakeners fighting fierce beasts for the first time need to go through several battles to overcome the fear of confronting such fierce creatures. But there are also those who are naturally insensitive to this aura. It seems I am such an exception. Su Jingming suddenly yanked with his right hand, using the momentum to pull the black gun out from the shadow cat's neck. With a bang, the shadow cat's corpse fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This shadow cat probably has never seen a weapon like a long gun. Daring to jump up like that is just asking for death. Unlike the clumsy iron-haired pig and the arm-blade tiger, the shadow cat is nimble, with a terrifying running speed of 17 meters per second. When facing those two beasts, the awaken can at least run if they can't win. If they encounter a shadow cat, they won't even be able to run, they will only be hunted down and killed. Thus, the shadow cat has been given the title of newbie killer. Under normal circumstances, without using any abilities and relying solely on his physical strength, Su Jingming could hardly achieve a one-shot kill. Especially since he had almost no experience fighting beasts. But the shadow cat made a fatal mistake. It jumped and attacked with its claws. If it faced an awakened one using a long sword or a big knife, this move might still work. After all, when the long sword or big knife can hit the shadow cat's sharp claws can already reach the awakened one. But Su Jingming's black shining gun is a full 2 meters and 1 centimeter long. The longer the inch, the stronger the strength. So, while the shadow cat was still in the air and hadn't entered the attack range, Su Jingming pierced it with his gun, killing it. Also, if it weren't for the system prompt, I almost forgot that killing beasts can earn ability points. Looking at the newly added 3 ability points on the system panel, Su Jingming felt a surge of excitement. This means that if he gains enough ability points in the upcoming battles, his strength can further improve. However, the ability points gained from killing a non-ranking beast are too few, so I need to hurry to the central area. Similar to awakened ones, beasts are also divided into 9 levels from 1st to 9th rank. Beasts below the 1st rank are called non-ranking beasts, corresponding to human awakened ones. Without experience in fighting beasts, Su Jingming originally planned to adapt more in the outer areas first. Since he didn't react much to the aura of the beasts, staying longer in the outer areas wouldn't be very meaningful. So, Su Jingming raised his black shining gun and charged toward the central area of the ruined town with all his might. Compared to Zhou Mingyang, who mastered elemental wind abilities, Su Jingming's speed wasn't very fast. But during his charge, he continuously killed beasts as well. Killed a non-ranking beast, iron-haired pig, ability points plus 5. Killed a non-ranking beast, shadow cat, ability points plus 3. Killed a non-ranking beast, unicorn rhino, ability points plus 6. In the battles against the beasts, Su Jingming did not use his abilities. On one hand, he wanted to hone his shooting skills and gain more battle experience. After all, using the S-level purple sky divine thunder on these non-ranking beasts would only lead to a one-shot kill, which wouldn't help in honing his skills. On the other hand, the rarer the ability, the greater its consumption when used. Su Jingming's originally level ability, weak electricity, could last for more than 3 hours when fully unleashed. But after switching to the S-level ability, purple sky divine thunder, when fully unleashed, it might not even last for an hour. Keep in mind, the martial arts college entrance exam lasts a full 12 hours. If he exhausted his abilities in the earlier period, upon entering the core area and facing mid or high-ranked beasts, Su Jingming would have no other means of attack. So, he could only refrain from using his abilities for now and wait until he enters the core area to use them. Additionally, after each battle, Su Jingming could feel his improvement. These battles stacked together, causing his combat awareness and shooting skills to improve at an astonishing speed. Especially his shooting skills, which became smoother the more he used them, reaching a feeling of freedom. And this was something he had never experienced before. Has my marksmanship silently reached a breakthrough? On the rundown old path, a beast's corpse lay at Su Jingming's feet. This beast was as large as a small car, with sharp, knife-like horns and massive limbs, its skin a dark brown. Even in death, it still radiated a powerful, fierce aura. This was the beast most feared by candidates, the unicorn rhinoceros. The unicorn rhinoceros had gaping wounds the size of bulls all over its body, with the fatal blow coming from its head. The pitch-black spearhead of the obsidian spear violently pierced through its eye socket and into the brain, destroying the most critical neural centers. The unicorn rhinoceros was naturally dead beyond any doubt. Puff! As the spear was pulled out, some red and white matter was brought out from the rhinoceros's head. Ordinary people facing such a scene might throw up on the spot if they had a weak stomach. However, Su Jingming's expression remained calm. he even opened his system panel on the spot. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 141 Vitality, plus. Mentality, 160 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Intermediate plus, Thunderbolt Windbreak, Beginner plus. Ability points, 213. Indeed, my marksmanship has reached Intermediate. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but sigh. In this case, it seems that practical combat significantly enhances strength. His prior self had practiced marksmanship for over 6 years and was still only at the beginner level. Yet, after just a few dozen battles with ferocious beasts, he had elevated his marksmanship to intermediate. While there was certainly an element of accumulated skill, this still illustrated the importance of real combat. With intermediate marksmanship, I feel like I can shoot at will. What would happen if I further upgraded my marksmanship? More than 3 hours had passed since the martial arts college entrance exam began. Throughout this time, although Su Jingming hadn't actively sought them out, he had encountered over 40 ferocious beasts. Among these were lower-level shadow cats and higher-level blade tiger and unicorn rhinoceros. Each time he killed a beast, he gained some ability points. But he hadn't paid close attention to the total amount he had gained. Looking now, he was surprised to find he had accumulated 213 ability points, enough to upgrade his skills. 213 ability points is just the beginning. Once I enter the central area and use the Purple Sky Divine Thunder to kill beasts, the speed of accumulating ability points will be even faster. Since that's the case. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming could not resist the temptation and directly clicked the plus sign next to his marksmanship. In an instant, countless skills related to marksmanship flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. This infusion of memory was not fleeting like a movie, or one forgets shortly after watching. It was as if Su Jingming had truly practiced marksmanship for decades. After the marksmanship memory infusion was complete, Su Jingming suddenly drew his spear. In the next moment, within just 1 second, the obsidian spear stabbed out 4 times in the air. Like black lightning, swift and perilous. Chapter 10, Su Jingming, in the top 50, I must be seeing wrong? On the old street, the obsidian spear made of F-grade alloy danced in Su Jingming's hands like a black dragon, agile and swift. Sizzle. When Su Jingming abruptly stopped his swings, the spearhead, transitioning from extreme motion to perfect stillness, suddenly heated up due to the intense friction with the air, producing a swirl of steam. With just this marksmanship, I could kill a first-level beast. Su Jingming had initially thought marksmanship didn't compare to the foundational attributes of physique and mentality. However, with the help of the Deep Blue system and by truly attaining advanced marksmanship, he realized just how wrong he was. With marksmanship raised to advanced level, his shooting speed was more than twice as fast as before. Furthermore, he grasped all sorts of spear techniques, able to find ways to counter any kind of enemy. It could be said that even against a first-level beast with several times the physique strength than him, under such shooting skills, one would only be played to death. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. Upgrading the shooting skills to advanced cost him 200 ability points, leaving only 13 ability points on the panel. It's a pity I don't have enough ability points, otherwise, I really want to see how terrifying a master-level shooting skill would be. Shaking his head, Su Jingming opened the map. The white dot representing him was already located at the edge of the green outer area, not far from the central yellow area. In about half an hour, I'll be able to enter the central area, which is filled with peak non-transitional fierce beasts and first-tier fierce beasts. There, my speed of harvesting ability points will be much faster. The former Weiyuan town, now a ruin, was built decades ago but is not much different from modern cities. The buildings are all made of concrete and are also divided into urban and suburban areas. Su Jingming was currently in a community in the suburban area of the ruined town. After experiencing the invasion of fierce beasts and the erosion of time, the entire community appeared very dilapidated. In the 6-story apartment building, more than half were in a collapsed state, and those that hadn't collapsed were also severely weathered. The stone pavement under his feet was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate scene. When Su Jingming put away the black shining gun and prepared to turn away, at the end of the road across from him, several other candidates appeared. This was a group of 5, 3 girls and 2 boys. At the forefront was a tall girl wearing silver-white battle attire. This girl, who had invited Su Jingming to join her team before entering the examination hall, was the leader of Class 5, Lin Xingyuan. Su Jingming? Lin Xingyuan, on the opposite side, also noticed Su Jingming, and with surprise, she quickly walked over with her long strides. Most female battle attire is relatively tight-fitting, creating a slimming effect. Lin Xingyuan's outfit was no exception, the skin-tight silver-white battlesuit outlining her curvy figure. The legs wrapped beneath the battlesuit appeared particularly long and toned as she walked. Team leader. On the road before this, Su Jingming had encountered other candidates. But these candidates were either from different schools or different classes. This was his first time running into a classmate, so a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Wow, I didn't expect to run into you here. Did you come here by yourself? Lin Qingyuan looked around and, not seeing anyone else, curiously asked. As for the 4 teammates behind her, they were somewhat surprised to see Su Jingming alone. Generally speaking, E-level ability awakeners would be eliminated within 1 or 2 hours after the martial arts examination began. And now it was already past noon, 3 hours since the martial arts entrance exam started. How was it that Su Jingming not only had no issues but had made it this deep? It's easier alone. Su Jingming nodded in response to Lin Qingyuan's question, not hiding the truth. Impressive. Lin Qingyuan's beautiful eyes lit up, giving a thumbs up. We all needed Xiao Qiao's help to get here. In the team behind her, a petite girl shyly nodded. This girl named Xiao Qiao had awakened a supporting D-level ability, swift movement, which could somewhat enhance her and her teammates' movement speed. It was precisely because of Xiao Qiao that Lin Qingyuan's team managed to run this far. I was lucky, the fierce beasts I encountered along the way weren't too strong. In response to Lin Qingyuan's beaming smile, Su Jingming was unusually chatty. After all, in this place filled with fierce monsters, what could be more pleasing than seeing a beautiful girl? After chatting a bit more with Lin Qingyuan, Su Jingming then decided to take his leave. Team leader, time is tight. Let's talk after the exam. Go ahead, I wish you a good score. Lin Qingyuan also knew this was a crucial time during the martial arts college entrance exam, so she did not stop him. I never thought Su Jingming could come this far. It turns out he signed up for the martial arts entrance exam with his own considerations. From Lin Qingyuan's perspective, Su Jingming, who lost his parents at a young age, was also a pitiful person. If he had died during the martial arts exam, it would have been an even greater misfortune. Now seeing Su Jingming doing well, she breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, come quick. This unicorn rhinoceros seems to have just died not long ago. A shout drew Lin Qingyuan's attention. She saw several others gathered around the unicorn rhinoceros's corpse, discussing animatedly. The blood from the wounds hasn't dried, indicating the time of death should be in the last few minutes. There are many wounds on the body, but the fatal one is on the head. From the shape of the wounds, it seems like they were caused by a long weapon. It looks a bit like a spear. Lin Qingyuan's team had already seen the unicorn rhinoceros corpse but hadn't paid much attention, assuming it was killed by a previous team of candidates. However, upon closer inspection, they realized the unicorn rhinoceros had not been dead for long, and all its wounds seemed to be caused by a spear. You don't mean to say this unicorn rhinoceros was killed by Su Jingming, do you? One of the boys said with a strange expression. The unicorn rhinoceros is a tough beast. They dared to challenge it only because they were 5 people. If someone with E-level abilities could kill a unicorn rhinoceros alone, they would absolutely not believe it. Whether Su Jingming killed it or not, can't we just check his score ranking? A boy opened his smartwatch and quickly found Su Jingming's name in the score rankings. 46th place, Su Jingming, 256 points. Zhang City No. 2 High School. Su Jingming, 46th place? What the hell? Has he rushed into the top 50? I must be seeing things. Seeing this ranking, the boy was first stunned, then vigorously rubbed his eyes. Confirming he wasn't mistaken, he looked as if he had seen a ghost, exclaiming in surprise. What do you mean 46th place? Did you find Su Jingming's ranking? The remaining team members all came closer. After seeing Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual screen, their expressions also turned completely shocked. Even team leader Lin Qingyuan couldn't help but widen her eyes, her expression adorably stunned. The others simultaneously felt a doubt arise. What the hell, can an E-level ability awakener be this powerful nowadays? Chapter 11, Su Jingming hides his strength? The curious class teacher. The first place, Zhoming Yang, has a score of 412. It seems he has already begun a slaughter in the middle region. His agile wind for travel is indeed great, his speed is unmatched even in the martial arts college entrance exam of a provincial capital. Speaking of which, Principal Liu is impressive, almost all of the top 10 are from your school. On the open ground outside Ruins Town, there were 10 huge projection screens. These were tracked and filmed by military drones, currently showcasing the top 10 candidates by score. Under these 10 giant projection screens, there were thousands of smaller projection screens densely packed. Those were filmed by fixed cameras placed in Ruins Town and would only be enlarged to the main projection when needed. Next to the projection screens was a ranking list, detailing each candidate's scores and ranking information. On the temporary audience stand set up below the projection screens, officials from the Education Bureau and principals and teachers from various schools were commenting on the ranked students. Among them, a middle-aged man in a suit with short hair was the focus of discussion. He was Liu Hang, the principal of Zhang City No. 1 High School. Among the top 10 in the martial arts ranking list, besides the only student from the 3rd high school. The students are all from the 1st high school. Zhou Yang is our ace in Jiangcheng. He should make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province for this national martial arts exam. In the front row of the audience, a short and stout middle-aged man nodded slightly as he looked at Zhou Yang, who was dominating the screen. His name is Zhang Wenshan, the director of the Jiangcheng Education Bureau. It's been many years since Jiangcheng produced a student who made it to the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Next to the Education Bureau director, Lu Hang, the principal of the first high school, also sighed. Jiangnan province is a populous province in the Great Xia Kingdom, with 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. Jiangcheng is located in the far northern part of Jiangnan province, where resources are scarce, and economic development is among the bottom in the 24 cities. Because of this, the education funds allocated by the provincial capital, Ning'an City, are very limited each year. As a result, Jiangcheng has not performed well in the national martial arts exam for a long time. The best historical performance was about 7 or 8 years ago when someone awakened an A-grade ability and made it into the top 100 in Jiangnan province. Several years have passed, and although Jiangcheng has seen the rise of more A-grade ability users, no one has made it to the top 100 since then. But this year, Zhou Yang has given them hope once more. I have always been quite satisfied with the education at your first high school. Director Zhang Wenshan nodded. Also, the third high school is doing well, they finally have someone in the top 10. However, the second high school is lacking a bit, with the best score only ranking 18th. The first high school is the best middle school in Jiangcheng. The second and third high schools are much weaker in comparison. In past years, the top 10 spots in the National Martial Arts exam have always been monopolized by students from the first high school, with little to no presence from the second or third high schools. We indeed have a few students with quite good talent this year. The principal of the third high school wore an unstoppable smile on his face. In contrast, the principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, looked a bit embarrassed. In previous years, the second high school usually overshadowed the third high school. This year's situation seems to be the opposite. But this year, our high school's performance seems to really not be very good. Principal Zhao Yao searched the score rankings for a long time and discovered that only 8 students from the second high school appeared in the top 50. Li Ming, Yang Jian, Tang Zhu, they are all from the elite class, but who is this Su Jingming? I've never seen this name before. The results of the National Martial Arts exam directly determine the allocation of educational funds for each school. Therefore, Zhao Yao was somewhat familiar with the outstanding students in his school. However, he had never heard of the name Su Jingming. Maybe he's a hidden student from another parallel class, I'll ask the class teachers later. To this, Zhao Yao didn't pay much attention. After all, with so many students in the second high school, it wouldn't be surprising if a few had hidden their abilities. Principal Zhao Yao didn't care much, but in the back row, the homeroom teacher of class 5 from the second high school, Chen Fan, was stunned. He was very clear about Su Jingming. He was just an E-grade ability user, how could he make it into the top 50? And now, the highest ranking in their entire class 5 was Su Jingming. It was simply unbelievable. Could it be that he hid his true strength? But no matter how he hides it, an E-grade ability is still an E-grade ability. Can it suddenly become an S-grade ability? So how did he achieve such a high score? Homeroom teacher Chen Fan was completely puzzled. The National Martial Arts exam is genuinely a face-to-face battle with fierce beasts, there's no way there could be any cheating. Unfortunately, the main screen above only displayed the top 10 students, while below, thousands of fixed cameras captured everything. The view was so blurred, one couldn't see clearly. Chen Fan wanted to find Su Jingming's image within it, but it was simply impossible. Unable to see the image, he didn't know how Su Jingming managed to get such high scores from the homeroom teacher, Chen Fan. It was like a little kitten smelling catnip but unable to taste it, feeling a restless itch. In the ruins of the small town, after half an hour of rushing, Su Jingming finally entered the central area. Roar! Awu! Compared to the outer area, there were obviously more fierce beasts in the central area. While walking on the road, Su Jingming could hear the roars and howls of fierce beasts in the distance. The air seemed to be filled with a breath of blood and violence. Crack! Su Jingming held a long spear, with a nutrition stick in his mouth, while his battle boots stepped on a broken plastic basin by the roadside. The once resilient plastic, after decades of wind and rain, had become as crispy as a fried noodle, shattering into pieces with a light step. While walking, Su Jingming observed the surrounding environment. The former Weiyuan town, which was the precursor of the ruined small town, had a population of nearly 100,000 people. When the fierce beasts broke through the city's defenses, many people hadn't had time to evacuate, and almost 50 or 60,000 people perished in the mouths of the fierce beasts. In the outer suburbs, there were not many particular traces. But once entering the area equivalent to the urban area of the ruined small town, one could see the dried dark red bloodstains on the ground and the abandoned cars that hadn't had time to escape. Along with a few human skeletons that had not yet decayed, it revealed the bloodshed and cruelty of that year. Chapter 12, Carnage, Harvesting Ability Points. The urban area is the place where the population is most concentrated and also where the fierce beasts caused the most severe damage that year. Of course, also because of this, the buildings in the urban area appeared more dilapidated than those in the suburbs. Wherever Su Jingming looked, there were hardly any intact buildings. The Great Xia Kingdom uses actual combat as the assessment method for military science college entrance examinations. This not only tests strength but also likely shows the awakened ones the powerful destructive force of fierce beasts. The Great Xia Kingdom has done an extreme job protecting its citizens. Except for some unfortunate citizens whose cities were attacked by fierce beasts. Most other citizens may even go their entire lives without seeing a fierce beast in reality. For ordinary people, this approach poses no problem. But to cultivate ability users, the earlier they recognize the brutality of fierce beasts, the better. Roar. While Su Jingming was thinking, a low, rumbling roar sounded as a fierce beast jumped out from the ruins. Its appearance resembled a tiger, but it was at least a circle larger, with a mix of yellow and green fur. What was most eye-catching was the bone knife-like growth on its forearm. Clearly made of bone, yet it seemed to gleam like metal. Behind it, there was a whip-like tail hanging down to the ground. First-tier fierce beast, blade-armed tiger. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes slightly. Similar to the shadow cat, the blade-armed tiger is also a relatively common fierce beast. The method to determine the level and strength of a blade-armed tiger is simple. One only needs to observe the length of the bone knife on their forearm. If it is shorter than 20 centimeters, it is classified as unranked, while if it is longer than 20 centimeters, it is a ranked fierce beast. The blade-armed tiger before Su Jingming had a bone knife on its forearm that was about 22 to 23 centimeters long, marking it as a low-tier first-tier fierce beast. Compared to the unranked blade-armed tigers Su Jingming encountered before, this fierce beast exuded a much stronger atmosphere. In its pair of amber-colored eyes, there was a surging bloodthirst. Looks like I'm lucky, I encountered a first-tier fierce beast right after entering the central area. Draining the remaining liquid from the nutrient stick, Su Jingming felt a renewed sense of fullness in his abdomen, and a smile crept across his lips. Perfect timing to test my marksmanship with you. He casually tossed aside the energy stick and, instead of retreating, charged forward with his black shining spear towards the blade-armed tiger. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The black spear dragged along the broken cement road, accompanied by a harsh friction sound, sparking all around. As a first-tier fierce beast, this arm-blade tiger had already developed some intelligence. Seeing such a weak human before it daringly take the first attack against itself, the already brutal arm-blade tiger let out an angry roar. Roar! Then, its massive body charged at Su Jingming like a tank, ignoring its gaping maw and sharp bone blades. Just its colossal size was enough to render most candidates helpless. However, Su Jingming showed no fear, with not a hint of panic in his eyes. With a forceful grip, the black spear dragged along the ground was swung up like a windmill. Then, it thrust sharply towards the arm-blade tiger. Su Jingming had a health value of 140 points, his physique stronger than most candidates. Now, with his marksmanship at an advanced level, the speed of his thrust was several times faster than before. Thus, facing this seemingly lightning-fast thrust. With a plop, the first-tier arm-blade tiger barely had time to react before a large hole appeared in its abdomen. This hole was extremely deep, piercing through its thick fur and skin, and through the spilling blood, one could see its writhing organs. Ah whoa! Ordinary creatures, suffering such a heavy blow, would have lost the ability to move. However, the arm-blade tiger merely let out a pained howl, and then, as if provoked, it lunged forward crazily. Truly a first-tier fierce beast, its vitality is tenacious. Without using any special abilities, Su Jingming did not expect this strike to take it out outright. He then brandished the black spear, entering into combat with the arm-blade tiger. With the help of advanced marksmanship, the black spear was waved by Su Jingming like a swimming dragon. Each thrust left a new hole on the arm-blade tiger's body. Due to its length, the arm-blade tiger was unable to land any effective attack on Su Jingming. And so, in less than a minute, this first-tier fierce beast, capable of killing 99% of candidates in the arena, was slain by Su Jingming. Its body, riddled with holes, collapsed with a thunderous crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Su Jingming, however, was unscathed, not even a drop of blood staining his battlesuit. This was the cunning of the spear. With insufficient strength, it could be killed on the spot, not even being able to touch the opponent's clothes. Kill one first-tier arm-blade tiger, ability points plus 10. With the death of the arm-blade tiger, the system notification sounded. The ability points gained from killing a first-tier fierce beast are almost double that of killing a non-tier fierce beast. Su Jingming's eyes brightened. In that case, I must hurry to kill fierce beasts and collect ability points. He put the black spear behind him and without a moment's pause, rushed towards the area where the roars of fierce beasts sounded most densely. According to the strength of fierce beasts, the ruined town is divided into 4 areas, the outer, middle, core, and most core areas. Most candidates' strengths were only enough to operate in the outer area. Only a small number of candidates dared to enter the middle area. The core area made even the top students from Class Rocket in Jiang City hesitate. As for the most core area where second-tier fierce beasts exist, almost no one in Jiang City could venture there. That was a place only geniuses from provincial capital cities dared to step into. Naturally, Su Jingming, possessing the S-Class Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, also held this qualification. However, due to the limited duration of his ability, Su Jingming decided to stay in the middle area for now. He planned to enter the core area in the last 2 hours. Of course, the real wilderness zone had no such division of strength into outer and middle areas. It was quite possible that while walking in the wilderness zone, a powerful beast suddenly emerged and swallowed you whole. Su Jingming knew very well that this was currently the only opportunity for him to gain a large amount of ability points. So, after killing the Armblade Tiger, he began searching for fierce beasts. After finding the fierce beast, Su Jingming didn't even need to use his abilities, he could directly kill it with his strong physique and advanced marksmanship. Find the fierce beast. Kill it. Earn ability points. Find the fierce beast. Kill it. Earn ability points. Throughout the process of killing fierce beasts for ability points, he also discovered a pattern: the acquisition of ability points was more strongly correlated with the strength of the fierce beasts. For example, the Shadow Cat and the Unicorn Rhinoceros, 2 types of fierce beasts. At the same level, one Unicorn Rhinoceros could handle 3 or 4 Shadow Cats at once. Because of this, killing a peak non-entry Unicorn Rhinoceros could yield the same ability points as killing a first-level Shadow Cat. However, this pattern had little impact on Su Jingming at the moment, he just needed to kill, that was all. And so, Su Jingming never took a moment to rest, either he was battling fierce beasts or on the way to find them. As the number of killed fierce beasts increased, the ability points on the system panel surged, and his scores in the martial arts college entrance exam soared as well. What Su Jingming didn't know was how much of a stir this scene caused outside. Chapter 13, which class is Su Jingming in? The martial arts college entrance exam would last a full 12 hours, with principals and homeroom teachers from each school present throughout. After all, the education bureau director was here, they couldn't leave midway. Additionally, since the results of the martial arts college entrance exam would be the standard for distribution of educational funds in the second half of the year, principals and teachers were also very concerned about the students' scores. Of course, due to the long exam duration, the military district would still provide lunch and dinner for the principals and teachers. Now, more than 4 hours had passed since the martial arts college entrance exam began, and it was now 1 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, most of the candidates in the exam room had started eating their first energy bar. Outside the exam room, the principals and teachers from various schools had finished lunch in the military cafeteria and were walking toward the audience seats. The first high school is still as strong as ever, almost all of the top 10 are their students. The first high school receives the most educational funds every year, their student quality is also the best in the entire Jiangcheng, so it's no surprise. That's true. By the way, our second high school is actually doing pretty well this year, with 8 people making it into the top 50, it used to be good if we had 5 or 6. But unfortunately, this year the third high school performed even better, making it into the top 10 and putting us in an awkward position. Among the teachers from Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, everyone was walking and discussing. The first high school had strong educational heritage, dominating the top rankings, so they weren't surprised. Their discussion focused on their own school and the third high school. By the way, teacher Sun, what's up with your class's Su Jingming? Why didn't we know there was such a person in your class before? Suddenly, someone mentioned Su Jingming and looked towards a middle-aged man in a black suit among the crowd. His name was Sun Yang, the homeroom teacher of the rocket class in the second high school. Su Jingming is not from our class. I was just about to ask you which class he's in. Rocket class homeroom teacher Sun Yang looked confused. Su Jingming is not from your class? Who else besides the rocket class students could be so powerful? The surrounding teachers were also taken aback, all inquiring about which class Su Jingming belonged to. After all, every school would reassign classes after students awakened their abilities, putting potentially strong and talented students into the rocket class. The second high school was no exception. It was precisely because of this that achieving good results in the martial arts college entrance exam was. Most are students from the rocket class, it's hard for students from parallel classes to appear. Old Chen, how is your class performing? A middle-aged man with a beard moved closer to teacher Chen Fan from class 5 at the back of the line, and before he could respond, he said immediately. Our class is doing quite well, the best students have already made it into the top 100. The best students in the second school are concentrated in the rocket class, which also means that students who can get into the top 100 from other parallel classes are considered excellent. Oh, that's pretty good. Chen Fan glanced at him and replied indifferently. This middle-aged man is Li Jun, the class teacher from class 4 next door. A few years ago, they had some conflicts over certain issues, and their relationship isn't very good. In the following years, Li Jun has openly and covertly opposed him, making them rivals. It's alright. Seeing his old rival Chen Fan's calm reaction, a smug look appeared on Li Jun's face. But this year, I'm afraid my award for the college entrance examination will be a bit more than yours. In order to promote the academic atmosphere, the bonuses for class teachers are directly tied to the scores of the students in the college entrance examination. If there are students from the class who enter the top 100 in Jiangcheng, the bonus he can receive after the exam will be at least over 10,000. In a small city where a class teacher's monthly salary is only a little less than 6,000, a bonus of 10,000 is already quite good. Old Chen pretended to be calm, but at this moment, he was probably enviously wishing to die inside, right? Just when Li Jun was feeling secretly pleased, Chen Fan's voice rang out again. Oh really? Then you might be disappointed. Our class is performing well too, someone has reached the top 50. Top 50? Old Chen, are you joking? Those are all from the rocket class, how could anyone from your class reach such a high ranking? Li Jun reflexively retorted, his expression disdainful. Wait a minute. However, he quickly realized, his eyes widening in surprise, could it be that Su Jingming is from your class? Compared to Li Jun's shock, Chen Fan's reaction was much calmer, he simply nodded lightly. Su Jingming is from your class, so when they just asked about Su Jingming's class, why didn't you answer? Li Jun still found it hard to believe. Did they? Perhaps I didn't hear it. Chen Fan replied, feigning confusion. Damn. What do you mean you didn't hear? You were just doing it on purpose. Good grief, you were just waiting for me here all along. Watching Chen Fan pretend to be calm, looking as if everything was fine, Li Jun really wanted to punch him in the face. However, the next words from the other side almost made him want to spit blood from anger. Su Jingming only made it to the top 50, that's nothing much. The highest from the rocket class has reached 18th place. What do you mean only the top 50? The bonus for the top 50 is over 20,000. Besides, can you, a parallel class, compare to the rocket class that gathers all the school elites? Li Jun's heart was roaring madly. To know that all these years, the most outstanding student he nurtured only achieved 64th place in the college entrance examination. It seems that teacher Chen has cultivated an extraordinary student. Li Jun took several deep breaths to barely calm his emotions, forcibly congratulating with a sour attitude. It's alright, it's all thanks to Jingming's hard work, it doesn't have much to do with me. Watching his old rival get so worked up, Chen Fan, although still appearing humble, was already overjoyed inside. Let you show off, this time, you've taken a hit. In the past, Li Jun always pressed him down, this time, he finally got back at him. Thinking of this, Chen Fan felt secretly pleased. Su Jingming is actually from class 5? Teacher Chen Fan is such a good educator, among so many parallel classes, only your class has a student in the top 50. Later this year, we can have teacher Chen host a lecture to share teaching experiences. Upon learning that Su Jingming is a student from class 5, the surrounding teachers all began to congratulate him. Even the head teacher of the rocket class, Sun Yang, showed a friendly smile to Chen Fan. The top students had already been chosen by the rocket class, so being able to cultivate such a student in the parallel class shows that Chen Fan's teaching skills are indeed impressive. A group of teachers chatted and laughed, quickly returning to the audience seats. Class 5's head teacher, Chen Fan, sat down and immediately looked up at the virtual screen in the air, searching for Su Jingming's ranking. Soon, he found Su Jingming's name among the rankings. 32nd place, Su Jingming, 328 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. Ha! 32nd place? Seeing this ranking, teacher Chen Fan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he just in 46th place? How did his ranking rise by more than 10 places after just eating a meal? Just as he was puzzled, Su Jingming's name suddenly jumped, and when it appeared again, it was in another position. 25th place, Su Jingming, 372 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. This. Chen Fan's eyes widened in shock, what happened? How did Su Jingming's ranking shoot up so much? Chapter 14, Top 10. A gun like a dragon. More than 1,400 candidates participated in the Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination, so the rankings changing constantly is quite normal. But suddenly jumping over 10 ranks, or dropping more than 10 ranks, usually only occurs in the lower rankings. These people are of similar strength, once there is a slight change in points, their rankings can fluctuate by several places. However, candidates entering the top 50 are powerful, and the score gaps between them are relatively large. Even if there are ranking changes, it is usually only 1 or 2 places. Such a massive jump of over 10 ranks at once is extremely rare. Thus, not only did Chen Fan notice this moment, but other teachers from the second high school also discovered this situation and started discussing it. Hey, Su Jingming's ranking has risen, he's already charging to 25th place. What? 25th place? Is that real? We just went to eat and came back, how did the ranking change so dramatically? Is he really from the parallel class? That's too fierce. At this moment, on the Jiangcheng Martial Arts College entrance examination ranking list, a total of 9 students from the second high school made it into the top 50. Apart from the front ranks of 18th and 22nd, the highest rank from the second high school is Su Jingming at 25th place. The ranking jumped from 32nd directly to 25th, and the score increased from 328 to 372. At the front of the audience, Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school squinted his eyes. As a C-level psychic ability user, although only at the first tier, he could remember all the ranking information on the list. He paid special attention to the information of the second high school students. Naturally, the change in Su Jingming's score and ranking was clear to him, but even so, he still found it unbelievable. According to the scoring method of the Martial Arts College entrance examination, killing a peak unranked beast can earn 6 to 8 points. Killing a first-tier lower-level beast can earn 14 to 16 points. Moreover, the kill count on the smartwatch is updated approximately every 4 seconds. If Su Jingming jumped 44 points, it meant he killed either 5 peak unranked beasts or 3 first-tier lower-level beasts in just 4 seconds. But no matter which it was, it clearly showed Su Jingming's impressive strength. This strength might not compare to Zhou Mingyang and their first-tier teams, but it definitely ranks among the top 10. When did such a fierce student appear in our school? Principal Zhao Yao felt somewhat bewildered. According to the regulations of the Great Xiao Nation, principals of schools across the country, as well as directors and deputy directors of municipal education bureaus, must be above the first tier. Although Principal Zhao Yao had not seen Su Jingming's battle scenes, he could roughly gauge Su Jingming's strength just from the sudden changes in ranking. The other 2 principals and the education bureau director also noticed this. Principal Zhao, it seems your school still has some excellent students. This Su Jingming must not have shown his true strength earlier. With one strong push, the ranking immediately shot up. Director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, nodded slightly. Principal Zhao's student has nearly top 10 strength. Principal Liu Hang of the first high school also added. By the way, what kind of ability did your student awaken? I haven't heard anything before. Zhang Wenshan was a bit confused. A candidate with such strength shouldn't be unknown. To be honest, this student, Su Jingming, only suddenly burst onto the scene during today's college entrance exam. I have to ask his class teacher to find out his details. Teacher Chen, come here for a moment. In response to Director Zhang Wenshan's inquiry, Zhao Yao directly called over the class teacher, Chen Fan. So, under the envious eyes of many teachers from the second high school, Chen Fan sat down next to the principal. For Chen Fan, an ordinary class teacher, the director of the education bureau and the principals as ability users were definitely big shots. Faced with their gaze, his naturally confident demeanor felt a bit restrained. Principal, director, as far as I know, Su Jingming has only awakened an E-level ability, weak electric. E-level ability? Principal Zhao Yao frowned. Teacher Chen, are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Principal, I did not make a mistake. Before the college entrance exam, I even specifically reminded him not to participate in the martial arts exam. Chen Fan said with a bitter smile. In fact, as the class teacher, he also doubted whether the ability awakening registration back then was mistaken. Just an E-level ability can reach this point. It seems Su Jingming must have some other extraordinary talent. Director Zhang Wenshan pondered, it's a pity that without entering the top 10, we can't see his battle footage. The live streaming system for the Martial Arts College entrance exam runs on a program customized by the province, and even he cannot interfere. To find Su Jingming's figure among thousands of fixed cameras is like finding a needle in a haystack. Just wait, with his strength, he should soon break into the top 10. Although Su Jingming's situation was a bit special, as the director of the Education Bureau, he still had this patience. Then we can only wait. Principal Zhao Yao of the second high school also nodded and stopped Chen Fan, who wanted to return to his seat. By the way, Teacher Chen, you can sit here. Hearing this, Chen Fan's expression brightened. Not all teachers have the chance to be so close to directors and principals. As time slowly passed, the ranking of the Martial Arts College entrance exam was constantly changing. Among all these ranks, one name kept rising. 25th place, Su Jingming. 21st place, Su Jingming. 16th place, Su Jingming. 12th place, Su Jingming. 9th place, Su Jingming. In less than an hour, Su Jingming's ranking stormed into the top 10. Su Jingming made it. He really entered the top 10. Class teacher Chen Fan's face was excited. As just a parallel class teacher, he never dreamed that a student from his class could enter the top 10 of Jiang City. Into the top 10. Principal Zhao Yao also breathed a sigh of relief. If he had continuously been overshadowed by the third high school, it would be embarrassing for him as the principal. Now we can finally see what allowed Su Jingming to enter the top 10. Director Zhang Wenshan looked expectantly into the air, waiting for a moment when the virtual projection of the ninth place flickered. In its place was a vaguely tall young figure. The young man wore a black battlesuit, his expression resolute, and his eyes firm and bright. He held a black spear about 2 meters long, with a sharp and pointed spearhead. The bright red bloodstains on it added a fierce touch. Beneath the young man's feet lay several beast corpses that had lost their breath. Not far away, another fierce beast crouched back, afraid to come forward. Black clothing, long spear, fierce beasts. The entire scene combined various elements, overwhelming a strong and sharp aura came rushing in. Next moment. The youth moved, the gun shot out like a dragon, just in an instant. The remaining beast didn't even have time to react before being pierced through by the long gun. Chapter 15, Regret, Stronger Power Again. Hiss, that shot was so fast. So fast, it was like a flash of lightning. The speed of the shot is comparable to wind-type ability awakeners, but isn't he a lightning-type ability awakener? Seeing the projection of the black figure that instantly killed the shadow cat beast like lightning, the many teachers in the audience were shocked. Fast. Accurate. Deadly. This was their first impression of Su Jingming. Class 5's head teacher, Chen Fan, widened his eyes. Since the school arranges combat training courses, he basically knew the battle power of most students in his class. But in the practical class, Su Jingming's level could only be said to be mediocre, impossible to have the current standard. Good guy, to be able to hide this from me for so long. With such shooting skills, why not show them earlier? Why wait for the college entrance exam to shock everyone? But with such shooting skills, even with only an E-grade ability, he can indeed achieve a good result in the college entrance exam. Chen Fan nodded slightly. In that case, it seems my advice for him not to participate in the martial arts college entrance exam was unnecessary. A strong physique and fierce shooting skills. Principal Zhao Yao of number 2 middle school sighed, then shook his head. What a shame. Yeah, such a pity. Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau also felt some disappointment. A strong physique and weapon skills are indeed good advantages during the awakening period. But as levels increase, the advantages brought by physique and skills will gradually diminish. After all, ability users are still primarily reliant on their abilities to fight. If only he had a C-grade ability, combined with his physique and shooting skills, the top spot in Jiangcheng would definitely be his. Too bad he only has an E-grade ability. Zhang Wenshan couldn't help but feel regret again. Compared to the regret of the principal and director, Class 5's head teacher Chen Fan was more relieved. As long as he can maintain a position in the top 10 until the end of the college entrance exam, he will definitely enter a good university for ability users. Of course, even if Su Jingming doesn't kill any beasts from now on and ends the college entrance exam with such results, he can still enter an ability user university, just not as good. And such results, compared to his previous expectations of failing or even dying, is already countless times better. Kill a first-tier shadow cat, ability points +9. Inside the ruins town, Su Jingming, who had just killed a shadow cat, felt very pleased as he heard the notification sound in his mind. The beasts in the central area of ruins town were even more than he had imagined. He had just entered for a little over an hour and had already killed over 20 first-tier lower beasts, plus more than 10 peak non-tier beasts. Meanwhile, the ability points accumulated on his system panel had already reached 312 points. Not bad, killing beasts in the central area is indeed more efficient. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then heard the buzzing sound of a rapidly spinning propeller. A drone flew in from a distance, hovering 30 meters above his head. Tracking camera drone? Have I entered the top 10? Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his ranking. Rank 9, Su Jingming, 607 points. Jiangcheng Second High School. Indeed, I've entered the top 10. A smile appeared on Su Jingming's face. The presence of the camera drone meant that the battle process ahead would be known to the outside world. Even the subsequent use of his ability, the S-grade Purple Sky Thunder, would also be exposed. After all, the S-grade Purple Sky Thunder that he summoned was too remarkable to be disguised as a weak E-grade energy ability. Of course, Su Jingming had no intention of hiding. The martial arts college entrance exam is meant to test the strength of the candidates. Potential, the better the results in the martial arts college entrance examination, the more choice one has. Only a fool would give up earning more points to hide their powers. Su Jingming narrowed his eyes and opened his system information panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 141 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 160 Hz, plus. Skill, Marksmanship, Advanced, Lightning Gale Break, Beginner plus. Ability points, 312. Already more than 300 ability points, and my level still can't be upgraded? Su Jingming frowned when he couldn't find a plus sign behind his level. There could only be two possibilities for this situation. The first possibility is that the ability points required to evolve from awakener to ability user are too many. 300 ability points are still not enough. The second possibility is there is some condition for evolving from awakener to ability user, and until this condition is met, even the system cannot directly upgrade the level. To evolve from awakener to ability user, one needs to first learn the ability cultivation method. It seems that because I have not learned the ability cultivation method yet, I cannot level up. Su Jingming guessed to himself. The ability cultivation method is a basic requirement for awakener to advance to ability user. However, even the worst ability cultivation method costs over 1 million. With Su Jingming's financial situation, he naturally can't afford one. He thought that having the system would allow him to bypass this basic requirement, but now it seems he was wrong. But with my current combat power, I'm not much worse than a real ability user. Then let's wait until after the college entrance examination, get into ability user university, learn the ability cultivation method, and then become an ability user. Su Jingming didn't think much more. The most crucial thing now is how to use these 300 ability points. Currently, I can only improve basic attributes and combat skills. Since I won't be using combat skills for now, I'll directly enhance the basic attributes. After pondering for a moment, Su Jingming directly allocated all the ability points to the two main basic attributes. 200 points to physique, 112 points to spirit. Physique, 141181 vitality. Spirit, 160182 Hz. With the basic attributes enhanced, Su Jingming suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body, and his consciousness was clearer than ever before. The fatigue accumulated from traveling and continuous battles was all swept away in this moment. Awesome! Su Jingming laughed heartily and effortlessly danced a beautiful flower with his black sparkling spear. The speed and strength of his thrust were much stronger than before. With this physique, plus my advanced marksmanship, even a first-tier mid-level beast in the core area, I can easily kill it without using my powers. In this moment, Su Jingming was extremely confident in his strength. The beasts in the core area are stronger and more numerous. Since my strength has been enhanced again, there's no need to linger in the middle area, I will head directly to the core area. The spear trembled, and due to inertia, the fresh red blood that stained it was shaken off completely. Then, he slung the spear on his back and glanced at the map, heading toward the core area. With his enhanced physique, his speed was even faster than that of Zhou Mingyang, who had the wind-type ability, by a bit. And behind him, an aerial camera drone followed closely like a little bug. Chapter 16, Reactions from All Sides, The Beast Horde. In a ruined town, the central area. As the throat of a first-tier low-level shadow cat was cut by a sharp dagger, blood gushed out violently, and the beast collapsed. Behind, Tang Chi's slender figure holding a dagger slowly emerged. She was draped in a layer of dark purple cat-shaped energy, with a pair of cat ears on her head. She didn't intentionally control it, yet it looked very agile. An enhanced B-rank ability, Shadow Cat. During activation, it greatly increases her running speed, reaction speed, and attack power. And it was precisely because of this B-rank ability that, although only an awakener, she, in order to kill a first-tier fierce beast. Of course, she herself was also someone who practiced a special power cultivation method. Although she was still some distance away from transforming into a person with special powers, her physical fitness was already quite strong, so she wouldn't be too weak. However, killing a first-tier lower-level fierce beast was already the limit of her strength. And because of this, she only dared to roam in the middle area and didn't dare to venture into the core area where first-tier mid-level fierce beasts dwelled. In order to conserve her special power, after just killing a fierce beast, Tang Chi withdrew from her shadow cat form. The cat-shaped energy cloak surrounding her body disappeared, and the cat-shaped vertical pupils in her eyes quickly reverted to their original form. Rank 12, Tang Chi, 567 points, Zhengcheng first high. Opening her smartwatch, seeing her ranking, Tang Chi frowned. My ranking dropped by 1. She subconsciously looked upwards, wanting to see who had pushed her down. However, she didn't expect to see a familiar name in the 9th position. Su Jingming from second high, 607 points, 9th place? Tang Chi was slightly stunned and remained motionless for a while before finally regaining her senses. A tall figure with a long spear appeared in her mind. As expected, that blow from yesterday was yours, cousin Jingming. She hadn't doubted that the name on the ranking list and her cousin were merely namesakes. But they were both from the second high, and it was the same name. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Furthermore, the suspicion from yesterday at the Thunder Martial Arts School made her even more certain that the Su Jingming on the ranking list was indeed her cousin. But how did you, with only an E-level special power, manage to do all of this? A trace of curiosity flashed across Tang Chi's delicate face. It seems my cousin is not as honest as he seems. Damn, is a Ming really that strong? I should have called him Dad and clung to him earlier. On the outskirts of the ruins town, the giant-sized Lu Jia, now twice his normal size, looked at Su Jingming's ranking on the virtual projection and regretted deeply. Compared to the results of the martial science entrance exam, what was calling him Dad really worth? Su Jingming made it into the top 10. So powerful. In our second high, he's now the highest ranked. Since discovering Su Jingming's 46th place ranking, Lin Qingyuan's team had been keeping an eye on him. Seeing that Su Jingming had entered the top 10 now, everyone was filled with admiration. How on earth did this guy manage to do this? Su Jingming made it into the top 10, we must work harder and aim for the top 300. Looking at the ranking board, Lin Qingyuan's delicate face was full of emotion. Although they didn't know how Su Jingming had done it, they were different from him. Just entering the top 300 would already make them very satisfied. Before Su Jingming had entered the top 10, his rank hadn't been very noticeable. But once he entered the top 10, almost everyone in the exam hall noticed him. Some of those who knew Su Jingming reacted in different ways. However, he was unaware of any of this as he was rushing towards the core area with all his might. After strengthening his body, Su Jingming's running speed had increased significantly compared to before. Since his position in the middle area was not too far from the core area, it only took him a little more than 30 minutes to step into the core area on the map. The core area of Ruins Town was originally the most prosperous city center of Wei Yuan Town. Compared to the middle area, the buildings here were taller, and the once beautiful decorations on the building surfaces could still be faintly seen despite their decay. More importantly, the fierce beasts in the core area ranged from first-tier lower level to first-tier mid-level, with no non-tiered beasts anymore. Candidates who were confident enough to enter the core area were at least among the top 5 in Jiangchang. Of course, he was an exception. During his journey, he hadn't specifically sought out any fierce beasts, which was why in the past 30 minutes, only 4 or 5 fierce beasts have been killed. Ranking not only failed to improve but dropped to 10th place. As long as I can find a large group of fierce beasts, my ranking can quickly rise again. This time, I want to get first place all at once. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. Following the same strategy as before, he headed wherever the roars of fierce beasts were most concentrated. Roar! Aoo! In the ruined city, the roars of fierce beasts echoed, making it a paradise for beasts. Su Jingming listened carefully and ultimately chose to rush towards the southeast, where the roars of fierce beasts were the loudest and densest. Most candidates moved carefully within the examination area, afraid that too much noise would attract the attention of fierce beasts and lead to an attack. However, Su Jingming rushed through the city like a swift cheetah. The 50-kilogram gun on his back did not hinder his movements in the slightest. Su Jingming dashed down the broken road, the wind howling past his ears, and the scenery rapidly flashed by, where he could vaguely see 1 or 2 fierce beasts moving among the ruins. For these scattered fierce beasts, he didn't even have the desire to strike. Soon, the source of the densely echoing roars drew closer, with a rusty and broken bus blocking the end of the road. Yet, Su Jingming did not slow down at all. As he was about to crash into the bus, he pushed with his legs and leaped 5 or 6 meters high. Bang! Su Jingming's battle boots landed on the roof of the bus, and he looked down to see the scene below in full view. This was a fitness square, where, besides various broken fitness equipment, many fierce beasts were resting. There were so many fierce beasts that, besides blood, the air also mixed with a distinctive animal smell, causing Su Jingming to frown. 1, 2, 3. There are at least 10 fierce beasts here, and they are all blade-armed tigers. It seems I have encountered a group of blade-armed tigers. Fierce beasts are classified as social or solitary types, and blade-armed tigers belong to the social type. Ordinary candidates would detour when encountering such a group of fierce beasts. However, in Su Jingming's clear black and white eyes, there was a burning fighting spirit. This was exactly what he was looking for. To make the blade-armed tigers exhibit social behavior, there must be a dominant king to suppress everything. Su Jingming glanced at the center of the fitness square, where lay the half-eaten and bloody body of a unicorn rhinoceros. Next to that corpse, there was a blade-armed tiger king, much larger than the other blade-armed tigers. Its limbs were incredibly sturdy, and the bone blades on its forelegs were large and sharp. A mid-tier blade-armed tiger, it seems that it is the king of this fierce beast group. Su Jingming's mouth curled slightly upwards. If he kills all these fierce beasts, he will gain a lot of ability points. Chapter 17, The Aesthetic of Violence, Overbearing Marksmanship. Su Jingming stood at 1.86 meters tall. As he appeared on top of the bus, he immediately attracted the attention of the blade-armed tigers in the square. Except for the lazy blade-armed tiger king in the middle, the other 9 resting blade-armed tigers all stood up simultaneously. Their eyes gleaming with fierce light, they walked towards the bus. Their speed wasn't fast, but the oppressive feeling from 9 massive blade-armed tigers gathering together was terrifying. Because of this, beast groups are generally very difficult to deal with. You can say that these 9 blade-armed tigers would deter even high-tier fierce beasts from approaching recklessly. However, in the face of the 9 blade-armed tigers approaching him, Su Jingming felt no fear at all. He jumped down from the roof of the bus, landing with a thud on the ground. Roar! Accompanied by a low growl, the 9 blade-armed tigers, originally walking slowly, surprisingly split apart in a very human-like manner. Then, they charged towards Su Jingming from different directions. Indeed, this beast group led by a fierce beast has even learned a simple formation. With a firm grip, the black dazzling spear was already held in Su Jingming's hand. The bus was less than 30 meters away from the square, which was nothing for these first-level armed knife tigers. In the blink of an eye, the 9-head armed knife tigers rushed to within 5 meters of Su Jingming. However, these armed knife tigers did not all launch at once, but 5 of them dashed ahead first, leaping forward. 5 large armed knife tigers, crowded together, blocked all directions in front of Su Jingming. Behind him was an abandoned bus, leaving no way to retreat. This meant that at this moment, Su Jingming had nowhere to escape. Faced with this situation, Su Jingming's eyes remained resolute, and the 2-meter-1 black dazzling spear spun around like a giant windmill. The swirling black dazzling spear turned into a black phantom, as if it were a rapidly spinning propeller. At this moment, the armed knife tigers sensed something was wrong, but it was already too late. 5 armed knife tigers, completely unprepared, crashed into the rapidly rotating black dazzling spear. Puff! Puff! The sharp spearhead of the black dazzling spear, like a meat grinder, directly split the heads of the 5 armed knife tigers, causing blood to flow. Then, under the powerful impact, one of them fell backward. Although their heads sustained serious injuries, the 5 armed knife tigers did not die at once. Lying on the ground, they were clearly still breathing. Their pure physical strength is still a bit lacking. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. This windmill move relied solely on his physical strength, it was not a battle skill. If this move had been a battle skill combining physical strength and special abilities, those 5 beasts would have been instantly killed in that very moment. But it's okay, I just need to finish them off. Su Jingming charged again as the remaining 4 armed knife tigers tried to block his path. But they were all maneuvered past by Su Jingming's agile footwork. Then, the black dazzling spear, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, took the lives of the 5 severely injured armed knife tigers one after another. Roar! At this moment, the first-level middle-arm knife tiger king that had been lying in the center finally realized something was wrong, stood up, and walked in front of the remaining 4 armed knife tigers. Just right, I will take care of all of you together. With a whoosh, the black dazzling spear was pulled out from the corpse of the armed knife tiger. Su Jingming held the spear, standing alone against the 5 armed knife tigers. In his clear eyes, there was no fear, only endless coldness and killing intent. Roar! Whether it was because of the deaths and injuries of its companions or Su Jingming's unyielding gaze angering it, the armed knife tiger king let out a furious roar and charged with the remaining 4 armed knife tigers. Su Jingming raised his spear, charging forward to meet them, battling the 5 armed knife tigers. Although the armed knife tigers are fierce beasts, they also possess a certain level of intelligence. Especially this group of armed knife tigers that has collaborated many times, they didn't know how many powerful beasts they had killed together. Such 5 armed knife tigers, if placed in the city, could easily wipe out elite soldier squads of 100. However, Su Jingming turned into a black phantom, weaving through the gaps in the armed knife tiger pack. The armed knife tigers failed to inflict any actual harm on Su Jingming. Every strike of Su Jingming's spear targeted the vital points, and the armed knife tigers were either instantly killed or severely wounded. Thus, in less than 2 minutes, all the armed knife tigers lay defeated beneath his spear. A first-level middle fierce beast is just like this, it couldn't even force me to use my abilities. Looking at the armed knife tiger king at his feet that had lost its life force, Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. Although with the help of the system, his physique had been enhanced, but exactly how strong his combat power was, he wasn't very sure. He dared to attack the armed blade tiger beast group like this, also because he had the support of the purple sky god Thunder. Unfortunately, this group of fierce beasts didn't even have the power to make him use his special abilities. Su Jingming then glanced at the system panel. Just from this wave, he had earned a full 106 special ability points. What a great harvest! Su Jingming's face lit up with joy. At this rate, by the time the martial arts college entrance exam ended, he didn't know how many special ability points he could accumulate. It's useless to think too much now, it's more important to collect special ability points, so I better hurry to the next location. Wiping the blood off his spear, Su Jingming slung it back over his shoulder and hurried to the next location. On the day of the college entrance examination, all high schools in Jiangchang would organize the first and second year students to watch the live broadcast of the martial arts college entrance examination. On one hand, it was to let these students realize the bloodiness and cruelty of the martial arts college entrance examination. On the other hand, it was also to help students familiarize themselves with the habits of fierce beasts in advance. At this moment, in the playground of Jiangcheng No. 2 High School. In the air, there were virtual projections just like in the military district. Around the audience stands, all first and second year students had been watching the live broadcast for quite some time. In previous years, the top 10 in Jiangcheng were all students from the first high school. Therefore, their most discussed topics were the students from other schools. But this year was different, their school also had students breaking into the top 10. Su Jingming. When Su Jingming surged into the screen with the 9th place, the teachers and students of the entire No. 2 high school erupted in excitement. Especially the image of him piercing through the shadow cat with a single shot made the students incredibly thrilled. Wow! That shot was so cool. I haven't heard of Su Senior before, but from now on, he's my idol. Senior is tall and strong, simply too handsome. Unlike the size from the leaders and principals in the military district about Su Jingming, the students watching him break into the top 10 were genuinely happy and excited. Many even took him as their benchmark and role model. However, because Su Jingming spent the next half hour on the move with very few attacks, it left the students feeling disappointed. Especially when Su Jingming's rank dropped to 10th, some students became anxious. They wished they could turn into Su Jingming, slaying all enemies to reclaim his ranking. Sigh, it seems our number 2 high school still isn't that great. We finally had a senior break into the top 10, but now there's no follow-up. Though I don't want to admit it, Su Senior is indeed losing his strength. Forget it, I'll just watch the first place, the light windsword Zhou. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. It was hard for number 2 high school to have a student break into the top 10, naturally, they hoped he would aim for an even better ranking. However, Su Jingming's performance led to some bad comments from the audience stands. A large portion of students even started to rewatch the live broadcast of other star students. Look! Su Senior found a fierce beast. Suddenly, a voice from nowhere drew everyone's attention back to Su Jingming's live broadcast. In the screen, Su Jingming stood atop a bus, while below him were huge arm-blade tiger beasts. Oh no, Senior is surrounded by a group of fierce beasts. The arm-blade tiger beast group, this is bad. Why isn't Senior running away? If he doesn't hurry, it will really be over. Oh no, the arm-blade tigers have surrounded him, he can't escape. Why hasn't he activated the safety orb yet? This situation is really dangerous. Though Su Jingming's previous performance disappointed the students a bit, after all, he was their senior. So when he was encountering a group of fierce beasts, all the students couldn't help but feel anxious. And when 5 arm-blade tigers lunged at the unactivated Su Jingming, some girls were so scared that they covered their eyes. However, the scene of being devoured by beasts did not appear. Instead, Su Jingming wielded the black spear, knocking the 5 arm-blade tigers away with an invincible stance. Wow! So fierce! At this moment, everyone in the audience was startled. Is that how you use a spear? This power is ridiculous. If an ordinary person waved a spear like that, they would not only fail to injure the arm-blade tiger but would also be crushed by its massive size. It seems that Senior Su has awakened a physical enhancement ability, otherwise, he couldn't achieve this level. In an instant, all the students' dissatisfaction with Su Jingming completely vanished. Next, Su Jingming transformed into a black shadow, holding the black spear. Like the wind and thunder, he weaved through the 5 arm-blade tigers, constantly advancing and slashing. His black spear became incredibly red, stained with the blood of fierce beasts. No one felt uncomfortable at such a scene, instead, it made them call out in excitement. What a violent feeling, but I like it. Awesome! This feeling is much more thrilling than watching the light and gentle windsword. Every thrust hits home, such powerful spear technique. Fierce beasts are the enemies of humans, this is a consensus among all. So when the arm-blade tigers were slaughtered overwhelmingly, no one felt pity, instead, it was immensely satisfying. Especially the tall and slender figure weaving through, every thrust exuded a special sense of brutality. This brutality did not seem bloody, instead, it was full of beauty. It stirred the blood of these 16 or 17-year-old youth, turning their faces red with excitement. Chapter 18, Excited Teachers, First Place. So satisfying. Awesome. So exhilarating. As expected of Senior Su, too powerful. Wow, this made my blood boil, I even want to try wielding a spear myself. As the arm-blade tiger king fell, the students in the audience, like satisfied gourmets, happily expressed their thoughts. At this moment, Su Jingming's rank suddenly jumped, directly reaching the 6th position. 6th place, Su Jingming, 796 points, Jiangqing Second High School. What the heck, what's going on? How did Senior's rank jump to 6th place? Senior's previous score was only 634 points, how did it suddenly increase by almost 160 points? Even if there are 4 or 5 first-tier fierce beasts here, it shouldn't yield such a high score all at once? At once, everyone was confused, the score increase was too much. Wow! I just realized that Senior is no longer in the central area but has entered the core area. A shout from somewhere made everyone instinctively check the virtual screen's map. Indeed, Su Jingming's location was already in the red core area. I said these arm-blade tigers looked a bit off, it turns out they are not peak non-tier but first-tier fierce beasts. So, all the fierce beasts that Senior killed just now were first tier? Awesome! Killing first tier fierce beasts is like chopping up vegetables. Originally, everyone thought Su Jingming was still in the central area, and these fierce beasts were merely peak non-tier and first tier. However, they didn't expect Su Jingming had already entered the dangerous core area. Just now, he was fighting against lower and mid-tier first-tier fierce beasts. It's not surprising they didn't notice earlier, the battle was too intense. Meanwhile, they finally understood why Su Jingming hadn't acted, he was rushing to the core area. Even the top-ranking wind sword Zhou Mingyang can only pull and tug against these fierce beasts. How could he be as fierce as Senior Su, who directly killed all the fierce beasts in one go? Everyone instinctively compared Su Jingming to the first-ranked Zhou Mingyang. However, it turns out that even that star student, Zhou Mingyang, seems unable to demonstrate such overwhelming dominance. One person against 10 arm-blade tigers, and one of them is a mid-level first rank? This combat power is probably even stronger than Zhou Mingyang, right? Which teacher taught Su Jingming at second high school? He's just so outrageous. In the audience seats outside the military district. When Su Jingming faced the pack of fierce beasts alone, all the teachers' attention was drawn to him. However, they didn't think much of it, believing Su Jingming would just run away. After all, since the competition began, no student had ever dared to challenge the fierce beasts in the core area. However, the almost crushing performance that followed made each teacher and principal drop their jaws in shock. Especially Chen Fan, the homeroom teacher of Class 5, whose old face turned bright red, clearly extremely excited. When the student shines, this homeroom teacher shares the glory too. Su Jingming is actually this strong. Even the usually calm principal of second high school couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. The gun is as swift as a dragon, quick as lightning. Advanced marksmanship. This is definitely advanced marksmanship. Director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was equally excited, but his focus was on Su Jingming's shooting technique. You see, ordinary people take decades to practice a certain weapon technique to an intermediate level. To reach an advanced level, it generally takes most of a lifetime. And Su Jingming is only 18 years old. What a genius this is. But upon thinking of Su Jingming's ability, he couldn't help but slap his thigh, sighing, alas. What a pity. With the strength Su Jingming has displayed, he is already stronger than Zhou Mingyang. If he had a good ability, he might break Jiang City's records and rank in the top 50 in Jiangnan province. However, Su Jingming's E-level ability means he will soon run out of steam. Advanced marksmanship, no wonder it's so fierce. Su Jingming is only 18 and has already achieved advanced marksmanship? What kind of comprehension is this? Even the geniuses from provincial capital cities can't master advanced weapon techniques, right? Hearing Director Zhang Wenshan sigh, many teachers finally reacted, expressing their surprise. Principal Zhao, congratulations. It seems this year's number 1 in Jiang City is going to second high school. After that battle, anyone with eyes could see that Su Jingming's strength surpassed Zhou Mingyang's, and securing first place was only a matter of time. Principal Liu Hang of First High School, though unwilling, still generously congratulated Zhao Yao. You flatter me, Principal Liu. The exam isn't over yet, the results are still uncertain. First High School. The best school in Jiang City, not only rich in educational resources but also gathering the most outstanding students of Jiang City to enroll. Each year, after their abilities awaken, many excellent students from second high school transfer to first high school because of the generous conditions it offers. Therefore, it is impossible for Principal Zhao Yao to say he holds no animosity toward first high school. However, first high school is just too strong, leaving no chance for second high school to shine. Now, as second high school is about to suppress first high school's brilliance moment, Principal Zhao Yao is rather calm, his tone very humble. In any case, Su Jingming's strength speaks for itself. Having 2 people from Jiang City make it into the top 100 of Jiangnan province is already quite good. After finally regaining his mood, Zhang Wenshan nodded to Zhao Yao, this time second high school is great, you have nurtured such a student as Su Jingming. After the college entrance examination, I will propose to the city to reward second high school. Thank you, Director Zhang. Zhao Yao's face brightened. Those of them who choose to be principals are already not expecting too much in terms of strengthening their abilities. The focus was more on the career path. And an award not only brings more resources to second high, but he, as the principal, would also benefit from it. It's not impossible to go further in the future and enter the Education Bureau. Su Jingming, you truly have given me a big surprise. Zhao Yao felt a surge of emotion, he never expected second high to reach such a day. Just as Zhang Wenshan predicted, in the time that followed. Su Jingming's scores soared up like a rocket. In less than an hour, he surpassed Zhou Mingyang and became first. By this time, it was already 3 in the afternoon. This meant that in 6 hours, the martial examination would come to an end. Chapter 19, Lightning System? Confused Zhou Mingyang. In Ruins Town, in the core area, within a dilapidated community. Over a dozen fierce beasts formed 2 camps, fighting each other as if the other was lunch prey. The 2 camps were the unicorn rhinoceros and the arm-blade tiger. If both sides had equal numbers, the outcome would be a complete crush by the unicorn rhinoceros. But here, there were 8 arm-blade tigers and only 4 unicorn rhinoceroses. In terms of strength, the difference wasn't huge, the arm-blade tigers only had a slight advantage. Because of this, although they fought for a while, inflicting many bloody wounds on each other, no fierce beast fell. Fierce beasts are inherently savage. Once they start fighting, they won't stop until they kill each other. But at that moment, one arm-blade tiger sniffed and suddenly halted its charge. It crouched down and let out a threatening low growl towards the community's entrance. This low growl triggered a chain reaction, causing all the arm-blade tigers and unicorn rhinoceroses present to stop their fighting in unison. They then turned towards the entrance, showing fierce expressions and postures ready to charge at any moment. Under the gaze of the fierce beasts, a tall young human appeared slowly. The youth wore a black battlesuit and combat boots, his figure tall and elongated. His eyes were bright and clear, yet his gaze was sharp like a lone wolf. A large, dark long spear was casually slung over his shoulder, its sharp blade gleaming coldly under the sunlight. 12 fierce beasts, very good. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. This wave of fierce beasts was the largest number he had encountered in the past hour. With a strong slap to the tail of his spear, the soaring black spear landed in Su Jingming's hand. Just as he prepared to charge into the group of fierce beasts, he suddenly frowned, halted his steps, and turned his gaze to the right. Over there, an old, run-down building awaited. Come out, I've found you. No wonder you are first, your senses are truly keen. A handsome boy, carrying a long sword on his back, stepped out from the building's shadows. Zhou Mingyang? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow. This person was indeed that renowned student with B-class wind system abilities, the light wind sword Zhou Mingyang. Compared to his graceful appearance outside the martial examination venue, Zhou Mingyang now looked somewhat disheveled. His hair was messy, and his battlesuit had dark red stains, unsure if they were his or from fierce beasts. Of course, most candidates in the examination looked the same. Su Jingming himself was similar, only having a bit less blood splatter since he used a spear. But how did you know it was me? Su Jingming felt confused. He didn't believe this famous star student would know him, a student from second high. There are only a few who dare to enter the core area, we are all old friends. Now that a stranger suddenly appears, it can only be you, the first place. Zhou Mingyang explained with a smile. I see. Su Jingming nodded. In the martial examination, candidates are not allowed to attack each other. If caught, they will permanently lose their qualification to take the exam. Moreover, there are tracking drones above both their heads, so there is no need to worry about Zhou Mingyang sneak attacking. Thus, Su Jingming carried his gun and was about to walk toward the not far away group of fierce beasts. Wait, are you planning to deal with this group of fierce beasts alone? Zhou Mingyang was stunned, hurriedly reached out to stop him. What? You want to fight with me for the beasts? Su Jingming's eyes became dangerous. For him, fierce beasts not only mean points, but also represent ability points. These fierce beasts, he cannot give them to others. Facing Su Jingming's gaze, Zhou Mingyang felt as if he was stared at by a strong beast king, goosebumps rising all over. Such fierce aura. In his heart, he exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Mingyang quickly reacted, hurriedly said. There are 2 first-rank middle fierce beasts inside, you cannot handle them alone, if we 2 join hands maybe there is some possibility. These are 2 different groups of fierce beasts, each group has a first-rank middle king. He had always been hiding on the side, also wanted to wait until they both were badly hurt to act. But now, although the 2 sides of fierce beasts are injured, there is no reduction in number, they are exactly in a violent and fierce state. Choosing this time to go up is basically seeking death. No need, I alone am enough. Seeing Zhou Mingyang not trying to fight for beasts, but wanting to cooperate, Su Jingming's attitude suddenly became much better. He patted his shoulder, then carried his gun and charged out. Zhou Mingyang still wanted to persuade again, but seeing Su Jingming already rushed out, could only give up. Forget it, since you are so confident, then let me see what means you really have. Zhou Mingyang raised his sword and stood at the side to watch the battle, eyes focused on Su Jingming. Once something was wrong, he would also quickly join the battlefield. However, the next scene made Zhou Mingyang open his eyes wide. He saw Su Jingming who rushed into the fierce beast group like turning on an invincible mode. The black long spear in his hand was like a phantom, every time it thrust out it could take away a fierce beast's life. In less than 3 minutes, among 12 fierce beasts, only the last 4 were left. This. Zhou Mingyang was shocked. 2 hours ago, he did not even know there was such a person. But then, the other side rose like a comet. Not only quickly rushed into the top 10, but just more than 10 minutes ago, even directly took away his first place. Toward such a fierce person, Zhou Mingyang naturally was very curious, even imagined what kind of terrifying ability the other side had. Could it be some extremely strong grade A ability? However, the other side only used that black long spear to complete the crushing he dared not even imagine. Gulp. Zhou Mingyang swallowed his saliva, feeling his mouth dry. Could it be he has some kind of strengthening type ability, I just did not see it? While he guessed and thought secretly in place, Su Jingming in front soon finished harvesting. The last Armblade Tiger King fell to the ground. Killed one first rank lower Unicorn Rhino, ability point plus 12. Killed one first rank lower Arm Blade Tiger, ability point plus 10. Killed one first rank middle Arm Blade Tiger, ability point plus 15. Hearing the continuous prompts in his mind, Su Jingming's expression enjoyed. This feeling, really wonderful beyond words. But after the martial science entrance exam ends, there will be no such good chance. So, must seize the time. Su Jingming came back to his senses, greeted Zhou Mingyang, then quickly left. When Zhou Mingyang reacted, Su Jingming had already leaped 7 or 8 meters away. Thus he hurriedly shouted loudly, "Su Jingming, the ability you have is a strengthening type?" "No, it is thunder type." Su Jingming's voice came from afar, but his figure had completely disappeared from sight. Thunder type? Zhou Mingyang was stunned. Just now there was no sign of thunder type at all? Not wanting to tell me the ability type, also not needing to perfunctorily fool me like this, really is a bad personality guy. Zhou Mingyang's expression was filled with resentment. And that look just now, he was actually worried that I would steal his kill? In this group of fierce beasts, besides you, who else can deal with them? Besides, with so many fierce beasts in the core area, why worry about there being none to kill? Speaking of which, I've been waiting here for more than 10 minutes, saying stealing kills, but it's you who stole mine. Due to Su Jingming's bad attitude, Zhou Mingyang left while still cursing. Chapter 20, Have all the fierce beasts been killed by Su Jingming? After witnessing Su Jingming's strength, Zhou Mingyang, although cursing, was very clear in his heart that Su Jingming was indeed stronger than him. I don't know what kind of monster jumped out. It doesn't seem like a superpowered person by its aura. Yet it kills first-level fierce beasts as easily as cutting vegetables. Silently complaining a few times, Zhou Mingyang continued on his own path to kill fierce beasts. He couldn't match Su Jingming's strength, but he still had to secure the second place. Thus, he moved through the core area, looking for fierce beasts to kill. The first 2 hours were fine. He occasionally encountered solitary first-level mid-tier fierce beasts, or small groups of fierce beasts with only 3 or 4 members. But by the third hour, Zhou Mingyang clearly felt that there were many fewer fierce beasts on the road. By the fourth hour, after wandering around the core area for half a day, he hadn't seen a single fierce beast. What's going on? Where did all the fierce beasts go? Zhou Mingyang was stunned and kicked a fist-sized rock by the roadside in frustration. As a superpowered person, his strength was undeniable. The rock he kicked shot out and hit a rusty iron sign, producing a loud bang. In the past, he would never have made such a noise that would attract the attention of fierce beasts. But now, he actually hoped that some fierce beasts would be attracted here. However, instead of attracting fierce beasts, he attracted a few humans. There were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, walking towards him, waving their hands to greet him from afar. "Hey, Mingyang. How did you all come together?" Zhou Mingyang looked at the 3 people who had walked up to him with confusion. Like him, they were all students from the first high school's elite class, first-level lower-tier superpowered individuals. They all knew each other and were old acquaintances. Except for him, the 3 occupied the other top 3 ranks in the martial science rankings. You need to ask Su Jingming about that. The bald boy on the right shrugged helplessly. Su Jingming has killed all the fierce beasts in the core area. We couldn't find any fierce beasts, so we had to come together. The girl in the middle, with a soft and cute voice, added. She was petite but carried a large knife with her, creating a huge contrast. We've been wandering here for more than half an hour. Hearing a noise, we thought it was a fierce beast. We rushed over happily, only to find it was you. The boy on the left with long hair shook his head and sighed. Su Jingming killed all the fierce beasts? How is that possible? Zhou Mingyang frowned, instinctively choosing not to believe it. After all, to prepare for the martial science entrance exam, there were at least 300 to 400 fierce beasts released in the core area. With so many fierce beasts, it was impossible to kill them all in just a few hours. It's clear you haven't checked the rankings in a long time. Look, see for yourself Su Jingming's score. The bald boy opened his smartwatch, and with a buzz, the ranking interface was projected into the air. First place, Su Jingming, 3,435 points, Second High School of Jiangchang. Second place, Zhou Mingyang, 1,103 points, First High School of Jiangchang. Third place, Wu Hao, 945 points, First High School of Jiangchang. 3, over 3,400 points? Looking at Su Jingming's terrifying score in first place, the usually graceful Zhou Mingyang nearly popped his eyes out. Now you see why we say Su Jingming killed all the fierce beasts, right? The bald young man smiled bitterly as he closed the virtual projection. The score for killing a first-tier low-level beast is around 14 to 16 points, while the score for killing a first-tier mid-level beast is around 20 to 22 points. With 34-35 points, even after subtracting the 700 points he earned in the middle area, he still has over 2,500 points left. This means that Su Jingming killed almost 200 beasts by himself in the core area. Moreover, the few of us also killed quite a few, so combined, didn't we just wipe out all the beasts in the core area? These words left Zhou Mingyang in a daze. Once he entered the examination room, he focused on killing as many beasts as possible to earn higher scores. But he had never thought that the beasts could be completely exterminated. Damn! No wonder Su Jingming was so afraid of getting his kill stolen earlier. It turns out he thought of this point long ago. Thinking back to their earlier conversation, Zhou Mingyang felt like a herd of wild horses was trampling through his mind. 3,435 points. This score is simply unbelievable. Su Jingming has at least made it to the top 10 in Jiangnan province. Top 10. Top 10. When has our Jiang city ever achieved such a great result? He broke the record. Su Jingming has set a new record for our Jiang city. While Zhou Mingyang in the examination room was amazed by Su Jingming's score, the principal and teachers outside were already overjoyed. With 3435 points, it was certain that Su Jingming would rank in the top 10 of Jiangnan province. And this score was the best ever in the history of Jiang city. I never expected Su Jingming could achieve such an accomplishment solely with that long spear. Principal Zhao Yao felt a surge of heat all over, overly excited. What does it mean to be in the top 10 in Jiangnan province? Those are the prodigies that top 10 supernatural colleges nationwide would fight to recruit. TNI produces Qilins. I didn't expect our Jiang city could have a student like Su Jingming. Director Zhang Wenshan of the Education Bureau also couldn't stop smiling. At this point, he no longer cared that Su Jingming was only an E-level supernatural. After all, with such a score, even an F-level supernatural would be eagerly wanted by schools. But Su Jingming is indeed reckless. In just 3 to 4 hours, he almost wiped out all the beasts in the core area. It seems like he will be a battle maniac in the future. Zhou Mingyang and the others didn't know how many beasts were released in the core area, but as the director of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan knew very well. A total of 450 first-tier low-level beasts and 40 first-tier mid-level beasts were released in the core area. Excluding the number of beasts that killed each other and those killed by Zhou Mingyang's group. Su Jingming alone killed almost half of the beasts in the entire core area. And this all happened within just 3 to 4 hours, which further illustrates the terrifying strength of Su Jingming. Su Jingming's parents both died in the beast tide when he was young, which might explain why he hates beasts so much. Class teacher Chen Fan added. Now I understand. Zhang Wenshan nodded in realization, his expression turning cold. Humph. One day, we humans will wipe out all the beasts. Don't worry, that day will come. Thinking of the brutality of the beasts, Principal Zhao Yao couldn't help but add coldly. Chapter 21, 2413 Ability Points, Bloodthirsty Savage Bear. Oh? You've met Su Jingming? Quickly tell us, what kind of supernatural ability does he have? In the examination room, upon hearing that Zhou Mingyang had encountered Su Jingming, several people nearby immediately became interested. I can't determine the type of ability, but he has a very strong physique, with his vitality value at least above 180 points. Zhou Mingyang shook his head, sharing his guess. 180 vitality points? No wonder he's so fierce. The bald young man clicked his tongue in amazement. The vitality value of ordinary awakeners is only around 100 points. Even those of us who are first-tier low-level supernatural beings only have around 130 points of vitality. 180 vitality points is an unattainable goal for them. With such a strong physique, he is most likely a strengthening-type supernatural. After activating the ability to strengthen my physique and having this amount of blood energy, it's still okay. The long-haired boy pretended to be calm, but his tone was somewhat sour. No, Su Jingming is still just an awakener. Zhou Mingyang shook his head again. He did not deny the long-haired boy's guess that Su Jingming had a strengthening ability. After all, he thought so too. Awakener? The petite girl holding a big knife exclaimed, so, are we few ability users not even as good as an awakener? Her words instantly silenced everyone present. After a while, Zhou Mingyang sighed. I have to say, Meng Di, you still know how to grab the point. Meng Di was the only girl among their few ability users, awakening a B-class strengthening ability, currently ranking 4th. I was just startled. Meng Di stuck out her tongue. Her cute appearance sharply contrasted with the big knife in her hand, but Zhou Mingyang and the others were used to it. Su Jingming is really something, to be so strong at just the awakener stage. The bald boy's expression was complicated. After pausing, he continued, but what should we do next? There's about an hour and a half left until the college entrance exam ends. The beasts in the core area are all killed. Are we going to return to the central area? In the martial arts college entrance exam, everyone was racing against time to kill as many beasts as possible to earn more points. In this last hour and a half, they naturally could not continue to wander around. It takes at least half an hour to get to the central area from here, wasting too much time on the road. Moreover, most beasts in the central area are peak low-level beasts, and the points earned from killing them aren't high. After thinking for a moment, Jingming said, rather than going back to the central area, we might as well go try the most core area. The most core area? Everyone felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. The beasts in the most core area are all at least upper-level first tier, and there are even second-tier beast kings. Such a lineup of beasts means that even as first-tier low-level ability users, entering there would still pose great danger to their lives. Going alone into the most core area is like sending oneself to death, but if the four of us join forces, we can give it a try. The bald boy hesitated for a while, but eventually nodded. The martial arts college entrance exam is a once-in-a-lifetime test. Though failing the exam isn't as serious for ability users like them, they wouldn't give up the chance to get into a better university. I have no objections. The petite girl Mang Di smiled brightly. It seems that this is the only way. The long-haired boy also nodded. Alright, let's hurry up and set off. Jingming was also a decisive person. After deciding on a plan, he led the three quickly away. In a certain part of the ruins town, core area, Jingming walked along the road with a long spear on his back. This was originally a city street, but now the cement ground was cracked, and weeds had grown back, looking desolate. The buildings and shops on both sides were also in a state of ruin. However, Jingming did not pay attention to the surrounding environment. His focus was entirely on his system panel. Level, Awakener. Ability, Purple Sky Thunder, yes. Physique, 181 blood energy, plus. Spirit, 182 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Strike, Beginner plus. Ability points, 2413. 2,413 ability points. Jingming's eyes lit up. This was all his harvest after entering the core area. Such a large amount of ability points is truly impressive. However, even so, there was still no plus sign behind his level. This confirmed for him that the reason he couldn't transform into an ability user was indeed because he hadn't practiced the ability cultivation method yet. But with this, the beasts in the core area have been mostly killed by me. To continue gaining ability points, I must go to the most core area. But there are second-tier beasts there, and before going, I must strengthen my abilities a bit more. Jingming pressed the plus sign behind the battle skill Lightning Gale Break. Energy points minus 100. Lightning Gale Break, Beginner Intermediate. Energy points minus 200. Lightning Gale Break, Intermediate Advanced. Jingming spent a total of 300 energy points in one go, directly upgrading the battle skill to Advanced. In an instant, the battle skill felt as if he had practiced it thousands of times, extremely familiar. Now, I'm more confident in dealing with that second-tier fierce beast. Although he had a lot of energy points, Jingming did not spend them recklessly to improve his basic attributes. He only upgraded his health to 180 points at the beginning, and now, the battle skill upgrade. He could be considered quite frugal. On one hand, energy points are precious, and once the martial arts college entrance exam is over, there will be no more chances to harvest energy points. On the other hand, once he enters the ability user university, these energy points will have other important uses. Of course, the most important reason is that with his current strength, he is already enough to handle second-tier fierce beasts in the core zone and does not need further upgrades. After finishing the upgrades, he drank the last 2 energy bars in his backpack, replenishing his stamina. Jingming glanced at the map, then strode toward the direction of the core zone. Compared to the entire map of the martial arts college entrance exam, the core area can be said to be pitifully small, almost just a tiny dot. But in reality, it was not just a small, it was an entire small district. This district was called Zixiao, and dozens of fierce beasts resided in the open space of the district. Unlike ordinary fierce beast groups, these beasts were of different types, including shadow cats, iron-haired pigs, and even unicorn rhinos. It's important to know that fierce beasts are naturally brutal, and different species will also view each other as prey. For so many different types of fierce beasts to coexist peacefully and form a group, there must be a beast king that suppresses everything. And this beast king was a huge gray bear, lying in the deepest part of the open space. Unlike ordinary gray bears, this one was enormous, resembling a tank. Its eyes were blood red, as if hiding a sea of corpses and mountains of blood. Even just resting there, this fierce beast emitted a terrifying aura. At this moment, Jingming and his group had already arrived nearby. Standing on the rooftop of a building, they looked down. When they saw the gray bear resting below, everyone's expression changed. It's actually a bloodthirsty savage bear. Jingming's face darkened. Not all fierce beasts are equally powerful. For example, even though both are first tier, a shadow cat could never defeat a unicorn rhino. This is the suppression between species. And the bloodthirsty savage bear is a notoriously rare and tough species in the fierce beast world, hard to deal with. Not to mention its terrifying power, its thick, twisted fur is even tougher than E-grade alloy. Even missiles cannot easily smash through it. Chapter 22 Su Jingming, truly a lightning user. This is troublesome. Zhou Mingyang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. If it were another ordinary second-tier fierce beast, the four of them combined might still hold out for a while. But with the power of the bloodthirsty savage bear, if its huge bear paw, like a giant iron pan, came down, they would all die. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. There's also another possibility, which is that when we first enter the district, we might be wiped out by these first-tier high-level beasts rushing at us without the bloodthirsty savage bear even having to make a move. The bald young man curled his lips. The four of them together could only handle 3 or 4 first-tier high-level beasts at most. But there were more than 30 first-tier high-level beasts in the open space below. That means, whether it's the second-tier bloodthirsty savage bear or the remaining first-tier high-level beasts, they couldn't afford to provoke any of them. The difference in the fierce beast distribution between the core area and the most core area is too vast. The strongest in the core area is only a first-tier mid-level, but in the most central area, the strongest fierce beasts become second-tier, not to mention. Even these ordinary fierce beasts are all first-tier high-level. How can we play with this? The petite girl Meng Di pouted unhappily. Before the exam, I heard that the one setting the questions for our martial arts college entrance exam is old Lu. I didn't believe it. Now it seems, this perverse beast mix must definitely be his doing. The long-haired boy gritted his teeth. Every year, the question setter for the martial arts college entrance exam in Jiangnan province rotates. And the question setter old Lu is one of the tough ones among many. The martial arts college entrance exam he arranged has a mortality rate more than double that of other years. The first-tier high-level fierce beasts in the most central area and the second-tier fierce beasts are a fixed combination for the nationwide martial arts college entrance exam. But old Lu has swapped them for the more difficult-to-handle bloodthirsty violent bears. We can't blame others, we can only blame ourselves for not being strong enough. Zhou Mingyang sighed. The martial arts college entrance exam is about selecting the best from the best. The most central area is like the last big question in a math test. Only those who can solve this big question are truly the chosen ones. He is the genius that everyone in Jiangcheng is looking up to. Yet compared to the entire Jiangnan province, he doesn't even have the qualification to touch this last exam question. Speaking of which, that guy Su Jingming worked tirelessly for over half a day, spending so much effort to score more than 3,000 points. Yet it would be faster to kill the second-tier fierce beast in front of us and over 30 first-tier high-level fierce beasts. The long-haired youth raised the corner of his mouth slightly, his expression somewhat gloating. The scores for fierce beasts in the most central area are much higher than in the core area. Killing a first-tier high-level fierce beast can earn 100 points. If you can kill the final second-tier fierce beast, you can earn a whopping 4,000 points in one go. What humans need are exceptionally strong warriors. What good does it do to kill a bunch of trash? The long-haired boy clearly had some resentment toward Su Jingming. Hearing this, Zhou Mingyang frowned, but ultimately didn't say anything. After all, this is a fact. The martial arts college entrance exam requires fierce and powerful warriors. Not just mindless killing machines that only know how to kill low-level fierce beasts. Just like today's blue planet, though fierce beasts run rampant. As long as all the Tier 9 beast emperors in the fierce beast species are killed, the remaining beasts will collapse on their own. And if not all beast emperors are killed, it doesn't matter how many ordinary fierce beasts are killed. It is because of this that the martial arts college entrance exam sets the scores for fierce beasts in the most central area so high. This way, killing a second-tier fierce beast can secure dominating scores. And the second-tier fierce beast is also the vital target to claim the provincial top scorer for students. But even so, Zhou Mingyang silently added in his heart. What use is Su Jingming? Those of us who have lower scores than him have no usefulness at all, right? Thinking this way, but since they still have to fight side by side later, he didn't refute. Alright, enough talking. In a bit, we'll go down and see if we can lure out a few first-tier high-level fierce beasts. A neighborhood space guarded by second-tier bloodthirsty violent bears definitely cannot be directly entered. Thus, Zhou Mingyang's strategy is to lure one by one, kill however many they can. Of course, it's also possible that they may not lure out a single one. If that's the case, the whole group would have to return to the central area. Let's get to work, let's get to work. TSK, going to a place where the second-tier fierce beasts are stationed to lure beasts, isn't this courting death? Heh, even if it's courting death, don't we have to try? The few of them teased each other as they prepared to go downstairs. However, at that moment, a black figure quickly rushed in from a distance. The figure was very fast, like a cheetah, and in just a few seconds arrived at the entrance of the Jin's Garden neighborhood. Su Jingming. Zhou Mingyang's gaze sharpened. Although he was on the roof of the 8th floor, thanks to the powerful eyesight of those with abilities, he still immediately recognized the figure below as Su Jingming, someone he had met before. Su Jingming came too? Where is he? Where is he? Su Jingming? I really want to see what kind of person he is. Unlike Zhou Mingyang, Meng Di, and the others had never encountered Su Jingming. So, after hearing Zhou Mingyang's voice, the few who had already reached the stairway quickly turned back and looked down. When those who awakened transformed into those with abilities, not only would their powers be enhanced, but their physical qualities would improve accordingly. Thus, the height of the 8th floor was nothing to them, enough for them to clearly see the figure below. There, in front of the empty area of the community, a young man stood. The young man was tall, with a strong appearance, and his eyes sharp like an eagle. After countless battles, more than half of the black combat uniform he wore was stained dark red. And behind him was a black long gun, its once sharp blade now appearing as uneven as a butcher's knife that had chopped through too many bones. Because of this long gun, the young man's stable yet powerful aura seemed to gain an additional ferocity. What a handsome guy! At any time, women are always emotional beings. Thus, the moment Meng Di saw Su Jingming, her beautiful eyes lit up. An F-class long gun can be used in such a damaged state, it's hard to imagine how many fierce beasts he has killed. The bald boy was amazed by the destruction of Su Jingming's weapon. You have to know, F-grade alloys are incredibly tough, and being used like this is enough to show how frequent and brutal the battles were. To dare to appear in front of a group of fierce beasts, isn't that seeking death? The long-haired boy snorted coldly. Roar! Ow woo! Sure enough, because of Su Jingming's appearance, the fierce beasts below quickly became restless. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen first-tier high-level fierce beasts roared and charged towards him. It's over. He has attracted the group of fierce beasts. Meng Di exclaimed in shock. Why is Su Jingming so reckless? Zhou Mingyang frowned. At this distance, even if they wanted to help, it would be too late. By the time they rushed down, Su Jingming would probably be dead beyond saving. Why else? The confidence brought by being first, not knowing the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. The long-haired boy sneered, his gaze fixed on the scene below. He's actually using a gun, but that gun of his probably won't save him. Just as he said, at first, Su Jingming could handle the few fierce beasts charging at him. But soon the subsequent fierce beasts came rushing in, and he couldn't withstand it. His figure quickly drowned among more than a dozen fierce beasts. Su Jingming, can't he just die like this? Looking at the figure that disappeared in the crowd of beasts, Zhou Mingyang found it hard to believe. The other party had risen like a comet in just a few hours. And now, was he going to fall like a shooting star again? Most importantly, what was Su Jingming thinking? Knowing that the core area was filled with first-tier and second-tier fierce beasts, how could he still dare to swagger in front of them? But speaking of it, he really was lying to me. He hasn't used lightning-type abilities from start to finish. Forget it, when a person dies, they go out like a light. Being deceived is just being deceived. Zhou Mingyang and Su Jingming had only met once, and he didn't feel much concern for the other's safety. At most, he was only puzzled by the other's foolish behavior. And just then, Zhou Mingyang and the others suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. A deep and authoritative voice sounded in their ears. Divine thunder. In the next moment, accompanied by chaotic and piercing thunder, a purple shockwave suddenly erupted from the center of the fierce beast group below in their line of sight. Boom! The fierce beasts that came into contact with this shockwave. Everyone was hit as if struck hard, their bodies turning charred black, and they flew out 4 to 5 meters. The once densely packed beasts were suddenly cleared away, as if an eraser had gently wiped a doodle, leaving a clear patch of ground. In the center of the empty space stood Su Jingming, his tall and sturdy figure like a war god. Around his body, purple lightning swirled, as if welcoming their king's arrival, constantly cheering and rejoicing. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and his companions suddenly realized. What had just happened was not a shockwave, but a high-pressure electric net formed by purple lightning. What? Looking at the figure in the center of the empty ground, which was like a thunder god, Zhou Mingyang was stunned, and after a long while, he finally reacted, murmuring. Su Jingming truly has lightning powers. Chapter 23, Purple Sky Thunder. Overbearing clear field. Crackling. Crackling. In the center of the empty space, centered on Su Jingming, the purple sky thunder spread more than 3 meters. The sound of thunder was as piercing as thousands of birds chirping at once. The terrifying thunder made the area around Su Jingming feel like a forbidden zone of life. 3 meters away, there were beasts charred black from the electric shock. Within 3 meters, there stood only Su Jingming, who seemed like a ruler, surrounded by lightning. Indeed, relying solely on physical strength to deal with so many first-tier high-level beasts is still a bit challenging. Su Jingming raised his left hand, somewhat entranced, watching the purple arcs of electricity dance at his fingertips. The power of superpowers is closely related to their level and 2 basic attributes. Although he was still just an awakened one, his 180 points of vitality and spirit made his purple sky thunder much stronger than when he first awakened. It could even inflict great damage on first-tier high-level beasts. This is S-class superpower, overbearing, and ferocious. Su Jingming looked ahead. The severe injuries and nearing death of more than 10 beasts had already caught the attention of the Beast King here. The bloodthirsty violent bear rose from its resting position. Standing 5 meters tall, with a body width of more than 3 meters, it resembled a heavy tank. Imagine how oppressive it would feel if a heavy tank stood upright. What Su Jingming faced was such a scene. Rare beast, bloodthirsty violent bear, this year's martial arts college entrance exam is indeed not easy. Su Jingming licked his lips. In the summer of Jiangnan, the sunset comes a bit later. The slanting rays of the sun cast a long shadow of the bloodthirsty violent bear on the ground. With his back to the light, Su Jingming couldn't see the bear's face clearly. But its pair of blood-red eyes exuded a powerful oppressive aura. Under the influence of this aura, the remaining 10 or so beasts, which originally shrank back in fear of Su Jingming's might, became wild again. They lowered their bodies, bared their teeth, and let out growls. This scene would be quite suitable for a horror movie. But if a fight breaks out later, these little monsters might cause some trouble. Since that's the case, let's clear the field first. Su Jingming's gaze sharpened. The purple sky thunder, which had originally only danced on the surface of his body, unexpectedly delved deep into his internal body under his control. Buzz. It was as if he had been injected with a powerful stimulant, and Su Jingming's body jolted violently. Then, his clear, bright eyes were flooded with purple lightning, and at the same time, an immeasurable power surged from his limbs and bones. This is the feeling. A wild and unrestrained smile appeared on Su Jingming's sharply defined face. Superpowers are a kind of power inherent to humanity, as freely usable as an arm. Therefore, apart from more delicate methods of using superpowers like combat techniques, there are also rougher ways of application. For instance, Jingming Yang's wind-based superpower can be used casually to reduce air resistance and increase running speed. And his earlier purple sky thunder explosion could achieve an effect similar to that of a powerful plasma cannon. At this moment, this state is also a basic application of lightning-type abilities. By guiding the thunder into the body and stimulating all cells, one can greatly enhance their physical body. In the past, Su Jingming had tried using the E-grade ability, weak electricity, to stimulate his body, but aside from causing a tingling sensation, it had no other effects. But now, with the S-grade purple cloud divine thunder, it was completely different. Su Jingming could feel the purple cloud divine thunder surging through his body like a river, enhancing his physique to an extremely bizarre level. Of course, this is not a combat skill. Moreover, the lightning coursing through the body is quite dangerous. A moment of carelessness could damage the meridians. Therefore, Su Jingming cannot maintain this state for long. However, it's more than enough to deal with you ferocious beasts. Su Jingming grinned. In the next moment, lightning flickered, and his figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already next to a high-ranked one-horned rhinoceros. With his spear in hand, it sliced through the air like lightning, leaving behind a purple-black trail. Before the one-horned rhinoceros could react, a line of blood appeared on its neck. Then, the massive head of the rhinoceros fell smoothly to the ground. At that moment, its skin, as hard as steel, provided no protection at all. Splash! Blood gushed forth from its neck like a fountain. With the fierce vitality of a high-ranked beast, even with its abdomen torn open, it could still move. But without its head, it was completely helpless. The headless body of the one-horned rhinoceros collapsed into the pool of blood. Roar! Seeing the one-horned rhinoceros killed before him, the bloodthirsty berserk bear could no longer hold back. With a roar, it charged at Su Jingming. Though the bloodthirsty berserk bear was huge, it ran swiftly. With its limbs on the ground, it crossed over 30 meters in the blink of an eye. Saying that it was running would be an understatement. It was leaping. However, as fast as the bloodthirsty berserk bear was, Su Jingming was even faster. With the enhancement of the purple cloud divine thunder, he transformed into a purple-black phantom, weaving through the pack of beasts. Each time he struck, the black radiant spear surrounded by purple lightning would claim the life of a ferocious beast. Ding, killed a high-ranked one-horned rhinoceros, ability points plus 15. Ding, killed a high-ranked shadow cat, ability points plus 13. Ding, killed a high-ranked armblade tiger, ability points plus 14. A series of system notifications rang in Su Jingming's mind. Accompanying them was the frustrated fury of the bloodthirsty berserk bear, which couldn't catch Su Jingming. What kind of lightning ability is this? So powerful? On the rooftop, Jingming Yang and his group were all dumbfounded. Just the explosion of the ability has heavily injured high-ranked beasts. And Su Jingming is merely an awakened, even an A-grade ability shouldn't reach such intensity, right? The petite girl Mang Di swallowed hard. Thanks to the advancement of the internet, she had seen A-grade lightning users before. However, the oppressive feeling brought by Su Jingming at this moment was stronger than that of those high-ranked A-grade lightning users. Stronger than an A-grade ability, could it be? Jingming Yang and the bald boy exchanged glances and exclaimed in unison, S-grade? As soon as the words fell, Jingming Yang quickly shook his head in denial. No, no. If he were truly an S-grade ability user, the whole dojo would be shaken from the day he awakened his ability. Moreover, right now, it's hard to conceal one's ability level. The awakening of abilities was organized by the state, and each awaken's abilities would be recorded in the national database. If there really was an S-grade ability, the state would have long taken action to send him for elite training. How could he still be at Jiangcheng No. 2 High School, which lacked educational resources? Is it an ability mutation? The bald young man asked tentatively. Ability mutation? Zhou Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. There is indeed a possibility. The world is vast, and there are countless wonders. Although ability mutations are rare, they have happened before. In the past, there were cases where a D-class ability accidentally mutated into an A-class ability. However, no matter what, after today, the entire Jiang city will probably be shaken by him. Looking at the long spear below, charging through the beast horde, the domineering black figure clearing the field, Zhou Yang's expression was incredibly complex. Chapter 24, is this what you call an E-class ability? Outside the examination hall. When Su Jingming appeared alone in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear beast horde, the military district's open area immediately erupted in astonished gasps. What is Su Jingming doing? How could he directly appear in the beast's sight? Zhou Yang and the others all knew to hide and observe from a high place. Why is Su Jingming so reckless? Run! Quick, run! The Education Bureau chief and the principals, all second-tier ability users, had sharp eyes. They naturally saw through Su Jingming's strength, and dealing with 2 or 3 high-level first-tier beasts was possible. But wanting to deal with dozens of high-level first-tier beasts was akin to dreaming. Not to mention the even more terrifying second-tier beast, the bloodthirsty violent bear, which he could not confront. So when they saw Su Jingming appear in the most critical area with no intention of hiding, the bureau chief and the principals instantly panicked. Many teachers from the second high school were shouting to escape, but unfortunately, Su Jingming in the image could hear none of it. Instead, he had stirred up the beast horde, getting engulfed by the beasts. Su Jingming is too confident, daring to swagger into the most critical area like this. The bureau chief shook his head, his expression serious. Even if Su Jingming could luck out and survive. Once the martial arts college entrance examination ended, such reckless behavior seen by various ability college admissions offices would probably result in a significantly lower evaluation. It's over, a genius our school has only just managed to produce. Could it really fall like this? The principal of the second high school, Zhao Yao, looked ashen. But doesn't Su Jingming still have the safety ball, said the homeroom teacher Chen Fan hastily. Not to mention whether he can activate the safety ball in this situation. Even if he activates it, the high-voltage electric net released can't withstand the rampage of these high-level first-tier beasts. Principal Zhao Yao shook his head and turned to the overall commander of this martial arts college entrance examination. Commander Wang, please arrange the nearby ability user team to prepare for rescue. In order to preserve the examinees' lives as much as possible, besides the safety ball, another measure was the ability user rescue teams distributed throughout the examination area. Unlike the inexperienced examinees, these ability user rescue teams were all elite members tempered in the fires of battle. And the lineup was very reasonable. Although they were all first tier, the entire team, when combined, wouldn't be at a disadvantage against second tier beasts. Of course, such elite rescue teams were only a few in the entire military district, often used for rescuing examinees with great potential in the martial arts college entrance examination. Now ranked first, Su Jingming obviously qualified for the elite rescue team. Okay. Commander Wang nodded and opened the communicator to prepare to contact the rescue team. I hope Su Jingming can hold out until the rescue team arrives. Principal Zhao Yao sighed. Just at this moment, Su Jingming's projected image suddenly shone brilliantly. With Su Jingming as the center, countless purple lightning surged out. All the surrounding beasts were scorched black under this violent thunder and were directly blasted away. Following that, Su Jingming seemed to transform into the thunder god, his eyes electrifying, with purple lightning dancing on his body. Wielding a long spear, he began to slaughter in the beast horde. And that second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. Chasing from behind, but unable to land a hit. Only able to let Su Jingming reap the rewards among the beast horde. The entire battlefield scene, in just an instant, turned around dramatically. The head and the principal were so shocked by this sudden turn that they were left speechless. Is this Su Jingming's lightning ability? Principal Zhao Yao gasped, and nearby, the Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan was also stunned. Principal Zhao, you call this an E-level ability? Are you joking with me? In the core area of Ruins Town. With the support of the purple sky divine lightning, Su Jingming walked the bloodthirsty violent bear like it was a leash on a dog. The bloodthirsty violent bear seemed to realize its speed was insufficient and could not catch Su Jingming, so it simply stopped pursuing. Its massive body sat in the center of the open space, its scarlet eyes fixed on Su Jingming's figure. Every time Su Jingming killed a beast, its bloodthirsty aura intensified. A total of 34 high-tier beasts were present in the entire area. Of those, 13 had been severely injured and nearly dead, their bodies charred, during the initial assault on Su Jingming, thanks to the explosion of the purple sky divine lightning. As for the remaining 21 beasts, they were killed one after another by Su Jingming, who had activated his cells, in just a minute. Crash! Bang! With a flash of electricity, Su Jingming, holding a long spear, appeared about 8 meters in front of the bloodthirsty violent bear, surrounded by crackling thunder. Not bad, you figured out I would come for you and waited here directly. With his eyes filled with purple lightning, Su Jingming looked at the bloodthirsty violent bear nearby, his gaze truly electrifying. At this moment, the bloodthirsty violent bear was clearly furious, snorting heavily through its nostrils. Its muscular chest heaved up and down violently with each heavy breath. Its scarlet eyes were incredibly cold. Such a scene could scare the weaker-willed awakened ones into paralysis. However, Su Jingming remained unperturbed, his left hand gripping the air. Like the thunder god who ruled everything, the surrounding purple sky divine lightning rapidly gathered, forming a purple lightning bolt. Ziz! The purple lightning was hurled fiercely by Su Jingming, smashing accurately into the bloodthirsty violent bear in front of him with a boom. This terrifying thunder, enough to instantly kill a high-tier beast, only danced on the surface of the bloodthirsty violent bear's body at this moment. Aside from making its appearance more menacing, it seemed to have little effect. As expected of a rare species among second-tier beasts, its defenses are very strong. Su Jingming's gaze tightened slightly. Unlike ordinary pet animals, bloodthirsty violent bears never clean their fur. This leads to the fur easily clumping together, forming a protective layer like armor. This fur armor's strength is even comparable to E-grade alloy. What's more, it is non-conductive. Though the purple sky divine lightning is powerful, Su Jingming is still just an awakened one. To cause damage to the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear while crossing 2 major tiers is indeed a bit challenging. Looks like I need to find a way to break its defenses first. As Su Jingming pondered silently, the bloodthirsty violent bear across from him wasn't idle either. Roar! It let out a low growl, and its violent energy visibly materialized around its body. Like a super scion, the red energy formed an upward airflow. Then, its entire body abruptly expanded, its fierce bare face bulging with veins. The ground's rubble trembled slightly due to this powerful energy's influence. Then, it pushed hard with its legs, creating a deep pit in the ground. And that massive body, towering like an iron tower, leaped towards Su Jingming. What the hell? Do you know what it feels like when a Tigress tank comes crashing towards you? Su Jingming felt this exact sense of foreboding. Then his expression changed suddenly, and he quickly dodged to the side. Boom! The bloodthirsty brutal bear smashed down like a comet onto the spot where Su Jingming had been standing, and the already weathered concrete ground could no longer withstand it. Cracks spread out from the center of the bloodthirsty brutal bear, kicking up clouds of dust. As the dust settled, the form of the bloodthirsty brutal bear, like a super scion, reappeared in Su Jingming's sight. Chapter 25, Kill. The provincial champion is set. Coming right out in a rampage, it seems it really wants to kill me quickly. Su Jingming clicked his tongue in amazement. Rare ferocious beasts and high-level ferocious beasts often possess skills similar to human combat techniques. And rampage is one of the more common skills that ferocious beasts master. According to studies, during the rampage, what little intelligence the ferocious beast has is completely obliterated, turning it into a killing machine that only acts on instinct. Correspondingly, in rampage mode, the physical strength of the ferocious beast is greatly enhanced. Under normal circumstances, ferocious beasts would only enter rampage mode when fighting for their lives. But at the very start of this battle, the bloodthirsty brutal bear directly entered rampage mode. It was obvious that Su Jingming's earlier display aggravated it quite a bit. But I'm not a fool, whether or not you went into rampage, I won't clash with you head-on. Su Jingming's original blood level was as high as 180 points, and with the activation of his cells, it soared even higher, giving him incredible strength. However, even so, he had no intention of colliding head-on with the bloodthirsty brutal bear. He stood at only 1.86 m, while the bloodthirsty brutal bear was already over 6 meters tall. Isn't that seeking death by testing strength? The best approach is still to rely on agility to fight. With a flash of electric light, Su Jingming's figure, holding a spear, blurred and vanished from the spot. The bloodthirsty brutal bear sensed something was wrong instinctively, and before it could react, it felt a sharp pain in its leg. Slash! A large, deep wound with purple electric arc suddenly burst open from the bloodthirsty brutal bear's left leg. Put! Bright red blood gushed out like a fountain from the artery in its leg. Roar! In pain, the bloodthirsty brutal bear swung its massive fist at the small human figure at its feet. Compared to the bloodthirsty brutal bear's height of over 6 meters, the merely 186 centimeters Su Jingming was clearly much more agile. On top of that, the purple cloud's divine thunder continuously stimulated every cell in his body, bringing him a steady stream of power. In this situation, Su Jingming's agility was terrifying. Thus, before the bloodthirsty brutal bear's fist reached him, Su Jingming's figure was already dodging to its right leg. Compared to the purple cloud's divine thunder, the sharp black volcanic spear was obviously better at breaking defenses. So Su Jingming followed suit, slashing the spear and leaving a long wound on the bloodthirsty brutal bear's right leg. At this moment, the clumsy bloodthirsty brutal bear hadn't even been able to catch a glimpse of his figure. Roar! The severe pain from its leg wounds sent the bloodthirsty brutal bear into a frenzy, swinging its bare paw and beginning indiscriminate attacks. However, at this moment, Su Jingming had already dodged to the side. Boom! The crazed bloodthirsty brutal bear acted like a violent demolition machine, crushing numerous beast corpses on the ground into a mush. At that moment, the purple cloud's divine thunder was pushed to its limit by Su Jingming. Countless purple lightning bolts shot out from him, crashing down upon the bloodthirsty brutal bear. The bloodthirsty brutal bear's speed was already inferior to Su Jingming's, and now with its legs injured, it was even slower. Although the bloodthirsty brutal bear lost all intelligence in rampage mode, its basic instinct still understood that the thunder would not cause it lethal harm. So it simply huddled in place, assuming a defensive posture. Ziz! Boom! Thus, the purple cloud's divine thunder rained down for almost half a minute. The gray-white fur of the bloodthirsty brutal bear. All was bombarded to a charred state. It should be about time. Su Jingming's figure flickered, appearing less than 3 meters in front of the bloodthirsty savage bear. 3 meters away, for the bloodthirsty savage bear, it only needed to take a small step forward to attack. However, just as it moved its legs, wanting to vent its anger on the tiny human in front of it, it was shocked to discover that its legs seemed to have vanished, completely unresponsive. Even more frightening to it was that its arms were also incredibly heavy, unable to be lifted. Toughing it out for more than half a minute against the purple sky divine thunder, do you really think nothing would happen? Su Jingming shook his head. Though the bloodthirsty savage bear's fur had strong defensive power, the black shining spear had already breached its defense at its legs. During that half-minute of bombardment, although a lot of lightning had been blocked, there was still significant thunder that entered the bloodthirsty savage bear's body through the wound, numbing its nerves. And this was the effect Su Jingming wanted. Unable to move? Then next, you are a live target. Su Jingming gripped the spear and began his counterattack. The 50-kilogram black shining spear swung, with the spearhead wrapped in lightning continuously striking out. Put! Put! Surrounded by purple thunder, wrapped in the ancient source of thunder's aura from the purple sky divine thunder, Su Jingming seemed like a god now. The spear became a phantom in just 3 or 4 seconds, leaving dozens of bull-sized wounds on the bloodthirsty savage bear. Within the wounds, countless flashes of lightning flickered, causing secondary damage. If it were an ordinary fierce beast, it would definitely be dead beyond dead. But for the over 6-meter-tall, tough-skinned and thick-fleshed second-level bloodthirsty savage bear, these wounds were merely light injuries. It was at this moment that the bloodthirsty savage bear suddenly realized it could feel its arms again. Just as a cruel smile broke out on its enormous bare face, preparing to counterattack. The human in front jumped up, level with its chest, with cold, distinct black and white eyes filled with immense calm. At the same time, a deep and commanding voice sounded in its ears, lightning galebreak. Accompanied by a rumble of thunder, a terrifying wave of lightning energy erupted from the black spear. It instinctively tried to raise its arms to block, but it was already too late. Then, with a loud bang, this injured bloodthirsty savage bear faced the heaviest blow yet. The raging purple thunder erupted from its chest, the immense impact sending it flying like a cannonball. Boom, boom. After crashing through the shattered flower platform and plowing a trench over 10 meters long in the ground, it finally came to a stop. There was a large charred hole smashed into its left chest. The heart that once resided there had vanished, leaving only residual purple thunder swirling within. The bloodthirsty savage bear could feel its strength rapidly draining, its consciousness gradually fading. Instinctively, it wanted to get up, wobbling as it tried to stand. Before it could take its first step, it collapsed to the ground with a crash. This terrifying fierce beast, capable of destroying a small town, had completely lost its life force at this moment. Ding, you have killed a second-level bloodthirsty savage bear, ability points plus 24. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Su Jingming, standing with the spear, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's over. The battle just now had nearly pushed his current strength to the limit. Although the fight lasted less than 2 minutes, the immense intensity of the battle and the constant mental strain. Even with his staggering 180 points of health and spirit, he was somewhat overwhelmed. Fortunately, the final result was good. Of course, even if that combo hadn't killed the opponent, Su Jingming had backup plans. That was to use ability points again. Enhancing basic attributes. It can be said that the 2,000 ability points lying on the system panel had determined the deadly fate of this bloodthirsty violent bear from the very beginning. Su Jingming exited the cell activation state, the thunder in his eyes vanished, and the purple cloud divine thunder that surrounded his body was also retracted. Without the support of the purple cloud divine thunder, Su Jingming suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over him. However, he knew that this weakness was just the illusion of power fading. In reality, he had simply returned to his strength before cell activation. I've killed all the fierce beasts in the core area. I wonder how many points I've earned. Su Jingming opened his smartwatch to check his score. First place, Su Jingming, 10,835 points, second high school of Jiangchang. Over 10,000 points. Although he had some expectations, Su Jingming was still shocked by this score. After the shock, a happy smile appeared on his face. As expected, the scores for the fierce beasts in the core area are indeed the highest. I remember last year the highest score in Jiangnan province was only over 8,000 points, right? Does that mean I've already secured the provincial champion ahead of time? Chapter 26 End. A brand new future. Killing a first-tier high-level fierce beast earns 100 points. Killing a second-tier fierce beast can earn 4,000 points. In the core area, there were 34 first-tier high-level fierce beasts and 1 second-tier lower-level bloodthirsty violent bear, all killed by Su Jingming. He gained a total of 7,400 points. Adding to Su Jingming's original 3,000 points, it's no surprise that he earned over 10,000 points. However, compared to the second-place score, which was almost 10 times lower, it was truly astonishing. There's still more than an hour left until the Martial Science College entrance exam ends. I've killed all the fierce beasts in the core and most core areas. Next, I'll head back to the central region. Every extra kill counts. Glancing at the lifeless bloodthirsty violent bear in the distance, Su Jingming didn't stop there. He hoisted the almost wrecked obsidian spear onto his back and set off again towards the central region. At this moment, Zhou Mingyang and others on the rooftop were still in shock at Su Jingming's performance. The bloodthirsty violent bear just died like that? Zhou Mingyang swallowed hard. From the start of the battle to the moment the bloodthirsty violent bear was killed in one shot, not even 2 minutes had passed. Keep in mind that such a tenacious second-tier fierce beast would normally require elite ability users to fight for over half an hour to kill. Terrifying, too terrifying. The bald boy stared in shock at the score on his smartwatch. Su Jingming's score has exceeded 10,000 points. Exceeding 10,000 points? Zhou Mingyang's eyes widened, instinctively saying, I remember last year the provincial champion of Jiangnan province only had over 8,000 points, right? With Su Jingming's over 10,000 points, could it be that he will be the provincial champion? Provincial champion? Wow, is it really that scary? Nearby, several people immediately gasped in surprise. At this moment, Meng Di's voice suddenly rang out, look quickly, Su Jingming is leaving, it seems he's heading towards the central area. Central area? No wonder he is the provincial champion. After killing the second-tier fierce beast, he doesn't relax at all, and he's rushing to the central area. The bald boy clicked his tongue in wonder, and Zhou Mingyang snapped back to reality, hitting his thigh, oh no. I don't know if Su Jingming will be the provincial champion. But I do know that if we don't hurry to the central area now, we might not get a single point in the last hour. Yeah. Damn, with Su Jingming's speed, he won't leave any fierce beasts in the central area, right? Hurry. Let's go. Hee, since that's the case, Zhou Mingyang will take the lead. As soon as a few people reacted, they had no time to think further, grabbing their weapons and hurriedly rushing downstairs. Yao Mingyang, who no longer needed teammates, wielded wind abilities and was the fastest among them. Outside the examination area, many principals and teachers were shocked by Su Jingming's terrifying power while nervously watching him operate. The second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear was a creature they all had to avoid, even at their peak strength. At this moment, this terrifying beast was being toyed with as if it were a plaything by Su Jingming. He easily dodged the bear's leap and shot its legs with 2 shots. The continuous lightning ability struck, paralyzing the bear into motionlessness. His spear attacked wildly, instantly inflicting heavy wounds on the bloodthirsty violent bear. The final shot, a thunderous technique, pierced through its heart, achieving the kill. The entire sequence flowed like water, incredibly smooth. So much so that when the bloodthirsty violent bear collapsed with a loud crash, the whole place fell into a deathly silence. No one expected that even the second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear, which could give headaches to the pride of the provincial capital, would die like this. Until the ranking board refreshed, Su Jingming's score reached 10,000 points, and even the director and the many principals and teachers still had not reacted. 10,000 points. A record broken. A record broken. At this moment, a teacher from the second high school shouted excitedly. Under the sound of this reminder, many principals and teachers in the audience finally reacted, bursting into an incredibly noisy uproar of shock. 10,000 points. Not only breaking our Jiangchang record, but also breaking the Jiangnan province record. Genius. Absolute genius. Heaven bless Jiangchang, this year's provincial champion will be ours. At this moment, the principals and teachers from 3 high schools were cheering wildly, disregarding their image. If before, there were still some grudges against Su Jingming being a student of the second high school, it was completely different now. Su Jingming, who was extremely likely to become the provincial champion, now represented not just the second high school, but the entire city of Jiangcheng. Well done. Principal Zhao Yao also couldn't help but stand up, excitedly waving his fist. The usually calm him didn't even know how many times he had lost control. But facing this massive surprise, it didn't matter anymore whether he was composed or not. This score could be said to be a preliminary selection for the provincial champion. At worst, he would be in the top 3 of Jiangnan province. You have to know, Jiangcheng Second High School had been established for over 100 years, and their best student had only ranked 64th in Jiangnan province. And now, something that previous principals had never achieved was done by him. How could he not feel excited and honored? Ah, such an outstanding student. How come he wasn't placed in our rocket class back then? In the audience of the second high school, the head teacher of the rocket class felt incredibly remorseful amidst the excitement. If only they had brought Su Jingming to their class back then, how glorious he would be now. Good job, Su Jingming, well done. The head teacher of Class 5, Chen Fan, felt as if he were dreaming upon realizing his student had the potential to be provincial champion. But the pain from pinching his own flesh reminded him it was all real. This made him feel incredibly excited. Wow! Class 5 has such a character. So fierce. Didn't expect that, did you? I didn't expect it either. 10,000 points. I only got 102 points, that's 100 times difference. As the martial arts college entrance examination progressed, many candidates who had been eliminated early due to activated safety balls returned to the open area. At this moment, seeing Su Jingming's terrifying score, they couldn't help but fall into immense shock. 10,000 points. Senior did it. So powerful. With this score, even top-notch ability universities would gladly accept him, right? Not just that. Now those top universities will be begging for Senior to enroll. I declare, from today on, Senior Su Jingming is my idol. The second high school playground, first and second year students, along with the teachers, were all buzzing with excitement. Most students regarded Su Jingming as an idol, a role model, their little faces flushed with excitement. An hour quickly passed, and soon it was 9 o'clock. At this moment, the students still in the Ruins Town examination site had a red warning interface pop up automatically on their smartwatches. At the same time, the smart voice immediately sounded. Attention, the 2037 Weapons Science High School entrance examination in Jiangcheng has ended. Beast kills will no longer count towards scores. Please return promptly. Attention, the 2037 Weapons Science High School entrance examination in Jiangcheng has ended. Beast kills will no longer count towards scores. Please return promptly. The announcement rang 3 times before it ended. Inside the examination site, all the students who received the notice either sighed or felt regret, began their return with all sorts of emotions. The weapons science entrance examination has ended. Su Jingming pulled his long spear from the body of a beast, feeling a bit regretful. What a pity, there won't be another chance to enjoy harvesting ability points like this. Then, Su Jingming shouldered his long spear and began to walk in the direction of return. The weapons science entrance examination was over, and waiting for him would be a brand new future. Chapter 27, An Unparalleled Welcome. 3 top universities. First place, Su Jingming, 11,124 points, Jiangcheng Second High School. Second place, Zhou Yang, 1233 points, Jiangcheng First High School. Third place, Wu Hao, 1045 points, Jiangcheng First High School. When the clock struck 9, the rankings of the weapons science entrance examination were thus fixed. Su Jingming sat firmly in first place with a score nearly 10 times higher than that of the second place. The originally favored Zhou Yang ended up in second place. With the conclusion of the weapons science entrance examination, candidates began to emerge one after another from the ruins town. Aside from discussing their experiences in the examination room, their main topic was all about Su Jingming. Over 10,000 points. That's just too strong. I'm in the same class as Su Jingming. If I say he only has E-level abilities, will you believe me? E-level abilities? Are you kidding? Can E-level abilities suppress B-level abilities of Zhou Mingyang by 10 times? It's worth noting that when students in the same class told others that Su Jingming only had E-level abilities, the responses they received were all disbelief. Time slowly passed, and most students had returned. Only a few students who ventured deeper into the ruins town had not yet come out. Of course, Su Jingming was among them. However, the students who exited the examination room did not immediately board the bus to leave. Instead, they waited in place. They wanted to see what kind of person could wildly score over 10,000 points. While waiting, they inevitably began to speculate on Su Jingming's final ranking. Last year, the highest score in Jiangnan province was just over 8,000, over 10,000 points, absolutely the provincial champion. Who knows, what if someone from other cities pops up who's just as abnormal as Su Jingming? That's true, but no matter what, Jiangnan's top 3 is guaranteed. The top 3 in Jiangnan province. This is a great honor for our entire Jiangcheng. Yes, Jiangcheng finally produced a true talent. Jiangcheng, as one of the lowest-ranked cities in Jiangnan province in economic development. In the national event of the weapons science entrance examination, it had long been invisible. Each year's provincial ranking list often showed a Jiangcheng candidate past the 100th place. But this year was completely different. The wildly scored over 10,000 points Su Jingming possessed the qualification to challenge for the provincial champion. Even if he failed, he would still be in the top 3 of the entire province. At that time, the whole Jiangcheng would become famous because of Su Jingming. And for this reason, the excited Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan, along with the presidents and teachers of various schools, had already left the stands and stood at the examination site exit, waiting for Su Jingming's arrival. On the open ground, numerous candidates are also excited and proud. Some students from Class 5 of the second high school are even bragging about how close their relationship with Su Jingming used to be. Especially Lu Jia, who already had a good relationship with Su Jingming, his tail was practically wagging up to the sky. Chichi, is this Su Jingming really your cousin? In the crowd of students from the first high school, a girl named Xiaoya, who had lost interest in Su Jingming at the Thunder Martial Arts Institute, asked Tang Qi with bright eyes. My dear aunt, you've asked 3 times already. Su Jingming's cousin, Tang Qi, rolled her eyes. Although I don't have 100% certainty, it's highly likely it's him. Alright, I believe you. Xiaoya nodded, then hugged Tang Qi's arm, shaking it in a spoiled manner. My good sister, can you give me your cousin's contact information? Why do you want the contact information again now? Weren't you uninterested yesterday? Seeing Xiaoya's pleading expression, Tang Qi couldn't help but tease. Times have changed. Yesterday he was just an E-level awakened ability user, today he is our Jiangcheng's first. With a different identity, the treatment is naturally also different. Listening to Xiaoya's tone as if it were perfectly reasonable, Tang Qi suddenly found herself speechless. This change of heart is too fast. Just as she was about to speak, a loud shout came. Su Jingming has come out of the examination room. Hearing this shout, the whole area fell silent. Including Tang Qi and Xiaoya, everyone instinctively turned to look at the exit of the ruined town. A tall figure walked out from the dark ruins of the town. It was indeed Su Jingming. He was wearing a bloodstained black combat suit, calm and steady, with a more than 2-meter-long black spear slung across his back. This spear, nearly destroyed, seemed to tell the story of the fierce battles he had faced. Su Jingming, welcome back. Standing nearby, the head of the Education Bureau, Zhang Wenshan, was the first to lead the way, giving the most enthusiastic applause. Then, the principals and teachers of various schools joined in one after another. However, compared to the welcome from the principal and bureau head, the students' welcome was much more enthusiastic. Su Jingming, congratulations. Because of you, our batch of candidates shines. As fellow candidates, if there was only a difference of 100 or 200 points, they might still be unwilling and think the strength difference was not significant. But with a difference of more than 10,000 points, it was an all-around crushing victory. Moreover, after this, Su Jingming represented not only himself, but also the entire Jiangcheng. Thus, the candidates generously offered their cheers and applause. Even some bolder girls openly started to express their affection on the spot. Faced with this scene, Su Jingming, whose ears were buzzing and couldn't quite hear what was being said, was left somewhat dazed. He never expected such a grand welcome after the college entrance examination. It's really dazzling. Not far behind, Zhou Mingyang, who had just walked out of the examination room, looked on with some envy. However, he also knew that even if he was the first, he wouldn't be able to receive such cheers. After all, he couldn't achieve that more than 10,000 points. All candidates, prepare to board the bus. The bus will take you to the city, and when you arrive in the city. The applause lasted for over a minute before gradually stopping, and Commander Wang began to arrange the retreat. As for Su Jingming, he was directly arranged by the principal to take the special car home. This also left the Class 5 students, who originally wanted to take the same bus as him, feeling disappointed. Su Jingming, have you thought about which ability school to go to? The scenery outside quickly retreated. Su Jingming sat in the back seat of the car, with the driver being Zhao Yao, the principal of the second high school in Jiangcheng. Usually, the principal has a dedicated driver when going out. At this moment, he not only personally acted as the driver but even wore a smile, showing no signs of dissatisfaction. Not yet. Su Jingming shook his head. He was speaking the truth. After crossing over, he had always thought about improving his strength quickly and scoring more points, but he never considered which abilities university to attend. With your results, you can enter any university in the country. Principal Zhao Yao looked even more excited than Su Jingming. Including the 3 top ability universities. By the way, do you know these 3 universities? Su Jingming nodded. In the Great Xia Kingdom, martial arts flourished, and the martial arts college entrance examination would be live-streamed to the public. Even the thousands of ability universities across the country organized inter-school competitions every year to determine each university's ranking. Among these thousands of ability universities, 3 universities consistently held the top 3 spots in the competitions. They are Jing Ability University, Modu Ability University, and Jincheng Ability University. These 3 universities have been established for over 200 years. They have abundant educational resources, and all mentors within the schools are at least 6th-tier ability users. These 3 universities stand above thousands of others and are known as the 3 top universities. They are the sacred places of learning that countless students dream of. The 3 top universities. That is the highest goal that countless students yearn for. Principal Zhao Yao spoke with emotion. However, for you, it is easily attainable. No, that's not right, they will even beg you to attend. Begging me to attend? Su Jingming tilted his head, looking puzzled. With your results, you have already qualified for special recruitment. When the national rankings are announced, the top 10 universities will all offer various conditions for you to attend their schools. What else could that be if not begging you to attend? Principal Zhao Yao laughed heartily. Special recruitment is a privilege only given to the top 3 in the province. And Su Jingming clearly falls into this category. I suggest you go back and learn more about the information of the 3 top universities. You can't wait until the special recruitment day and have no clue at all. Also, don't be dazzled by the conditions offered by those schools. The most important thing is to choose the school that you think is suitable for you. Of course, attending any of the 3 top universities means an unlimited future. Principal Zhao Yao directly excluded the other 7 universities in the top 10 and earnestly advised him. I understand. Thank you, Principal. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. The martial arts college entrance examination had ended, and now it was indeed time to carefully consider which school to attend. From the military district to the city, it takes over an hour by car. By the time Su Jingming got home, it was already 11:23 at night. Exhausted, he didn't have time to wash up, simply taking off the battle clothes that still smelled strongly of blood. He collapsed onto his bed and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Not until after 9 the next morning did he wake up from his dreams. Wow, I actually slept for more than 10 hours straight. Glancing at the time on his phone, Su Jingming leaped out of bed and dashed into the bathroom. Shhhhhhh. Warm water flowed from the showerhead, washing over Su Jingming's bare body. So comfortable. After 12 hours of battle, Su Jingming had sweated a lot and felt sticky all over. At that moment, the warm water enveloped him, immediately refreshing his spirit as he opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 183 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 185 Hz, plus. Skill, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Thunderstorm Strike, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. In the martial arts college entrance examination, besides the results, the biggest gain was the ability points. 2,534 ability points, they should last me for a while once I enter the ability university. Su Jingming silently thought. The importance of ability points is beyond doubt. If it were in a regular while area, it would be impossible to obtain so many ability points in such a short time. This was thanks to the martial arts college entrance examination. I wonder if there will be similar events for hunting fierce beasts in the ability university. If so, I will definitely be the first to sign up. Su Jingming was in a good mood. After humming a tune and finishing his shower, he returned to his bedroom, opened his computer, and searched for information on the top 3 prestigious universities. The top 3 prestigious universities have a history of over several hundred years, having nurtured many powerful individuals for Great Xia. As he reviewed the information, Su Jingming occasionally gasped in awe. The current 9th-level guardian of the nation actually graduated from Qingjing University of Abilities. Most of the top ability training methods are actually unique to these top universities? He was shocked to discover that nearly half of the well-known high-level ability users in the country came from these top 3 universities. Half. This was a terrifying ratio. After all, there are thousands of ability universities across the nation. Additionally, many individuals originally studied at foreign ability universities and only returned home after graduation. Yet, the total number of powerful individuals trained by all these domestic and foreign schools matched that of the top 3 universities. This was enough to show the profound foundation of these top 3 universities. Furthermore, the most important point was the ability training methods. As the foundation for an ability user's progression, there are significant differences in the quality of ability training methods, and the speed of cultivation can vary immensely. For example, using the worst basic ability training method for cultivation, most awakened individuals would take 3 to 4 years to advance to the level of an ability user. However, if they used a top ability training method, they could advance in less than half a year. According to the information Su Jingming found, the majority of Great Xiao's top ability training methods were actually housed in the libraries of the top 3 universities. No wonder there are rumors online that the top 3 universities are tyrannical academic factions, unwilling to disclose their skill manuals. Su Jingming suddenly realized, but he didn't pay much attention to it. How precious are the top ability training methods? Hoping to use public opinion to coerce universities into sharing their top skills is simply unrealistic. Ding dong. Just as he was about to continue searching for information, the doorbell rang outside. So early to see me? Could it be my aunt? Filled with curiosity, Su Jingming got up, left his bedroom, and opened the door. At the door stood 2 beautiful women, one tall and one small. The older one was in her 30s, wearing luxurious clothing with an exquisite face. The younger one was about the same age as Su Jingming, tall and with a striking resemblance to the older beauty, though she appeared even colder. These 2 were indeed his aunt Su Qingwan and his cousin Tang Qi. Aunt, cousin. Su Jingming greeted them with a smile and led them into the living room. However, the awkwardness was that due to the ability evolution from the night before, his entire living room looked as if it had been burned down by a fire. Not only were the floors and walls scorched black, but the sofa and coffee table had also turned to ashes. In this large living room, there wasn't even a place to sit. Xiaoming, did your house catch fire? Seeing the situation, Aunt Su Qingwan immediately panicked and hurriedly pulled Su Jingming to check carefully. When did this happen? Are you hurt? Just a little accident, nothing serious. Looking at his aunt's worried face, Su Jingming smiled gently. After his parents passed away, only his aunt brought him the warmth of family. That's good, that's good. Aunt Su Qingwan breathed a sigh of relief, then said, I came this time mainly to ask about your results from the martial arts college entrance examination yesterday. Did Qi Jie not tell you? Su Jingming asked in surprise. I thought it would be better for you to tell my mom yourself, so I didn't say anything. Cousin Tang Qi smiled mischievously. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded, then let's go downstairs and find a place to sit and talk. Su Jingming took both of them downstairs to a cafe nearby called Morning Light Cafe that he often visited. At this time, it was around 10 in the morning. The coffee shop wasn't very crowded. Su Jingming found a seat by the window and ordered 3 cups of steaming coffee. The small morning shop didn't sell any high-end hand-ground coffee. Before long, 3 cups of steaming coffee were served to the table by the waiter. Please enjoy, everyone. The waiter left with a warm smile and turned away. Can the mystery be revealed now? Aunt Su Qingwan, smiling brightly, held her coffee cup. Isn't it just because your sister is acting so mysterious, afraid I'll hit you like when we were kids? Don't worry, think about it, since you entered high school, when have I ever hit you? Even when you wanted to take the martial arts exam, didn't I agree just the same? This time, no matter how poor your grades are, I won't hit you. Listening to Aunt Su Qingwan's words, Su Jingming couldn't help but awkwardly touch his nose. Aunt was a typical woman from Jiangnan, gentle and graceful, but that only applied when it wasn't final exam season. Whenever there was a dip in grades during finals, what awaited him was a painful stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat. And he had no way to resist. After all, he was only 11 when his parents passed away, and his aunt was appointed as his legal guardian. Mom, don't worry, cousin won't disappoint you this time. Seeing her mother misunderstanding her intentions, Tang Qi hurriedly explained. Oh? Is that so? So, Xiaoming, did you do well in the exam this time? How many points? Did you get 100? Aunt Su Qingwan's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked. 100 points is the nationally recognized minimum admission score. Surpassing 100 points means there is hope to attend a university for special abilities. I got 100 points. Su Jingming smiled and nodded, and it's much more than 100, it's 10,000 points. 10,000 points? This score was too shocking, causing Aunt Su Qingwan's beautiful eyes to widen, and she was instantly stunned, unable to react. Chapter 29, The Admission Office of the Magic University, dazed teachers on the spot. Regarding the college entrance examination, due to Tang Qi, Su Qingwan knew quite a bit. She knew that over the years, the highest score in Jiangcheng was only a little over 1,000 points. The province's top scholar in Jiangnan only had about 8 or 9,000 points. Therefore, when she heard Su Jingming say he got 10,000 points, Aunt Su Qingwan was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly recovered and instinctively chose not to believe it, frowning and saying, Xiaoming, don't joke, quickly tell me your real score. Mom, Jingming isn't joking, he really has 10,000 points. No, wait, to be precise, it should be 11,124 points. On our Jiangqing's official news account, there's already a report. Tang Qi, smiling brightly, handed over her mobile phone. On the phone was a recently published article from the Jiangqing official account. The headline read 10,000 points. The absolute dark horse from Jiangqing No. 2 High School. The article's picture was of Su Jingming holding a long gun, killing a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear. It's Xiaoming. Ant recognized Su Jingming from the picture, and she quickly browsed the article. Su Qingwan's gentle nature usually didn't lead to much emotional fluctuation over ordinary matters. But as she read the article bit by bit, her eyes grew brighter. A flush of excitement slowly appeared on her beautiful face as well. 10,000 points. Jiangqing's number 1. So great. So great. Su Qingwan seemed to have won a tens of millions lottery. And the article on her phone was like that winning ticket, which she kept looking at repeatedly. She murmured quietly, Xiaoming has finally succeeded, now our Su family has a successor, and similar phrases. After a while, her emotions gradually calmed down. Xiaoming, with your score, on the day of filling out the college applications, can't you directly choose a top 10 university in the country? Aunt Su Qingwan asked with shining eyes. Yesterday, the principal told me I already have special recruitment qualifications, I don't need to fill out applications, just wait for those universities to present conditions. Su Jingming smiled and explained, while Tang Qi beside him nodded in agreement, Mom, with Jingming's cousin's scores, you could say he's a provincial champion candidate. Even if he doesn't become the provincial champion, he will definitely be among the top 3 in Jiangnan province. This ranking will make the 3 top universities fight to recruit him, and he won't even need to fill out college applications. 3 top universities? Special recruitment? Great, great, great. Xiaoming, you've really given your aunt a big surprise. Su Qingwan repeated great 3 times, then eagerly asked, by the way, when is the Wuku College entrance exam ranking announced? The time is uncertain, but it should be no later than 5 days from now, Su Jingming replied after a moment of thought. The results of the National Wuku College entrance exam will be released at the same time on the same day. Before this, each province will strictly review the videos taken during the exam to prevent cheating. This work is quite huge, but no later than 5 days from now, that is, before June 13th, the results will be announced. Great! After the results are announced, Anne will treat you to a big meal. Su Qingwan's smile was radiant, and after a pause, she asked her biggest question. But Xiaoming, don't you only have E-level powers? How did you get such a high score? Throughout history, the rarer the powers, the stronger the combat ability, which is a recognized fact. Although there are some who achieve greatness through low-level powers, those people are extremely rare, it's no exaggeration to say they are like a phoenix among a flock of chickens. And based on what she saw in the articles, things like thunder crashing, first-tier ferocious beasts suffering heavy casualties, this simply cannot be the power of E-level, weak electric, powers. After all, Su Jingming is still just an awakened one, not even a power user. Hearing Su Qingwan's question, Tang Qi also looked at him with expectation in her beautiful eyes, clearly very curious. In response, Su Jingming had long been prepared and explained with a smile. The day before yesterday afternoon, while I was practicing in the living room, suddenly a lightning bolt struck outside, knocking me out. When I woke up, I found that my original powers seemed to have transformed, becoming much stronger. So that's why you went to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall to test your powers. Tang Qi realized, and Aunt Su Qingwan also nodded slightly. Indeed, there was a thunderstorm for a while in the afternoon. However, you weren't struck by lightning, but instead, luck came from misfortune with your power evolving, that's quite lucky. When you have time later, let's go to the martial arts hall to do another power test and see what level your powers have evolved to. According to the descriptions in the article, your powers should at least have evolved to be level or higher. Su Jingming nodded in response to her words. Although power evolution is rare, it does exist, and using this as the excuse for his power transformation was something he had thought about long ago. Just right, 2 days ago, when his powers evolved, a lightning bolt struck outside, and most people knew about it. Alright, no matter what, you 2 siblings, with one ranking 12th in Jiangqing and the other 1st, are both doing great. Come on. Let's go to the market to buy some vegetables, I'll cook you a delicious meal at noon. Su Qingwan's face was glowing with an uncontainable smile. Seeing this, Su Jingming couldn't help but smile slightly, walking side by side with his cousin Tang Qi beside their aunt. June 11th, 9 p.m. In the enrollment office of the Demon City Ability University. In a place where it's rare to see 3rd and 4th level ability users, the office was filled with them at this moment. They were sitting around a large round table, at least 30 or 40 people in total. These ability users looked a bit anxious, as if waiting for something. Soon, a slightly chubby middle-aged man hurried in. At the same time, he raised a mechanical disc in his hand. The national Wuku rankings are out now. Everyone, get ready. The National Martial Arts College entrance examination rankings are absolutely confidential before the announcement. However, this is only for ordinary people. For top universities like them, getting the rankings a day in advance is not difficult at all. The rankings are finally out. It seems like the rankings this year were released a bit slowly. But last year was only a day earlier. At the enrollment office of the Magical City Ability University, the busiest time of the year is just these few days. They need to devise different special recruitment strategies based on the top 3 candidates from each province. Some students are strong with great potential, so they need to invest more resources in recruiting them. If there are students who are relatively weaker with small potential, then they can spend fewer resources. In fact, not only the Magical City Ability University, but also the other 2 top universities, Jingming Ability University and Jincheng Ability University, do the same. As per the usual practice, let's first look at the performance of the top students from each province. The middle-aged man at the front inserted a mechanical disc into the projector that had long been prepared. With a buzz, a list recording the scores and rankings of all candidates from more than 30 provincial administrative regions across the country was immediately projected. The first provincial administrative region, Jingming City. The middle-aged man's deep voice rang out, and the projection seemed to possess intelligence, directly showing the rankings of the candidates from the capital of Zixiao Nation, Jingming City. Everyone looked straight at the first place on the ranking list. First place, Zhouyi, Jingming High School, 9,343 points. Eva, displays Zhouyi's relevant information. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, an ethereal electronic voice responded, "Okay, director." Then, a holographic projection appeared in the center of the round table. The image displayed was a combat scene of Zhouyi during the Martial Arts College entrance examination. Zhouyi, 18 years old, has awakened an A-level enhancement ability, Bronze Body, level 1 upper tier. His father is a level 4 ability user. Every top university has an astonishing information collection capability, and the Magical City Ability University is no exception. As the central holographic projection played Zhouyi's battle scene, his relevant information also echoed in the ears of every admissions teacher. Bronze Body? That's considered pretty good among A-level abilities. Indeed, watching the combat scene, his use of abilities is quite impressive. The teachers were discussing excitedly, and before long, the video on the holographic projection finished playing. The middle-aged man then said solemnly, "Zhouyi is designated as an A+ special recruitment quota. Teacher Wang Jian, please take a trip for us." "Okay." A teacher stood up and nodded. Once the meeting concludes, he will set off for Jingming City immediately. The second provincial administrative region, Hunan Province. Time quickly passed as the top students from each province were evaluated by the admissions office director and teachers to determine the special recruitment level. There were some excellent A+ levels, some ordinary A levels, and others that were relatively poor A levels. Of course, even being the top student in a province, their ability won't be that weak. Soon, it was time for Jiangnan Province. The 13th provincial administrative region, Jiangnan Province. With the middle-aged man's deep voice, the ranking on the projection quickly switched to Jiangnan Province. Last year, Jiangnan Province had an A+ special recruitment quota. I wonder how this year will turn out. It should also be an A+. Jiangnan Province is a populous province in Zixiao Nation, and the strength of previous provincial top students has always been quite strong. So, including the admissions office director, all the teachers looked at the student in the top position. First place, Su Jingming, Jiang City Second High School, 11,124 points. Over 10,000 points. Jiangnan Province is really strong this year. Jiang City? Isn't that the capital of Jiangnan Province? Many teachers were initially shocked by Su Jingming's score but were left confused when they discovered he was from Jiang City Second High School. Jiang City? Isn't the capital of Jiangnan Province Ning'an City? What is Jiangcheng? I've never even heard of this city. Su Jingming, 18 years old, has awakened a naturally great ability, a level awakener. His parents, 7 years ago. When Su Jingming's information summary echoed in the ears of the teachers who were already a bit confused, they became even more bewildered. What the hell? E-grade ability? Awakeners? How can these things be associated with the provincial top scholar? Chapter 30, the results are out. Jiangnan Provincial Top Scholar. For decades, the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan usually came from Ning'an City, the capital of Jiangnan Province. Or from nearby prosperous cities. Of course, this is quite normal. After all, the poor study literature while the rich train for battle. Those who can live in these cities have some family wealth, and their offspring are often powerful. The ultimate provincial top scholars, like those from the capital, Jingming City, typically possess A-grade abilities and first-tier advanced strengths. But now, the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province did not emerge from the cities familiar to the teachers of the Magic City Ability University. Moreover, he isn't even an ability user, merely an awakener with E-grade ability, which is second to last. Who would dare to believe this? So, when Su Jingming's information reverberated in the ears of many teachers, their first reaction was disbelief. An awakener can become a provincial top scholar? This must be a mistake. Is it possible that the information was collected incorrectly, and it was mixed up with someone who has the same name? Oh, that is a possibility. Every student's score in the martial arts examination has been professionally verified by the National Education Bureau. No one doubts the authenticity of the results, they just suspect that the information may have been mixed up with someone else's. Given the information collection capability of the Magic City Ability University, they shouldn't make such a basic error. Eva's information is not wrong. Feeling questioned, a round, adorably dumb-looking light ball was holographically projected in the room, showing a somewhat human-like expression of anger. This was Eva, the artificial intelligence responsible for information collection and management at the Magic City Ability University. Eva is the highest level AI and won't make such a basic mistake. Su Jingming's information may have had issues from the start when it was registered in the database. A slightly overweight middle-aged man waved his hand. Once we watch his martial arts examination video, everything will be clear, right? Eva, please open Su Jingming's examination video. Okay, director. With the director's assurance, the angry expression on the light ball of Eva disappeared. At the same time, Su Jingming's figure was projected above the round table. As the video began, the first scene was him entering the core area, facing many first-tier high-level ferocious beasts and second-tier beasts. Oh, he actually uses a spear as a weapon, that's quite rare. A teacher's eyes lit up as he saw Su Jingming's tall figure carrying a spear. In the previous top scholars, almost all use swords or broadswords as weapons. This was the first appearance of a spear weapon. A spear is even harder to handle than a sword or knife. Another teacher nodded slightly. Although Su Jingming's weapon caught the teacher's attention, they did not forget their main purpose: to determine Su Jingming's ability and level. The ability hadn't been displayed yet, so it couldn't be determined, but the level was easy to determine. There is a fundamental difference between ability users and awakeners. The former has a unique aura. Despite Su Jingming's fierce aura in the footage, it did not allow the admission teachers present to identify any characteristics of an ability user. So, Su Jingming is really just an awakener? After repeated confirmations, all the teachers present were shocked. What does it mean for an awakener to be the provincial top scholar? This is something that hasn't happened in recent decades. Never seen before. Immediately, the battle in the holographic projection began. When Su Jingming's purple sky divine thunder erupted, killing many first-tier high-level fierce beasts, it left many teachers dumbstruck. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This cannot be an E-level ability. This power is at least A-level. How could it possibly be an E-level weak ability? How did those guys who registered abilities get it so wrong? The experienced enrollment teachers immediately noticed something was off with Su Jingming's ability power. The director of the enrollment office in front narrowed his eyes and instructed. Eva, analyze Su Jingming's ability level. Ability levels need to be determined by a professional instrument. However, with advanced artificial intelligence, it can still analyze it accurately. Su Jingming's ability belongs to the natural system under the lightning system. Since it is impossible to collect elemental information from the air. From the video analysis, Su Jingming's ability has a 4% chance of being B-level. 10% chance of being A-level, 83% chance of being S-level, 1% chance of being SS-level, and 0% chance of being SSS-level. The artificial intelligence Eva quickly reached the analysis result, and the enrollment office director, upon receiving the conclusion, had his pupils suddenly shrink. S-level probability is 83%? As advanced artificial intelligence, Eva's judgment is almost infallible. An 83% probability already nearly confirms that Su Jingming's ability is S-level. S-level? All the teachers present suddenly felt their breathing quicken. What does S-level mean? Once it grows, it becomes absolute top combat power. And in today's great Xia country, there hasn't been an S-level ability awakener in 3 or 4 years. At that moment, in the holographic projection, Su Jingming also ended the life of a second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear with an incredibly violent stance and a single shot. With a suspected S-level ability, combined with this powerful combat capability, Su Jingming's provincial champion is well-deserved. The enrollment office director in front let out a sigh of relief, and after thinking for a moment, said seriously, Su Jingming, to be designated as an S+ level special recruitment quota, we must do whatever it takes to recruit him. S+ level special recruitment quota. It hasn't been used for many years, right? For S+ level special recruitment, it seems we need to present some good offerings. Director Zhang, I went to the special recruitment in Jiangnan province last year, let me go this time too. Director, I also want to go for the special recruitment in Jiangnan. The S+ level special recruitment quota, along with the almost certain S level ability, instantly made Su Jingming the star of the show. Many teachers scrambled to be the one to go for this trip to Jiangnan Province's special recruitment. But the enrollment office director, Zhang Chaoyang, shook his head. "You all don't need to go, this time I will personally make the trip." The director going personally makes it steady. Although other teachers were somewhat disappointed, as a 5th-tier mental ability user, Director Zhang Chaoyang, who had recruited many immensely talented students into the Magic Capital Ability University, was indeed the most reliable choice for this trip. S-level ability. Su Jingming, I hope you don't disappoint me. Looking at the tall figure on the holographic projection, Director Zhang Chaoyang couldn't help but murmur softly. June 12, the 5th day after the Martial Science College entrance examination ended. Jingming, don't worry, the results will be out today at the latest. Principal, I know, I'm not anxious. Good, as long as you're not anxious, I'm just afraid you young people are too impatient. Su Jingming walked inside the community and finally hung up the call from the principal after a long conversation. Goodness, they all tell me not to rush, but they are all more anxious than anyone. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. In the days leading up to the ranking announcement, he received calls from his class teacher, the principal, and even the director of the Education Bureau multiple times. The implication in their words was all about telling him not to worry, that the rankings would be announced sooner or later. However, their tone sounded anything but calm, as if they wished the results would be announced the day after the college entrance exam ended. Of course, Su Jingming could understand. After all, Jiangcheng really needed an opportunity to prove itself. But it's already the 5th day, the results should be out by now, right? Just as Su Jingming was mumbling to himself, a ding-dong sound of a text message notification rang out. He took out his phone, unlocked it, and checked the message content. Jiangcheng Second High School student Su Jingming, Jiangnan Province Wuku College entrance exam ranking has been announced, please check it promptly. Below the message was a link to a website. The college entrance exam rankings are out. Su Jingming's eyes brightened, and without hesitation, he clicked the link. Instantly, a document filled with the rankings of all the exam candidates in the entire province appeared on his phone. Su Jingming directly looked at the first line of the document. Jiangnan Province Number 1, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. First place. The provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province. I did it. At this moment, even the calm and composed Su Jingming couldn't help but show a joyful expression, excitedly raising his fist. Chapter 31, the whole province in shock. Jiangcheng's pride. June 12 was the last day for the nationwide Wuku College entrance exam rankings to be announced. This meant that on this day, the rankings would surely be published. In the capital of Jiangnan Province, Ning'an City, at the Education Bureau. The director and a group of teachers were waiting in front of the computer, waiting for the ranking to be revealed. Even in this not-so-small office, many cakes and champagne drinks had already been prepared. They were just waiting for the official announcement of the results, ready for a joyful celebration. This year, Lei Zhou from Ning'an First High School performed well, scoring over 9,200 points. He should be the provincial top scholar. The probability is high, but who knows? I heard there are a few talented students from neighboring provinces too. That's true. It depends on everyone's fate. The teachers were all discussing among themselves. Lei Zhou, from Ning'an First High School, with an A-level ability and high first-tier power, was a popular candidate for provincial top scholar. The results are out. At this moment, one of the teachers, who had been watching the computer screen, suddenly brightened his eyes and opened the ranking list, but immediately paused for a moment. What's wrong? Sensing something was wrong, the director of Ning'an City Education Bureau furrowed his brows and leaned forward, only to discover that the first place was an unfamiliar name. Jiangnan Province Number 1, Su Jingming, Jiangcheng Second High School, total score, 11,124 points. What? The provincial top scholar is from Jiangcheng? The director's eyes widened in shock. Such a scene did not only occur in the Ning'an City Education Bureau, but also in the education bureaus of other cities across Jiangnan Province. However, compared to the shock in each education bureau, the news reporters in Jiangnan Province were already moving fast. After all, Jiangnan Province is a major population province of the Great Xia country. The province has 24 prefecture-level cities and nearly 34 county-level cities. As the provincial capital, Ning'an City and several nearby prefecture-level cities were the most prosperous, and also the places with the most concentration of ability users, where geniuses were most likely to emerge. Yet Jiangcheng, located in the far north of Jiangnan Province, was known for its lack of resources and few geniuses. In the past years, the provincial top scholar of Jiangnan Province had always come from Ning'an City or one of the nearby prefecture-level cities. But this year, it was completely different. The provincial top scholar actually came from a low-profile city, Jiangcheng, which most people in Jiangnan Province didn't even know about. What did this mean? This meant traffic and explosive news. So, these reporters began to frantically gather information related to Su Jingming. They were shocked when they investigated. E-level ability, an awakened one who hasn't yet advanced. Each phrase stirred their nerves. As they marveled, their eyes lit up, realizing this was a natural hot topic. So, like tentacles, within just a few minutes, they edited out articles of over 1,000 words. An absolute dark horse. The provincial top scholar from Jiangchang. Shocking. The provincial top scholar is still just an awakened one. Who says an E-level ability can't be the provincial top scholar? Alright. These article titles each teased the appetite. Once published online, they attracted many clicks and views from netizens. Especially from the netizens in Jiangnan province, who constantly left comments under these articles. Isn't the provincial champion usually a high-level ability user? Can an awakener really become the provincial champion? An E-level ability awakener can become the provincial champion? If that's true, I will eat it on the spot. You upstairs, just wait. I am going to find his weapon exam video right now. The majority of comments on these news articles were filled with doubts. After all, last year's provincial champions in Jiangnan were all high-level ability users. The ability levels were at least A-level or B-level. Now out of nowhere comes an E-level ability awakener as the provincial champion, so naturally, no one believes it. Some people with extreme personalities even shouted in the comments. They claimed that there were dark secrets behind this weapon exam, suggesting that Su Jingming was actually the useless son of a big shot, forcefully pushed into the position of provincial champion. Cheating in the weapon exam is an extremely serious matter. After such comments, public opinion gradually began to ferment. Many people directly left messages under Jiangcheng's official account, requesting a truth to be revealed. As public opinion seemed to be escalating, Jiangcheng's official account leisurely released Su Jingming's weapon exam video. As a result, some trolls who harbored ill intentions and were ready to launch a harsh attack were suddenly dumbfounded. Su Jingming, the provincial champion of Jiangnan, is truly an awakener. Damn, a bullet piercing through the skull of a first-level unicorn rhinoceros. Wow, this power is even stronger than a first-level ability user, right? It looks like a power amplification ability, but he is just an awakener. How could his ability amplification be so strong? What the hell? It's not a power amplification ability, it's a lightning ability. You tell me this is an E-level ability? Unethical media, slandering for traffic without limits. Su Jingming's weapon exam video is 12 hours long, perfectly encompassing every moment from the examination room. Thus, once the video was released, the voices questioning Su Jingming quickly disappeared. Replacing them was people's astonishment at Su Jingming's superb marksmanship and powerful lightning ability. The online topic about Su Jingming exploded, and it ignited a hot discussion in Jiangcheng. The weapon exam is a topic everyone participates in. However, in previous years, the best scores from Jiangcheng only ranked within the top 100 in Jiangnan province. It was embarrassing to mention. Therefore, people from Jiangcheng didn't pay much attention before. But now it's different. Jiangcheng has produced a provincial champion. Many people excitedly started to discuss the topic online. Some who actually knew Su Jingming even claimed to be his friends. As for the local media in Jiangcheng, they became busy, flocking to Jiangcheng Second High School, eager to interview the principal. When Su Jingming scored over 10,000 points, the principal had already anticipated this scene. Thus, clad in a suit, he faced numerous microphones, completely unflustered, and spoke eloquently. In addition, Su Jingming's homeroom teacher, along with many other subject teachers, were also interviewed. This time, the normally strict homeroom teacher couldn't stop smiling. In her words, she was generous with praise for Su Jingming. Besides Jiangcheng Second High School, officials from the Municipal Education Bureau and municipal government also accepted interviews. Su Jingming is the pride of us Jiangcheng people. His achievement is due to his own hard work. Of course, it also relies on the strong support from the school and the Education Bureau. As per tradition, Education Bureau Director Zhang Wenshan passionately spoke a few official lines. Then he stated that he would reward Su Jingming with a gift that includes 1 million cash and a method for ability training. The city government quickly followed suit. They announced a cash reward of 1 million for Su Jingming, along with a luxurious house in the city. Rewarding the provincial top scholar is an old tradition in every province. Although Jiang City is much poorer compared to a provincial capital like Ning'an City, a few million is still affordable. Moreover, the excitement that Su Jingming brought to Jiang City far surpassed what the government spent. Chapter 32, The Arrival of Top Universities. Su Jingming was unaware of the storms brewing online. After receiving congratulatory calls from his aunt and the principal, he went straight to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Even with the system, he could not neglect his basic training. Inside the training room, The almost worn-out black spear transformed into a black shadow as he swung it. Because his swinging speed was incredibly fast, the air occasionally shrieked. The spear, weighing 50 kilograms, seemed to have no effect on him at all. Every movement was very precise. Ding-a-ling. The phone rang, interrupting Su Jingming's training. He frowned, put down the spear, and picked up the phone. The caller ID showed Principal Zixiao of Jiang City No. 2 High School. Didn't the principal just call? Why is he calling again? As the provincial top scholar, Su Jingming was destined to become famous. However, he did not like being disturbed, especially during training. So he set his phone to whitelist mode early, but the principal called 2 or 3 times in a row. However, Su Jingming knew that the principal would not call unless it was important. So he did not hesitate any longer and pressed the answer button on the screen. Sure enough, as soon as the call got through, Principal Zixiao's excited voice came through. Su Jingming, hurry to the school. The admission officers from the 3 top universities have arrived. The admission officers arrived so quickly? Su Jingming was a bit surprised. Among the 3 top universities, Xinjiang Ability University is located in the northern part of Daxia, and Jincheng Ability University is in the central part. They are quite far from Jiangnan province, only Magic City Ability University is somewhat closer. According to his estimate, these admission officers wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Don't overthink it. Where are you? I'll arrange a special car to pick you up right away. I'm at Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Okay, wait a moment, the special car will be there soon. On the other side, Jiang City No. 2 High School. Principal Zixiao, who was being interviewed, was startled when he learned that the admission officers from the 3 top universities were coming together. He was surprised at first, then immediately stopped the interview and called Su Jingming to come to the school. Then he personally led the 3 instructors to the school's VIP reception room, serving each a cup of hot tea. Please take a seat, teachers, Su Jingming will take more than 10 minutes to arrive. As a level 2 ability user and the principal of a school, Zixiao was a prominent figure in all of Jiang City. Yet now, his posture was very humble, and his attitude extremely respectful. Because he knew that these 3 big shots were not to be provoked under any circumstances. Even the unintentional aura emitted by high-level ability users made his heart tremble. It's alright, Principal Zhao, you can go about your business, we'll wait here for a while. Zhang Xiaoyan, the head of the admissions office from Magic City Ability University, smiled warmly and waved his hand. After dismissing Zhao Yao, he turned to the other 2 and said with a smile. It seems like we haven't gathered like this for a long time, right? In the room, there were also a man and a woman besides him. They were, respectively, Su Yun from Xinjiang Ability University, a plump and attractive woman. In Jin City, there was Wu Yuan from the Ability University, a middle-aged man in a gray robe with long hair. Like Zhang Qiaoyan, they were both the directors of their respective schools' admissions office. Back when the 3 of them were not yet directors, they had encountered each other at special recruitment events across the provinces. However, since becoming admissions directors, they rarely moved around outside and had not met again. Now, for the sake of Su Jingming, the 3 of them coincidentally gathered together. Teacher Zhang, no need for too many pleasantries, right? Everyone here knows very well why we've come. Let me be clear, Su Jingming, our Xinjiang Ability University has locked him in. Su Yun from Xinjiang Ability University was as fiery in personality as she was in figure. She didn't waste words on pleasantries, stating her intent right away. Ha, you say you've locked him in, but I say we at Jin City University have locked him in too. Wu Yuan from Jin City University was likewise unwilling to show weakness and scoffed coldly. Seeing this, Zhang Qiaoyan couldn't help but rub his temples in distress. Every year, the University League was held, and the top 3 universities always sought the best of the best. Especially at these events for provincial champions, the atmosphere was particularly tense. It was not uncommon for enrollment teachers to even fight. He, of course, didn't mind. When it came to showcasing the school's strength, he would not shy away. But this time, the situation was a bit different. Zheng Qiaoyan cleared his throat and said, You 2 came here not just for Su Jingming's provincial champion status, but also for his abilities, right? No kidding. Su Yun rolled her eyes. The moment she saw Zhang Qiaoyan and Wu Yuan, she knew they all had the same purpose. They were all there for Su Jingming's potentially S-class abilities. If that's the case, when Su Jingming arrives, let's first determine his ability level. Hearing Zhang Qiaoyan's suggestion, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances and then nodded. Sure, let's establish his ability level first before discussing admission. For a moment, the entire VIP reception room fell into silence. However, it wasn't long before they heard a whoosh, and the sliding door of the conference room opened. A tall figure bearing a long gun walked in, led by Principal Zhao Yao. This person was Su Jingming. As soon as he entered the reception room, 3 gazes instantly focused on him. Because he had come from the Thunder Martial Arts School, Su Jingming was dressed in an ordinary loose training outfit. He carried the battered black Yao gun on his back. This appearance, compared to the formally dressed Principal Zhao Yao, seemed somewhat shabby. However, his tall posture and the calm, steady demeanor in his black and white eyes were something Zhao Yao, who appeared somewhat nervous in front of the three top recruitment teachers, could not compare to. Not bad. Su Yun nodded slightly. After the martial arts entrance exam, most candidates would indulge due to 3 years of high school life, not thinking about training at all. But Su Jingming before her clearly had just finished training, just that aspect alone made him incomparable to ordinary candidates. Moreover, the three of them were all 5th level ability users. Although they did not unleash their abilities, the pressure they naturally emitted was not something ordinary ability users could withstand. This could be seen from Zhao Yao standing beside them. Yet Su Jingming showed no reaction to this, obviously having firm willpower that was not easily shaken. Being all 5th level ability users, Su Yun could see this, and naturally, everyone else could as well. Thus, from their very first meeting, Su Jingming left a good impression on the admission teachers. Chapter 33, S-Class Ability. The Battle for Talent. Su Jingming, let me introduce you, this is Su Yun, a teacher from Qingjing Ability University, and this is. Under Principal Zhao Yao's introduction, Su Jingming quickly learned about the identities of the three teachers. Hello, teachers. Su Jingming's expression was respectful. He could vaguely sense the dangerous aura brought by these three teachers. Needless to say, they were at least 4th-tier ability users. Su student, we have all watched your college entrance exam battle video. Your practical combat ability is very strong and quite impressive. However, I have a question. Your ability does not seem to be the E-level ability registered when you originally awakened, which is weak electricity. Can you tell us the reason? If it's inconvenient to say, that's fine, we are just a bit curious. Zhang Chaoyan was the first to speak, his tone very gentle. Beside him, Principal Zhao Yao also revealed a curious expression. Of course, on the day before the college entrance exam. In response, Su Jingming was prepared and repeated what he had said about his aunt. Struck by natural lightning, which caused the mutation of my ability? That is indeed a possibility. Before coming, the three teachers had already done their homework. They knew Su Jingming was struck by lightning the day before the college entrance exam. So they nodded, acknowledging this statement. Then, in the middle, Zhang Chaoyang spread out his right hand. Like a magic trick, a sci-fi black device appeared in his hand. The other two teachers were not surprised at all. Su student, you probably don't know what your mutated ability is yet. Just so happens that I brought an ability detection device from school. Come and give it a try. Su Jingming nodded in response and walked forward. The ability detection device, he had only seen it when he awakened his ability at 16. The device used in the awakening ceremony was large, similar to a double-door refrigerator. He had never used such a compact detector and didn't know how to operate it. Just unleash your ability. Zhang Chaoyang reminded him. Su Jingming nodded, took a deep breath, and directly summoned the purple sky divine thunder. Bang bang bang. In an instant, violent and dazzling purple lightning surrounded him. What violent thunder! The teachers were all taken aback. They could sense the fierce power contained in the thunder. This power made even them, as 5th-tier ability users, feel a bit nervous. At this moment, the ability detection device in front of Su Jingming also began to operate, a blue light projected from the device. It scanned the lightning in Su Jingming from head to toe. Then, under the eager eyes of the three special admission teachers and the principal, a mechanical electronic prompt sound came from the device. Ability detection complete. The ability is Purple Sky Divine Thunder, rated S-Class. Actually S-Class ability. Principal Zhao Yao's eyes widened. He guessed Su Jingming's ability might have mutated, but he never expected it to shift directly from E-Class to S-Class. Though the other three teachers had anticipated this, when they truly saw Su Jingming's ability was S-Class, they couldn't help but breathe quickly. The admission officer from Jincheng University, Wu Yuan, had eyes that sparkled with greed, and he was the first to speak. Su student, as long as you come to our Jincheng Ability University, you will receive a scholarship of 4 million, plus a set of C-Class equipment. Additionally, throughout your 4 years at the university, any ability training methods or combat techniques you need, our school will provide for free. 4 million scholarship. Principal Zhao felt a jolt in his heart. Just now the city had already rewarded 2 million, and now another 4 million. Is money really just not money anymore? Also, this set of C-Class equipment was worth over 10 million. Of course, for ability users, ability training methods and various combat techniques were priceless treasures that could not be bought. Indeed, geniuses are invaluable. Principal Zhao sighed in his heart. Back then, when he was at the Super Ability University, how many fierce beasts had he risked his life hunting just to gather enough to buy a combat skill? But now, people are giving them away for free. Is this all you have to offer? Su Yun from Jing University raised an eyebrow and stared intently at Su Jingming. Su classmate, if you come to our Jing Super Ability University, not only will you gain the super ability training methods and various combat skills, but we will also give you a 6 million enrollment bonus, along with all the equipment you need for 4 years of university. Jing Super Ability University, located in the capital of the Great Xiao Kingdom, clearly had more financial power, throwing down heavy cash right from the start. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Chaoyang finally spoke about the conditions of his own school. As for the super ability training methods and combat skills, there's no need to discuss them. What they have, we have too. However, our school does not provide scholarships or equipment. We will give you an S-level cultivation resource each academic year. S-level cultivation resource? What is that? Su Jingming showed a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, Su Yun and Wu Yuan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Su Jingming wondered, don't they know? The so-called S-level cultivation resources are treasures that can't be measured by value. Even for those of them who are Tier 5 super ability users, S-level cultivation resources are immensely useful. And now, the Magic City Super Ability University unexpectedly promised one each year. What kind of extravagance is this? You know about Dragon Clan Fierce Beasts, right? In response to Zheng Chaoyang's inquiry, Su Jingming nodded. Fierce beast groups have different species, some are weak, while others are strong. Certain species, naturally strong and similar in size to dragon clans, are given the title of dragon type. Born as Tier 4 or Tier 5, and upon adulthood, can even reach Tier 7 or Tier 8. Good, it's good that you know. Among our S-level resources, there's something called Dragon Blood. It is taken from the heart's blood of Tier 8 dragon-type fierce beasts. After consuming Dragon Blood, your physique will greatly strengthen, even rivaling that of dragon-type fierce beasts. And every portion of our S-level resources is of the Dragon Blood grade. Now you understand, right? Zheng Chaoyang said with a smile. It's because Su Jingming's special admission level is rated S+, otherwise he wouldn't offer such luxurious conditions. Dragon Blood. S-level cultivation resources. President Zhao Yao used to think he had seen it all. But after seeing the conditions proposed by 3 top universities to recruit Su Jingming, he suddenly realized that his perspective was still too narrow. Hearing this, Su Jingming was also shaken. The S-level cultivation resources are indeed tempting. Alright, it's time for you to make your decision. Which of the 3 top universities will you choose? The 3 teachers' gazes focused on Su Jingming, waiting for him to make his choice. Chapter 34, Final Choice, Magic City Super Ability University. Facing the gazes of the 3 teachers, Su Jingming was silent for a moment and said, I choose Magic City Super Ability University. Because super ability points must be obtained by slaying fierce beasts, he was particularly concerned about the practical training capabilities of the top universities. During this time of resource review, he found that in nearly 20 sessions of practical combat-focused college league competitions, almost half of the champions were claimed by Magic City Super Ability University. This was sufficient to show that the cultivation of students' practical combat abilities at Magic City Super Ability University is the strongest among the 3 universities. Coupled with the S-level resources they threw down, Magic City Super Ability University could be said to be the best choice. It's indeed Magic City Super Ability University. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but sigh. In light of the S-level cultivation resources, the conditions offered by their 2 schools were indeed much weaker. But this isn't their fault, the resources available for recruiting special students are just limited. Resources like this are immensely useful even for high-level super ability users, S-level cultivation resources. The school could never be used for new student recruitment. The school does not allow it, and they cannot offer more attractive recruitment conditions. Teacher Zhang, congratulations, your Magu Ability University has snagged a good talent this time. The tense atmosphere was only about grabbing students. Now the result was settled. Su Yun and Wu Yuan couldn't help but congratulate Zheng Chaoyang. After that, they didn't linger long, sighing as they left the place. They had no chance at the top scholar of Jiangnan province, but the 2nd and 3rd places still needed to be fought for. You two, please take care. With a smile, Zheng Chaoyang sent off the 2 teachers and then turned to Su Jingming. Classmate Jingming, welcome to choose our Magu Ability University. Our school will never let you down. After saying that, he directly took out the admission notice that had been prepared and handed it over. This is your admission notice. You will need it when you register at the school. Also, here is a special recruitment contract, please sign it. Zheng Chaoyang handed over another document. The text on the contract was very simple, broadly stating that Su Jingming could access all ability training methods and combat skills in the Magu Ability University Library. Additionally, he would receive an S-class cultivation resource every year. The contract came in 2 copies, both already stamped with the official seal of Magu Ability University. After confirming there were no issues, Su Jingming signed his name. 1 copy went to Zheng Chaoyang, and he kept 1 for himself. Very well, classmate Jingming, you are now a member of Magu Ability University. Magu Ability University looks forward to your arrival. Zhang Xiaoyang, now holding the contract, also breathed a sigh of relief. To land an S-level awakened person was a success. This trip had finally met the school's expectations. With a casual flip, the contract vanished into thin air. This scene made Su Jingming, who had been curious all along, open his eyes wide and ask, "Teacher Zhang, where did the contract go? Are you talking about this?" Zhang Xiaoyang smiled and raised his right hand, with a delicate ring on his index finger. Then the ring flashed, and the contract appeared in his hand out of nowhere. This is a space ring, made by space ability users' powers. It can hold some small things. Zhang Xiaoyang explained with a smile. Space ring? Su Jingming was shocked. Wasn't this something from fantasy novels in his past life? It had actually been realized in this world. But after thinking about it, he quickly understood. With space abilities existing, making a space ring seemed reasonable. When I get a chance, I'll get one too. Su Jingming silently made a decision. There was no way, something like the space ring was just too tempting. The price of a space ring is not cheap, so if you want to buy one, you have to work hard. Seemingly seeing through Su Jingming's thoughts, Zhang Xiaoyang encouraged him. After a pause, he added. Also, our new student's enrollment date is September 1st. You can also choose to enroll early, that's fine, and we will provide accommodation for you. Of course, for special recruits like you, we always encourage early enrollment. Can I enroll early? So I can access the library's ability training methods and combat skills after enrollment? Su Jingming's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. Of course, no problem. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. That's great. Su Jingming thought he would have to wait until the start of school to enjoy the massive cultivation resources of Magu Ability University. But now he could enroll early, how could he not be excited? Teacher Zhang, I will come to school to enroll as soon as possible. Good, here's my contact information. Once you arrive at the school, just call me. After leaving his contact details, Zhang Xiaoyang did not linger any longer and got up to leave. So, in the large VIP reception room, only Su Jingming and Principal Zhao Yao remained. They're finally gone. These high-level superpowered individuals really have an overwhelming presence. Zhao Yao sighed with relief, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and then looked at Su Jingming's exquisite admission letter as if it were a treasure. The admission letter from Magic City Superpowered University. This is an incredible honor. Let's call your homeroom teacher and take a big group photo together. Under the guidance of Principal Zhao Yao, Su Jingming held the Magic City Superpowered University admission letter. At the entrance of number 2 high school, they took a photo with Principal Zhao Yao and the teachers from Class 5. In the photo, every teacher's smile was particularly bright. This photo was placed in the center of the honor room of Jiangcheng number 2 high school. It became a model for many students to imitate and learn from in the future. During the group photo session, Su Jingming also received calls from the City Education Bureau and the city government. Upon learning about the generous rewards they promised, which only required him to make an appearance on the day of the reward distribution, Su Jingming agreed without hesitation. After all, they were offering such generous rewards. Isn't it only right to show up and promote his hometown a bit? After leaving the school, Su Jingming went to the city center to buy many gifts. Then he took a taxi to the Jinghu community where his aunt lived. Unlike Su Jingming's humble neighborhood, Jinghu community was a high-end villa area. The security at the entrance was very strict. Without the owner's permission, it was almost impossible for others to enter. Fortunately, Su Jingming had previously recorded his visitor access here, allowing him to enter the community smoothly. Ding dong. Su Jingming stood at the villa door and rang the doorbell. After a moment, the door opened, and his aunt Su Qingwan appeared. Seeing Su Jingming, Su Qingwan's eyes lit up. Xiaoming, what brings you here? Come in, come in. The provincial ranking is announced, and I thought you, being the provincial champion, would be very busy. I didn't expect you to come over at this time. Old Tang, Xiaoming is here, quick, go brew some tea. Aunt Su Qingwan warmly led Su Jingming to the living room of the villa. Xiaoming is here. A strong man walked out from the study. Uncle. Su Jingming politely greeted. This man was his uncle Tang Daolin. You sit for a bit, I will go brew some tea. Uncle Tang Daolin nodded with a smile and then called upstairs. Chi-Chi, your cousin is here. Thud thud thud. With the sound of footsteps, Tang Chi descended the stairs with her long strides. Sister Chi. Su Jingming smiled and greeted as well. Jingming, very impressive. You really became the provincial champion. I didn't have time to call earlier, is it still okay to say congratulations now? Tang Chi smiled sweetly and sat next to Su Qingwan. Of course it's still okay. Su Jingming smiled and said, by the way, these are gifts I brought for you. There's a facial mask for aunt, skincare products for sister Chi, and tea leaves for uncle. Su Jingming took out the gifts one by one. Xiaoming, you are so thoughtful. Aunt Su Qingwan was about to accept them without being too polite when she realized these gifts were all quite expensive brands. Adding them up, they were worth at least 10 to 20,000, making her eyes widen in surprise. Why buy such expensive gifts? You will need a lot of money for college later. Quickly take them back and return them. When you earn money, it's not too late to buy us gifts. Aunt, these are just what I earned. Su Jingming grinned. The city is rewarding me 200,000 for becoming the provincial champion, plus a superpower training method and a luxurious villa. These 10 to 20,000 gifts aren't a burden for me. Of course, even without the city's rewards, it was right to buy some valuable gifts for his aunt's family after all the help they had given him over the years. Wan Qing, you should accept them. I also saw the reward announcement released by the city online. Not only in the city, many local businesses in Jiangcheng have openly expressed that they want to give you equipment and resources. Uncle Gu laughed and brought over a cup of steaming tea. So that's how it is. Su Qingwan nodded and did not decline further. The rewards from the city can be taken, but the things those businesses want to give can't be accepted. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. The city government has an official background. Receiving rewards issued by the state is not a problem. But private enterprises are not the same. Accepting gifts from them could lead to future troubles. By the way, your uncle just said the city also gave you a villa. Where is this villa? Su Qingwan asked curiously. The city said I could choose freely, as long as it's within Jiangcheng, but I haven't decided where yet. Su Jingming replied. Then you should just choose our Jinghu community, it'll be easier to get together later. Su Qingwan quickly suggested. Sure. Su Jingming readily agreed. For someone who lost both parents and is all alone, a house is just a place to sleep at night, anywhere would do. Since his aunt wants him to live there, then he could just go there. Uncle Tang Daolin felt a bit emotional hearing this. This house was something he worked hard for most of his life. And now, Su Jingming doesn't need to spend a penny. Others are even rushing to give. Exactly when I have some training issues, when Jingming moves over, I can ask him for advice. Tang Qi said with a smile. Although she uses a dagger and Su Jingming uses a long gun, the combat experience of the other party is obviously much stronger and can provide guidance on training. Sure. Su Jingming nodded, then hesitated and said, but I may not be able to guide you for long. Once everything settles here, I will have to leave. Leave? Where to? Su Qingwan was startled. To Modu to report for school. Su Jingming took out his admission notice. Just now, I was admitted to Modu Abilities University. Already admitted? But isn't it still not time to fill out applications? Su Qingwan was slightly stunned. Filling out applications is done 3 days after the announcement of the college entrance exam results from Wuku. Xiaoming is the provincial champion and is on a special recruitment path. He doesn't need to wait for the application. Uncle Tang Daolin shook his head and explained. Special recruitment, going to report for school so soon. Su Qingwan felt a little disappointed. Originally, she wanted to take Su Jingming out to have some fun during the holiday. But she also knew that Modu Abilities University is the top university in the country. Su Jingming choosing to report early certainly has his own reasons. The child has grown up after all. Su Qingwan shook her head, her mood quickly recovering. Going to Modu Abilities University is a good thing. Today I'll treat you, let's go out for a big meal. It's also a celebration for Xiaoming being the provincial champion. Yay, I want to eat a lobster feast. Tang Qi's eyes lit up, and Su Jingming also smiled. Just like that, the whole family happily went out. In the days that followed, Su Jingming first made an appearance at an event organized by the city government and received a cash reward of 2 million. Then he chose a 2-story, over 400 square meters standalone villa in Jinghu community. All the furniture in the villa was brand new. As for the furniture and decorations in the original community, he did not touch them. Additionally, he invited his lifelong friends from high school, Zhang Hao and Lu Jia, out for a meal. At the dinner table, the two friends were envious of Su Jingming's rise. Upon learning that Su Jingming was struck by lightning and his ability changed from E level to S level, they exclaimed that he had incredible luck. They viciously ordered a few more big lobsters. Of course, both of them were doing quite well in their studies too. Lu Jie scored 245 points in the martial arts college entrance exam, so he was sure to get into the Ability University in Magic City. Zhang Hao, who took the cultural college entrance exam, also reached the first-tier admission line. However, compared to the Magic City Ability University which accepted Su Jingming, it was naturally incomparable. In the end, both Zhang Hao and Lu Jie got completely drunk. Aiming, now that you've gotten into the Magic City Ability University, you must get me a signed photo of Goddess Jiang. Before getting into the taxi, Zhang Hao was still mumbling with blurred senses. Goddess Jiang, originally named Zhang Chuxian, is an ability user from the Magic City Ability University. Recently, she became famous online due to a video of her slaying a beast. In the video, her stunning beauty and decisive killing style formed a strong contrast. That's how she earned the title of Goddess Jiang, and Zhang Hao is her diehard fan. Su Jingming naturally agreed with a full mouth, and after a hard time comforting him, sent him off in a taxi. At this point, everything in Jiang City was settled. The next day, June 16th. Under the watchful eyes of his aunt's family, Su Jingming carried his suitcase and boarded the high-speed train to Magic City. Xiaoming is leaving, and he will probably soar high. Uncle Tang Daolin looked at the high-speed train gradually departing with a sense of emotion. Before this, who would have thought Su Jingming would become the top student in the province and be admitted to the Magic City Ability University? By the way, Shichi, you should start filling out your college applications soon. Since your cousin Jingming is going to the Magic City Ability University, you should try to choose a university in Magic City too, so you can look out for each other later. What your dad said is right, Magic City is developing well, the economy is prosperous, and it's not too far from Jiangnan, it's a good choice. Mom and Dad, I know. Chapter 36, when did I say we should do this together? The straight line distance between Jiang City and Magic City is over 600 kilometers, even by high-speed train it takes more than 3 hours. Before getting on the high-speed train, Su Jingming made a call to Zhang Chaoyan, intending to notify him of his arrival today. Unexpectedly, Zhang Chaoyan was unusually enthusiastic, saying he would drive to the high-speed train station in Magic City to wait. Su Jingming could not refuse him, so he went along with his plans. After getting in the car, Su Jingming put his luggage away and found his seat. Then he closed his eyes and rested against the window. At the same time, he recalled the contents of the ability training method in his mind. Besides the 2 million yuan prize and a villa given to him by Jiang City, the most important thing was this ability training method. This was an ability training method called Yuan Hai Training Method. Just like abilities, there are also different ratings for ability training methods. There are 4 different levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. The higher the level, the faster the training speed. The Yuan Hai Training Method is an intermediate ability training method. The original text of the ability training method is held by the Jiang City government. What Su Jingming received was only a copy. However, the content is the same, and practicing it is no different. The content of the ability training method is not too much. With Su Jingming's mental power of up to 180 Hz, he only took a little over 2 days to memorize all the content. According to the content of the ability training method, there exists a special energy that drifts in the world. Only by absorbing this energy can the power of the abilities be enhanced. On the first day of receiving the ability training method, Su Jingming sensed this special energy according to the content of the training method. At the same time, there was also a plus sign appearing next to his level on the system panel. However, he didn't choose to use his ability points to upgrade right away. Because according to the records in the Yuan Hai training method, the breakthrough from an awakener to an ability user. Using a higher level ability training method for the breakthrough would yield greater benefits. When he enters the Magic City Ability University, he, who could find the top-notch ability training methods, naturally would not choose to break through using the intermediate ability training methods. The first thing after reporting for school is to go to the library to check the ability training methods. Su Jingming silently thought in his heart. Since the journey was indeed boring and he couldn't train. Originally just resting his eyes, he leaned against the window and felt drowsiness coming on, so he simply lay down on the table and fell asleep. The high-speed train from Jiangcheng to Modu would stop at several stations along the way. One of them was Ning'an City, the provincial capital of Jiangnan province. The seats around Su Jingming were originally empty, but after arriving in Ning'an City, they were all filled. Boarding the train seemed to be a few young people, one of whom kept talking as soon as he sat down. Before long, he successfully made Su Jingming's already hazy drowsiness disappear, and he had to end his nap and open his eyes. He was sitting in a 4-seat area with a table in the middle. At this moment, the seat across from him, which was originally empty, had now added a young man and woman. Beside him was also a girl with glasses. The one who had been chattering since boarding was the boy directly across from Su Jingming. The Huangpu Ability University is considered a good school in Modu. Last year's minimum admission score was 406 points. My score this time is 421 points, not much higher, but basically safe to get in. Moreover, my brother is also at Huangpu Ability University, and when we arrive in Modu, I can take you around inside. Huangpu Ability University is generally not open to outsiders, so with my brother there, you guys are lucky this time. The boy, dressed nicely, said a lot. Most of it was flaunting his martial arts college entrance exam score and his connections at Huangpu Ability University. The girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was listening with a smile. Meanwhile, the quieter girl next to the boy across from him appeared somewhat impatient and hardly responded. In fact, Lu Qian's patience with Zheng Chang was indeed reaching its limit. After the martial arts college entrance exam, she and her best friend wanted to apply for universities in Modu. So, they bought high-speed train tickets for today to take a look at the place firsthand. However, she didn't expect to encounter Zhang Chang after getting on the train, who started bragging after learning their purpose. At first, she was quite patient and would smile and agree. But as time passed and these two topics were brought up over a dozen times, she began to feel annoyed. However, out of politeness, she didn't want to directly tell him to shut up. This noise even woke up the person across from them who was quietly sleeping. Just as Lu Qian was about to apologize, she suddenly brightened up upon seeing the other person's appearance. What a handsome guy! The boy across had a strong appearance, a high nose bridge, and his eyes were clear and bright. His looks could compete with those of male celebrities on TV without losing at all. Although she wasn't infatuated, seeing such a handsome guy made her feel good about him. Especially with the incessant chatter of the fly next to him serving as a contrast. Sorry, I woke you up. Lu Qian said somewhat apologetically. Su Jingming waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Hello, I'm Sun Rui. Are you also going to Modu? Compared to Lu Qian's quiet demeanor, the girl with glasses next to Su Jingming was clearly much more outgoing. Seeing that Su Jingming was about the same age as her, she took the initiative to greet him. Su Jingming, also going to Modu? In response to Sun Rui's question, Su Jingming politely nodded. We're all going to Modu, that really is a coincidence. Lu Qian smiled and said friendly, I'm Lu Qian, preparing to see the Ability University over there in Modu. I'm going there to travel, and I'll check out Huangpu Ability University to see my brother. The boy beside Lu Qian leaned in, my name is Zhang Chang, are you also going to visit schools in the Magic City? Su Jingming was about to say he was there to register for school, but the boy continued talking to himself. Looking at your age, you must be in the same boat as us. How about this, later I'll take you all to Huangpu Ability University to take a look. Zhang Chang smiled mischievously, his tone filled with a hint of superiority. I'm not bragging, among so many universities in the Magic City, Huangpu Ability University ranks up there. Once the volunteer application ends, I will also go to Huangpu Ability University. Su Jingming felt a bit speechless upon hearing this. The Magic City, as an international metropolis, indeed has some good ability universities besides the top-tier Magic City Ability University. However, among these universities, Huangpu Ability University, with an admission score of just over 400, definitely cannot be considered very good. Of course, for ordinary candidates, it can still be considered a prestigious school. With someone he was not familiar with, Su Jingming had little desire to talk. Lu Qian was also a quiet girl, while Sun Rui's personality was slightly more lively. But compared to talking, she seemed to prefer listening. Therefore, in the following conversation, Zhang Chang naturally took the dominant role. He boasted about his college entrance examination scores and his connections at Huangpu Ability University, trying to attract Lu Qian's attention. Only his words were too clumsy, making Su Jingming shake his head secretly. Not to mention Lu Qian, her dislike was practically written on her forehead. However, compared to when they first got on the car, Lu Qian's patience had improved a lot. After all, now there was a pleasing handsome guy, right? So, during the following time, Lu Qian's gaze almost lingered on Su Jingming. Time swiftly passed, and around noon, the train finally arrived at the Magic City high-speed rail station. Su Jingming and the others followed the flow of people out. On the way, Zhang Chang tried to ask for Lu Qian's contact information but was met with rejection. Soon, the group walked out of the high-speed rail station. Outside, taxis and private cars were waiting to pick up passengers. Zhang Chang's eyes lit up when he saw one of the cars and hurriedly approached Lu Qian, being very attentive. My brother's car is here, why don't you all come with me? It's just right to go visit Huangpu Ability University. Afterward, he pretended to apologize to Su Jingming. But my brother's car doesn't have enough seats, if you want to go along, you'll have to take a taxi yourself. But don't worry, we'll wait for you at the school gate. Generally, a car has 5 seats, and with his cousin as the driver, there were only 4 people, so it was naturally enough to sit. He said this on purpose, wanting to push Su Jingming away. After all, he wasn't blind. Just a while ago in the car, the beautiful Lu Qian's attention was almost entirely on Su Jingming. Even a fool could see that Lu Qian had feelings for Su Jingming. However, if he could push Su Jingming away, he might still have a chance himself. Yet, his little maneuver not only failed to achieve its intended result. On the contrary, it prompted Su Jingming to stare at him as if he were a fool. When did I say I wanted to go with you? Chapter 37, a VIP of the Magic City? Confused Zhang Chang. Lu Qian also realized what was happening, her eyebrows raised with anger. Zhang Chang, your car only has 4 seats, right? Are you doing this on purpose? I absolutely didn't mean it like that, I just thought it might be a bit cramped with more people. Since you say this, then let's go together, my brother's car can fit. Seeing Lu Qian getting angry, Zhang Chang was slightly stunned, then immediately changed his tune. He wanted to push Su Jingming away, but if Lu Qian left, it would be meaningless. Do you think everyone is eager to visit Huanpu Ability University? Lu Qian glared, then turned to look at Su Jingming. Jingming, if you don't mind, you can take a taxi with us. We had planned several universities to visit beforehand, so we can go together. Huanpu Supernormal University is indeed a pretty good school. And usually, it doesn't open to outsiders. If it were any other time, she really would want to visit. But she was so fed up with Zhang Chang's endless, greasy boasting. Now, he was deliberately putting others down, which was something she could not tolerate. Beside her, Sun Rui noticed that Zhang Chang seemed to be targeting Su Jingming on purpose. Although she was eager to visit Huangpu Supernormal University, at this moment, she still firmly stood by Lu Qian's side. She smiled and invited Su Jingming, "Come with us, the more the merrier." You guys? Zhang Chang's handsome face instantly turned a pig liver color upon hearing this. However, Su Jingming didn't even look at him. Instead, he said to Lu Qian and Sun Rui, "I'm heading to Magic City University Town, and a car is coming to pick me up. Let me ask if I can take you with me. If it works, I can bring you along." Magic City University Town. Lu Qian was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Magic City University Town is a famous attraction in the Magic City. There, not only is there the top supernormal university in the country, but also several other high-ranked universities. Of course, because they are all prestigious schools, visits need to be booked in advance. However, due to its popularity, appointments for visits are booked several months in advance, and they were unable to secure a spot. Even if they went, they would only be making a wasted trip, with no chance to enter the school at all. But visiting such a famous spot as Magic City University Town, even just to look from outside, is still quite nice. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qian nodded, "Alright, let's go ask together. If it doesn't work, we'll just take a taxi ourselves." As Su Jingming reached the subway exit, he spotted Zhang Xiaoyang's car, so he led Lu Qian and Sun Rui that way. Even someone who couldn't get an appointment at Huangpu Supernormal University, I don't believe you can enter the schools at Magic City University Town. Watching the three leave together, Zhang Chang felt somewhat sarcastic. But soon after, upon noticing the direction Su Jingming was heading, his eyes widened, that is. What Su Jingming was walking toward was a Mercedes-Benz X100 SUV parked there. The Mercedes-Benz X100 is a military-grade off-road vehicle, which accelerates to a speed of 100 km per hour in just 1.8 seconds, suitable for any complicated terrain. It's the favorite off-road model for wilderness adventurers, and its official price exceeds 10 million. Of course, in the economically developed Magic City, a car worth over 10 million is not a big deal. What's most eye-catching is the huge emblem painted on the vehicle's hood and doors. The emblem's center features sharp swords, surrounded by roses with thorns. The overall look is both imposing and magnificent. This emblem is recognized by almost everyone in the Magic City. It's the emblem of Magic City Supernormal University. Although Zhang Chang is not from Magic City, as an examinee, he naturally recognizes the emblem of Magic City Supernormal University. In fact, he noticed this car immediately when he exited the high-speed train station. He just thought it was there to pick up some important guest from Magic City Supernormal University, so he didn't pay much attention. He never expected this car was waiting for Su Jingming. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, he must be going for some other vehicle. Zhang Chang fixed his gaze on Su Jingming, hoping he was wrong. However, Su Jingming smoothly got into the car with Lu Qian and Sun Rui, and drove away. This car is really waiting specifically for Su Jingming. Distant, Zhang Chang was stunned. A special vehicle from Magic City Supernormal University, not easily summoned, usually reserved for important guests. A simple-dressed Su Jingming turned out to be a VIP of the Magic City Ability University. Wow, even the VIPs are so low-key? Shocked, Zhang Chang felt a bit relieved. Fortunately, he hadn't been too arrogant just now. On the other side, after getting the approval from the head of the admissions office, Zhang Xiaoyang, Su Jingming took the two girls and got into the car. Lu Qian and Sun Rui naturally recognized the emblem of the Magic City Ability University. But they didn't expect that the car waiting for Su Jingming would be like this. By the time they came to their senses, they had already been brought into the car. "Are these your friends?" Zhang Xiaoyang asked with a smile from the driver's seat. "I met them on the high-speed train. They want to apply to a university here in Magic City, and they came for an on-site visit this time. I thought there were quite a few schools in the university city of Magic City, so I brought them along." Su Jingming simply explained a few things from the co-pilot seat. "Oh? The university city does have several good schools, but if you want to visit, you need to make a reservation in advance. Have you all made reservations?" Hearing Zhang Qiaoyang mention it, Lu Qian and Sun Rui, who were as quiet as quails after being intimidated by the high-level aura of the admissions office, quickly shook their heads. You need to make a reservation to visit the schools? Su Jingming frowned, this was something he hadn't thought of. I didn't consider it well. When we get there, I'll take a cab to send you to the places you originally planned. Su Jingming said apologetically, but Lu Qian and Sun Rui in the back seat quickly waved their hands. It's fine, we only plan to walk around outside the school. Just walking around is not enough, here are 2 tickets for visiting all the schools in the Magic City University town. You can take these. Taking advantage of the red light, Zhang Qiaoyang handed over 2 tickets from the front seat. Visiting tickets. Lu Qian and Sun Rui's eyes lit up at the same time. They of course knew that the Magic City University town had visiting tickets, but they couldn't get them at all on the official website. Scalpers had tickets, but each one cost 20 to 30,000, which they, as students, simply couldn't afford. These are too precious, we can't accept them. Even though they really wanted them, Lu Qian and Sun Rui still resisted the temptation, shaking their heads in refusal. Just 2 tickets, what's precious about that? I have a whole bunch here. Zhang Qiaoyan laughed heartily and directly opened the compartment for miscellaneous items in the car. In the compartment, a stack of such tickets was neatly arranged, there were at least hundreds. These were all given to me by others. They are useless to me. Since you are all friends of Su, giving you 2 is no big deal. As the head of the admissions office, Zhang Qiaoyan receives many of these visiting tickets every year. But students from the Magic City Ability University can already enter all the schools in the university town at will, so they naturally don't need these tickets. Left with him, they are as useless as waste paper. In fact, what was in this car was just a small part. In his office drawer, there were at least another 100. Chapter 38, The Magnificent Magic City Ability University. Luxurious dormitories. Since the other party said so, Lu Qian and Sun Rui knew. If they didn't accept these 2 tickets, it would appear very pretentious. So after saying a sincere thank you, they accepted the 2 visiting tickets. As the head of the admissions office at the Magic City Ability University, Zhang Qiaoyan was quite experienced in the matter of volunteer applications. All the way, he gave Lu Qian and Sun Rui many suggestions regarding the volunteer applications. For example, which school in Magic City might expand enrollment this year, and which school's scoreline might lower. Information like this is not accessible to ordinary people. So amid their joy, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were also very fortunate to meet Su Jingming on the road. Otherwise, they wouldn't have the chance to access such confidential information. The SUV raced along, and soon drove into the Magic City University town. Finally, at the entrance of the Magic City Ability University, they stopped. I'll go park the car first, you guys wait for me here. After dropping off Su Jingming and the others, Zhang Qiaoyan went to park alone. Su Jingming took this opportunity to take a look at the prestigious school in front of him. When he was in Jiangcheng, he had checked the information about Magic City Ability University online. He knew that the construction of Magic City Ability University was quite impressive. But when the school appeared right in front of him, he felt truly shocked. Simply the gate he saw was over 100 meters wide. The flat cement road below could almost accommodate dozens of cars passing simultaneously. The height was more than 10 meters. On the huge gate, the words Magic City Ability University were written in a flamboyant style. Under the shining midday sun, it sparkled. Wow, if the entrance is this grand, what must it be like inside the school? Su Jingming finally understood why so many students yearned for top universities. Besides the profound educational background, entering such a magnificent gate every day was a visual feast. At the same time, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel excited about his future 4 years on campus. Beside him, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were equally stunned by the grandeur of Magic City Ability University. They stared at the gate, their eyes wide open without blinking. How is it? Shocking, right? At this moment, Zhang Qiaoyang, who had parked the car, appeared with a smile beside them. He loved to see the new students being amazed by the school. This was also one of the reasons he chose to personally pick up Su Jingming. Our Magic City Ability University covers 40,000 acres, totaling 26 square kilometers, and this gate is just right for it. Zhang Qiaoyan's next words made Lu Qian's mouth drop open and her eyes widen. 26 square kilometers? I remember that you only admit 1,000 new students each year. Adding all 4 grades together, that's just over 4,000 people, right? So few people living in such a big place? Lu Qian knew Magic City Ability University was large, but she didn't expect it to be 26 square kilometers. That's almost half the size of a county. And so much space, housing only a little over 4,000 people. Keep in mind, this is an expensive magic city. For a school to have such a large area is simply magical. There aren't that few people, when you add all the teachers and staff together, there are almost 10,000 people, which means an average area of about 2,600 square meters per person. Zhang Xiaoyang's next just made Lu Qian and Sun Rui's envious eyes turn red. An average area of 2,600 square meters is an incredible number. For an ordinary university, having even 1% of that is considered good. Thus, amidst various emotions of shock, Lu Qian and Sun Rui were led inside Magic City Ability University. When they came back to their senses, Su Jingming was already waving goodbye. I told teacher Zhang that you can tour the school freely. But once you go out, you can't come back in. So, my friends, let's part here. I wish you both get into your desired universities. For Lu Qian, who found Su Jingming perfect in height and looks according to her taste, it was impossible to not have feelings for him. But looking at his figure leaving with Zhang Xiaoyang, she gathered all her courage but couldn't call out to him and request his contact information. After all, we are not from the same world. Lu Qian shook her head. She was just from an ordinary family, while for Su Jingming, who was personally picked up by Magic City Ability University, she felt like just a passerby. Having met once was pretty good, wanting to develop a deeper relationship was like dreaming. Xiaoqian, I know who Su Jingming is. Beside her, Sun Rui suddenly cried out, handing the phone in front of Lu Qian's eyes. I was saying why he looked a bit familiar, so he was the provincial top scorer of our Jiangnan province. So it was him. Looking at the rows of news about Su Jingming on Sun Rui's phone and the photos attached. Only then did Lu Qian connect Su Jingming with the provincial top scorer who recently caused a sensation across Jiangnan province. So in the end he chose Modu Ability University, no wonder a teacher came personally to pick him up. Although it was noisy online, when seeing the real person offline, it was not always possible to recognize him. This was the instinctive reaction of most people, Lu Qian was no exception. And online there had never been exact news about which university Su Jingming would finally choose. But no one expected he had already chosen Modu Ability University and had already started registering. Sure enough, we are not people from the same world. After knowing his true identity, Lu Qian instead felt relaxed, smiling as she pulled her best friend Sun Rui. Let's go, since we finally got in here once, we must have a good stroll. With the admissions office director leading the way, Su Jingming's enrollment registration did not meet any obstacle at all. It only took a bit more than half an hour to finish all the procedures. He got his student ID and the key to his dormitory. At first, Su Jingming was already shocked once by the main gate of Modu Ability University at the school entrance. But when he saw his dormitory, he was once again shocked. Dormitories, in his previous life when he studied until getting a PhD, he had seen many. He even changed 3 universities himself, living in 3 or 4 different dormitories. There were 4-person rooms, single rooms, and even 3-bedroom 1-living-room apartments especially assigned to PhD students. But like Modu Ability University, using villas as dormitories, he really had never seen before. The villa in front of him even looked much more luxurious than the one he had in Zhangcheng. Now Su Jingming finally understood why Modu Ability University's campus area was so big. All these villas provided to the students probably already took up nearly half of the area. Chapter 39 Two Big Systems. Credits. Exclusive mentor. In our school every student lives in a villa, of course, depending on the score, the level of luxury of the villa is different. Like you, a provincial top scorer, you live in the most luxurious kind, the total area exceeds 800 square meters. But you don't need to worry about feeling lonely, the villa is assigned for 2 people, upper and lower 2 floors. You and your roommate, 1 floor each. Hearing Zhang Qiaoyan's explanation, Su Jingming finally let out a sigh of relief. Being an orphan both before and after traveling through time, he was already tired of the feeling of living alone, having a roommate to accompany him was of course better. In fact, he liked even more the lively atmosphere of a 4-person dormitory. A 2-person dormitory is also nice, much better than 1 person. Su Jingming took out the key, opened the villa door, and carried his suitcase into the villa. Compared to the exterior decoration, the inside of the villa looked even more luxurious. The floor was made of large pieces of marble tiles, polished so bright that it could reflect a person's image. All the furniture and decorations in the house were extremely exquisite. There will be cleaning staff coming to clean every week, so you don't need to worry about hygiene. Zhang Xiaoyang who followed and added a sentence. An 800 square meter dormitory, if you wanted to clean it all, it would be impossible without a whole day's time. Recruiting students here was to let them get the most professional strength training, of course it was impossible to let them waste effort on such chores. All the procedures of enrollment registration are already done, next I will tell you about a few things you must pay special attention to in our school. Please say. Su Jingming's eyes lit up, and he sat facing Zhang Qiaoyang on the sofa. Modu Ability University, the most important things to pay attention to are 2, one is the credit system, one is the exclusive mentor system. Zhang Qiaoyang said slowly. First is the credit system. In Magic City Super Ability University, credits are everything. Whether it's for meals, buying equipment, or purchasing rare materials, credits are needed. The value of 1 credit is roughly equivalent to 10,000 Great Xia coins. Of course, the actual value may be much higher than 10,000 Great Xia coins. After all, many items in our school store are priceless outside. There are many ways to earn credits. One type is fixed distribution based on ranking. Each new student receives a corresponding rating upon enrollment. For example, if your rating is S level after enrollment, you will receive 100 credits each academic year. Additionally, the rating is not static. With Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation, Su Jingming roughly understood what credits were. Credits are the hard currency of Magic City Super Ability University. As long as you have credits, you can almost buy anything you want. There are many ways to earn credits, besides the fixed credits given each year. You can also earn them by completing school tasks or climbing the power ranking. You can check your personal credit balance on the school's official website. Zhang Qiaoyang clapped his hands and called out, "Eva, come out." Su Jingming had not yet reacted to whom he was calling. Not far above, a cute round ball projected into view. This is the artificial intelligence equipped in every dormitory, Eva. Eva's main body is the school's advanced artificial intelligence, and the ones in dorms are just its subbodies. Of course, even as a subbody, it meets the standard of level 4 artificial intelligence, which is completely enough to assist in daily life. Zhang Qiaoyang explained. A subbody has reached level 4 artificial intelligence? Su Jingming exclaimed in surprise. When he first traveled here, he thought that the Blue Star world seemed not too different from his past life, apart from the beasts and super abilities. But later he found out that Blue Star's technological development is much more advanced than his previous world. Not only has it achieved the favorite holographic simulation technology for gamers, but also excels in artificial intelligence. Level 4 artificial intelligence can already hold conversations with real people without any flaws. As for the highest level of artificial intelligence, it is said to have real emotions and is no different from a human. Of course, whether it's holographic technology or advanced artificial intelligence, these are things that only upper-class individuals can access. Su Jingming, with a simple family background, had never been exposed to such things since birth. This is why at the beginning of his journey, he had the impression that Blue Star's technology was similar to that of his past world. Next, with Zhang Qiaoyang's help, Su Jingming learned to use the artificial intelligence called Eva. He also checked his remaining credits on the school's official website and found that he indeed had 100 credits. This made Su Jingming marvel at the university's extravagance. 100 credits are equivalent to 1 million Great Xia coins. Although this is only granted to S-level students, other new students at lower levels still get at least 20 credits after enrollment. And there are about 1,000 new students enrolling in Magic City Super Ability University each year. This means that every year, the base credits given to new students alone will cost the school 200 million Great Xia coins. No wonder it's a top-tier university, so wealthy. Su Jingming secretly marveled, and across from him, Zhang Qiaoyang began to explain the next important point. The second thing to note is our school's exclusive mentor system. Every student can choose their desired mentor and have them become their exclusive mentor. Of course, it must be with the mentor's consent. Exclusive mentor? Su Jingming was somewhat confused. Aren't teachers supposed to attend classes in the arranged courses? Why do we need to have a special mentor? Can the efficiency of a class for a whole group compare to one-on-one guidance? Zhang Qiaoyang smiled and explained, in addition, our school's mentors are all high-level ability users. Almost every one of them has their own unique combat skills and ability training methods. Some of the less important combat skills and ability training methods may be chosen to be shared in our library, becoming part of the collection. But how could the famous ultimate skills of those mentors, the incredibly powerful combat skills, possibly be selflessly shared? Only after becoming a disciple can one learn them. Zhang Qiaoyang's explanation allowed Su Jingming to fully understand. Indeed, many powerful combat skills are the culmination of an ability user's entire life's hard work. Expecting someone to selflessly share them in a regular classroom is simply unrealistic. Only after establishing a closer mentor-disciple relationship can one truly learn. Then, Teacher Zhang, is it troublesome to become a disciple? What preparations are needed? Su Jingming hurriedly asked. Although you have a system by your side, having one more mentor will undoubtedly make your training path smoother. For others, it may be a bit troublesome, but for someone with an S-level ability like you, the difficulty is almost none. Zhang Qiaoyang said with a smile, you just need to find your preferred lightning-type mentor, pay a visit, and demonstrate your S-level ability as well as your current strength. I believe no mentor will reject you. After saying this, he added, our Magic City Ability University has 4 lightning-type mentors, among which, the director of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zhentian, is my top recommendation for you to become a disciple. Chapter 40, 5 Major Academies. Thunder Gun Yang Zhentian. 10 minutes later, Su Jingming sent Zhang Qiaoyang away and relaxed alone on the living room sofa. Fortunately, there is a recruitment teacher to guide me, otherwise, I really wouldn't know that the Magic City Ability University has so many things to pay attention to. Su Jingming felt a bit lucky. Of course, Zhang Chaoyang also mentioned that this information could be found in the freshman must-read section on the school's official website forum. But ultimately, it wasn't as detailed as what the other party explained. Especially the lightning-type mentor that was mentioned, who was most suitable for him. Thinking of this, Su Jingming spoke up, "Eva, help me search for information on Mentor Yang Zhentian." Okay. The virtual light sphere in midair flickered, then projected all information related to Yang Zhentian. Yang Zhentian, age 52, director of the Weapon Academy at Magic City Ability University, a 7th level upper ability user. Has an A-level lightning-type ability, Thunder Fire True Lightning, and is skilled in using various weapons such as fist techniques, broadswords, long guns, and long swords. Among them, he is most proficient with the long gun, earning the nickname Thunder Gun. He once fought against an 8th-level ferocious beast, the earth-shaking demon python, for 3 days and nights in the wilderness, ultimately accomplishing the kill alone. From the earlier conversation with Zhang Chaoyang, Su Jingming had already known. The Magic City Ability University is divided into 5 major academies. They are the Element Academy, Weapon Academy, Tactics Academy, Support Academy, and Logistics Academy. Each academy has its own teaching methods and areas of focus. The Element Academy, as the name suggests, mainly recruits students with elemental abilities. Of course, lightning-type abilities under the natural category are also within the recruitment range. The Element Academy focuses on training students' abilities, with the ultimate goal of maximizing the power of elemental abilities. The Weapon Academy excels at training close combat fighters, using their weapons as the main offense. They combine abilities with weapons quite well. Every student graduating from the Weapon Academy is undoubtedly a master of weapons. The Tactics Academy primarily recruits mental-type ability users to train their command and combat capability. Of course, this does not mean that the students of the Tactics Academy are weak. On the contrary, students of the Tactics Academy who develop their mental-type abilities to the fullest are formidable. A glance can directly destroy the enemy's mind. It turns the opponent into a fool and ends the battle immediately. The Auxiliary Academy recruits those who possess auxiliary abilities, the students of this academy, after using their powers. They can bring powerful boosts to themselves and their teammates, making them essential partners on the battlefield. As for the Logistics Academy, most of the students there have special abilities. Their main responsibility is to handle some logistical production work. From the setup of the 5 academies of the Magic City Ability University, it is clear to see. This is cultivating talents for the Beast War in different directions. Those qualified to be deans of the various academies are the strongest of the strong. For example, Yang Zhentian, the dean of the Weapons Academy, single-handedly killed an 8th-tier beast with his 7th-tier upper-level strength. This is a terrifying achievement. After all, high-level ability users are not like low-level ability users, the strength difference between each tier is not that significant. When it comes to high level, the strength within each small segment changes dramatically. A major tier gap leads to an alarming difference in power. High-level ability users like Yang Zhentian, who have cross-tier combat abilities, are extremely rare in the entire Zixiao country. Indeed, without strong enough power, one cannot become the dean of the Weapons Academy. Su Jingming nodded slightly. Lightning System A-grade ability, 7th-tier upper-level strength. And proficient in using a spear, bearing the nickname Thunder Spear. From this series of information, it is clear that Yang Zhentian is indeed a very suitable mentor for his current situation. Our school has 4 Lightning System mentors, let's take a look at the information of the other 3. Su Jingming then found out about the remaining 3 Lightning System mentors through Eva. All 3 mentors possess A-grade abilities, with the lowest level being 6th-tier upper level. However, 2 of them are mentors from the Element Academy. This means that these 2 mentors do not use weapons, they only refine their abilities. To put it in understandable terms, they can be seen as lightning mages in online games who only cast spells from a distance. As for the last one, although they are also a mentor from the Weapons Academy. But they only have 7th-tier lower-level strength, and the main weapon used is not a spear, but a long sword. Compared to Yang Zhentian, who is known as Thunder Spear, this mentor is undoubtedly much inferior. Currently, it seems that Dean Yang Zhentian of the Weapons Academy is indeed my best choice for apprenticeship. After tidying up the room, I will have lunch, then I can go and try to ask for apprenticeship. Su Jingming instructed Eva to close the projection and return to standby mode. He then carried his suitcase and walked up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The villa has 2 floors, and he prefers the 2nd floor with its open view and outdoor balcony. Since his other roommate has not yet arrived, he decided to move in first. On the way up, Su Jingming finally discovered the only disadvantage of the villa. That is, there is no elevator, and the stairs are wooden. However, with his current health points of 181, carrying a 20-kilogram suitcase upstairs is quite easy. Upon reaching the second floor, Jingming quickly found the bedroom. The bedroom is large, about 50 square meters, with a big bed measuring 2.3 meters long and 2 meters wide in the center. The bed is already made with brand new bedding. Opposite the bed is a desk, and there is a computer placed on it. To the side of the desk is a window. Through the window, he can see the flat road below. Just now, he and Zhang Chaoyang walked over from there. Everything in the bedroom is brand new. I shouldn't have brought so many things over. Jingming's suitcase is filled with many items. Not only does it have change of clothes, but also toothpaste, toothbrushes, and other miscellaneous items. After everything was put in order, half an hour had already passed. Huff, let's eat quickly, then go find teacher Yang Zhentian. Jingming glanced at the time on his phone. It was 1:30 in the afternoon, just the right time for lunch. However, unlike ordinary universities, the Magic City University has 4 cafeterias, each serving food 24 hours a day. Even if you miss the mealtime, it is not a problem at all. Jingming took his student ID and the villa keys before leaving the villa. While coming over just now, he had been chatting with Zhang Chaoyang and hadn't paid attention to his surroundings. So, this time he deliberately slowed down his pace and observed the scenery around him. As a top university, the campus environment of Magic City University of Abilities is impeccable. On both sides of the road are lush green lawns, adorned with blooming flowers of various colors. A faint floral scent wafted through the air. As he walked along, he could see pavilions and benches everywhere for people to rest. At this moment, it was the summer vacation period at the Magic City University of Abilities. Yet, there were still many students on campus. Some were walking side by side, while others were alone. And the presence of these students was very strong. At least, they were all first or second tier ability users. Occasionally, he could even see students whose presence was only slightly weaker than Zhang Chaoyang's. It's no wonder it's a top university, there truly are hidden talents. Jingming felt this in his heart. From their earlier conversation, he had already known that Zhang Chaoyang was a 5th tier lower level ability user. Being just a little weaker than him meant that their strength was basically above the 4th tier. Chapter 41, Tanming Yang, New Student Competition. Magic City University of Abilities has 4 cafeterias, and Jingming went to the one closest to the dormitory. As soon as he reached the cafeteria entrance, he smelled a delicious meaty aroma. Upon entering the cafeteria, he discovered that, in addition to regular food, it actually offered dishes made from fierce beast meat. Fierce beasts, although tough-skinned and violent, can be said to be treasures all over. The tough skin of these beasts is not only an excellent material for making battle gear, but even made into leather bags, it becomes a luxury item that many wealthy people scramble for. Fierce beast bones, when ground into powder, are also an excellent medicinal material. As for the blood and flesh of fierce beasts, long-term consumption can similarly enhance one's physique. Because of this, many ability users form adventure teams to venture into the wilderness to hunt fierce beasts. Then, they bring back the corpses of fierce beasts to the city to sell for a high price. In fact, the fierce beast Jingming killed during the Military Science College entrance examination could have also sold for a high price. But those were the property of the military district and naturally could not be taken away. Of course, the dishes made from fierce beast blood and flesh in this cafeteria are also much more expensive than ordinary dishes. Ordinary dishes only require 0.001 academic credits, which is 10-day summer coins for one serving. But fierce beast dishes, the lowest price is 0.1 academic credits, which is 1,000-day summer coins. Jingming even saw fierce beast dishes priced at 10 academic credits, worth up to 100,000-day summer coins. Goodness, if the credits aren't enough, I won't even be able to afford a meal. Jingming shook his head and then chose to buy a 0.1 credit fierce beast dish to have a taste. One must say, the cooking skills of the school chefs are excellent. The tough blood and flesh of fierce beasts were cooked to the point of melting in the mouth, leaving a lasting flavor. After more than 10 minutes, feeling full yet still wanting more, Jingming then stood up and left the cafeteria. Magic City University of Abilities, in addition to providing dormitories for students, also offers accommodations for teaching staff. Of course, these are also villas. And they are even more luxurious than student dormitories. After all, teachers qualified to teach at Magic City University of Abilities are at least 6th-tier ability users. Even in the outside world, they are remarkable figures. The Dean of the Weapon Academy, Yang Zhentian, lives in Building 23 of the Faculty Villa area. After leaving the cafeteria, Jingming spent more than 20 minutes arriving at the Faculty Villa area. Compared to the student dormitory area, the environment here is even better. The villa complex is backed by a big mountain, and there is also a sizable artificial lake in the middle. In addition, little bridges and flowing water, as well as rockery and waterfalls, can be seen everywhere. Can you believe the school specifically put a small mountain as a backdrop? Only top universities would be this extravagant. Silently complaining, according to the map at the entrance of the teacher's villa area, Su Jingming easily found villa number 23. This is a villa with a strong ancient style of the Great Xia Kingdom, its outer walls painted the same color as the wooden structure. Under the eaves hang some light blue wind chimes, looking both ancient and very elegant. Su Jingming directly arrived at the front door of the villa, just about to ring the doorbell when a voice with a hint of laughter came from behind him. "Are you here to seek a master?" Su Jingming turned his head and saw a young man in white standing about 5 meters to his left and back. The young man looked handsome, with short hair and a smile on his face. Unlike ordinary people's smiles, the young man's grin seemed somewhat carefree and irreverent. Su Jingming frowned slightly at his words, not responding. He did not know this person. How did he know his purpose? Seeing Su Jingming's silence, the young man didn't mind and continued with a smile. Normally, those who come to find Teacher Yang are either his disciples or want to seek him as a master. I've seen most of Teacher Yang's students, and you are not among them, so you can only be here to seek a master. Of course, I am also here to seek a master. Before the young man finished speaking, he suddenly noticed that Su Jingming's aura felt a bit unusual. Awakened one? But he quickly reacted, raising his eyebrows. Special admission? Yes. Su Jingming did not hide it. In fact, even among the special admissions, there was probably only him who was merely at the awakened level. And right now, the college entrance application for the martial science program had just begun, and the admission list for the Magic City Ability University had not yet been released. Guessing he was a special admission, Su Jingming wasn't surprised. Last year's special admissions were either first tier or mid-tier. I didn't expect there would be an awakened special admission this year. The young man exclaimed in surprise but did not look down on Su Jingming because of this. After all, being a special admission at the awakened level to enter the Magic City Ability University surely indicated strong abilities. Furthermore, the potential was even more frightening. "May I ask who you are?" Su Jingming saw that although the person was somewhat familiar, they did not seem malicious, so he took the initiative to chat. "Weapon Academy, sophomore." "No, it should be junior now." "I'm a junior, Tan Mingyang." Tan Mingyang introduced himself, then asked in return, "And you?" "Su Jingming, a freshman, just arrived today." "You already know to seek a master right after you arrive. You move fast, Su freshman." Most freshmen usually wait until after the freshman competition to know to seek a master. Freshman competition? Hearing this, Su Jingming frowned. It seemed Zhang Xiaoyang did not mention this matter before. The freshman competition is a tradition at our Magic City Ability University, usually held 3 to 4 days after all freshmen have reported. By then, most teachers from the whole school will go to watch. New students who perform well in the competition will be fought over by various academies, and mentors will personally come to accept them as disciples. Seeing Su Jingming didn't know, Tan Mingyang simply explained a bit. Of course, special admissions like you can seek a master without having to wait for the freshman competition. Tan Mingyang did not deny Su Jingming's actions. However, he did not mention that even for special admissions, the chance of being able to seek a mentor of the dean level right after entering school was as low as winning the lottery. Most likely, it would just be a wasted trip. However, special admissions often are top scorers or geniuses from certain provinces or cities, carrying some pride. Even if he stated this fact, it would probably not be listened to, so he kept it to himself. "Thank you, senior, for your answer." Su Jingming said in gratitude, then curiously asked, "Did Senior Tan also come to seek Master Yang's mentorship?" "Yes." Tan Mingyang nodded, his tone full of emotion. "In the past 6 months, I have come several times, but I have never met the criteria for becoming a disciple. I was about to give up, yet deep down, I never felt content." "Forget it, let's not talk too much. Let's go in together." Tan Mingyang sighed and then pressed the doorbell at the entrance of the villa. Before long, the door to the villa opened, and a middle-aged man dressed like a butler appeared. "Welcome, gentlemen. Master Yang is already waiting for you inside. Please follow me." The smile on the butler's face was as warm as a spring breeze. Su Jingming, who had come here for the first time, felt no strangeness, but Tan Mingyang beside him seemed somewhat flattered. He had been here before, and while the butler was always polite, he had never been this warm. Moreover, from the butler's tone, Master Yang was actually waiting inside for them? How could this be possible? 7-level ability users do not just sit around doing nothing, on the contrary, they are very busy. Even when Tan Mingyang visited before, he often had to wait in the villa for half an hour or an hour to meet the person. And now, that busy dean of the Weapon Academy was actually waiting inside in advance? What was going on? Filled with confusion, Tan Mingyang and Su Jingming entered the villa together. Chapter 42, Seeking Mentorship. Top-level cultivation method. Body cultivation combat skills. Led by the butler, Su Jingming and Tan Mingyang entered the living room of the villa. As soon as they walked in, Su Jingming saw 2 people sitting on the sofa. The one on the right was a young man, roughly the same age as Tan Mingyang. He had an ordinary appearance, the kind that would blend into a crowd without being noticed. But the young man's aura was very sharp, just sitting there exuded an inexplicable sense of pressure. Next to the young man sat a middle-aged man. The man wore a grey tight-fitting outfit, had a strong build, and his eyes sparkled with a thunderous brilliance. Meeting his gaze, Su Jingming felt as if being stared at by the top dragon-like fierce beast, causing all the hair on his body to stand up. Compared to this middle-aged man, the young man's aura seemed faint. And Su Jingming, who had previously checked the mentor's information through Eva in the villa, naturally knew. This middle-aged man was Dean Yang Zhintian of the Weapon Academy, a 7-level superior ability user renowned as the Thunder Gun. "Dean Yang, I have brought them here," the butler said respectfully. "All right, you may leave." Yang Zhintian waved the butler away, then looked directly at Su Jingming, a smile appearing on his face. "You must be Su Jingming, Zhang Chaoyang has informed me beforehand. Let's go, we are heading to the training room." After saying this, he stood up and walked towards the second floor, and Su Jingming hurriedly followed suit. Watching the entire process, Tan Mingyang stood frozen in place, a bit dazed. Dean Yang Zhintian of the Weapon Academy was famously strict. The rules and regulations of the Weapon Academy he managed were the most in all 5 major colleges of the Ability University in Magic City. Therefore, the students privately nicknamed Yang Zhintian as King of Helyang. His usual unapproachable expression also suited this nickname very much. But just now, he actually saw King of Helyang smile. Moreover, he seemed to know Su Jingming and directly took him to the training room. Clearly, he wanted to personally evaluate him. What background does Su Jingming have? Could he be the principal's son? Tan Mingyang quickly dismissed his thoughts. Even if he were the principal's son, he probably wouldn't have this kind of treatment in front of Yang Zhintian. If it were the principal himself, it wouldn't be so surprising. "Mingyang, shall we stick to our old routine?" The remaining young man on the sofa smiled and looked over. Tan Mingyang finally came back to his senses, his expression brightened, and he clasped his fists, saying, "Then I will trouble you, Senior Lu." After saying that, the two of them walked together to the martial arts room on the first floor. Except for the situation of accepting disciples. Other students who want to become Yang Zhintian's disciples must demonstrate corresponding strength first. And this Senior Lu is just one of the many students of Yang Zhintian. As long as one can defeat Senior Lu, who shows 1/10 of his power, then he can be considered qualified. But for the past half year, he has never succeeded even once. On the other side, under Yang Zhintian's guidance, Su Jingming arrived at the training room. This is a room of about 100 meters, with various weapons placed on the weapon rack nearby. Among them is the spear that Su Jingming is familiar with. "I have watched your video for the Military Science College entrance exam. Your fighting ability is indeed very strong, and your marksmanship has reached an advanced level. However, before that, I want to see your S-rank abnormal ability, the Purple Sky Divine Thunder." Yang Zhintian looked at Su Jingming with anticipation. S-rank lightning type abnormal ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. He has been waiting for Su Jingming's arrival ever since he learned from Zhang Chaoyang a few days ago that a student with S-rank lightning type abnormal ability chose to attend the Magic City Abnormal Ability University. But he did not expect that the other party would only report to school today. Facing Yang Zhintian's request, Su Jingming did not hesitate for a moment and directly used his abnormal ability. Crackle. Ziz. Accompanied by a dull sound of thunder and the sound of electric arch jumping, Purple Sky Divine Thunder was summoned and surrounded Su Jingming. The blue-purple thunder seemed to carry a breath of ancient vastness, powerful and ancient. As soon as the Purple Sky Divine Thunder appeared, the entire training room was filled with an inexplicable majestic aura. This is the S-rank abnormal ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder. Yang Zhintian watched the blue-purple thunder surrounding Su Jingming, entranced. Although he also possesses a lightning-type abnormal ability, even as a level 7 high-ranking ability user. The slightest bit of thunder he casually uses possesses unbelievable power. But his A-rank abnormal ability, Wind and Fire True Thunder, could never have such an aura, no matter what. This is the gap from the source of the abnormal ability, which cannot be made up for by levels. After several deep breaths, Yang Zhintian's excited heart gradually calmed down. Looking at Su Jingming, his expression became serious. "Su Jingming, I am also clear about your purpose for coming. With your abnormal ability and potential, it is naturally no problem to become my disciple. However, there is one thing I must mention beforehand. During my travels, I made some friends, but I also attracted many enemies. You becoming my disciple will definitely have an impact in the future when you graduate. There may even be enemies who will come after you. Are you still willing?" "I am willing." Su Jingming did not hesitate at all and respectfully performed a bowing gesture of apprenticeship. That's a joke. Which high-level ability user's rise does not come with blood and thunder? Someone like Yang Zhintian, who is famous for his killings, does not know how many ferocious beasts and enemies he has slaughtered. If one is not even willing to bear this little risk, then there might not be any suitable teachers at the entire Magic City Abnormal Ability University. Good. From today on, you will be my 32nd disciple. Yang Zhentian repeatedly said good 3 times, his emotions slightly excited. S-rank abnormal ability awakeners appear only once every few years in the entire Great Xia country. Moreover, there are various types of abnormal abilities. Even if an S-rank abnormal ability awakens, it might be another type. In over 20 years, he has accepted more than 30 disciples. Some with A-rank lightning abilities, some with B-rank lightning abilities. Even some with C-rank lightning abilities. But Su Jingming is still the first to have an S-rank lightning type abnormal ability. Most of your senior brothers and sisters have graduated, and the few who are still in school. There are only 3. The Luing downstairs just now is one of your senior brothers. The other 2 senior brothers and sisters, I will introduce them to you one by one when I have time next. After saying this, the ring on Yang Zhentian's right hand flickered with a faint light. 2 books of secret methods immediately appeared in his hand and were handed over. This is a top-notch ability training method and a body training combat technique created by the master. Su Jingming took the 2 books of secret methods. The ability training method is called Limitless Ability Training Method, while the other combat technique is called Indestructible Thunder Body. Combat techniques are divided into different categories, including body techniques and blade techniques. For example, Su Jingming's Lightning Gale Break is a gun technique. However, body training combat techniques are different from ordinary techniques, mainly used to enhance the physique. Compared to ordinary combat techniques, they are indeed much rarer. Chapter 43, Promotion. Level 1 Ability User. The ability training method goes without saying, it is one of the only 3 top-tier ability training methods in the school. As for the other body training combat technique Indestructible Thunder Body, it condenses the master's lifetime efforts. Certified by both the Thunder Martial Arts School and the Violent Bear Martial Arts School, it is rated as S-level. Yang Zhentian spoke slowly, but Su Jingming's heart shook upon hearing this. S-level combat technique? A 7-tier ability user, with the title of Master. Because this level of ability user has an extremely deep understanding of abilities and martial arts. They have the qualification to create their own ability training methods or combat techniques. Combat techniques also have grades, like abilities. They are divided into F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, these 9 levels. The higher the level, the stronger the power of the combat technique. Of course, correspondingly, the difficulty of cultivation is higher. Most 7-tier masters can create an A-level combat technique, which is already quite impressive. S-level and above, SS and SSS level combat techniques are all created by 8-tier grandmasters or 9-tier martial saints. And yet, just as 7-tier Yang Zhentian has created an S-level combat technique. Moreover, it is the body training combat technique among many combat techniques, involving the mysteries of the human body and the most complex. It must be said, Yang Zhentian's martial arts talent is simply frightening. Indestructible Thunder Body is only suitable for thunder ability users to practice and has a total of 13 levels. Every time you level up, your physique will undergo corresponding transformation. However, even I, at the moment, have only practiced to the 10th level. The final 3 levels have yet to be verified. However, according to my speculation, when practiced to the fullest, that physique can truly achieve eternal indestructibility. Yang Zhentian's eyes lit up. Indestructible Thunder Body condenses all his understanding of martial arts and thunder abilities. If in the future he cannot reach the pinnacle of martial saints, then Su Jingming is his greatest hope for validating this method. Moreover, the Indestructible Thunder Body requires the user to have a certain level of ability to practice. During this period, you should first use the Limitless Ability Training Method to level up. After leveling up, I will help you establish the foundation for the Indestructible Thunder Body. Yang Zhentian pondered for a moment and then said, additionally, you also need to practice boxing techniques. Practice boxing techniques? This was unexpected for Su Jingming. Of course, once you cultivate the Indestructible Thunder Body, your physique will greatly enhance. Combining close combat skills and thunder abilities, your combat power will receive a massive boost. Besides, weapons are just one of our means of fighting, we cannot rely on them too much. If one day your weapon is destroyed during a battle with fierce beasts, will you just turn and run away without it? Yang Zhentian spoke eloquently and gave a real-life example. Back then, I fought with an 8-tier ferocious beast, the earth-shaking python, until the 2nd day. My long spear, crafted from SSS-grade alloy, was shattered due to prolonged extreme stress. Even my thunder abilities were almost drained, and on the last day, I had to rely on my body and boxing techniques to achieve the final kill. Yang Zhentian's tone was calm, but Su Jingming could imagine the brutality of that battle. At the same time, he nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, learning more combat techniques is never a bad thing. Of course, I will also grant you my marksmanship. After your skills in both boxing and marksmanship reach a certain level of proficiency, I will teach you the use of battle knives and long swords, Yang Zhentian continued. Teacher, may I ask what level of proficiency you have achieved in these skills? Su Jingming asked curiously. Boxing and marksmanship are at the master level, while my skills with other weapons are slightly lower, only at the grandmaster level. Yang Zhentian spoke in a very calm tone, but Su Jingming couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart upon hearing this. The proficiency levels of skills are divided into 6 ranks: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, and perfection. Ordinary supernatural beings might spend decades just to elevate a single weapons technique to the advanced level. Reaching the master level could take a whole lifetime, let alone the higher grandmaster or perfection levels, which are even more mysterious realms. Yet, Yang Zhentian not only achieved mastery in boxing and marksmanship, but all other weapon techniques were at the master level. I turned to study other weapons because I could not improve further in boxing and marksmanship. As for you, you have a long way to go. Seeing that Su Jingming seemed a bit startled, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but laugh. During your university years, you only need to focus on boxing and marksmanship. The study of combat techniques should mainly revolve around these 2 aspects. Remember, don't be greedy and bite off more than you can chew. Teacher, I understand. Su Jingming nodded. Although with the system, elevating weapon technique proficiency only requires the use of supernatural points. But quantity is not valuable in weapons, precision is what matters. In the face of limited supernatural points, clearly specializing in one weapon is the best approach. Just as the teacher said, I'll focus on boxing and marksmanship first. Su Jingming silently thought. Then, Yang Zhentian handed him a list that recorded the combat techniques Su Jingming needed to learn next. As long as he goes to the library and finds the combat technique manuals, he can start learning. This made Su Jingming inwardly sigh. As expected, having a mentor's guidance is much better. Otherwise, relying solely on himself, he would never be able to create such a detailed learning path. More than 10 minutes later, a fulfilled Su Jingming walked out of the villa. However, he ran into Tan Mingyang, who had also just left the villa. But there was no longer the joy on his face, only bitterness remained. It seemed this time, his apprenticeship was still a failure. Seeing this, Su Jingming didn't ask about the results awkwardly, he simply greeted him and prepared to leave. Senior Tan, I'm off. Wait, what was the result of your apprenticeship? Did you succeed? Tan Mingyang asked, as if grasping a lifeline. However, Su Jingming not only did not give him the answer he wanted but instead nodded. Really succeeded? Tan Mingyang's eyes nearly bulged out. Generally, senior-level mentors do not take on students before the new student competition. What is going on now? Could he really be the principal's son? But he doesn't look like one. Watching the gradually disappearing figure, Tan Mingyang, who had failed multiple times, fell into infinite self-doubt. On the other side, Su Jingming returned to the villa and went straight up to the training room on the 2nd floor. The student villa has 2 identical levels, with room configurations being the same. Apart from the training room and bedroom, there are also showers, a media room, a study, and his favorite outdoor balcony. Compared to teacher Yang Zhentian's training room, this training room is slightly smaller, about 80 square meters. However, it is no problem for regular training. Su Jingming sat cross-legged on the floor and opened the ultimate super ability training method to read. Compared to the intermediate deep-sea super ability training method, this top-level ultimate super ability training method is clearly much deeper. Su Jingming spent more than 4 hours grasping the entire book. Then he closed his eyes slightly and began to sense that special energy existing in the world, as recorded in the extreme ability training method. Before long, many white light spots appeared within his sensing range. Dense and vast, like a sea of smoke. That was the special energy called source energy. Only by absorbing it into his body could his abilities undergo a transformation. As expected of the top-level ability training method, the amount of source energy sensed is way more than the intermediate ability training method. Su Jingming's face lit up with joy, and he quickly opened his eyes. Since the top-level ability training method could sense source energy, it proved that his cultivation was on the right track. Next, he didn't have to practice step by step, he could just directly add points to level up. Deep blue. A low shout in his heart, and a light blue system panel appeared in his mind. Name, Su Jingming. Level, awakened, plus. Ability, Purple Celestial Thunder, S. Physical body, 186 vitality, plus. Spirit, 187 He, plus. Skills, Gunplay, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Strike, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2534. Add points. Without hesitation, Su Jingming clicked the plus sign behind his level. In the next moment, the source energy in the surrounding air rushed into Su Jingming's body at a terrifying speed. And it automatically operated according to the cultivation method recorded in the extreme ability training method, continuously enhancing his abilities, physical body, and spirit. It only slowly stopped when breaking through a certain boundary. Level, awaken first stage low-level ability user. I broke through. Su Jingming slightly clenched his fist, feeling that the power contained within him was several times that of before. More importantly, his abilities had also been enhanced. Purple Celestial Thunder. With a low shout, accompanied by the sharp sound of crackling arcs, blue-purple thunder appeared around Su Jingming. Compared to before the upgrade, the purple Celestial Thunder was obviously thicker and its color deeper. If I encounter that second stage bloodthirsty violent bear again, without pulling out my gun, I believe my thunder alone could kill it. Looking at the blue-purple thunder dancing on his fingertips, Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction. Having successfully leveled up, he finally took the first step toward the peak of being an ability user. Chapter 44, Preparing for Redemption. SS Level Resources. Su Jingming roughly tested his strength in the training room. From awakened to ability user, his strength had increased almost 4 to 5 times. He then opened his system panel again. Name, Su Jingming. Level, first stage low level, plus. Ability, Purple Celestial Thunder, S. Physical body, 283 vitality, plus. Spirit, 289 He, plus. Skills, Gunplay, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Strike, Advanced plus. Ability points, 2234. It only took me 300 ability points to level up to the first stage. The consumption of ability points isn't too much, but this increase in basic attributes is somewhat beyond my expectation. Su Jingming couldn't help but feel emotional. If he had used the deep sea ability training method to break through, his vitality and spirit would have only increased by about 30 or 40 points at most. However, using the top-level ability training method, both of his basic attributes increased by more than 100 points. This was undoubtedly a world of difference. No wonder ability users all want more advanced cultivation methods, the gap is just too large. Su Jingming couldn't help but shake his head. At the same time, he was very glad that after obtaining the deep sea ability training method, he didn't rush to level up. There are still many ability points left, but my level can't be improved further for now, Su Jingming thought to himself. On one hand, he still needed ability points to learn combat techniques later. On the other hand, he needed to adapt to his new strength after leveling up, only after fully adapting could he proceed to further improvements. Next, let's take a look at this S-level body training combat technique. Su Jingming opened the Indestructible Thunder Body manual and read it in detail. As a 7th-stage ability user, Yang Jintian had an exceptionally deep understanding of martial arts and electric power abilities. And all of his understandings were incorporated into this body training combat technique. Thus, Su Jingming, who had just come across the secret technique, quickly became immersed in it. As expected of an S-level combat technique, it is truly exquisite. 2 hours later, Su Jingming reluctantly closed the secret book. The Undying Body of Thunder has a total of 13 levels, but he only understands the first 3 levels for now. As for the content beyond the first 3 levels, it was too profound for him to comprehend. However, even just the content of the first 3 levels opened up a whole new world for him. Generally, body refinement combat techniques require various methods to temper the body. After countless trials and tribulations, the body gradually becomes stronger. But this body refinement technique has an additional step compared to regular body refinement techniques, establishing a foundation. The first level of the Undying Body of Thunder requires using the blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts to forge the foundation of the Undying Body. Only after that can one use their own Thunder-type abilities to temper the body. And the final strength of the Thunder Undying Body is closely related to the blood of the Thunder-type ferocious beast used to forge the foundation. If a high-grade ferocious beast's blood is used to establish the foundation, the subsequent physical strength will become stronger and stronger. If the blood of a low-grade ferocious beast, or even that of a regular ferocious beast, is used, then the physical strength will be further reduced. The blood of Thunder-type ferocious beasts is a bit troublesome. Su Jingming stroked his chin. On Blue Star, low-grade ferocious beasts rely solely on their bodies for combat. High-grade ferocious beasts, on the other hand, possess incredible abilities similar to those of ability users. For example, the famous Silver Moon Nine-tailed Fox has a charm ability akin to that of a psychic ability user. If one cannot react in time, the only outcome is death. Thunder-type ferocious beasts, just like Thunder-type ability users, control the power of thunder. However, such ferocious beasts are at least 4th grade or above. Currently, Su Jingming alone certainly cannot obtain blood from such ferocious beasts. But fortunately, he has a mentor. In the afternoon, my teacher said that once I advanced to an ability user, he would help me forge my foundation. So, I will go find him directly tomorrow. Early the next morning, after washing up, Su Jingming once again found teacher Yang Jintian. When he learned that Su Jingming had already advanced, Yang Jintian was slightly surprised. So fast? In his 20-plus years of teaching at the Ability University of Magic City, he had seen countless geniuses. Yet, even these geniuses took quite some time to transform from awakeners to ability users. But Su Jingming, from the time he got the secret book yesterday to now, had not even been 24 hours yet. He had actually succeeded in advancing. Perhaps it's a case of accumulated knowledge bursting forth. Su Jingming smiled humbly. Alright, since you have successfully advanced, today I will help you forge the foundation of the Thunder Undying Body. Hearing this, Yang Zhentian didn't delve further, nodding his head and continuing. The foundation for the undying body I have prepared for you is the essence blood of a 7th grade high-level thunder-type ferocious beast, the storm giant bear. Yang Zhentian's ring shimmered slightly, and a transparent glass bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. The glass bottle had a capacity of about 800 milliliters, and the bright red blood inside gently rippled, vaguely sparkling with silver-white lightning. High-grade thunder-type ferocious beasts are extremely rare. Over the years, the highest-grade thunder-type ferocious beast I have killed is this storm giant bear. The resource library of the school does have even higher grade 8th grade thunder-type ferocious beast blood, but sadly, that belongs to the SS grade resources, and even your teacher I cannot easily exchange for it. Yang Zhentian felt a bit helpless. Although he is the dean of the Weapon Academy, he also cannot use the school's resources at will. However, the school allocates a significant amount of points each year, similar to credits, to exchange for resources. But as a 7th grade high-level ability user, his own cultivation expenses are also quite large. The points in his hands had long been spent nearly completely. The account balance cannot be exchanged for SS-level resources at all. Of course. The blood of the storm giant bear at level 7 is already quite rare, belonging to premium S-level resources, more than enough to build a foundation. However, he instinctively thought to use better blood since Su Jingming was an S-level superpower awakener. By the way, I heard from Zhang Chaoyang that you receive an S-level resource every year? Yang Zhentian's eyes suddenly lit up as he asked. Su Jingming nodded, although he wasn't entirely sure why. Great. Your S-level resource, plus the storm giant bear's blood in my hands, might be able to exchange for that SS-level resource. But even as he said this, Yang Zhentian chose to ask Su Jingming for his opinion first. Jingming, does your S-level resource have any other uses? You can handle it as you wish, teacher. Su Jingming shook his head. Come on, even if that S-level resource has other uses, others are presenting premium S-level resources. And in the end, the exchanged SS-level resource would still be used on himself. If he rejected it, that would truly be foolish. Alright, just wait here for me, I'll be back soon. With a flash of lightning, before Su Jingming could react, Yang Zhentian's figure had disappeared from the spot. This movement technique feels almost like teleportation. Su Jingming was astonished in his heart. However, he also knew this was simply an illusion brought on by the other's speed of movement being too fast. Su classmate, the dean will be back soon, so have some fruit first. Not long after Yang Zhentian left, the butler who had opened the door yesterday came up with a plate of fruit. Thank you, Uncle Fu. Su Jingming politely thanked him. This Uncle Fu was not only the butler of the villa but had also fought alongside teacher Yang Zhentian in life and death. This was something he heard the teacher say yesterday in the training room. And the other party was also very strong, being a level 6 mid-tier awakener. Therefore, facing this butler, he was a bit cautious. Chapter 45, Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus Blood. Foundation shaping successful. After Su Jingming had stayed in the villa for more than half an hour, Yang Zhentian finally returned. With a flash of lightning, Yang Zhentian's figure appeared in the villa's living room. Teacher. Su Jingming quickly stood up. I successfully exchanged for the SS-level resource, let's go to the training room. Yang Zhentian looked a bit excited, eagerly leading Su Jingming to the training room on the second floor. It took a bit of effort to exchange for this SS-level resource. The resource department originally didn't want me to exchange 2 S-level resources for an SS-level resource. But thankfully, I called the principal, and they agreed to the exchange. Yang Zhentian flipped his right hand, revealing another glass bottle filled with blood. However, unlike the previous blood, this one was oddly silver-white. There were even arcs of electricity and a savage aura swirling within. This is the SS-level resource, the blood of the level 8 lower-tier Thunderstorm Tyrannosaurus. Looking at the glass bottle of blood in hand, Yang Zhentian couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Dragon-type beasts are the most formidable among all beast clans. He could kill the level 8 lower-tier earthquake magic python, but he couldn't kill any level 8 lower-tier dragon-type beasts. And such a bottle of blood would be of great use even to him. Of course. If it weren't so precious, the school wouldn't have classified it as an SS-level resource. Su Jingming observed this scene, silently remembering the favors from his teacher and the principal in his heart. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a gush of spring water, let alone such a precious SS-level resource. When he became powerful one day, all these favors would surely be repaid multiple times over. Take off your outer clothing and sit cross-legged. Following Yang Jintian's instructions, Su Jingming took off his shirt, revealing his strong upper body muscles, then sat cross-legged. In the next moment, he felt a slight chill on his back, along with a faint stinging sensation coming from it. Although the stinging sensation was faint, it felt as if it was digging deep into his bones, causing him to slightly frown. The blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus is naturally nothing for me, a high-level superpower user. But for you, a low-level superpower user, it is like poison. Even just skin contact will cause a stinging sensation. Behind him, Yang Jintian explained while applying the blood from the glass vial to Su Jingming's back. At this moment, his eyes were filled with blue and white lightning. He could see every blood vessel and meridian on Su Jingming's back clearly, allowing him to apply it more precisely. After more than 10 minutes, the blood in the glass vial was completely used up. Su Jingming's back was covered with blood, shining silver white. Next, I will use my true wind and fire thunder to form your undying body foundation. In fact, forming the foundation is essentially melting the blood of the thunder beast into your own bloodline. This way, you can gain a physique comparable to that of a fierce beast, or even stronger. But ultimately, how much blood essence you can absorb depends entirely on you. Yang Jintian took a deep breath, then roared, "True wind and fire thunder." Crackle! A red thunder, countless times more powerful than Su Jingming's purple celestial thunder, burst forth from Yang Jintian's body. The thunderous sound spread, and the entire training room seemed to heat up dramatically due to the arrival of this thunder. The whole shaping process will last about 4 to 5 days, it will be a bit painful, so bear with it. Also, the most crucial part is to not lose consciousness, or else the efficiency of absorbing the blood essence will greatly decrease. As soon as he finished speaking, all the red thunders surged forward, completely engulfing Su Jingming. Any single bolt of thunder, if it accidentally bounced onto Su Jingming, would directly annihilate him. However, with the control of a 7th-level high-tier superpower user, this situation could not possibly happen. Yang Jintian controlled the power of the true wind and fire thunder within the range Su Jingming could withstand, flowing into his back. Threads of thunder, carrying the blood essence of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, traveled throughout Su Jingming's body, constantly transforming his blood vessels, meridians, and even bones. For Su Jingming himself, this series of actions felt like thousands of ants biting him, painful to the bone. Luckily, he did not faint immediately, he just gritted his teeth and silently endured. 5 days later, in Villa 23. Uncle Fu, it has been the 5th day, right? Is the teacher still not done? Yang Jintian's other disciple, Lu Ming, sat on the living room sofa, asking the butler beside him. This was the 3rd time he had come over in the past few days. But each time, the answer from Butler Fu was the same: Yang Jintian was still shaping Su Jingming's foundation for the undying body. Not yet. The principal is using the blood essence of an 8th-level fierce beast to form Su's foundation this time. It requires more effort and will take longer. Butler Fu replied. Although Yang Jintian was currently tied up, basic communication was still possible. So, he was able to learn about the situation and that they were using the blood of an 8th-level fierce beast for Su Jingming. The blood of the 8th-level fierce beast, Thunder Tyrannosaurus. Lu Ming had known about this news since he last came. It would be impossible to say he was not envious at all. After all, they were both disciples of Yang Jintian. When he formed his own undying body foundation years ago, it was only with the blood of a 7th-level low-tier thunder fierce beast. However, upon learning that Su Jingming possessed S-class superpowers, he felt relieved. An S-class superpower awakener indeed deserved the teacher's efforts in training. With the blood essence of the 8th-level dragon-type fierce beast, combined with the S-class lightning superpower, I am a bit excited about junior brother Su's undying body. The power of the thunder immortal body is not constant. On the contrary, it is closely related to the essence blood used during foundation shaping, as well as the thunder-type abilities of the ability user themselves. And the essence blood of an 8th-tier fierce beast, combined with an S-rank ability, is clearly a powerful combination. Roar! At this moment, a roar that sounded like that of a dragon beast suddenly exploded within the villa. This sound was filled with majesty and ferocity, just hearing it was enough. It was as if one could see a powerful and furious dragon beast. The foundation shaping of my junior brother has succeeded. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. With a flash of lightning, he directly used a movement-based battle skill to leap up to the 2nd floor. When he arrived at the training room on the 2nd floor, the first thing he sensed was a threat as if from a top-tier fierce beast. This feeling of threat even made him, a peak 3rd-tier ability user, feel a bit nervous. Then, he saw the source of this threat. In the center of the training room, Su Jingming stood tall. However, unlike the humility and politeness he showed the last time they met, Su Jingming now exuded a fierce aura. His originally clear and spirited eyes had turned blood red, and his bare upper body displayed perfectly strong muscles with bulging veins, as if influenced by their master. The terrifying blue-purple lightning swirling around him had also entered a state of rage, constantly flashing and jumping. The entire training room flickered with the jumping lightning surrounding Su Jingming. Chapter 46 Perfect Match. A surge in vitality again. Perfect. So perfect. Faced with this scene, Yang Jintian in front of Su Jingming showed an excited expression, 98%. Jingming's essence blood absorption rate has actually reached 98%. 98%? So high. Lu Ming, standing at the training room door, couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. The foundation shaping of the Thunder immortal body requires absorbing the essence blood of Thunder-type fierce beasts. But after all, it is fierce beast essence blood, and even with the teacher's assistance throughout the process, the absorption efficiency cannot reach 100%. Generally speaking, reaching 90% is already considered a good absorption rate. And as far as he knew, among the more than 20 disciples who practiced the Thunder immortal body under the teacher, the highest absorption efficiency was only 92%. His own absorption efficiency back then didn't even reach 90%, only 87%. Now, Su Jingming's record-breaking absorption efficiency of 98% indicates that this fierce beast essence blood is highly compatible with him. Other people may not know what Su Jingming was thinking, but when the foundation shaping of the Thunder immortal body was successfully completed, he felt endless bloodthirst and ferocity erupting from deep within his heart. A sudden urge to destroy everything around him surged within him. Just then, Yang Jintian's low voice exploded in his ears. Jingming, wake up! This voice was as grand and righteous as spring thunder, instantly dispersing all the negative emotions within Su Jingming's heart. Teacher, what just happened to me? Su Jingming's eyes gradually became clear, his expression bewildered. Such emotional loss of control had never happened before practicing the Thunder immortal body. Just now, it was likely the essence blood of the Thunder Dragon that affected your mind. Yang Jintian frowned slightly. The Thunder Dragon is notoriously ferocious among fierce beasts. You absorbed its essence blood, and achieved an astonishing absorption efficiency of 98%. It might be because the compatibility is too high, that you experienced such side effects. Before this, disciples practicing the Thunder immortal body would more or less be influenced by some fierce beast bloodline. But no one had undergone such obvious changes as Su Jingming. But you don't need to worry too much, as long as your emotions don't fluctuate violently, these negative emotions won't be triggered. Additionally, as your strength increases, the negative emotions will. These side effects will gradually disappear. Yang Jintian added. All of this has been verified on himself and other disciples. That's good. Su Jingming finally breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to be someone ruled by emotions all the time. Moreover, he could feel that his body had undergone an unprecedented transformation. Even if there are a few side effects, they wouldn't matter much. Instinctively, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, first stage lower tier, plus. Ability, Purple Cloud Divine Thunder, yes. Physique, 391 Vitality, plus. Mentality, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Shooting, Advanced plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Refinement, Indestructible Body of Thunder, first level plus. Ability points, 2234. Vitality directly surged by over 100 points. Su Jingming's eyes shone slightly. For ability users, aside from improving vitality when leveling up, regular physical training can only enhance vitality by 2 or 3 points. But just a few days ago, when he leveled up, his vitality had increased by over 100 points, and now it surged again by 100. Of course, vitality is just one way to quantify physical strength. As for other aspects like physical defense and wound recovery speed, they can't be seen from vitality. However, he had a feeling. At his current state, he could probably fight a second-tier fierce beast head-on using just his physical strength, without any battle techniques or abilities. In addition, he noticed a new body refinement section appeared on the system panel. It seems that in the future, I can also use ability points to directly enhance body refinement strength. Su Jingming felt a surge of joy in his heart. Congratulations, junior brother, on successfully laying the foundation for the indestructible body of thunder. The path of martial arts will be smooth ahead. At this moment, Lu Ming also walked in from the door, smiling and congratulating him. This is your senior brother Lu Ming, whom you met last time. Yang Jintian introduced at the right time. Hello, senior brother Lu. Su Jingming put on his shirt and respectfully greeted. The last time I saw you, junior brother was not yet a student of the teacher, but this time is different. I didn't prepare anything, but what's your student ID? I'll transfer you some credits as a welcome gift from your senior brother. Lu Ming had a gentle personality and wanted to give a welcome gift on the spot. Seeing that Yang Jintian next to him didn't stop him but instead nodded slightly, Su Jingming told him his student ID. In no time, his phone received a notification that 200 credits had been added to his student account. So much? Looking at the text reminder on his phone, Su Jingming was slightly stunned. 200 credits is equivalent to 2 million great Xia coins. Is such an expensive gift just a welcome gift? It's only 200 credits, which is not much for your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian chuckled and said, senior brothers should take good care of junior brothers. When you have junior brothers and junior sisters, you should prepare a welcome gift as well. I understand, student. Su Jingming nodded, indicating he understood. Foundation laying is successful, and you have not eaten or drunk for 5 days. You must be tired. Go back and rest first. Come back tomorrow morning and study fist techniques and shooting techniques with your senior brother Lu. Yang Zhentian waved his hand, his brows showing a bit of fatigue. Not eating or drinking for 5 days was not a big deal for him, a 7th-tier ability user. But continuously refining Su Jingming's body with precision control of abilities for 5 days was extremely exhausting. Telling Su Jingming to rest was actually what he himself needed. Su Jingming naturally saw this and didn't disturb him further. He respectfully excused himself and left the villa. June 22nd, I never expected it would take almost 5 days and nights to lay the foundation. Outside the villa, Su Jingming glanced at the date on his phone and couldn't help but feel emotional. For these 5 days and nights, he endured inhuman pain and had to keep his consciousness alert at all times. Fortunately, he made it through and ultimately achieved a 98% blood absorption rate, and almost perfect compatibility. It's still early, I can go to the martial arts hall to test my physical strength after refining the indestructible body. The blood of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus at the 8th tier is considered an SS-level resource. With Yang Zhentian's help, most of this blood has fused into Su Jingming's body, becoming a part of him. The amazing energy contained within the blood made Su Jingming, who hadn't eaten anything for 5 days, not feel hungry at all. On the contrary, he was full of energy and spirit. So he couldn't wait to go and test just how much stronger he had become with the immortal thunder body. Chapter 47, The Chatty Roommate. The girl outside the dorm. Every student dormitory at the Magic City Ability University is equipped with a training room. However, the training room isn't very big and doesn't have testing equipment like punching strength testers. It can only be used for daily training. To accurately know one's abilities, combat skills, punching speed, and strength, one needs to go to a martial arts hall. In the campus of Magic City Ability University, there are 2 martial arts halls, the famous Lightning Martial Hall and the Brawler Bear Martial Hall. When he was in Jiangcheng, Su Jingming often went to the Lightning Martial Hall. This time he also planned to go to the Lightning Martial Hall to test his strength, but just as he was walking there, he faintly smelled an unpleasant odor. Su Jingming then realized that due to the creation of the immortal thunder body, his body had expelled many impurities that clung to his skin. Forget it, I'll go back to the dorm to take a shower first, then head to the martial arts hall. Su Jingming did not want to be a source of foul odor and turned around, walking toward the student dormitory. As he neared the student dormitory, he saw more and more people along the way. When he stepped into the freshman villa area, this phenomenon was even more apparent. On the previously deserted road, there were many male and female students walking around. Some were pairing off, while most were groups of male classmates or female classmates. They looked to be about the same age as Su Jingming, around 18 or 19 years old. Many students were curiously looking around like curious babies, and some had parents accompanying them, dragging suitcases as they arrived. Are these all freshmen? Su Jingming suddenly remembered that it had been 6 days since he reported to Magic City Ability University. At this time, the college entrance exam for abilities had already been completed, and admission letters had been delivered to all students. But I suppose only a top university like Magic City Ability University would have so many freshmen choose to arrive early. Students who can get into Magic City Ability University are considered talented individuals in their province and city. They naturally understand the importance of acting quickly in every step. Arriving early allows them to enjoy the high-quality educational resources and facilities of Magic City Ability University ahead of time. They certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to wait until September to report. Su Jingming's villa is number 32 in Student Dormitory Area 3. When he arrived at the entrance of the villa, he discovered that the big door, which he had closed before leaving, was wide open. Looks like my roommate has arrived. With a smile, Su Jingming walked into the villa. Sure enough, he saw a boy sitting on the sofa in the living room on the first floor, using the artificial intelligence Eva to check information. Noticing someone entering the villa, the boy turned his head. Upon seeing Su Jingming walk in, his eyes lit up. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa and ran in front of Su Jingming, extending his right hand generously. You must be my roommate. Hello, I'm Lu Wentao, nice to meet you. Lu Wentao had a handsome appearance, slightly tanned skin, and a head of messy bangs. At this moment, he wore a smile, giving a sunny and cheerful first impression. Su Jingming. Su Jingming also smiled and shook hands with Lu Wentao. Su Jingming? You're the top scholar from Jiangnan province. Lu Wentao, after hearing Su Jingming's name, instinctively exclaimed softly. You know me? Su Jingming looked at him in confusion. This should be their first meeting. Of course. My nickname is Encyclopedia. Lu Wentao proudly puffed up his chest. I know most of the new students' information in our year. However, I haven't specifically gathered your information, it's purely because the commotion you made at that time was too huge. After all, you are this year's biggest dark horse in Jiangnan province. Lu Wentao chuckled gleefully. He was naturally sensitive to information. He had quietly recorded Su Jingming's details in his mind after reading them online. But after a period without any news related to Su Jingming on the internet, he stopped paying attention. He didn't expect that the other person also applied to the same Magic City Ability University and became his roommate. By the way, did you really come from the Baranjiang city in Jiangnan province? Not living in some other economically developed city and just taking the college entrance examination in Jiang City? Also, were you really an awaken during the college entrance exam? And your ability doesn't look like it's only E rank at all. Lu Wentao was very familiar and friendly. Having just met, he started to put his arm around Su Jingming's shoulders. And like a rapid-fire cannon, he shot off a series of questions. In response, Su Jingming not only didn't mind but rather smiled with delight. In his previous life, he was born in an orphanage. In elementary school, it wasn't that bad since he had many little friends around. However, once he entered middle school, he had to leave the orphanage and live alone. Back then, he hated going home the most after school. Because the home was only him, he could only turn on the TV and pretend someone was keeping him company. When he got to high school and could live on campus, things got a little better, but weekends were still lonely. He preferred a lively feeling, so he worked hard in his studies and got into university. Everyday bantering with his roommates and playing games were his happiest moments. But after 4 years, he would face the end of being alone again. So, through his efforts, he got into a master's program and once again had several roommates. Later on, he went into a PhD program and gained a lively group of seniors. Then later, at the graduation banquet of his PhD program, he drank a bit too much. When he woke up, he found himself transported to this world. And tragically, he was still an orphan. Although his aunt occasionally visited, loneliness remained his main theme. So, whether in his past life or this life, Su Jingming had a strong aversion to loneliness. Now, seeing Lu Wentao chattering away made him feel rather pleased. So, Su Jingming sat on the sofa and started to chat with Lu Wentao. During their conversation, Su Jingming learned that Lu Wentao came from Sichuan province, known as the Land of Abundance. He had a rank mental ability with middle-level first-rank strength. His score in the martial arts college entrance examination was among the top 20 in Sichuan province. He applied to the Magic City Ability University, aiming for the Tactical Academy among the 5 major colleges. In his words, he intended to command 1,000,000 troops to slaughter all the ferocious beasts on Blue Star. When Lu Wentao learned that Su Jingming had really just awakened during the college entrance exam, he couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Alright, enough talking, I need to head to the martial arts gym in a bit. After chatting for a while and seeing that the time was almost up, Su Jingming stood up from the sofa. Martial arts gym? I want to go too. Lu Wentao also looked excited. I haven't been to the martial arts gym at the Magic City Ability University yet. Okay, let's go together after we shower. Su Jingming nodded and went straight upstairs. After more than 10 minutes, a refreshed Su Jingming changed into clean clothes. Walk out of the villa with Lu Wentao. It is just after 11 in the morning, the sunlight outside is just right, and there are many new students walking on the road. Su Jingming and Lu Wentao walked together towards the exit of the dormitory area. As usual, Su Jingming walked straight, not glancing sideways. Beside him, however, Lu Wentao is looking around, his gaze wandering over the new students on the road. Occasionally, he stops a little longer on some pretty female classmates, revealing a somewhat lewd smile. Ming, look over there. There's a big beauty. After a short walk, Lu Wentao suddenly brightens his eyes and excitedly pats Su Jingming on the shoulder. Su Jingming instinctively follows Lu Wentao's gaze. He sees 2 girls walking out of the villa side by side, about 10 meters ahead. The 2 girls are about the same height, around 1.67 meters. The one on the left is slightly shorter, looks quite good but doesn't reach the stunning standard. But the other girl is different. She is charming, with willow-like eyebrows and cherry-like lips, stunningly beautiful. Her skin is incredibly fair, as pink as a baby's. What draws attention even more is her figure. She wears a simple white t-shirt, yet her chest is impressively full. Below, she wears light blue skinny jeans, outlining long and full leg curves. Chapter 48, Peak Fist Power. Break the record. How is it? Not bad, right? Lu Wentao asks with a smile. It's indeed not bad, Su Jingming does not deny this. Whether in body or appearance, this girl is far better than the internet celebrities from his past life under beauty filters. But didn't you claim to be a know-it-all? Do you know who she is? Su Jingming jokes about Lu Wentao's nickname, not really expecting him to say it. To his surprise, Lu Wentao puffs out his chest and proudly says, "Of course I know, her name is Song Choyun, a first-tier level with an A-grade natural light-type ability." Oh, not bad. Su Jingming is somewhat surprised. It seems Lu Wentao's reputation as a know-it-all is not all bragging. Of course, Song Choyun is from our Sichuan province. This year, her total score in the college entrance exam was over 9,000, making her the top student in Sichuan. Lu Wentao replies with a playful smile. In fact, even before the martial arts college entrance exam, Song Choyun had already gained some fame in the capital of Sichuan, Chengdu, due to her stunning looks and strong abilities. On the other side, Song Choyun, walking with friends, suddenly pauses. Her A-grade natural light-type ability is called Morning Light. Besides providing her with good offensive power, it also gives her a very keen sense. It is precisely with this sensitivity that she can avoid areas filled with dangerous beasts in the martial arts college entrance exam. Just now, she seemed to feel a terrifying gaze, reminiscent of a fierce beast. This gaze didn't seem to carry malice, but it was full of pressure. The gaze came quickly and left just as fast. However, Song Choyun still keenly identifies the source of this gaze, which comes from a tall figure not far ahead. But how could a human emit a ferocious beast-like aura? Song Choyun furrows her brows, somewhat puzzled. In the end, she can only blame it on her own illusion. However, Su Jingming's tall figure quietly left a weak impression in her heart. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng serves a population of over 1 million. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall at the Magic City Ability University only needs to serve more than 10,000 teachers and students. However, the Thunder Martial Arts Hall here is even larger than the one in Jiangcheng. Across from the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, there is a similarly 6 or 7-story building, resembling a giant beast lying there, the Violent Bear Martial Arts Hall. I have to say, the Ability University in the Magic City has done an almost perfect job in building such supporting facilities. With a sigh of admiration, Su Jingming and Lu Wentao stepped into the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. The first floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Hall is a spacious lobby, with a front desk at the very front. There are also some sofas around for resting, and at this moment, people who have finished training are sitting on the sofas, drinking drinks and chatting. "Welcome to the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, may I ask what you two students need?" A cheerful waitress in a short skirt approached enthusiastically. "We want to find a training room with a strength testing device," Su Jingming replied. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall is only open for free to high school students, while college students still have to pay a membership fee. The membership fee is the same as for the Bear Martial Arts Hall, 100,000 daxia being a year. However, the Ability University in the Magic City pays the membership fee for its students each year. Therefore, for them, the facilities in the Martial Arts Hall are free to use. "The training room is on the 3rd floor, please follow me." The staff showed a sweet smile and led the way, with Su Jingming and Lu Wentao following behind. The Thunder Martial Arts Hall treats every guest with such warmth. You can choose to accept it, or you can choose to refuse it. Since it was their first time in the Martial Arts Hall at the Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming chose to let her lead the way because he was unsure of the layout. Ding dong, the 3rd floor has arrived. Accompanied by a pleasant prompt sound, the elevator door opened. What came into view was a spacious hall. There were many people in the hall, but most of them looked somewhat strange. There were those whose bodies were engulfed in flames, some towering 2 or 3 meters tall, and even others whose limbs transformed into certain animals. Accompanied by various noisy sounds. My sea-level battle skill, the solar flame, has finally been mastered. Hee, so what if you've mastered it? It still can't break my metallized skin. You are all trash. My 3 times giant size can slap you all against the wall. These people seemed to be training, and some, who knew each other, occasionally bickered and argued. This is our public training area, which can accommodate 300 people training at the same time. The entire hall is also constructed using sea-level alloy mixed with memory metal, so there is no need to worry about abilities or battle skills causing damage. Of course, if it's too noisy, you can also choose a private training room. The staff explained. Hearing this, Su Jingming was not too surprised. Such a public training area was also available at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in Jiangcheng. The atmosphere in the public training hall is better, as so many people are training around, one cannot slack off. Many people with weak self-control choose to train in the public training hall. Moreover, when a certain battle skill is successfully practiced, the cheers from those around will give a sense of achievement. However, the downside is that one's battle skills and training results will also be known to others. Alright, let's do it here. Su Jingming initially intended to go to a private training room, but thinking that he had a roommate nearby, he still chose to stay in this public training room. Okay, please follow me. The staff showed the two into the hall. Those who could enter the Magic City Ability University were basically all ability users. So, while moving through the hall, they could feel the strong energy fluctuations brought by other ability users testing their battle skills. Wow, are these guys competing on who is stronger? the noise is getting louder and louder. Lu Wentao, feeling the floor vibrating beneath him, couldn't help but complain. As a psychic ability user, he certainly couldn't make such a commotion. Meanwhile, Su Jingming's attention was drawn to 5 pillars standing in the center of the hall. These 5 pillars were covered with countless names written all over them. And behind them was a string of numbers. The first 3 names on each pillar were the most prominent, shining with a golden glow, making them extremely eye-catching. This is our Punch Power Challenge leaderboard, with a total of 5 lists, corresponding to the 1st to 5th ranks of ability users. Do you too want to give it a try? If you enter the top 3,000, you'll receive a reward of 50 credits. The nearby staff member explained with a cheerful smile. Entering the top 3,000 grants a reward? That simple? Lu Wentao immediately became interested. After all, there were only a little over 4,000 students in the entire Magic City Ability University. You just need to swipe your student ID on the pillar to begin the challenge. However, using ability powers or combat skills during the Punch Power Challenge is not allowed, otherwise, it will be considered a foul. Okay, you wait for me here, I'll go give it a try. Lu Wentao nodded and walked straight into the center of the hall. Then he swiped his student ID on the sensor of the first pillar. Welcome, Lu Wentao with student ID 20370126, has started the Punch Power Challenge. Please cheer for him. As if triggering a switch, the high-pitched voice of the host rang out across the entire hall. Subsequently, spotlight shone down on Lu Wentao. Everyone in the hall was attracted and instinctively turned to look this way. Wow, someone has started the Punch Power Challenge. Just from the aura, it seems to be a middle-tier first rank, looks like a freshman. Hee, now there's something fun to see. In the hall, many senior students were gleefully watching the figure in the center. Meanwhile, Lu Wentao in the center was stunned. He didn't expect the commotion from starting the challenge would be so big. At this point, it was impossible to back down. So he took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and threw a powerful punch at the target in front of him. Bang! The target made a muffled sound and then shook violently back and forth. Lu Wentao slowly exhaled a breath, feeling quite satisfied with this punch. Entering the top 3,000 should be no problem. Punch power, 476 kilograms. Excellent performance. The voice announced again, first loudly declaring the power of the punch and then slightly sadly saying. However, unfortunately, your punch power ranks beyond the 100,000th place. 100,000th place? Lu Wentao was shocked. Weren't there only a little over 4,000 students in the Magic City Ability University? But he quickly realized that the Punch Power leaderboard not only counted current students but included past students as well. With the Magic City Ability University being established for over 100 years and enrolling more than 1,000 students every year, accumulating to over 100,000 students. What a ripoff! No wonder everyone was looking at me, they were waiting to see a joke. Only then did Lu Wentao come to his senses, feeling his cheeks burning, quickly walking down in embarrassment. Beyond the 100,000th place, that's hilarious. When I was a freshman, I never ranked this low. Look at this kid, his face is as red as a monkey's, but he must definitely be a freshman. The entire training hall erupted in joyous discussions because of Lu Wentao's performance. Do you want to give it a try? You'll definitely be stronger than me. Unable to bear the discussions, Lu Wentao quickly encouraged Su Jingming at his side. It's better for 2 people to lose face than just one, right? Alright, I'll give it a try too. Su Jingming didn't refuse upon hearing this. His purpose for coming was to test his body strength. Punch power is also part of body strength. Additionally, he wanted to see, with his current strength, where he could rank among all the talents gathered in the Magic City Ability University since its establishment. Welcome, Su Jingming with student ID 20370124, has started the Punch Power Challenge. Please cheer for him. After Su Jingming swiped his student ID, the same high-pitched voice rang out again. Oh. Someone has started a challenge again. It seems to be a companion of the person just now. TSK, this one's strength is lower, only looks like a low-level first stage. Low-level first stage? It's hard to say if their punch power even reaches 400 kilograms. Unsurprisingly, the audience did not have high hopes for Su Jingming, who only had low-level first stage strength. However, Su Jingming himself in the center was not affected at all, taking a deep breath. Then, all the energy in Su Jingming's body was pushed to the limit. His body straightened, waist exerting force, and his waist twisted his arms. With this power, his fist seemed like a bolt from a crossbow, transforming into a black shadow, smashing fiercely against the target in front of him. Bang! The earth-shattering sound like a heavy hammer crashing down erupted in the hall, quickly followed by loud cheers. Punch power 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch power. Congratulations, you broke the record. Chapter 49, Shocked Everywhere. Sweeping the campus. Punch power 4,589 kilograms. Peak punch power. Congratulations, you broke the record. The high-pitched voice echoed throughout the hall. At the same time, on the first pillar in the center of the hall, golden light surged. Su Jingming's name appeared like a supreme presence, shining with golden light and dominating the first ranking. Due to Su Jingming's appearance, the other names on the leaderboard seemed to ripple like ocean waves, with ranks dropping one by one. First place, Su Jingming, punch power, 4,589 kilograms. Second place, Luo Yang, punch power, 4,321 kilograms. Third place, Chen Dahai, punch power, 4,122 kilograms. This sudden scene made those who originally wanted to mock Su Jingming fall silent, like a duck caught by its neck. For a moment, the entire hall fell into a deadly silence. The peak punch power record has been broken? Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from nowhere echoed in the hall, which made everyone react. Then, the entire place erupted into heated discussions. Wow, the punch power record has actually been broken? Over 4,500 kilograms, is this something a human can hit? One punch could turn me into meat paste, and you tell me this is a new student? You must know. The Thunder Martial Arts Center has been established since the Magic City Special Abilities University was founded. You could say, the Thunder Martial Arts Center has witnessed the historical changes of the Magic City Special Abilities University. And the 5 leaderboard lists on the 3rd floor of the Thunder Martial Arts Center have accumulated punch power data from over 100,000 students of the university. In any of these lists, the top 1,000 ranked individuals were once leaders of their time. Because of this, the higher the ranking record, the harder it was to break. It has been more than 10 years since the last record on the first pillar was broken. And now, the peak punch power record of a low-level first-stage supernatural being was finally broken again. Moreover, it was broken by a new student who was merely at the low-level first stage. How could this not astonish and amaze them? Many quickly took out their phones to capture the image of Su Jingming in the center, recording this historic moment. Additionally, many couldn't wait to share this news with friends and teachers. Some even directly posted it on the student forum of the Magic City Special Abilities University. In the hall, some questioned whether Su Jingming had cheated by using supernatural abilities or martial skills. After all, pure physical strength reaching over 4,500 kilograms was indeed astonishing. However, such claims were quickly denied by others. The punch power testing machine in the center of the hall was controlled by the school's artificial intelligence, EVA. It was a subbody that reached the level of first-stage artificial intelligence. If there had been any cheating, the results would have been nullified long ago and would not have been reported. By the way, this Su Jingming is only low-level first stage. He hasn't even reached the peak of the first stage yet. Doesn't that mean this record could still be broken? A voice from the crowd suddenly echoed. In an instant, a heated discussion erupted. Yes, Su Jingming is already this amazing at the first-level lower position. When he reaches the first-level middle or upper positions, won't he be even more incredible? It's important to note that the top 10 who left their names on the first pillar all reached the peak of level 1 and couldn't break through anymore. Yet Su Jingming is completely different, no one knows where his limits lie. On the other side, Lu Wentao was dumbfounded listening to the discussions around him. He originally thought Su Jingming would just embarrass himself a little, making his earlier score less noticeable. But who would have thought Su Jingming would be so strong, breaking the record held by over 100,000 people with a single punch? Now, it made him look like a clown among the 10,000. Brother, you are really my own brother. Looking at Su Jingming coming down, Lu Wentao was completely convinced. Brother Ming, from now on, I'll follow you. Wherever you say to go, I'll go. It's not that exaggerated. Su Jingming laughed and shook his head. In reality, this punch did exceed his expectations a bit. Originally, he guessed it should be around 3,500 kilograms at most. He didn't expect it to be more than 1,000 kilograms higher. It seems that Thunderstorm Tyrant indeed suits me well. Su Jingming nodded secretly, then looked at the staff beside him. Breaking the record will earn academic credits, right? The female staff member was still a bit dazed at this moment. Seeing the handsome face up close, she finally came back to her senses, her face reddened as she said. Of course, breaking the record earns a reward of 400 credits, it should have been credited by now. Su Jingming took out his phone and indeed found a notification of credits being credited. Along with the 200 credits from meeting Senior Lu Ming at Teacher Yang's villa, and the 100 basic credits given by the school. His student account now has nearly 700 credits. Not bad, so if I break the record again next time, can I still earn credits? Su Jingming put away his phone, feeling eager to try. Breaking the record, you can only earn credits once. However, the answer he received was a negative response from the staff. This made him feel a bit regretful. His strength had not yet reached the peak of level 1, and he would definitely break the records of first-level ability users multiple times later. But there are 4 other pillars, corresponding to ability users from level 2 to 5. Breaking the records on those pillars also works the same way. Su Jingming slightly smiled, already thinking of a way to earn credits. At this moment, the seniors in the hall, whose emotions had calmed, began to approach him with smiles on their faces. Su Jr., this is your first time at this martial arts center, right? Come, let me teach you how to use the equipment. Su little brother, nice to meet you, I'm Wang Jia from the 3rd year, you can call me Brother Jia. Junior, our club happens to be short on members, how about considering joining us? We have plenty of girls in our club. The punch strength leaderboard, although it only reflects physical strength, cannot show the intensity of abilities or the power of battle skills. But if the punch strength is this high, how could the other aspects be lacking? Moreover, those who made it into the top 10 of the punch strength ranking are rare talents who appear only once every few years. Besides, Su Jingming directly broke the record and became first. Not everyone who can get into Magic City Ability University is foolish. Such a promising junior, if they don't make friends with him now, what are they waiting for? However, when Su Jingming saw the scene, he felt a bit overwhelmed. He didn't dare to stay in this public training hall any longer and quickly took Lu Wentao to escape. They found another separate training room to conduct the remaining strength tests. However, what he didn't know was that the news of the first-level ability user punch strength record being broken swept through the entire campus like a whirlwind. Many people learned that among this year's new students, there was a fierce man named Su Jingming. With a punching force of more than 4,500 kilograms, my junior's physical strength is truly astonishing and terrifying. Inside a student villa, Senior Lu Meng looked at a post on the school forum on his phone, unable to help but click his tongue in amazement. Back then, he had also tried to challenge the punching force ranking. At that time, he was a level 1 high-tier ability user, with the first stage of the Thunder Immortal Body. However, he only managed to achieve a punching force of just over 3,500 kilograms. Compared to Su Jingming now, he was far, far behind. Shoyun, you must look at this guy is so handsome. Inside the library, Song Shoyun, who was browsing through a martial arts manual, was quietly called by her roommate, Chi Dongsha. At the same time, a phone was handed in front of her. On the phone, a young man with an upright posture stood under the spotlight, a pillar in front of him shining brightly. The young man was tall and strong, with a determined face, and his eyes were sharp, cold even. Is it him? Song Shoyun immediately recognized him as the same young man she had sensed earlier on the road, the one with an aura resembling a fierce beast. So his name is Su Jingming, and it seems like he's quite powerful. This was a post from the school forum, with quite a bit of attention. After reading all the content, Song Shoyun's eyes lit up slightly. So, that unusual beastly aura, it wasn't just her imagination. But, how did he give off that kind of aura? Song Shoyun looked at the figure in the picture, her eyes filled with faint curiosity. Su Jingming. So you came to Magic City as well. This time, I will take back all the honor that belongs to me. Inside a villa, a young man looked at the figure in the picture with resentment. If it weren't for Su Jingming, he wouldn't have missed the Jiangnan province top scholar and become the laughingstock of Ning'an City. Chapter 50, Martial Arts Library. SSS level martial art. After entering a private training room, Su Jingming conducted a series of physical strength tests. The results revealed that after gaining the Thunder Immortal Body, his physical strength had received a terrifying boost. His skin's defense was comparable to E-grade alloy, reaching the level of being impervious to knives and guns. He tried to create a wound on his skin, and in just a few breaths, it had already healed. Such powerful defense and recovery speed, no wonder it's an S-level body refinement martial art. Su Jingming's eyes slightly lit up. With this kind of physique, as long as he doesn't do anything too reckless, it's almost impossible for him to be in life-threatening danger. Additionally, he noticed that his height had increased from 1.86 meters to 1.89 meters. His weight was even more exaggerated, directly skyrocketing from 80 kilograms to 120 kilograms. However, his appearance didn't change much, only his bone density increased, and his muscles became firmer. If this were my previous life, this physical condition would definitely be considered as that of a little superhero. Su Jingming was very satisfied with his current state. He was also glad to have such a good teacher. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to achieve such a great improvement in just a few short days. The strength test is complete, I'll go to the library soon. Thanks to the S-level permission granted by Magic City Ability University, all books in the library were free for him to access. Su Jingming had long coveted the vast collection of books at this top university. After leaving the room, he found his neighbor, Lu Wentao, in the next training room, and together they left the Thunder Martial Arts Hall. Brother Ming, do you know? There are a lot of posts about you on the school forum now. On the way, Lu Wentao said excitedly, also, many people are talking about challenging you. Just now, while resting between training sessions, he browsed his phone and naturally saw the posts on the school forum. Challenging me? Su Jingming raised his sword-like eyebrows slightly. The martial arts atmosphere at Magical City Ability University is quite strong. Of course, there is another possibility. These people want to step on him to achieve their own fame. However, Su Jingming wasn't very interested in such a battle invitation. Wentao, are you going to the martial arts library? Su Jingming asked Lu Wentao at the crossroads. I just went yesterday, I'm not going today. Alright, then you can head back. Su Jingming nodded, and after parting with Lu Wentao, he headed straight towards the library. Magical City Ability University has 2 libraries. One is an ordinary library, housing history and cultural books. The other is the martial arts library, which contains numerous martial arts techniques and ability training methods from various fields. Su Jingming was going to the second library. As one of the most important places at Magical City Ability University, the martial arts library was built to be tall and majestic. It stood there like a small mountain, emitting a heavy sense of oppression. Moreover, the entire martial arts library appeared somewhat illusory, almost like a mirage. It's rumored that the entire martial arts library is under the control of a vice president with spatial abilities at our school. It seems to be true. This was an information Su Jingming had accidentally discovered while querying library information through EVA. If something is amiss, the entire martial arts library could exist independently of this space. Without the proper means, even a 9th-tier martial sage would not be able to forcibly seize these precious original manuals. Ding! He swiped his student ID at the entrance, and the tightly closed door opened, allowing Su Jingming to step inside. On the first floor of the library was a vast hall. In the hall, there was only one front desk. When Su Jingming arrived at the front desk and was about to ask how to check out martial arts manuals, the female teacher behind it stood up with a gentle smile. S-level student Su Jingming, welcome to the martial arts library. How may I assist you? The female teacher had a pleasant appearance and wore black-rimmed glasses, resembling a language teacher from some middle school. However, the faint aura she emitted indicated that she was at least a 4th-tier ability user. You know me? Su Jingming was somewhat surprised. Even though he had just broken a record, he shouldn't be that famous, right? Even the teacher in the library knew about him. Students with S-level authority can freely browse all martial arts in the library. This is a special privilege for holders. Therefore, when you swiped your student ID at the entrance, I received a notification. The teacher wore a pretty smile, her attitude very friendly, even respectful. A 4th-tier ability user showing respect to a 1st-tier ability user seemed somewhat unbelievable. But for the teacher herself, it was not like that. After all, having S-level authority meant the other party had limitless potential. As long as they did not suffer an early demise, they would at least become a master-level ability user in the future. Yet she herself, merely reaching 4th-tier ability, had almost exhausted all her potential. Such a respectful attitude could be seen as a form of goodwill. Just like the previous admissions office director Zhang Xiaoyang, this female teacher was the same. So that's how it is. Su Jingming nodded, realizing, and then asked. I want to look up martial techniques of the lightning ability. Which floor should I go to? Martial techniques below B-level are located in the 2nd and 3rd floors public reading rooms. As for martial techniques above B-level, they are too precious and stored confidentially. You will need to pre-select online in the reading room on the 4th floor before you can check out the manuals. The female teacher explained patiently. Then I'll head to the reading room directly. Su Jingming nodded. Since he was able to check out higher-level martial techniques, he certainly would not learn low-level combat skills. Alright, the reading room 403 on the 4th floor has been opened for you. You just need to swipe your student card at the sensor at the door to enter. After a series of operations on the computer, the female teacher said. Then, Su Jingming was led by a staff member to the elevator, arriving at the 4th floor. Similar to the student dormitory of his previous life, the reading rooms on the 4th floor are individual rooms. However, the decoration is more exquisite, with a unique classical charm. Upon reaching the 4th floor and walking for a while, a room marked 403 appeared before Su Jingming. Beep. Swiping his student card at the door's sensor, the door opened in response. The room is equipped with the artificial intelligence, Eva's avatar. If you need anything, just ask her. After selecting the combat skills online, click confirm, and we will send you the original manual. Additionally, as the originals of B-level and above combat skills are very precious, please handle them with care while browsing. After the staff repeated the precautions, they turned and left. Su Jingming also stepped into the room. The reading room is not very large, only about 20 square meters. In the middle are desks and chairs, and right in the center of the table is the familiar spherical shape of the artificial intelligence, Eva, projected. S-level student Su Jingming, What combat skill do you need to check? Eva actively spoke, shaking her head. Lightning system, all combat skills above B level. Su Jingming did not hold back and directly stated his request. All right. The little sphere nodded humanely. Then, on the side holographic projection, a list of densely packed combat skill names appeared, along with relevant introductions. Heavenly Thunder Confinement, SSS level utilizing lightning-based powers as the core, creates a storm field with a maximum diameter of 80 kilometers. Note, this combat skill is limited to B level and above lightning powers, only learnable by level 5 or above ability users. God's Wrath, SS level strikes down thunder like divine punishment, with immense power. Note, this combat skill is limited to B level and above lightning powers, only learnable by level 4 or above ability users. Thunder Abyss, SS level opens a thunderous abyss, sealing a certain area with lightning. Note, this combat skill is limited to B level and above lightning powers, only learnable by level 4 or above ability users. SSS level combat skills, and also SS level combat skills. As expected of a top university, the collection of combat skill manuals is so rich. Su Jingming's eyes sparkled as he read. However, unfortunately, due to their immense power, both the SSS and SS level combat skills require terrifying amounts of energy to release. Low-level ability users would not be able to unleash even once, even if they drained all their energy. Even the relatively lower requirement of S-level combat skills still requires a level 2 or 3, along with C-level or above powers to learn. Chapter 51, Level Up. The 4 A-level combat skills. Seeing the advanced combat skills on the list made Su Jingming drool, but he couldn't learn them. He had to quickly scroll down the list to find A-level combat skills to browse. Compared to advanced combat skills, the requirements for these A and B-level skills are not so high. Level 1 ability users can learn them, with the only requirement being D-level or above. As Su Jingming browsed through the various combat skills on the holographic projection, he took out the combat skill list that Teacher Yang had given him some time ago to compare. However, after only browsing for a while, he realized that this list prepared by Teacher Yang was indeed very suitable for him. Having a good teacher saves a lot of trouble. Otherwise, just choosing which combat skills to learn would take a lot of effort. Combat skills are generally divided into offensive, defensive, agility, support, and body training categories. Different types of combat skills combined together can achieve effects similar to control chains, just like playing arcade games. If there is no one to guide you, studying a set of combat skills that suits you will indeed require a lot of effort. Moreover, to learn a combat skill takes a considerable amount of time. Once the wrong combat skill is chosen, it will be too late to realize after learning it. But Su Jingming is different. With the list of combat skills provided by Teacher Yang, it's like he already has a strategy guide. Additionally, Teacher Yang's list includes at least 2 combat skills from different categories. This allows Su Jingming to make the most optimized selection based on his circumstances. Thus, Su Jingming spent more than half an hour selecting 4 combat skills. They are the attacking skills Thunder Spear, sequential Thunder Lance, the mobility skill Thunder Flash, and the support skill Thunder Prison. All 4 combat skills are, without exception, classified as A-level combat skills. The related descriptions are also very clear in the list before him. Thunder Spear, A-level, gather thunder and condense it into a spear to throw. Sequential Thunder Lance, A-level, a long spear accompanied by thunder to continuously stab the enemy's vital points. During the stabbing, thunder will continue to accumulate within the enemy, exploding at the end of the skill. Thunder Flash, A-level, erupts with thunder, rushing forward a distance in a certain direction. Thunder Prison, A-level, condenses a prison of thunder, locking the enemy in place. Among the 4 combat skills, the Thunder Spear is a long-range attack type, while the sequential Thunder Lance belongs to a strong attack type that can deal a large amount of damage in a short time. Thunder Flash is a sudden movement type skill that can close the distance to the enemy instantly in battle. As for the final skill, Thunder Prison, it can lock the enemy in place, making it impossible to escape. With this combination of 4 combat skills, plus my powerful physique, I will have almost no flaws in battle. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction and clicked to confirm. Detected that all 4 selected combat skills are A-level skills, with an average learning time of 6 months per skill. The total duration is 2 years. As the learning time is too long, it is recommended to reasonably mix in some lower-level skills. After discovering that the combat skills Su Jingming chose are all very difficult A-level skills, Eva issued a warning reminder. In fact, A-level combat skills not only have a long learning cycle but also consume a great deal of psychic power. Most psychic users will choose to mix in some lower B-level and C-level combat skills. However, Su Jingming is the exception. He still has more than 2,000 psychic points lying in his system panel. For him, learning combat skills is just a matter of adding points and will not cost him any time. Since that is the case, he should naturally choose more powerful combat skills. Regarding the high psychic consumption, it is not a big problem at all. When he later raises his rank, it will naturally be resolved. No need to change, just like this. Okay, please wait a moment. After Eva's voice fell, it wasn't long before the staff delivered 4 books of combat skill manuals and then respectfully closed the door and left. 4 books of A-level combat skill manuals. Looking at the 4 books on the table, Su Jingming couldn't help but feel some emotion. In the outside world, even a D-level combat skill costs hundreds of thousands of great xia coins. For example, the lightning gale break he had before was a D-level combat skill. C-level and B-level combat skills can cost millions or even tens of millions. Even higher A-level combat skills are simply impossible to buy. And now, these 4 A-level combat skill manuals are just lying quietly in front of him, requiring no cost at all. This is a top-notch university. The educational resources it possesses cannot be compared to other schools. After being amazed, Su Jingming browsed through the 4 combat skill manuals one by one. As A-level combat skills, the content of these manuals related to the use of psychic power and blood energy is profoundly complex. Even the words carry some of the creator's intent and aura. The intent is something mysterious yet real. For example, a sword mark, just a glance can make one feel the mindset of the swordsman. Either sharp or resolute. Within these secret manuals, there is also this kind of artistic conception. It is precisely because of this that many A-grade combat skills can only be learned from the originals. Copying the replicas, because they have lost their artistic conception, cannot be learned at all. This is also why the combat skill library is so careful in preserving the original combat skill manuals. As expected of A-grade combat skills, this way of using supernatural abilities is simply imaginative. 4 hours later, Su Jingming closed the last combat skill manual and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He has initially understood the contents of these 4 combat skills. Following the normal steps, the next step would be to practice diligently until he thoroughly masters these combat skills. However, that is for ordinary people. For Su Jingming, it was different. Deep blue. Add points. Supernatural points -200, Thunder Spear, beginner. Supernatural points -200, Chain Thunder Gun, beginner. Supernatural points -200, Thunder Flash, beginner. Supernatural points -200, Thunder Prison, beginner. With the point addition, the obscure content of the 4 combat skills was fully understood. It was as if he had practiced thousands of times. The 4 A-grade combat skills that originally needed 2 years to learn were all mastered by Su Jingming like this. And his system panel was also completely refreshed. Name, Su Jingming. Level, first stage lower rank, plus. Supernatural ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. Physical strength, 391 vitality, plus. Mental strength, 289 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus, A-grade Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Refinement, Indestructible Thunder Body, First Level plus. Supernatural points, 1434. The supernatural points on the system panel were directly reduced by nearly half, which made Su Jingming feel a little pain. But the 4 A-grade combat skills gained in exchange were undoubtedly tremendous for his strength improvement. So many combat skills, I don't know which lucky one will be the first to taste the power of my set of combat skills. A malicious smile of expectation appeared on Su Jingming's face. Of course, if the opponent's strength is too low, they might not even wait for him to release a complete set of combo moves before they are outright defeated. I will try this set of combat skills to see how much supernatural consumption it has when I get back to the villa later. The combat skill manuals on the table would be automatically collected by the staff. So Su Jingming did not tidy up and got up to leave the reading room. When he walked to the first-floor lobby, he received the respectful greeting from a female teacher again. Smiling back, Su Jingming walked out of the combat skill library. Taking out his phone to check, he found that it was already after 5 in the afternoon. I got so immersed in the manuals that I forgot to eat lunch. But it's not a big deal, I'll just have dinner and then go back to the dorm to practice the combat skills. After leaving the combat skill library, Su Jingming first went to the cafeteria for dinner, then returned to the student villa. Brother Ming, a teacher just came by to inform that there will be a new student meeting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on playground number 1. Also, a new student group has been created. As Su Jingming passed through the first-floor living room, Lu Wintao jumped over from the sofa. He handed over his phone, which had a QR code for a group named Magic Capital Supernatural University class of 2037 new students. Alright, I got it. Su Jingming took out his phone and casually added the group. There were quite a few people in the group, with a total of 613 members, and it was still increasing. The pinned announcement was about the new student meeting at 9 tomorrow morning. The chat interface was filled with many new students chatting away. I went to the combat skill library today, guess what? I have A-grade permission, I can read all A-grade and below combat skill manuals for free. Wow. That's awesome. But I have B grade permission, does that mean I can only read B grade and below manuals? What a coincidence, I also have B grade. Damn, won't I be the only one with C grade permission? Don't worry, it seems like permissions can be upgraded, they should talk about it at the new student meeting tomorrow. Similar to the newcomer group from his past life, the group was filled with discussions about matters related to the school. Su Jingming glanced at it, not very interested, and directly stepped up the stairs. Lu Wentao seemed quite interested, chatting nonstop on the sofa with his phone. At the same time, he kept saying, by the way, Minggu, didn't you go to the combat skills library this afternoon? What grade of combat skills did you end up choosing? For A-level combat skills. Su Jingming's answer from the stairs caused Lu Wentao to be slightly stunned. A-level combat skills? And 4 of them? Wouldn't he have to wait until his sophomore or junior year to learn them all? No wonder you are Minggu. Not following the usual path. Lu Wentao instinctively gave a thumbs up, then curiously asked again. If you can browse A-level combat skills, that means you have A-level authority, right? Not A-level, but S-level. After finishing this sentence, Su Jingming had completely reached the second floor, his figure vanishing on the stairs, leaving Lu Wentao on the sofa in a state of shock. S-level? Our school actually has higher authority than A-level? Chapter 52, Freshman Conference. Focus character Su Jingming. The freshman group was added to by Lu Wentao shortly after he returned to the dormitory in the afternoon after finding the teacher at the door. After joining the freshman group, he had been chatting and gathered quite a bit of information. First of all, each student reporting to school would have a level authority. The height of the level authority determined how many basic credits they could obtain. For example, he had A-level authority, which allowed him to earn 60 credits. Through his silent statistics in the freshman group, he discovered that most people had B-level or C-level authority. Only a few had A-level authority, leading him to subconsciously believe that A-level was the highest authority a student could obtain. However, he never expected that Su Jingming actually had the incredible S-level authority. Why is this? The other provincial champions I know also only have A-level authority. Lu Wentao was puzzled. On the other side, Su Jingming had also entered the training room upstairs. A gray-white 2-meter-long spear was held in his hand. His original F-level obsidian spear had almost been worn out by the end of the Martial Science College entrance examination. Therefore, he did not bring it to Magic City. This gray spear was a practice spear stored in the training room, with a metal strength not even reaching F-level. Its weight was pitifully light, only 20 kilograms. However, for now, he couldn't find other alternatives, so he could only make do with it. Fortunately, it was just for testing combat skills and not actual combat. After the training is over, I can go to the school shop to see if there's a long spear suitable for me. If so, I'll buy it as soon as possible. Ever since he checked in at Magic City Ability University, Su Jingming had been in a very busy state. On the first day of registration, he went to find Yang Jintian to seek apprenticeship, and obtained ability training methods as well as body strengthening combat skills. The next day he went to Mr. Yang to build a foundation, and that shaping took a full 5 days, until today when he finally awoke. Because of this, his battle suit and weapons had not yet been purchased. The first skill to try is the continuous thunder spear. Su Jingming stood upright in the center of the training room, with blue-purple Zixiao divine thunder quietly covering the gray-white spear he held in his right hand. In the next moment, the spear turned into countless phantoms, lightning flashing, piercing continuously. Crash, bang. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, the spear shadows lasted for about 2 seconds before ending with an upward sweep. Buzz. The sharp spearhead, wrapped in lightning, continued to shake violently even after the spear shaft stopped. The ability consumption is not bad, just about 1/8. Su Jingming silently estimated. As for the power, since there was no testing device, it couldn't be determined. But from the aura of the released combat skills, instantly killing a fully powered second-tier bloodthirsty violent bear would be more than enough. Next, it's the Thunder Prison. Thus, Su Jingming tested all 4 A-level combat skills he had just mastered. The attacking continuous thunder spear. The consumption of the lightning spear's special abilities is slightly higher. Releasing it once requires almost 1/8 of the purple sky divine thunder. The thunder prison is a bit better, requiring only 1/10 of its ability. As for the lightning flash technique, its consumption is even lower, needing only 1/20th of the ability. In that case, even if I fully release an entire set of combat skills, the ability consumption would be at most about 2/5, which is acceptable. Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The training spear in his hand was slightly red, as if it had been placed over a charcoal fire for a long time due to the continuous flow of purple sky divine thunder. If an ordinary person were to grip it, their flesh would surely be burned. However, Su Jingming felt completely fine, casually placing the spear on the weapon rack and heading to the kitchen to grab a bottle of cold drink. That's right, the villa has a kitchen, and there are kitchens on both floors. However, ordinary students generally would not choose to cook for themselves. Eva, open the school store and search for firearms. Okay. Su Jingming sat on the sofa, drinking his cold beverage while browsing the store interface projected by Eva. Firearms. F-grade meteor gun, 0.45 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. F-grade obsidian gun, 0.49 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. F-grade agile gun, 0.42 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum purchase. E-grade meteor gun, 1.11 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. A-grade obsidian gun, 1.13 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. E-grade agile gun, 0.97 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum purchase. D-grade meteor gun, 2.45 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. D-grade obsidian gun, 2.58 credits/kg, 10 kilograms minimum purchase. D-grade agile gun, 2.32 credits/kg, 5 kilograms minimum purchase. Huh, the weight of the weapons in the store can actually be decided freely? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow, but the prices are about the same as outside. His original obsidian gun weighed 50 kilograms and was priced at 270,000. Converted, the price here is similar to that in the school store. As for the weight of the spear suitable for his use, Su Jingming had specifically tested it at the Thunder Martial Arts Hall in the afternoon. 210 kilograms was the weight he found most suitable. It had enough weight so that it wouldn't feel light when swung, while also enabling extremely fast thrusting speed. If that's the case, then I'll still go for the obsidian gun, but this time I'll switch to E-grade alloy and increase the weight. Su Jingming quickly filled in the needed weight on the holographic projection. Purchasing such a 210 kilogram spear would cost a whopping 237 points. Of course, that's also because of his strong physique requiring the use of a heavier weapon. An ordinary first-tier ability user only needs to spend 60 or 70 credits for a 60 or 70 kilogram weapon. After choosing the weapon, Su Jingming also selected an E-grade combat suit worth 70 credits and E-grade combat boots for 10 credits. These combined cost a total of 317 credits, and after Su Jingming chose to pay, his student account suddenly shrank by half, leaving him with 382.6 credits. Purchase successful. The weapon and combat suit will be delivered to the dormitory tomorrow, please check. Eva's cute reminder echoed in the living room. The gear is picked out, I'll rest for a while before continuing training. Su Jingming picked up the cold drink and took another sip. Although he had the system by his side, he did not become lazy because of it. And now it was still early, just a little past 7 in the afternoon. Besides training, he could also practice his ability training method. The whole night was clearly laid out for him. The next day, at 8:20 in the morning. After completing more than an hour of training on the second floor and finishing his wash, Su Jingming walked downstairs in short sleeves and long pants. However, he found Lu Wentao sitting on the sofa in the living room with 2 big dark circles under his eyes. What's up? Did you stay up all night chatting with a girl? Su Jingming smiled and sat down on the sofa, patting Lu Wentao's shoulder. Minggu. Lu Wentao's eyes brightened, and then he asked with some urgency. Minggu, what did you do to gain S-tier authority? Last night, I stayed up all night checking the information on the top students from other provinces. I actually feel that your performance in the college entrance examination isn't that different. After saying this, he quickly added, if it's not convenient, you don't have to tell me. Is that why you didn't sleep well? Su Jingming smiled gently, snapped his fingers, and the terrifying energy wave of the purple cloud's divine thunder flickered at his fingertips. There's really nothing I can't say, the reason is simple, because I have an S-rank superpower. S-rank superpower? Lu Wentao's eyes widened in shock. No wonder the school only granted Su Jingming S-rank privileges. So it turns out he has an S-rank superpower. Then he remembered that during the martial arts college entrance examination, Su Jingming was just an awakener, that thunder power was indeed a bit too strong. If it's an S-rank superpower, then it makes sense. However, he was still a bit puzzled and asked. Why didn't you tell me when we just met yesterday? You didn't ask. Su Jingming shrugged his shoulders innocently. He had no intention of hiding his superpower. It's just that many people still mistakenly thought he only had an E-rank superpower due to those articles online. Even if the superpower mutated, they wouldn't think it would become an S-rank. Alright, the freshman meeting starts at 9 o'clock, it's about time, let's go. Su Jingming didn't continue to tease Lu Wentao and got up to leave the villa with him. At the Magic City Superpower University, there are a total of 4 playgrounds. The location of the freshman meeting is on playground number 1. When Su Jingming and Lu Wentao entered the playground, there were already quite a few people there. However, because they hadn't been assigned to colleges or classes yet, nobody knew each other. Most people were talking in pairs, each not interfering with the other. In the crowd, Su Jingming also spotted Song Choyun, whom he had seen once outside the dormitory the day before. She was currently with her roommate. Song Choyun's looks were already top-notch, plus her impressive figure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a goddess. On the playground, many male students were attracted to her. Additionally, some female students were secretly comparing themselves to her sensitive areas, revealing envious expressions. Just then, Song Choyun suddenly turned her head and locked eyes with Su Jingming. What keen perception! Su Jingming was startled but didn't feel awkward. He nodded slightly towards Song Choyun and then looked away. Su Jingming. Seeing this, Song Choyun blinked in surprise. Ordinary boys would either shyly lower their heads after being caught looking at her, or quickly turn away and pretend to admire the scenery in the distance. Only Su Jingming, not only did he show no reaction, but he also looked at her a little longer and nodded at her. What a peculiar boy! Song Choyun thought to herself. Next to her, her roommate, Chi Dongxia, also noticed Su Jingming's arrival and her eyes lit up. It's Su Jingming. He looks even more handsome than in the photos. Su Jingming's appearance was not bad, and his height was over 1.89 meters. In such a large crowd, he stood out like a crane among chickens. Additionally, the aura of the S-rank superpower, the purple cloud's divine thunder, gave him an air of mystery. He was definitely a man that countless girls admired. So, besides Chi Dongxia, the other girls present also sparkled with excitement when they saw Su Jingming. Su Jingming is here. Is he the one who broke the school record yesterday? As expected, he is a new student. Su Jingming seems to be the top student from Jiangnan province. His abilities are very strong. The news of him breaking the long-standing record at the Magic City Superpower University had spread wildly on the forum. As a result, most new students present knew about Su Jingming. Therefore, when Su Jingming appeared, pairs of eyes turned towards him. Among these gazes, the emotions varied widely. There is the admiration and heat from young girls, and there is also the gravity from male classmates facing a strong opponent. Of course, there is also plenty of scorn and disdain. But no matter what emotion is present at this moment, Su Jingming is the absolute focal point. However, just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out in the crowd. Su Jingming. I, Lei Zhou, want to challenge you. Chapter 53, The Challenge. Shocked Lu Ming. Accompanied by the abrupt voice, a group of four stepped out from the crowd. The leading young man stands at least 1.8 meters tall, wearing a white t-shirt and white long pants. He has a slender build but exudes a faint sense of danger. Around him, the three others are either robust or smiling boldly. Their presence already suggests they are all fierce characters, at least at the mid-tier level. The leading young man in white is Lei Zhou, the second-place winner of the Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts College entrance exam from the first high school of Ning'an City, Jiangnan Province. Su Jingming. Lei Zhou's face is filled with resentment. Both of his parents are fourth-tier ability users, and he was born with a golden key. At 16, after awakening his grade A fire element ability, Inferno Flame, he skyrocketed, becoming a hot genius in the provincial capital, Ning'an City. He crushed all the talented individuals in the city, progressing from an awakener to a first-tier upper-level ability user in just 2 years. He became the most popular contender to win this year's Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts College entrance exam. And he truly lived up to expectations, scoring over 9,300 points in the martial arts entrance exam. To put it into perspective, in previous years, the highest score in Jiangnan province was only about 8,800 to 8,900 points. His score of over 9,300 points can be said to have secured the provincial top student. However, just as he thought the top student position was as good as locked, when the Education Bureau and his family prepared for a celebration feast, Su Jingming unexpectedly emerged, achieving over 11,000 points and snatching away the top student title in Jiangnan province. What's more shocking is that Su Jingming comes from the impoverished northern part of Jiangnan province, Jiang City. You must know, as the provincial capital, Ning'an City receives the most educational resources every year. Yet this year's top student is from Jiang City, which receives the least resources. As a result, rumors began to spread in Ning'an City, claiming that the Education Bureau was incompetent, unable to match even a remote city like Jiang City. Thus, the Ning'an Education Bureau faced immense pressure. This originally proud son of Ning'an City suddenly fell to earth. While researching Su Jingming's martial arts entrance exam video, he discovered their strengths were actually quite similar. Su Jingming scored those extra points due to annihilating all the beasts in the core area. In Ning'an City, however, candidates are very strong, and the beasts in the core area are fought over, leaving nothing for others. Therefore, he has been brooding over this matter. If he had taken the exam in Jiang City, he might have also scored over 10,000 points and snatched the top student. Thus, discovering that Su Jingming is also attending Magic City Ability University, Lei Zhou decided to issue a challenge. His goal is to trample Su Jingming underfoot. To prove to Ning'an City and all of Jiangnan province that it's not that he can't do it, but it's the examination setting that's to blame. In fact, he had already posted several challenge invitations on the school forum yesterday. But he received no responses at all. That's why he chose to directly challenge Su Jingming at this freshman conference. Lei Zhou, I know him, he is the second place of our Jiangnan Provincial Martial Arts entrance exam. The second place challenges the first place? This could be interesting. There are rumors online that it seems that the current provincial top student did benefit from the examination setting. The gap in their strengths is actually not that big, and Lei Zhou might even be slightly stronger. So that's it, no wonder Lei Zhou was so eager to initiate the challenge, he wants to prove himself. Among the crowd of onlookers, there were students from Jiangnan province who recognized Lei Zhou's identity. Taking the role of a science popularization person, they explained the situation to those around. Su Jingming also learned about the background from the snippets of conversation among the onlookers. However, even so, he had no intention of accepting the challenge and shook his head to refuse. Sorry, I'm not very interested. If he had any desire for conflict before becoming an advanced ability user. Now he had already advanced to a low-tier ability user and mastered the S-level Thunder Immortal Body, mastering 4 A-level combat techniques. It could be said that if he fought Lei Zhou, it would be like an adult fighting a child. Even if he won, he wouldn't feel any sense of accomplishment. Not interested? I see, you must be afraid of our brother Lei, right? The school forum is saying that you are the rare genius of our school in over a decade. I think you're nothing special. Forget it, brother Lei, there's no need to take someone like him seriously. Before Lei Zhou could say anything, the few people beside him began to speak sarcastically. Don't talk nonsense, Su Jingming is not that kind of person. Lei Zhou pretended to be angry and shouted, then said with a fake smile. Su Jingming, I remember your aunt's family seems to be in the business of rare flowers and plants, right? Coincidentally, our family is currently your aunt's biggest buyer, and we owe your family a large amount of money. If we can't pay this money on time, your aunt's family might have some little difficulties. These rare flowers and plants gather the essence of heaven and earth. They can only be collected in the wild, and each type has special effects. Either enhancing vital energy or enhancing mental strength. For ability users, they are very useful, and many are willing to pay high prices to buy them. Therefore, there are many businesses across the country engaged in this trade. After the results of the martial arts college entrance examination were announced, Lei Zhou discovered that Su Jingming had a good relationship with his aunt Su Qingwan. So he had his family place a large order through Su Wanqing's company and only paid the deposit, planning to withhold the final payment. If the other party wants to sue, dragging it on for a year or two, even if they win the lawsuit, the company would have long gone bankrupt. He initially just wanted to take advantage of Su Jingming, but he hadn't expected it to come up here. Moreover, Lei Zhou knew that someone like Su Jingming, who valued family ties greatly, would definitely react to this. Are you threatening me? Su Jingming's eyes narrowed. Just a glance made Lei Zhou's heart tremble. He felt as though a top-tier ferocious beast was staring at him, making the hair on his body stand on end. However, even so, he still forced himself to say calmly. It's not a threat, just a reminder. Time, place. Su Jingming breathed out deeply, his distinct black and white eyes carrying an unprecedented chill. Not far away, the highly perceptive Song Choyun sensed the violence hidden beneath this chill. What a violent aura, how did he manage to do that? Song Choyun's curiosity about this tall boy was further intensified. At noon 12 o'clock in 7 days, on the number 3 combat platform. Seeing that Su Jingming took the bait, Lei Zhou replied directly. Alright, I'll go. But I hope you won't regret it by then. Su Jingming coldly threw down a sentence and turned to leave. Before coming to the Magic Capital Ability University, he had known that his uncle's company received a large order. For this reason, his uncle's family was busy working day and night for 2 days to complete this order. It was said that the money earned from this order would be enough for the company's expenses for a year. He hadn't expected it to be a trap set up by others in advance. Since this situation arose because of himself, it should also be ended by him. Su Jingming agreed. The real combat arena number 3 will have a great battle in 7 days. Make sure to arrive early to grab a good spot, after all, the provincial champion will be competing. The onlookers, of course, were eager for excitement, and upon seeing the two reach an agreement for battle, they became excited. They planned to go together to the real combat arena to watch the fun. This was exactly what Lei Zhou wanted. The reason he set the time for 7 days later was to spread the word widely and attract more spectators. Then, he could defeat Su Jingming in front of everyone, achieving the highest sense of accomplishment. First of all, welcome to the Mo Du Superpower University, freshmen. This new student conference is not the official school opening ceremony. We have gathered you here to answer some questions and help you better use the school resources. First is your individual authority level. After some interruptions, the new student conference officially began at 9 o'clock. On the stage in front of the playground, a male teacher spoke eloquently. The main topics covered were similar to what Zhang Chaoyang had mentioned, including the credit system and exclusive mentor system, among other things. But it was more detailed. Among them, the power ranking particularly caught Su Jingming's interest. The power ranking is somewhat similar to the punch strength ranking in the Thunder Martial Arts Hall, but it tests the student's actual combat power. It requires a device called a virtual stealth pod, where students fight in a holographic simulated battle scene. The more levels one breaks through, the higher the ranking. Moreover, the final rewards are quite generous. Once the new student conference is over, I can take a closer look at this so-called power ranking. Su Jingming thought to himself. After all, the concept of holographic stealth was also new to him. Next, the new student conference continued for over an hour. Aside from the first half hour of the male teacher speaking on stage, the remaining time was filled with student questions. After the new student conference ended, Su Jingming went to teacher Yang Zhentian's villa. In the villa's living room, his senior brother Lu Ming was already waiting there. Let's go to the training room. In the morning I'll teach you fist techniques, and in the afternoon, the teacher will teach you gun techniques. As soon as Su Jingming entered, brother Lu Ming took him straight to the training room. In fact, according to the original plan, both fist techniques and gun techniques were supposed to be taught by him. But Su Jingming's gun technique had already reached an advanced level, equal to his own skill level. So, only teacher Yang Zhentian could teach it. Thus, Su Jingming began training under brother Lu Ming's guidance. Brother Lu Ming is a senior student in his 4th year, with a peak level of Tier 3. His fist techniques, gun techniques, and knife techniques all reached advanced, and he possessed an A-grade lightning-type superpower. He truly is a genius. Under his instruction, Su Jingming began his initial exposure to fist techniques. After that, Su Jingming lived a very regular life for some time. He got up at 6:30 in the morning and trained for an hour in the training room. He arrived at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa at 8:30. In the morning, he studied fist techniques with brother Lu Ming, and in the afternoon, he learned gun techniques and applications of lightning-type superpowers from the teacher. Of course, neither his senior nor the teacher was there every day. When they weren't around, Su Jingming trained alone in the villa's training room. Soon, 7 days had passed. On July 1st, at 8:30 in the morning, Su Jingming arrived at teacher Yang Zhentian's villa as usual. Let's go to the training room. Brother Lu Ming was about to go to the training room with Su Jingming when he suddenly realized something was off. He paused and turned around in surprise, saying, "You leveled up?" Su Jingming didn't hide it, he smiled and nodded. He had progressed last night using the system. Previously, it took him 300 superpower points to level up from awaken to Tier 1 lower level superpower user. This time, from Tier 1 lower level to Tier 1 middle level. Spent 386 ability points. It was not an integer consumption of ability points, which confirmed one of his speculations. That is to say, using the system to level up consumes ability points based on one's original training progress. If he was just one step away from mid-level first tier, then the ability points consumed for using the system to level up might be even lower. Perhaps he could level up with less than 100 ability points. This is also one of the reasons why he trains so hard every day. How long has it been, and you've leveled up already? Lu Ming was shocked when he got the confirmation. He knew that Su Jingming was just an awakener when he first arrived. Now, not even half a month had passed, and he directly broke through to mid-level first tier. What kind of monstrous training speed is this? To note, it took him nearly a whole year to go from awakener to mid-level first tier. And even then, he was already called a rare genius. I remember you had a match with another new student at noon today? Lu Ming's expression changed as he asked. At 12 o'clock today, at the number 3 practical arena. Su Jingming nodded. He had mentioned this to his senior Lu Ming once before. Alright, I'll observe your opponent for 3 minutes of silence. Lu Ming smirked. Others might not know Su Jingming's strength, but as his senior who trains with him every day, how could he not be aware? After cultivating the indestructible thunder body, Su Jingming's physical strength alone could rival a second-grade beast. Combined with his already superb advanced marksmanship, he was incredibly fierce. And this was still without him using any abilities or combat techniques. According to Lu Ming's estimation, Su Jingming's overall strength could almost be regarded as a high-level second-tier ability user. Now that he had entered mid-level first tier, his power had been enhanced once again. He didn't believe there was any new student who could defeat such a freak. Good luck, after training I'll go with you. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. In fact, he was also very eager to see just how terrifying his junior's full-strength performance would be. Chapter 54, Battle Begins. Instant Kill. At 11:42 in the morning, at the Ability University in Magic City, in the Practical Training Building. On the first floor of the practical training building, there are 10 arenas, numbered from 1 to 10. This place is specially used for students to practice real combat or settle personal grudges. At this moment, many students have already packed the spectator stands around the arena. Most of these people are new students, almost 400 or 500 of them. To note, there are only about 600 new students who have reported to school so far. This means that most new students have gathered here because of this event. Jiangnan Province is an educational powerhouse. The battle between the first and second place is worth watching. After classes begin in September, it's the new student competition. This is a perfect chance to see the provincial champion's strength. But speaking of this, I checked the information recently and found out that Su Jingming indeed took advantage of the testing site. If it were at the same testing site, it's likely that Lei Zhou would be the provincial champion of Jiangnan. So, does that mean Lei Zhou has a higher chance of winning? Not necessarily. After all, Su Jingming recently broke our school's punching power record. What does punching power record mean? We ability users don't rely solely on brute strength in battle. I think Lei Zhou is stronger. The students debated vigorously, each having their own guesses about the outcome of this battle. Among them, many new students who looked up information felt they discovered a hidden truth. They believed that Lei Zhou's strength was stronger, and that Su Jingming was merely the provincial champion due to the remote testing site. Xiaoyun, who do you think has a better chance of winning? In a corner of the audience, Song Qiuyun and her roommate Qi Dongxia had also come here. Su Jingming. Song Qiuyun's lips moved slightly, without any hesitation. That determined tone made Qi Dongxia pause slightly. Although she only got to know Song Qiuyun after becoming roommates. But she knew that Song Qiuyun usually concluded after deep thought on something. This was the first time she saw the other person so certain. But I actually think Lei Zhou's strength is stronger and his chances are greater. Although Qi Dongxia was very loyal to Su Jingming's looks. When it came to strength, she leaned more towards Lei Zhou. Additionally, she also agreed with the rumors among freshmen. Su Jingming being the top scholar in Jiangnan Province indeed has the advantage of the examination location. However, Song Qiuyun dismissed this opinion. The country has strict regulations for the martial arts college entrance exam. Students must take the exam where they went to high school. Su Jingming may have indeed taken advantage of the exam location, but he also didn't benefit from the rich educational resources of a provincial capital. He hails from the impoverished Jiang city, yet he ultimately became the top scholar of the province, which has proven his extraordinary talent. If Su Jingming and Lei Zhou switched identities, Su Jingming, who grew up in Ning'an City, would still be able to compete for the top scholar. And Lei Zhou, who grew up in Jiang City, might not even make it into the top 100 in Jiangnan Province, let alone contend for the top scholar. Wisdom shone in Song Qiuyun's beautiful eyes. Beside her, Qi Dongxia fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Oh, right. People only focused on the differences in examination locations but didn't pay attention to the huge disparity in resource backgrounds between the two sides. If the martial arts college entrance exam in resource-rich Ning'an City is of ordinary difficulty, then the resource-poor Jiang City is hellish difficult. Su Jingming emerging from the hellish difficulty of Jiang City to become the top scholar of the province. This has proven his powerful strength and potential. Just as Qi Dongxia realized this, a commotion occurred in the audience, and everyone looked towards the entrance. Su Jingming is here. She hurriedly shifted her gaze to the entrance. Sure enough, a tall and slim figure walked in against the light. One couldn't help but say, Su Jingming's aura was indeed powerful. At 1.89 meters tall, paired with a black combat outfit, he looked tall and strong, yet showed not a hint of bulk. His resolute and rugged face had a pair of eyes, clear and spirited, with distinct black and white. Behind him was a hefty, dark long spear, with a sharp spearhead that shone with a cold light under the midday sun. As he merely walked in, the powerful aura he exuded silenced the entire venue. TSK, my junior brother's appearance, I wonder how many senior sisters and younger sisters he will mesmerize after he achieves results. Seated in the back row of the audience, Lu Ming couldn't help but sigh upon seeing this scene. Good physique and looks, combined with powerful strength, would undoubtedly make him the ideal partner for the girls of the Shanghai University of Abilities. Of course, there were already signs of this among the current audience. Many young women were fixated on the entering Su Jingming, some even took out their phones to snap photos. Su Jingming's level has improved. In the front row of the audience, as his rival, Lei Zhou keenly sensed the change in Su Jingming's aura. But it's okay, I also have other preparations. Lei Zhou thought to himself. Being second in Jiangnan Province, he wasn't some mindless fool who thought he had already won this time. Especially since the other party had broken records recently. He was confident he could challenge Su Jingming, and naturally also prepared his secret weapon. Su Jingming, simply determining the victor is too boring, how about we add a wager? Looking at the approaching Su Jingming, Lei Zhou stood up and said. What wager? Su Jingming raised his brows. Your entire academic credits. A trace of undisguised malice appeared on Lei Zhou's fairly handsome face. Of course, I will also provide corresponding credits and Zixiao coins. Whoever wins, takes it all. Sure. With a chance to earn money for free, Su Jingming would naturally not refuse. Okay, to prevent any tricks, we will transfer the credits to Teacher Zhou's account. Fights between ability users are extremely dangerous. A small mistake can lead to severe injuries or even death. To prevent students from dying on the spot, there is always a teacher with healing abilities stationed in the arena area every day. Today, the teacher in charge of the arena is a woman named Zhou Yun. She is a mid-level 6-tier ability user, with a B-level healing ability called Light of Healing. In a fight between first-tier ability users, even if things get intense, she can save them. At the same time, Teacher Zhou Yun is also the referee for this match. Thus, Su Jingming transferred all 370 credits he had to Teacher Zhou Yun. And Lei Zhou, besides transferring 50 credits, also sent over 3.2 million Zixiao coins. Wow, a bet worth 3.7 million, that's quite generous. Neither side looks to be easy. If they lose, it will be a heavy blow for either side. With stakes like this, the fight will surely be more thrilling. The new students in the audience were astonished by this wager. On one hand, they are all new students just starting, and 3.7 million is already quite a sum. On the other hand, they will be facing the crucial freshman competition in just 2 months. Losing this money would equal losing a large amount of training resources. In terms of strength and improvement, they would surely fall behind. Both sides step onto the arena. Confirming that both sides' credit transfers were in order, Teacher Zhou Yun said. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou then each stepped onto the arena. The arena is a 30m x 30m square, with Su Jingming and Lei Zhou standing 10 meters apart. One holds a gun, while the other wields a knife. Before we start, I want to emphasize once again, if one side admits defeat or loses consciousness, the other side must not continue to attack. Otherwise, the match will be interrupted immediately, and the offending party will face the school's harshest penalties. Do you understand? Teacher Zhou's face was serious as she emphasized this. These two are ranked first and second in Jiangnan province. Injuries are not a big deal, but if one side dies, that would be trouble. Therefore, combat must not continue after surrender is declared. Understood. Su Jingming and Lei Zhou nodded simultaneously. Good, let's get ready to begin. Zhou Yun nodded and immediately started the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The moment the countdown ended, Lei Zhou, holding the big knife, let out a low roar. Menacing hellfire. Boom. Flames, white flames spread out from Lei Zhou. Menacing hellfire, an A-level fire-type elemental ability. Combined with Lei Zhou's high-tier first-level strength, the menacing hellfire released an incredibly high temperature. The temperature in the surrounding air increased sharply due to the appearance of menacing hellfire. In the audience, those seated closer felt as if they were being scorched by flames. In fright, they hurriedly moved to the back seats. Su Jingming, the honor you made me lose, I will take it all back today. Blaze slash. On the arena, the terrifying high-temperature white flames swept toward Su Jingming, while Lei Zhou stepped forward. He crossed over 9 meters in an instant, appearing right in front of Su Jingming. Then, he raised his right hand, wielding the flaming white big knife, slashing down toward Su Jingming with a heavy slicing sound. Such a skilled transition in combat skills. Closing in, then launching a slash. This should be a combination of a charge and blaze slash. Indeed, it is executed very smoothly. As expected of an A-level ability, the temperature of this flame is terrifying. The numerous new students in the audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on this scene. The charge is a very common C-level combat skill, capable of dashing over a distance. But someone like Lei Zhou, who followed up a charge with another combat skill, was something that many here could not achieve. This requires an extremely terrifying level of proficiency. And this seemingly simple set of combos, 90% of the people present could not withstand. No wonder he is ranked second in Jiangnan province, his fundamentals are very solid. Just as the new students were amazed by Lei Zhou's skill connections, Su Jingming on the arena also moved. Crackle, the sharp sound of crackling arcs rang out, and the blue-purple heavenly thunder surrounded Su Jingming. Like an eggshell, it kept the fierce infernal flames at bay. In the next moment, that dark, cold long spear also moved. But no one saw how Su Jingming struck, they only felt a flash before their eyes. Then, the sound of a clang echoed in the venue. By the time people reacted, that black long spear had already blocked the big knife's attack. He blocked it? A casual spear can break a combat skill? Is it really playable like this? What the heck? What kind of power is this? So fierce? Faced with this scene, the new students were somewhat dumbfounded. You have to know, combat skills combine the power of special abilities and blood energy. Ordinary people either directly dodge combat skills or use similar skills to defend. But Su Jingming was different. He did not use any combat skill. He simply used that long spear to block Lei Zhou's flame slash. Put simply, Su Jingming's ordinary basic attack directly broke the enemy's big move. How is this possible? Lei Zhou in the arena could not believe it either. However, responding to him was Su Jingming's calm low voice. There's nothing impossible, you're just too weak. Then, with a boom, Lei Zhou's body bent sharply into a C shape, as a tremendous force struck him. The raging infernal flames lost control in the intense pain, suddenly vanishing, and he was hurled away like a cannonball. He only stopped after crashing into the metallic cable at the edge of the arena, falling to the ground like a lifeless doll, blood covering his face. And at his original position, Su Jingming, surrounded by blue-purple heavenly thunder, slowly retracted his long spear. What just happened was merely him using the spear for a single strike. But due to the incredible speed of the strike, Lei Zhou completely could not react and was sent flying. With Lei Zhou falling, the audience fell into a deep silence. From the start to the end of the fight, it seemed like Su Jingming only made 2 strikes, right? Then, this battle just ended like that? What happened to the epic showdown? What happened to Lei Zhou being stronger than Su Jingming? How come it was Lei Zhou who was directly annihilated? What the heck? Refund. What? No refunds? Alright, then, sorry for the disturbance. Chapter 55 Perfect Skill Connection. Defeat. Originally, everyone thought Lei Zhou was slightly stronger than Su Jingming. Even if he wasn't much stronger, they should have been evenly matched at least. But what's going on now? The battle had just begun for a few seconds, and Lei Zhou's technique was broken, then he was sent flying. This could already be described as overwhelming. And it was a one-sided rout. Lei Zhou had almost no ability to fight back. But is Lei Zhou weak? He is not weak, he has A-level Infernal Flames ability plus skilled combat skill connections. Most of the new students present could not withstand this combo. And they were sure that Lei Zhou absolutely possessed other more powerful combat skills. But was it useful? It was not useful. As an enemy, Su Jingming simply unleashed an explosive lightning ability. In just 2 shots, the instant kill was completed. Not even a single move of combat skills was used. In an instant, all the new students in the audience couldn't help but think of a word in their hearts: unfathomable. In the audience, those top students from other provinces looked at the tall figure on the stage. None of them had expressions of ease, their faces filled with apprehension. Because they realized that even if they went up, the final result would probably be the same as Lei Zhou. This is so boring, my junior brother didn't even bring out 1/10 of his strength. Lu Ming in the back row of the audience suddenly felt disappointed. With this level of strength, daring to challenge Su Jingming was simply courting death. On the stage, the referee, teacher Zhou Yun, was also surprised as she looked at the scene. She didn't expect Su Jingming to be so much stronger than Lei Zhou. The winner of this match is... Just as she was about to announce Su Jingming's victory, Lei Zhou, lying at the edge of the stage, weakly spoke up. Teacher. I haven't surrendered, the match is not over. Then, he took out a blood-red pill from his pocket. Blood Fury pill? Are you crazy? Zhou Yun's expression changed, and she hurriedly stopped him. This is just a match, not a life-and-death struggle. In the wilderness area, there are rare and exotic herbs, which can naturally be used to refine various pills. The Blood Fury pill is a potion used by abilities users in desperate situations. After taking it, one's strength can be boosted several times. Of course, there are significant side effects. One wouldn't be able to get out of bed for 1 to 2 months afterward. It's okay, I can handle any consequences myself. The Blood Fury pill was the trump card Lei Zhou had prepared for Su Jingming. It wouldn't be used easily unless absolutely necessary. However, Su Jingming's strength exceeded expectations, leaving no choice but to use it. Let's go for it. If I lose, I'll accept it. With a roar, Lei Zhou swallowed the Blood Fury pill in one gulp. Although winning this way might seem somewhat dishonorable. But at least it would be a win. It's better than losing. So, the next moment. Under the effect of the pill, an incredibly powerful aura exploded from his body. The fierce flames re-emerged, stronger than before, enveloping an area of 5 to 6 meters all around him in a sea of white flames. Hey, can you still use pills in the match? That's clearly against the rules? Looking at Lei Zhou's resurgence, Lu Wentao from the audience couldn't sit still and quickly stood up to protest. This action also attracted a lot of new students to voice their opinions. Yeah, you can't use pills in the match, right? Using external forces, can this still be a fair match? Lei Zhou is committing a foul, he should lose directly. Although the new students looked forward to a more exciting battle, they were also very resistant to the act of using pills. Of course, those who spoke up for Su Jingming were mostly girls. Among them was Zhou Yun's roommate, Qi Dongxia. This is not a formal match, because there were no relevant rules established before the start. The use of pills is within the allowed scope. Teacher Zhou Yun on the stage shook her head. If Su Jingming had pills, he could use them too. In actual combat, there really aren't too many restrictions. But who would have thought that Lei Zhou actually prepared the Blood Fury pill, which is only used during desperate moments? It seems like the Blood Fury pill is quite high quality, directly boosting Lei Zhou's strength to a lower second-level abilities user. Now Su Jingming is in trouble. After carefully sensing Lei Zhou's aura, Zhou Yun couldn't help but shake her head secretly. As a first-level upper abilities user, Lei Zhou's actual combat power was originally at second level. Now, with the help of the Blood Fury pill, forcibly entering the second level, his overall strength has probably risen to the upper second level. With such strength, even the vigorous Su Jingming from earlier would probably find it hard to cope. However, what she didn't expect was. On the arena, Su Jingming showed no signs of panic. Instead, he held a long spear, full of fighting spirit. His fighting spirit has actually become even stronger. This mentality is quite good. Zhou Yun silently nodded. But what she didn't expect was that Su Jingming's mentality was not just good, it could be said to be happy. Finally, it's not an adult beating a child. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Jingming's mouth. As if sensing his master's emotions, the surrounding purple cloud divine thunder also became lively. The crackling sounds of electric arcs and thunder rumbled in continuation. Then, with a flash of lightning, his figure directly disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already less than a meter in front of Lei Zhou. Lightning Flash. A Type A movement technique, capable of dashing a certain distance in any direction. With Su Jingming's current mid-level first-rank strength, he could dash up to 20 meters. Dashing to Lei Zhou's front from over 10 meters away was a piece of cake. So fast. Lei Zhou's pupils shrank, and he instinctively raised his blade to strike. Su Jingming also countered with a thrust of his spear. This time, Lei Zhou finally saw Su Jingming's movements clearly. However, merely seeing it did not help. He had no way to change his attack. He could only watch helplessly as Su Jingming's spear came crashing toward him. I don't believe that after taking the blood-boiling pill, my strength is still not equal to yours. Lei Zhou gritted his teeth and decided to put more force into it. However, he quickly regretted it. The long spear and the large blade clashed, accompanied by a metallic crashing sound that was several times more powerful than before. A huge force from the knife shook through to his hands, causing his grip to rupture and blood to flow freely. He was forcefully shaken back 3 to 4 steps. What kind of monster are you? Once stabilized, Lei Zhou looked at Su Jingming a short distance away, his eyes filled with dread. This was his strength after taking the blood-boiling pill, increased 3 to 4-fold. In terms of power competition, he was still no match for Su Jingming. What made him feel even more hopeless was that his enhanced eerie flames could not break through Su Jingming's thunder defense. Thus, whether in physical strength or special abilities, Lei Zhou was completely defeated. No, I can't go head-to-head. Lei Zhou's eyes flashed, decisively choosing to retreat from Su Jingming and moving to a position over 10 meters away. Then came his long-range special ability attack. Flame Barrage. The eerie flames surrounding Lei Zhou condensed into multiple fireballs the size of basketballs, continuously bombarding toward Su Jingming. As a B-class offensive fire-type technique, each fireball produced in the flame barrage would explode upon contact with the enemy. Minor injuries could lead to severe burns, while severe injuries could turn one to ashes. However, for Su Jingming, protected by the purple cloud divine thunder, the fireball explosions would cause him no harm whatsoever. Instead, the shockwaves from the explosions slowed his movements. Oh no, the shockwaves from the flame barrage prevent Su Jingming from getting close to Lei Zhou. No wonder he took the blood-boiling pill. The power of this fire ability is somewhat exaggerated. But it's still okay, Su Jingming just needs to withstand this wave of attack, and when the effect of Lei Zhou's medicine wears off, it'll be his counterattack time. The new students in the audience were all focused intently on this scene. The bad news was that Su Jingming, being a short-legged warrior, was being kited by the mage. The good news was that the mage was not inflicting damage and could not maintain it for a long time. Once the medicine's effect faded, it would be Su Jingming's turn to strike back. It was clear that Lei Zhou on the arena was also aware of this, anxiously trying to control the eerie flames. He wanted to produce more fireballs to break through Su Jingming's thunder defense. However, his opponent remained as immovable as a rock in the rapids. Damn it, what level is Su Jingming's lightning-type ability? How is it so abnormal? Lei Zhou couldn't help but curse internally. To be honest, with the effects of the blood-boiling pill, he has temporarily elevated from the first-tier upper rank to the second-tier lower rank. The A-level terrifying inferno power has been greatly enhanced. It's impossible to face a first-tier mid-level psychic without breaking through their psychic defense barrier. But fortunately, there are still over 10 minutes left of the drug's effect. I still have a chance. Lei Zhou is not one to easily give up. He quickly steadies his mindset and prepares to think of another method. Just then, Su Jingming's deep voice suddenly echoed. Thunder Spear. Not far ahead, Su Jingming, suppressed by the fireball, grasped the air with his left hand. Accompanied by a piercing thunderclap, a blue-purple thunder spear instantly materialized. Then, it was hurled fiercely in this direction. The thunder spear was incredibly fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was within 5 meters of Lei Zhou. Not good. He also has ranged attack means. Lei Zhou hurriedly dodged to the side. Put. The thunder spear grazed his side, tearing his combat outfit. It caused a charred wound, with blood flowing freely. The purple deadly thunder left by the spear also spread at the wound site. As an S-level psychic, even just a thread can cause immense damage. Therefore, the feeling of pain at the wound was like thousands of ants gnawing, nearly making Lei Zhou faint. However, this wasn't the end. The low voice spoke again. Thunder Prison. Sizzle. Across from him, Su Jingming directed the long spear, accompanied by the sound of 1,000 birds chirping in thunder, with endless blue-purple lightning spreading down from above Lei Zhou's head. It formed a lightning prison, enveloping Lei Zhou within. Restrictive battle skill. Lei Zhou's face turned ugly. Restrictive battle skills are often hard to break through, and even if forced, one pays a hefty price. Looking at the surrounding terrifyingly charged lightning, Lei Zhou felt that if he chose to forcefully break through, it would surely be disastrous for him. So, he simply followed Su Jingming's example, gathering all the terrifying inferno back. He formed a substantial white flame barrier around himself. I want to see how long your thunder prison can last. Lei Zhou snorted coldly, not feeling that Su Jingming could break his flame barrier. However, just then, Su Jingming made a move. In a flash of lightning, he crossed more than 10 meters in an instant, reaching before Lei Zhou. The flame barrier looks decent for defense, but I wonder if it can withstand my attack. Su Jingming squinted, the 2-meter-long obsidian spear in his hand already wrapped in blue-purple thunder. Sequential Thunder Spear. The dark spear transformed into an illusion, stabbing out continuously. Thunder flickered. And the flame barrier that Lei Zhou had high hopes for was pierced in an instant. How is this possible? Accompanied by Lei Zhou's terrified scream, the sharp spearhead wrapped in terrifying thunder quickly enlarged in his pupils. He would die. If hit, he would definitely die. At this moment, Lei Zhou's desire to survive was pushed to the limit. I surrender. I surrender. Sizzle. The sharp spearhead, wrapped in blue-purple thunder, was red-hot like branding iron. It stopped just an inch from his brow, in Lei Zhou's astonished gaze. Just when he thought he had escaped a disaster, the spear suddenly turned, directly piercing his right shoulder. Put. A large hole was stabbed in his shoulder, breaking the scapula. The intense pain nearly made Lei Zhou faint. Across from him, Su Jingming pulled the spear back, his firm and resolute face still maintained a calm demeanor. The whole battle process seemed long. But from Su Jingming using the thunder spear to counterattack to finally completing the suppression, it only took 4 or 5 seconds. By the time everyone reacted, Lei Zhou had already surrendered. The winner of this round is Su Jingming. Zhou Yun noticed Su Jingming's actions but said nothing more. Announced the victorious side of this match at the right time. At this moment, in the audience, the newly awakened freshmen were also caught up in the excitement of discussing Su Jingming's nearly perfect combination of combat skills just now. Chapter 56, Club Invitation. Dormitory Gathering. Crushing. Still crushing. In just 4 or 5 seconds, he displayed 4 combat skills in succession. Isn't that too exaggerated? Not only that, the transitions between the skills were incredibly smooth. The Fury Blood Pill forced Lei Zhou's level up to 2nd tier lower rank. Everyone thought Lei Zhou could turn the tide. However, it turned out to be a one-sided crushing by Su Jingming. And the most terrifying part was that Su Jingming mastered the timing of releasing his skills perfectly. When he moved, it was like thunder striking. The series of skill releases left Lei Zhou with no chance to fight back. It ended the battle instantly. And the most important thing is, he actually managed to stop the combat skill abruptly. That's the most terrifying thing. After releasing the combat skills, it's usually incredibly hard to stop. Even if you force it, you would face backlash on your vitality. However, Su Jingming stopped as if nothing had happened, with not even a hint of turmoil in his breath. This left some students unable to help but marvel in awe. By the way, the power of Su Jingming's combat skills seems really impressive. Are they all B-rank skills? It's possible. The power was so strong that Lei Zhou's fire barrier didn't even last a second before being broken. For B-rank skills, impressive. The highest level skill I have only reached is C-rank. Indeed, Su Jingming's 4 Thunder-type combat skills brought them a completely different feeling compared to lower-level skills. In the back of the audience, Lu Ming, hearing the discussions of these freshmen, felt stunned. If others didn't know the levels of these combat skills, how could he, as a senior brother, not know? Thunder Spear, Chain Thunder Gun, Thunder Prison, and Thunder Flash, all of them are A-rank skills. For A-rank skills, junior brother, you really dare to choose them. Lu Ming couldn't help but exclaim softly. As Su Jingming Sr., when Lu Ming became a disciple of Yang Zhentian, he also received a list of combat skills. But in the end, he only picked one A-rank skill, Thunder Flash. The rest were all B-rank or C-rank skills. It wasn't that he didn't want to choose higher-level skills. But the higher the skill level, the harder it is to learn, and the longer the cycle. Naturally, he wouldn't pick too many high-level skills, which would slow down the improvement of his own strength. However, Su Jingming not only picked A-rank skills but also chose 4 at once. What's even crazier is that he actually learned them all. You make me, who spent over 4 months just learning Thunder Flash, feel so ashamed as a senior. Lu Ming shook his head and sighed. With such an outstanding junior brother, this senior feels tremendous pressure. Su Jingming, this time I lose willingly. All the credits and Zixiao coins belong to you, and I will also make regular payments to your little aunt. On the stage, Lei Zhou finally recovered from the intense pain. After taking a deep look at Su Jingming, he then turned to leave the stage while holding his shoulder in pain. He lost. This time, he lost completely. And it can almost be considered a total defeat. He couldn't win in normal form, and even after the Fury Blood Pill, he still couldn't win. Everything that just happened had already made him feel a serious sense of frustration. Additionally, with his right scapula shattered, he would need to pay a heavy price to get a healing ability user for treatment. Moreover, after more than 10 minutes, when the effect of the Fury Blood Pill passed, he would immediately lose all strength. For the next 2 months, he would have to lie in bed recovering. One slow step means falling behind in every step. For the newly entered freshman at Magic City Ability University, this period is a golden time to enhance strength. 2 months without training, he would almost be half-wasted. Even if he can barely catch up later, he won't be able to be in the first tier among the freshmen. To catch up with Su Jingming? It's no different from a fool's dream. Can one regret it? Lei Zhou does not regret it. Before taking the Blood Fury pill, he was already prepared to bear any consequences. He just didn't expect that Su Jingming's strength was actually so monstrous. Congratulations, classmate Su Jingming, on your victory. The judge, teacher Zhou Yun, smiled slightly. Then she transferred all the credits and Zixiao currency to Su Jingming's account, including Lei Zhou's 50 credits and 3.2 million Zixiao currency. By now, Su Jingming's student account had 422 credits. His bank account also held 7.42 million Zixiao currency. Gambling fights really bring quick money. Su Jingming shook his head. The battle was over, and his grudges with Lei Zhou could be considered settled. Looking at the other person's appearance, he was genuinely scared and would likely not seek trouble again. Casually slinging the spear onto his back, Su Jingming jumped down from the ring. Bang! Su Jingming himself weighed 120 kilograms, and with the 210 kilogram onyx spear on his back, he totaled 330 kilograms. Jumping down from over a meter-high ring felt like dropping a heavy iron block. The ground shook slightly from the impact, causing his roommate Lu Wentao, who was walking over from the audience, to blink in surprise. Brother Ming, how heavy is that spear? It feels quite weighty. 210 kilograms, Su Jingming replied calmly. 210 kilograms. Lu Wentao's eyes widened, as he weighed only 65 kilograms himself. That spear was equivalent to 3 of him? Goodness, no wonder Lei Zhou didn't dare to confront you directly. Over 200 kilograms crashing down, who could withstand it? Lu Wentao marveled. From his estimation, let alone Lei Zhou, even the top achievers from other provinces likely wouldn't dare to take that spear head-on. Classmate Su Jingming, are you interested in joining a club? Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of Su Jingming, smiling. This girl was attractive and tall. Her long, smooth legs beneath a black short skirt glowed a bit too white. Additionally, unlike ordinary girls, her makeup was quite mature, not resembling a college student at all. She seemed more like a strong elite woman from society. Who are you? Su Jingming asked, confused, as he didn't know her. Vice President of the Spirit Fox Club, Su Man. Su Man smiled charmingly and handed over a business card. It had her name, position, and affiliated club written on it. Your battle just now was truly wonderful. Our Spirit Fox Club needs fresh blood like you. Su Man stated her intention directly. Our Spirit Fox Club ranks among the top clubs in the school. The president is a Tier 3 ability user, and besides organizing experience sharing sessions, we also periodically take members to the wilderness area to hunt ferocious beasts and enhance combat skills. Additionally, we regularly distribute resources every month. In short, joining our club comes with many benefits. I wonder if you are willing. Su Man quickly listed the many advantages of the club, then looked at Su Jingming with great anticipation. This scene was also watched by some nearby students. Spirit Fox Club? I remember they seem to be an elite club. Yes, that's them. I saw their recruitment announcement on the school forum before. But don't they only accept Tier 2 ability users? How could they approach Su Jingming? Do you think it matters if Su Jingming's current strength isn't Tier 2? I guess you have a point. Wow, the Spirit Fox Club, so enviable. As an advanced institution, the Magic City Ability University naturally had clubs. But unlike the regular cultural schools Electronic Society or Go Club, the clubs at Magic City Ability University do not require you to master any special skills. As long as you are an ability user, you can join. Of course, there are clubs that have recruitment thresholds. For example, at least a Tier 1 intermediate ability. At least a first tier. And some clubs with recruitment standards above the second tier are called elite clubs. These clubs, because their members are strong, whether exchanging cultivation insights or jointly hunting fierce beasts, can offer a very good experience. As an elite club, the Spirit Fox Club is the one many newcomers dream of joining. But due to not meeting the level standard, they don't even have the qualification for an interview. Yet now, the vice president of the Spirit Fox Club has directly invited Su Jingming. How could this not make them feel envious? Spirit Fox Club? Su Jingming raised an eyebrow slightly. He does not dislike joining a club. He just needs to understand what kind of club the Spirit Fox Club really is. Su Man, you guys in the Spirit Fox Club are breaking the rules. At that moment, senior brother Lu Ming furrowed his brows and walked over from a distance. President Lu, I didn't expect to see you here, I'm sorry for disturbing. Su Man's pretty face changed slightly, she quickly apologized and swayed her body to walk away. Senior brother, what's going on? Su Jingming asked, somewhat confused. It's nothing. Lu Ming waved his hand. Clubs usually start recruiting new students after the new student grand competition. This is a rule that major clubs have long established, but there will always be some people trying to play tricks. I see. Su Jingming nodded in realization. Clubs set this rule probably to confirm the strength of students after the new student grand competition before recruiting. Of course, I can understand them. After all, junior brother, you are too outstanding. Lu Ming patted Su Jingming's shoulder. Alright, the watching battle is over, I'm going to return to the dorm. Goodbye, senior brother. Su Jingming nodded. Lu Ming waved his hand and turned to leave. Lu Ming, a peak 3rd tier ability user, mastering A-level lightning ability, True Thunder. At the same time, he is also the vice president of the elite club Ashes Club. This senior brother Lu Ming is even more charismatic in person than in the school photo. Looking at Lu Ming walking further away, the person beside him, Lu Wentao, nicknamed the Know-It-All, couldn't help but sigh. At Magic City Ability University, there are about 4,000 students. However, most of them are first tier and second tier. The number of those reaching the third tier does not exceed 200. As for the higher fourth tier, although there are some, they almost never stay at school. After a moment of reflection, Lu Wentao looked at Su Jingming again. By the way, Minggu, have you been to the center of Magic City? No, I haven't. Su Jingming shook his head. For these days, all his time has been devoted to training. He hasn't even left the school, let alone gone to the city center. Just right, I haven't been either. How about we go to the city center tonight? Sure. Su Jingming thought for a moment and nodded. He understands the principle of relaxation after hard work. After training for so long, it's indeed time to relax. Additionally, he's quite interested in Magic City, one of the most prosperous cities in the Great Summer Nation. Alright, but it's a bit boring for just the two of us to go. I can post a dormitory gathering on the school forum to see if anyone wants to join. If we can get some girls, that would be even better. Lu Wentao suggested excitedly, following Su Jingming while taking out his phone to operate. Soon, a post titled "Anyone Want to Go to the Center of Magic City Tonight" appeared on the student forum of Magic City Ability University. The content of the post also introduced the identities of him and Su Jingming, preparing to go to the city center tonight. Xiao Yun, quick look, Su Jingming and the others are going to the center of Magic City tonight and are looking for companions. In the audience seats, Qi Dongxia, who was already getting up to leave, suddenly found Lu Wentao's post on her phone. She couldn't help but brighten up. Xiao Yun, let's go together, just think of it as a dormitory gathering. Su Jingming. Looking at the tall figure walking toward the exit in the distance. Song Xiaoyun, who had never been interested in these kinds of social gatherings, thought for a moment, then nodded slightly, okay. On the other side, after leaving the training building, Su Jingming received a phone call from his aunt Su Qingwan. Xiaoming, is everything okay over there in the Magic City? Yeah, pretty good. That's good, that's good. Last time I called, I forgot to tell you, your cousin Tangqi has already been accepted by a school over there in the Magic City. It was obvious that Auntie was in a good mood. There was laughter in her voice. Oh? Which school? Linjiang Ability University. I think it's not too far from your Magic City Ability University. Linjiang Ability University? It really isn't too far from here. Su Jingming said with a smile. In the Magic City University town, there are 5 ability universities in total. Linjiang Ability University is one of them. Its national ranking is also not bad, around the top 100. So when will Sister Chi come to report to the school? The official report date is September 1st. She wants to come earlier, but she hasn't decided on the day yet. Alright, once Sister Chi decides, tell me. I'll go to the station to pick her up. They chatted a bit longer, and only then did Su Jingming hang up the phone. Teacher Yang Jintian hadn't been at school lately. So he didn't go to the teacher's villa, and instead, carrying his long spear, walked into the training room on the second floor to train on his own. Meanwhile, on the sofa on the first floor, Lu Wentao was both happy and troubled. He was happy because many people left comments under his post wanting to go with him. He was troubled because there were too many people, and he had no idea who to pick. This Chi Dongxia seems to be Song Choyun's roommate, right? Suddenly, Lu Wentao saw a familiar name in the comments, and his eyes lit up. Since that's the case, let's call Chi Dongxia and her group first. But 4 people still seems a bit too few, not lively enough. Adding 2 more would be better. Since that's the case, let's let the rooster pick whoever it points to. Just like that, Lu Wentao casually picked another dormitory from the comments. Chapter 57, Another Breakthrough. Ability points exhausted. Crack crackle. Crack crackle. On the second floor of the villa, in the training room, lightning flickered on and off. Su Jingming wore only shorts, sitting cross-legged on the floor, eyes slightly closed. With the thunder roaring, countless tiny lightning arcs and sparks crawled across his skin. Chest, stomach, thighs, calves. Wherever the lightning passed, the skin turned slightly red, and a strange feeling of toughness appeared. This was the training method of the S-level body strengthening combat technique, Thunder Immortal Body. Using a special technique, channeling thunder-type powers into the body to strengthen the flesh. Of course. Only a body that had already formed the Thunder Immortal Foundation could train like this. Otherwise, this would be no different than self-harm. Brother Ming, time's about up, let's get ready to go. The shout came from Lu Wentao downstairs. Su Jingming suddenly opened his eyes, and it was as if lightning flashed in his gaze. Coming. With a single word, Su Jingming gathered up the heavenly purple lightning around him. He stood up, went to the bathroom to take a quick shower, put on a t-shirt and pants, and only then went downstairs. At 6:41 p.m., at the gate of Magic City Ability University. Magic City Ability University is located at the very center of the university town, surrounded by other schools. Its grand and imposing main gate always made passing students from other schools instinctively glance in its direction. But today, it was different than usual. Some female students, while looking at the school gate, couldn't help but be drawn to a young man standing to the side. This young man was tall and lean, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding masculinity and strength. Just by standing there, he gave off a special aura that set him apart from others. But because of his powerful presence, many girls only dared to look from a distance, too shy to ask for his contact info. This man was Su Jingming. And beside him stood his roommate, Lu Wentao. The school gate was their agreed meeting place. Departure at 7 o'clock sharp. After a short while, among the 4 people Lu Wentao had agreed to meet, 2 had already appeared at the school gate. They were a pair of twin sisters who looked about 80 to 90% alike. Both had delicate oval faces, one with double ponytails and the other with a single ponytail. Their heights were also similar, around 162 centimeters, and their clothing style leaned towards the cute type. What a surprise, it's a pair of twin sisters. Lu Wentao was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect that his random choice would luck out with such beautiful girls behind him. The 2 girls spotted Su Jingming and Lu Wentao from a distance, waving and quickly walking over. Hello, I'm the older sister, Li Wanting. The sister with the single ponytail, Li Wanting, generously greeted first. The younger sister with double ponytail smiled and said, I'm the younger sister, Li Wanyue. The younger sister with double ponytails was very cute, her smile revealed a small, adorable tiger tooth. Lu Wentao. Su Jingming. Lu Wentao and Su Jingming also smiled and introduced themselves. However, Li Wanting and Li Wanyue instinctively focused their gaze on Su Jingming. After all, they had come specifically for Su Jingming. In the audience at noon, although the 2 girls could see Su Jingming on the stage, the distance was too far to observe him closely. Now, getting closer to see, they found that Su Jingming's aura was even better than when he was on stage. The 2 sisters exchanged glances, both noticing the surprise on each other's faces. Of course, as students who could get into the Magic City Ability University, they weren't starstruck fans. This time, their choice to participate in the mixer was not just to satisfy their little fangirl hearts, the main purpose was to befriend Su Jingming. After the fight at noon, it was clear to anyone with eyes. Su Jingming's strength was on a completely different level from the other freshmen. His future potential could be said to be limitless. With such an opportunity to get to know him, they wouldn't let it slip by. In fact, most of the girls who commented under the post had similar thoughts. Of course, if they could develop further with Su Jingming, they would be willing as well. Li Wanting and Li Wanyue were both open and generous, and after arriving, they quickly started chatting with Su Jingming and Lu Wentao. During the conversation, Su Jingming also learned that both sisters possessed the same B-level healing type ability called Healing Holy Water. They could heal various injuries, and their abilities could even stack to achieve A-level effects. So, if you ever want to form an adventure team in the Wilderness District, consider us two sisters first. The older sister, Li Wanting, sweetly smiled. As support-type ability users, while they did have combat power, it was not particularly high. In the future, if they wanted to hunt fierce beasts in the Wilderness District, they would indeed need to rely on their teammates. Having a powerful ability user like Su Jingming was undoubtedly the most reliable teammate. Their goal this time was not to leave a deep impression on Su Jingming. As long as he thought of them first when he needed support-type ability users in the future, it would be a success. Okay. Su Jingming nodded with a smile. The Wilderness District, where fierce beasts rampaged, was dangerous but harbored enormous wealth. For example, the flesh and blood of fierce beasts, or rare flowers and plants that only grow in the Wilderness District. Many students at the Magic City Ability University would choose to form ability user teams. During their free time, they would enter the Wilderness District to hunt fierce beasts, earning money and credits. The composition of the ability user team was also crucial, just like playing an online game. Warriors, mages, priests, these roles were essential. Only this way could they ensure a higher survival rate for the team in the Wilderness District. Although Su Jingming does not have plans to form a superpower team for now. But making friends with some people who have support abilities is also a good thing. More friends mean more paths. Just as he was thinking this, Lu Wentao beside him looked forward, his eyes brightened and said, "Brother Ming, the last two people have arrived." Upon hearing this, Su Jingming instinctively looked forward and saw two people walking out from the school gate. These are two girls of similar height. The girl on the left, with a graceful figure and beautiful appearance. Wearing a floral dress, her long and straight legs under the dress look very healthy. The girl on the left is already very pretty, but the girl on the right is even better. This girl has eyes as clear as a baby's, a delicate nose, and cherry-like lips. Her long black hair is tied up high with a red ribbon, exposing her white neck. Her outfit is also very simple, just an ordinary women's t-shirt and light blue jeans. But her figure is curvy, with a proud and full chest. Her long legs, wrapped in tight jeans, display rounded and plump curves. This creates a striking contrast, with a delicate beauty that still seems a bit innocent. But her figure is like a ripe peach, swaying gracefully. This inevitably makes Su Jingming think of a phrase, a young girl with the charm of a young woman. And this girl is none other than Song Choyun, whom he had seen before. "Good evening, everyone, I am Chi Dongxia, invited to join." Chi Dongxia walked up with a bright smile. "I am her roommate, Song Choyun," followed closely by Song Choyun's introduction. "Nice to meet you, I am Su Jingming." Su Jingming also smiled and introduced himself. "Su, we probably are not meeting for the first time, right?" Song Choyun blinked her bright, clear eyes. Seeing the playful smile on Song Choyun's lovely face, Su Jingming recalled their eye contact during the freshman meeting. Indeed, it can't really be considered as the first meeting. "Alright, everyone is here, let's set off. Brother Ming, you take Song Choyun and the others, I'll take the Li Wanting sisters." Seeing all 6 people gathered together, Lu Wentao didn't delay any longer. They split into 2 groups, taking 2 different taxis to the center of the Magic City. The main urban area of the Magic City has 5 districts: Huangpu District, Suwei District, Changning District, Yangpu District, and Ging'an District. The administrative district where the Magic City University town is located is Jing'an District. If categorized by urban and suburban areas, all 5 main urban administrative districts of the Magic City are considered city centers, quite prosperous. However, the city center Su Jingming and the others are going to is the most prosperous place in the Magic City, Huaihai Commercial Street. This is one of the top commercial centers in the country. Not only are various luxury goods sold here, but all kinds of equipment and elixirs needed by superpowers are also available for sale. Magic City Superpower University is not too far from Huaihai Commercial Street. Su Jingming and his group took a taxi and arrived at the entrance of the commercial street in just half an hour. This is Huaihai Commercial Street. In front of Su Jingming appeared a magnificent commercial street. It is now 7:30 in the evening, and the sky is slightly darkening. But this bustling commercial street is shining with various holographic projections, with countless crowds bustling about. The sound of people is bustling. As Su Jingming looked at the familiar shop names in the commercial street, he recognized many of them. Han Yuan Equipment, Lingxi Pharmaceutical. Lu Wentao, Song Choyun, and Qi Dongxia, all new here, were also amazed by the bustling commercial street in front of them. As for the Li Wanting sisters, it seemed they had been here before. Their reactions were a bit more subdued. I've been to this commercial street, and next to it is another snack street. Shall we go eat something first? Sure. All right. They were all 18 or 19 years old, so they naturally didn't want a formal meal. So, when Li Wanting with a single ponytail suggested going to the snack street, everyone eagerly agreed. After spending more than an hour filling their stomachs at the nearby snack street, Su Jingming and his friends returned and began to stroll through the commercial street. I must say, the things in the center of Magic City are much more complete than those in Jiang City. The Han Yuan Equipment Group, which also sells the Dark Glory Gun, has pitifully few models of battlesuits and weapons in Jiang City. But here in Magic City, they have everything you could imagine, fully stocked. Even the Dark Glory Gun has various models, making Su Jingming's heart race. Unfortunately, the set of equipment he currently had just replaced not long ago was still sufficient. So he resisted the urge and didn't make a purchase. In contrast, Song Choyun had no such concerns, upon seeing beautiful and stylish battlesuits. It was as if they were ordinary clothes, and she waved her hand to buy them. In just over half an hour, she bought 3 sets of combat gear, spending up to several million. This made Su Jingming secretly sigh. Song Choyun seemed to dress simply, but unexpectedly, she was a little rich girl. Friendships among young people always grow quickly, and after more than 4 hours of shopping in Huaihai Commercial Street, they quickly became familiar with each other, chatting and laughing all along the way. It was not until after 11 o'clock at night that they took a taxi back to school. Entering the student dormitory area, Su Jingming and his group first said goodbye to the sisters Li Wanting. Then, they sent Qi Dongxia and Song Choyun to the door of their dormitory. We're at the dorm now, bye-bye. Also, we had a great time today, thank you all. By the dormitory door, Song Choyun said goodbye to Su Jingming with a smiling face. She was not a girl who liked to go out with boys. Due to her A-level ability, Dawn Light, her perception was extremely sharp. As such, she could always sense the burning desire in the hearts of every boy when they looked at her. However, Su Jingming was completely different. Although she could also feel his gaze, she could only sense his appreciation for beautiful things. There were no other emotions mixed in. This surprised her while also sparking a bit of goodwill toward him. Bye-bye. Su Jingming also smiled and waved his hand. After seeing Song Choyun sway her figure and walk into the dormitory with Qi Dongxia, Su Jingming then returned to his own dorm with Lu Wentao. Phew, going out for a round occasionally is quite nice. Lu Wentao plopped down on the sofa. Su Jingming also nodded in agreement. Indeed, this few hours of relaxation made him feel happy. However, after tonight, I must continue to work hard. Su Jingming silently thought. Just as Su Jingming said. Since that day he went to the center of Magic City with Song Choyun, he had returned to a 3.1-line life. Dormitory, teacher's villa, canteen. Every day was either in training or on the way to training. Although Lu Wentao seemed carefree, being able to get into the Magic City Ability University represented his strength and potential. During this time, he had also been training and cultivating. Of course, he would occasionally take some time to go have fun. In his words, balancing work and rest is essential for longevity. 15 days later, on July 16th, at 9 o'clock in the evening. In the training room on the second floor of the villa, Su Jingming opened his system panel. Name, Su Jingming. Level, Intermediate Stage 1, Plus. Ability, Purple Sky Divine Thunder, yes. Physical Strength, 460 Vitality, Plus. Mentality, 351 Hz, Plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced Plus, Fist Technique, Beginner Plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner Plus, A-Level Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner Plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner Plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner Plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced Plus. Body Refinement, Eternal Thunder Body, First Stage Plus. Ability Points, 1048. Almost, I can advance again. Since the last time Su Jingming advanced to Intermediate Stage 1, almost half a month has passed. Now, even if I level up again, although the speed of advancement is still fast, it is at least not so obvious. Then, let's add some points. Su Jingming's heart stirred, and his consciousness clicked directly on the plus sign behind the level. Ability points minus 456. First tier intermediate, first tier advanced. Boom! In an instant, Su Jingming's aura surged explosively. Finally, I've reached the first tier of the new student enrollment. Clenching his fist, Su Jingming could feel the surging vitality within him, significantly stronger than before. In the next moment, Accompanied by a piercing thunderous sound, the purple sky thunder, flashing with blue and purple light, was summoned, swirling around Su Jingming. The power of the purple sky thunder has also improved. Su Jingming nodded in satisfaction, then opened his system panel again. Name, Su Jingming. Level, First Tier Advanced. Ability, Purple Sky Thunder, yes. Physical Strength, 520 Vitality, plus. Spirit, 421 Hz, plus. Skills, Marksmanship, Advanced, Fist Technique, Beginner plus, Thunder Spear, Beginner plus, A-Class Chain Thunder Gun, Beginner plus, Thunder Flash, Beginner plus, Thunder Prison, Beginner plus, Lightning Gale Break, Advanced plus. Body Cultivation, Indestructible Body of Thunder, First Level plus. Ability Points, 592. Advancing to the First Tier Advanced, both of his basic attributes rose by nearly 60 points. In addition, Su Jingming also noticed that the plus sign behind the level was gone. It seems that the remaining ability points are not enough to support me in advancing to the second tier. Su Jingming stroked his chin. In that case, it's time to visit the wild zone, hunt ferocious beasts, and replenish some ability points. But before that, I should spend all my ability points to push my strength to the limit. Su Jingming's eyes flashed, and he chose to add points again. Ability points minus 354. Indestructible Body of Thunder First Level Second Level. Indestructible Body of Thunder, as the only S-Class combat skill Su Jingming currently possesses. After leveling up, it was naturally the first skill that needed to be improved. As an S-Class combat skill, the ability points required to enhance the Indestructible Body of Thunder are undeniably high. However, it is all worth it. When Su Jingming upgraded the Indestructible Body of Thunder to the second level, he felt as if the sound of thunder was ringing within him. Bone density increased again, and his muscles became even more solid. Whew! Su Jingming slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. With the Indestructible Body of Thunder breaking through to the second level, the third level is not far away. The Indestructible Body of Thunder has a total of 13 levels. As an S-Class body refining combat skill, the Indestructible Body of Thunder is naturally not just about enhancing physical attributes. Every time he advances 3 levels, he gains a special ability. When the Indestructible Body reaches the third level, it can unlock a special state, Thunder Extreme State. Thunder Extreme State is somewhat similar to the Thunderous Cell activation Su Jingming used during the Martial Arts College entrance examination. But it is the ultimate enhanced version of it. Once the Thunder Extreme State is activated, whether it is movement speed, shooting speed, or fist and leg strength, all can be comprehensively enhanced. Thunder Extreme State, I really look forward to it. Su Jingming looked at his system panel again. After upgrading the Indestructible Body of Thunder, he still had 242 ability points remaining. He also spent 178 ability points to upgrade the Chain Thunder Gun from beginner to intermediate. According to Su Jingming's estimation, upgrading to intermediate should require 200 ability points. But since he was also training in his spare time, he only spent 178 ability points to upgrade it to intermediate. On the system panel, he only had 62 ability points left. Thus, Su Jingming's ability points on his system panel were almost depleted. Tomorrow, I'll inform the teacher, then prepare to head to the wild zone. Su Jingming silently thought. Chapter 58, Practical Training. Invincible Second Tier. Life at the Magic City Ability University was leisurely and comfortable. Apart from various rankings in training rooms, it seemed no different from a university in the past life. However, Su Jingming was still desperately working to enhance his strength. As for the reason, it is simple. He has always had a sense of crisis. He fears that one day, when the fierce beast steps into the city, he won't have enough strength to resist. Although there are supernatural beings responsible for protecting civilian safety. But Su Jingming is not used to handing over his life safety to others. His fate must be controlled by himself. Just like in his previous life, no one valued him, born in an orphanage. They believed that after he finished his compulsory education in middle school, he would drop out like other kids from the orphanage. But facts speak louder than words. He not only finished high school but also got into college, successfully pursuing a master's degree, and ultimately earned a PhD. And all of this was achieved by Su Jingming step by step, solidly walking out of his path. Even after crossing over to Blue Star, he would not change at all. My heart is unified and unwavering. This is his motivation to persist in hard training every day. The next day, at 7:30 in the morning. Su Jingming had already been training in the training room for over an hour, putting on his battlesuit, grabbing the black shining gun, and heading down the second floor. Today is the practical training with senior brother Lu Ming, so he must be fully armed. Morning, Ming Ji. In the first floor living room, Lu Wentao just came out of the bedroom, still a bit sleepy, and was already used to this. In his eyes, Su Jingming is completely like an ascetic monk. Every day his life is filled with training, nothing but training. No, it can't be called an ascetic monk anymore. He's almost like a robot programmed to train. Of course, Lu Wentao is very impressed by this. 8 hours of training every day is already his limit. If he had to train from morning till night like Su Jingming, he definitely couldn't handle it. For the new students like Su Jingming, during this period before the official school start, no one is there to restrain them, they can do whatever they want. If this were the university of his previous life, most people would probably sleep until they woke up naturally and then think about what to do. But it's different in the magical city supernatural university. Even though it's still early, there are already quite a few new students walking on the road outside the dormitory. Some are fully armed just like Su Jingming. They don't know if they are going to the wilderness zone or heading for practical training. As he walks toward the dormitory area's exit. When he passed by Villa number 12, Su Jingming saw the familiar graceful figure of Song Choyun walking out of the villa. Since they went to the center of the magical city together last time, the two exchanged contact information. They occasionally chat on phone apps. Sometimes, they also meet like this in the morning at the dormitory entrance. After all, Su Jingming's villa is number 32, so going to the exit will definitely pass by villa number 12 where Song Choyun is located. Good morning. Su Jingming simply greeted. Looking at Song Choyun's attire, he curiously asked, "Are you going for practical training today as well?" Since the last time they held the new student meeting, the new students became active after learning about the dedicated mentor system. They all rushed to seek mentors. Most of them failed, but a small portion succeeded and gained their own dedicated mentors. Song Choyun is one of them. As the top student from Sichuan province, her strength and potential are unquestionable. And her dedicated mentor is the head of the Elemental College, a level 7 female teacher with A-level supernatural abilities in nature and light. Because of this, Song Choyun also goes to the teacher's villa for training guidance every day like Su Jingming. However, Song Choyun usually wears loose training clothes, but today she, like Su Jingming, is wearing a battlesuit and carrying a long sword. Unlike men's battlesuits, women's battlesuits are designed for agility and are more fitted. And under this fitted silver-white battlesuit, Song Choyun's curvaceous and graceful figure is fully revealed. Good morning. Seeing Su Jingming, Song Choyun also smiled sweetly. He nodded and said, "Today, a senior sister is coming over, just right to try out the practical training. But I don't have much confidence myself. The teachers' villas are all in the same direction." So, on the way, Song Choyun coincidentally met Su Jingming and spoke as they walked toward the exit together. One of them was tall with a sturdy and strong appearance, while the other was petite with a charmingly pretty face. As they walked together, passers-by frequently cast glances at them. "By the way, Su Jingming, why don't we try practical sparring when we have some free time?" On the way, Song Choyun suddenly said. In fact, she had always been very curious about why Su Jingming could emit a fierce aura like a wild beast. However, she thought that it might involve some of his privacy, so she did not ask. But if they fought personally, maybe they could find some clues. Sure. Su Jingming didn't mind this at all. However, when there was time, it might be after he came back from the wilderness area. After walking with Song Choyun to the teacher's villa area, they went their separate ways to different villas. "Senior brother, I'm here." Su Jingming entered the villa but found that in the living room, besides senior brother Lu Ming, teacher Yang Jintian was also there. Teacher Yang Jintian was wearing a loose training robe, leisurely sitting on the sofa. "Teacher." Su Jingming respectfully called out. As a 7th-tier upper-level ability user, Yang Jintian also had his own training plan every day. Normally, teacher Yang trains by himself in the morning and then comes in the afternoon to teach him marksmanship and ability usage. He didn't expect that he would show up here early in the morning today. Yang Jintian slightly nodded and smiled. "I heard yesterday that you two would be doing practical training today, so I specially came to take a look." In Yang Jintian's gaze toward Su Jingming, there was undisguised satisfaction. During this time, he had been watching Su Jingming's performance closely. Su Jingming arrived at the villa on time every day for training, never once late or leaving early, and even practiced more after returning to the dormitory. Even when he and Lu Ming were not around, there was not a hint of slackness. With an S-level ability in such hard training, what is there to worry about not achieving success? Yang Jintian felt a surge of emotions. Even he, when he was young, did not work as hard as Su Jingming. Moreover, Yang Jintian was also very satisfied with Su Jingming's progress. You have to know, when Su Jingming first came, he was merely an awakener. But now, a month later, he has already become a first-tier middle-level ability user. This speed of level improvement cannot be considered slow. Just when he was thinking about this, he suddenly noticed something unusual. Su Jingming's aura has become stronger. After carefully sensing, Yang Jintian couldn't help but be surprised. "Did you break through to first-tier upper level?" "I was just going to tell you, teacher, I broke through to first-tier upper level last night." Su Jingming nodded. "Additionally, my thunder unyielding body has also broken through to the 2nd level. This news hit like two bombs dropped in succession. Even the usually stable Yang Jintian, known as the King of Haoyang, was momentarily taken aback. Level breakthrough, body refinement breakthrough, both are more and more difficult things. But hearing it from Su Jingming's mouth, why did it feel as simple as drinking water? I said it, my junior brother is a complete genius. The senior brother Lu Ming next to Yang Jintian laughed bitterly. When he broke through from first tier middle level to first tier upper level, he spent over half a year. And after becoming Yang Jintian's disciple, it took him a full year to upgrade to the second level of the thunder unyielding body. But now, Su Jingming, who has only been a disciple for a month, has achieved all of this. Good, very good. Yang Jintian at this moment also came back to his senses and happily patted Su Jingming on the shoulder. As a teacher, of course, he was delighted to see his disciple's strength improve so rapidly. Today, I have prepared practical training, so let me see how strong your power is after your promotion. Yang Jintian brought Su Jingming and Lu Ming to the backyard of the villa. Here, there is an outdoor practical training ground. The venue is very spacious, about 500 square meters or so. The ground seems to be made of alloy, shining with a cold metallic luster under the morning sun. This outdoor training field is built with A-grade alloy. Here, just feel free to fight. Jingming, do not hesitate, just unleash all your strength. With me around, you won't get hurt. Yang Jintian said with a smiling face. Understood. Su Jingming nodded. This is his first time battling Lu Ming, his senior brother, so he would naturally give it his all. Of course, since it is practical training, Lu Ming would also suppress his own strength. Otherwise, with his peak third stage power, unleashing his lightning ability would mean Su Jingming wouldn't even have a chance to touch him, and it would end just like that. Junior brother, then I will suppress my strength to the lower second stage to fight you. Lu Ming said loudly from the opposite side. In fact, as a senior brother already in the fourth year, he had 3 more years of practical training experience than Su Jingming. Logically, for this kind of practical training, he should suppress it to the same first stage upper level as Su Jingming. However, Lu Ming knew very well that if he suppressed his strength to the first stage upper level, he would definitely lose. Moreover, it wouldn't achieve the effect of practical training, so he directly said he would suppress it to the lower second stage. Yang Jintian clearly knew this and did not stop him. So, Su Jingming and Lu Ming each took a long spear and stood in the middle of the training ground. Ready. 3, 2, 1, start. As soon as Yang Jintian's voice fell, a flash of lightning appeared, and the two suddenly disappeared from their spot at the same time. Lightning flash. This A-grade battle skill of the lightning system was used simultaneously by the brothers. In the next moment, a loud sound clang echoed. In the center of the training ground, the black and green long spears clashed together, showing a state of equal strength. What powerful strength! Although he was somewhat prepared, Lu Ming was still shocked by Su Jingming's power. The other's power was surprisingly on par with his, and even slightly stronger. In contrast to Lu Ming's shock, Su Jingming ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Since cultivating the indestructible thunder body, he had never found an opponent whose strength matched his own. Even Lei Zhou, who had taken the blood-boosting pill, didn't dare to clash with him head-on, but now, finally, he had an opponent who made him go all out. Chain Lightning Spear. Su Jingming decisively changed his move, the long spear carrying blue-purple lightning transformed into a black shadow and quickly thrust out. Lu Ming naturally knew the power of this A-grade battle skill and dared not clash head-on, quickly dodging to the side. However, the next moment, another voice rang out. Thunder Prison. The blue-purple lightning transformed into a prison wrapping around Lu Ming. Then, another lightning spear flew towards the side. Wow, really not giving a moment to breathe. But I am not that new student Lei Zhou. True thunder of Yushu. Crackle. Endless, majestic white lightning surged out from Lu Ming's body, wrapping around him, as he burst out of the thunder prison while dodging the lightning spear. Next, it's my turn. Lu Ming brandished his long spear, covered by the A-grade lightning power true thunder of Yushu. With a wild smile, he charged forward to battle Su Jingming. 20 minutes later, after continuously using battle skills, Su Jingming's purple sky divine lightning was finally completely exhausted. Clang! After another clash of the long spears, Su Jingming stood far away. Having reached almost his limit, he felt completely exhausted and gasped for breath as he spoke. Senior. Brother, I lost. Sizzle. Lu Ming appeared in front of Su Jingming with a lightning flash. The thunder of jade was also restrained within his body. He shook his head and said, I just took advantage of my extraordinary abilities, it's not that you lost. Although he suppressed his strength to the second-tier lower level, he was, after all, a peak third-tier extraordinary person. The depth of his extraordinary powers was far beyond what the first-tier upper-level Su Jingming could match. Yes, a wonderful battle. Yang Jintian clapped his hands as he walked over. To be honest, Su Jingming's performance in that battle exceeded his expectations. He had initially thought that Lu Ming would win, but instead they ended in a tie. Lu Ming put away his spear, patted Su Jingming on the shoulder, and asked with a smile, "Do you know what level your strength was at just now?" "What level?" Su Jingming, who had slightly recovered, asked curiously. "Second tier invincible." Lu Ming's gaze sharpened. "You must know, being accepted as a disciple by Yang Zhentian means he himself is a strong and talented person. Even if he suppressed his strength to the second tier lower level, with his rich combat experience and skills, he was confident he could sweep away any extraordinary person below the third tier. However, Su Jingming had fought him to a standstill. What else could it be if not second tier invincible? Second tier invincible. Su Jingming nodded thoughtfully. Finally, he had a precise understanding of his overall strength. As for above the third tier, that was another world entirely. It was quite normal for him, just a first tier upper level, not to reach that level. Alright, the practical training is over, everyone go inside and take a break. Yang Zhentian called everyone back to the living room, and as soon as he sat down, Uncle Fu brought over a plate of cut fruit. "This is the clear spirit fruit I obtained some time ago. It can relieve fatigue and is perfect to eat after training. Extraordinary fruit, like strange flowers and herbs, is a type of fruit containing special effects." Hearing this, Su Jingming also casually picked up a piece. This clear spirit fruit was somewhat similar in shape to cantaloupe, and as soon as he bit into it, a refreshing fruity fragrance spread. After finishing a piece, Su Jingming indeed felt a significant reduction in the fatigue from the intense battle. "At my teacher's place, I always get to enjoy something nice. It seems I must come here every day in the future." Su Jingming joked with a smile. "Sure. As long as you come, I will prepare extraordinary fruit for you every day." Yang Zhentian laughed heartily. For him, a 7th tier upper extraordinary person, these extraordinary fruits were really not much. Next, Su Jingming chatted with his teacher and senior brother for a while, eventually getting to the main topic. "Teacher, I will have to leave school for a while. I probably won't be able to come to the villa for training anymore." "What happened? Did something happen at home?" Yang Zhentian asked immediately. No, nothing happened at home." Su Jingming quickly shook his head and then said seriously, "Teacher, I plan to go to the wilderness area." "Go to the wilderness area?" Yang Zhentian frowned slightly. The so-called wilderness area is a region outside the protection of the human army. Those places are often rampant with fierce beasts. And unlike the strict grading of fierce beasts in the military exam test sites, here the danger is much higher. It's possible that you could encounter a 5th-tier fierce beast almost immediately after stepping into the wilderness area and be consumed on the spot. The randomness is high, and the danger is significant. "How long do you plan to go for?" "I will be back before the freshman competition." "That long?" Yang Zhentian's eyelids jumped. It's only mid-July now, and the freshman competition is not until early September. So, Su Jingming plans to stay in the wilderness area for a month and a half. The dangers in this period are self-evident. Yang Zhentian wanted to advise him, but seeing the determination in Su Jingming's eyes, he held back his words. "Forget it, since you want to go, then go." Yang Zhentian sighed but still reminded him, "Remember, don't be careless, always stay vigilant."